If what Hao Xiaokong said was true, the sudden rise of the Zhu clan from the bottom to the top was sure to provoke many forces, wanting to knock the Zhu clan back down. Their foundation wasn't steady. Even the royal family didn't want to see the Zhu clan grow stronger and stronger. What kind of conspiracies and traps were waiting for Zhu Tianwan? Zhu Minglan had no way of knowing. But for now, the regional administration rights of Lichuan must not fall into the hands of other forces. Zhu Minglan walked toward the ancestral hall. His white clothes had not touched a drop of blood. Inside the ancestral hall, the sound of Hao Xiaokong's agonizing screams echoed. Shouting for times, he could still shout, indicating that he was still alive. However, Zhu Minglan had promised only to sever his hands and feet. That the Rongbi monsters surrounding them didn't agree, and as for the person in the ancestral hall left without hands and feet, had witnessed a large group of Rongbi monsters flying towards the scent of blood. Who knows what expression was on their face? Zhu Minglan didn't care. The most important thing is honesty. End of this chapter. Chapter 150 for painting. Fighting. Put away the sword spirit dragon. Walked out of the ancestral hall. Zhu Minglan scanned his gaze towards the distant city tower. At the city tower, on the maze wall, people were very curious to know what exactly happened in the ancestral hall, but they couldn't see clearly at all. As weeds grew inside the ancestral hall, they only saw Zhu Minglan walking out of it, spotless, and the previously hidden Hao Xiaokong in the ancestral hall had no movement at all. Shortly after, Zhao Shi, Su Mao, and others arrived here. They also didn't know where they got the news from. When they walked into the ancestral hall, their faces changed, because the wasp demons had completely disfigured Hao Xiaokong. Zhao Shi felt a chill all over his body. He didn't expect Hao Xiaokong to die so quickly. After all, they had not been separated from the wasps for long. As for the Zishilin Su Mao, his eyes were fixed on the headless sheep demon Zilong that had been cut off. This Zhu Minglan is simply bold and daring, committing evil deeds in broad daylight. Zhao Shi angrily shouted, "Humph, a despicable lowlife, only dares to harm my junior brother when I'm not around. If I encounter him, I will definitely make him pay with his life." Su Mao coldly said. Su Mao Shikshon, this Zhu Minglan is a cancer. He doesn't even care about Zhao Yinch. So why would he care about Zishilin? He knew that Hao Xiaokong is the big disciple of your Zishilin, yet he is still so ruthless. Zhao Shi said, "Zhu Gate. Hey. Once upon a time, Zhu Gate was just like any other force, extremely arrogant when facing small forces, kneeling in front of us Zishilin, thinking that after all these years there has been some change. They, a mediocre family, dare to show off in front of us." Su Mao scornfully said, "Hao Xiaokong is dead. Let's go see if we can get the deed to the Dragon Valley." Zhao Shi sighed. "Yes, my master specifically instructed me about this," Su Mao said. When the wasps were no longer so frenzied, the group slowly approached the banyan tree, with an additional person in their group. This person seemed to understand the art of stealth, climbing effortlessly up the banyan tree, while the wasp demon seemed to ignore him. After a long time, the stealthy man jumped down from the tree, holding a brocade box. The brocade box was opened, but it was empty inside. "Where is the deed? The Dragon Valley deed?" Su Mao loudly questioned. His voice nearly awakened the wasps again. "Most likely someone took it," the stealthy man said. "Damn it, it must be the one who awakened the wasps earlier. They used us as bait, not only dispersing us, but also taking advantage of the situation to take away the Dragon Valley deed. This deed is invaluable. My master has repeatedly instructed to obtain it." Su Mao was furious and flushed. "It must be Zhu Minglan, he has others with him," Zhao Shi said with certainty. "Have you even investigated Zhu Minglan's background? If you want to deal with him, why do you not even understand him?" Su Mao said angrily. "We've checked, but Zhu Minglan hasn't been in the capital for many years. We only know that he often has a woman accompanying him, and she has also participated in the faction's grand competition," Zhao Shi said. Looking up at the trunk, there was a black kink mark on the tree trunk. Zhao Shi stared at it for a while, suddenly understanding. "I see. It's her, the painter." "What painter?" Su Mao frowned. "The woman who participated in the competition with Zhu Minglan. She is a divine painter. Although her true strength is hard to judge, during the wasp attack, there was a black ink dragon that crashed into the banyan tree," Zhao Shi said very confidently. Find them for me," Su Mao said angrily. At the city tower, a judge rode a pterosaur and landed in a spacious area of the city tower. Under the pterosaur's claws hung an object wrapped in a large black cloth. Hao Yong ran out in a panic, almost wailing. Unwrapping the black cloth, inside lay Hao Xiaokan, his face swollen like a freshly slaughtered pig. "Your son was killed by the wasp demons. Please grieve," the judge said calmly. "Why didn't you arrive sooner? Why didn't you go and save him? I told you. I clearly told you." Hao Yong almost lost control of his emotions. "Master Hao, life and death are predetermined. The faction's grand competition has changed to a competition now. If you are not prepared for this, why not let your son stay at home and play with dirt? Why come here to cry and mourn?" The judge gave no face to Hao Yong, pushing aside his entanglements. You. Hao Yong pointed at the judge who spoke so callously, unable to respond for a long time. "Brother Hao, the disciples of Ju-Gate are truly arrogant to the extreme. Perhaps in a few more years, the people of Ju-Gate will dare to step on our Zixi-Lin. This enmity, I will definitely help you settle. I will now inform Zixi-Lin's disciples. When they see Zhu Mingling, they must disable him." Protector Ni Chan was also furious at this moment. Hao Xiaokan was after all a disciple of their Zixi-Lin, even his little apprentice. Ju-Gate actually didn't give him face at all. Ni Chan wouldn't politely stand by. Could their Zixi-Lin be afraid of a small Ju-Gate? In terms of inheritance and strength, Ju-Gate, a family with changing fortunes, couldn't even compare to the recognized Zixi-Lin. Protector Ni, you must speak up for my son," Hao Yong cried. "Rest assured, even if this grand competition ends and Zhu Mingling remains unharmed, Zixi-Lin will not let this go," Protector Ni said firmly. "Hao Xiaokan died at the hands of the wasp demons. Why are you venting your anger on a disciple of Ju-Gate?" the middle-aged judge asked. Hao Yong and Protector Ni did not answer. Observers could see that this was Zhu Mingling's doing, so there was no need to dwell on how it finally ended. Besides, Hao Xiaokan's death must have been tragic. The judge is right. Even in the competition, when fists and feet have no eyes, not to mention the struggle that affects the interests of major forces, Brother Hao, be sorrowful. Protector Ni, don't be so aggressive. Back then, when I took my little junior brother Zhu Mingling to your Zixi-Lin to pay respects, I didn't know what role your Suma played. A swordsman from the distant mountain sword sect said. I admit, he was strong before, but it was just a fleeting glimpse. Your distant mountain sword sect these years, I'm afraid it's not even comparable to the Miao mountain sword sect. I heard that the female disciple of Miao mountain sword sect is skilled and has exceptional swordsmanship. I wonder if your Feng, the chief senior in Yunchuan River, can compete with Wen Mengru. Protector Ni sneered. The swordsman of the distant mountain sword sect smiled and said, Condolences. Protector Ni was so angry, he was grinding his teeth. Hao Yong on the side was even turning blue. ... Leaving the overgrown city, Zhu Mingling, Nan Lingsha, and Qin Yang headed in the direction of Nine Army Tomb. Young master, there's no need to hurry. The Nine Army Tomb might not show up for a while. After all, it's the main event of this grand competition. Qin Yang said confidently. Qin Yang, do you also know that the decree for governing the Lichuan land is in this mechanical city? Zhu Mingling asked. Qin Yang hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. Master had instructed, the capital is deep in water, and you have just returned. It's hard to explain everything in detail, but considering that the Lichuan land is indeed important to you, so the master sent me to guide you. That's good. Since he already knows and is prepared, I feel relieved. Zhu Mingling nodded. He thought Zhu Tianwan was kept in the dark. It seems that Zhu Tianwan also has his own methods, already knowing who is intentionally targeting Ju-Gate. Yes, the master's temper is also known to you. If you really encounter an insurmountable danger, he will definitely inform everyone in advance. Evacuate from the capital early. Since the master didn't tell you, it means he has his own arrangements. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that Zhu Mingling would harbor resentment due to this concealment. In fact, Zhu Tianwan had only recently been arranged to sit in Lichuan land, and some people with ulterior motives set him up inside the mechanical city. He immediately had Qin Yang participate in this competition to guide Zhu Mingling to obtain the decree for Lichuan land. At the same time, Zhu Tianwan had to prepare for the aftermath of this matter. Someone is so contemptuous of Ju-Gate, even using such despicable and disgusting means to provoke Ju-Gate, indicating that there will be major movements. Zhu Tianwan must prepare to deal with it, as well as think about how to retaliate. As for Zhu Mingling's side, It would be a good thing if he could obtain the decree for Li Chuan land. If Zhu Minglan couldn't get it, Zhu Tianwan would use all means to snatch it from the major forces. The master instructed me to choose the timing to inform you. I was worried that you and the young lady would lose control because of this. That's why I temporarily concealed it, Qin Yang said with her head down, maintaining a respectful posture. The 9-army tomb won't appear so soon. Qin Yang was clear about this, so she first guided Zhu Minglan to deal with Hao Xiaokan before going to the 9-army tomb. However, Qin Yang did not expect that Zhu Minglan had already received this news from Hao Xiaokan. It's okay. Compared to the things we have to deal with right now, the struggle between Zhugate and the major forces is 100 times more complicated. It's not easy to handle properly. It actually made this lonely old man pour a lot of effort into the matter of Li Chuan land for nothing. Zhu Minglan could understand. Zhugate is in a period of change. The more seemingly easy things are, the more they will be hindered by the major forces. Pressing the decree for Li Chuan land in the mechanical city would actually be a good thing for Zhu Minglan. At least he can snatch it back with his own skills. The master asked me to choose the timing to inform you. I was worried that the young master and the young lady would lose control over this matter, so I temporarily hid it, Qin Yang said. The 9-army tomb won't appear so soon. Qin Yang was clear about this, so she first guided Zhu Minglan to deal with Hao Xiaokan before going to the 9-army tomb. However, Qin Yang did not expect that Zhu Minglan had already received this news from Hao Xiaokan. It's okay. Compared to the things we have to deal with right now, the struggle between Zhugate and the major forces is 100 times more complicated. It's not easy to handle properly. It actually made this lonely old man pour a lot of effort into the matter of Li Chuan land for nothing. Zhu Minglan could understand. Zhugate is in a period of change. The more seemingly easy things are, the more they will be hindered by the major forces. Pressing the decree for Li Chuan land in the mechanical city would actually be a good thing for Zhu Minglan. At least he can snatch it back with his own skills. The master instructed me to choose the timing to inform you. I was worried that you and the young lady would lose control because of this. That's why I temporarily concealed it, Qin Yang said with her head down, maintaining a respectful posture. The 9-army tomb won't appear so soon. Qin Yang was clear about this, so she first guided Zhu Minglan to deal with Hao Xiaokan before going to the 9-army tomb. However, Qin Yang did not expect that Zhu Minglan had already received this news from Hao Xiaokan. It's okay. Compared to the things we have to deal with right now, the struggle between Zhugate and the major forces is 100 times more complicated. It's not easy to handle properly. It actually made this lonely old man pour a lot of effort into the matter of Li Chuan land for nothing. Zhu Minglan could understand. Zhugate is in a period of change. The more seemingly easy things are, the more they will be hindered by the major forces. Pressing the decree for Li Chuan land in the mechanical city would actually be a good thing for Zhu Minglan. At least he can snatch it back with his own skills. The master instructed me to choose the timing to inform you. I was worried that you and the young lady would lose control because of this. That's why I temporarily concealed it, Qin Yang said with her head down, maintaining a respectful posture. The 9-army tomb won't appear so soon. Qin Yang was clear about this, so she first guided Zhu Minglan to deal with Hao Xiaokan before going to the 9-army tomb. However, Qin Yang did not expect that Zhu Minglan had already received this news from Hao Xiaokan. It's okay. Compared to the things we have to deal with right now, the struggle between Zhugate and the major forces is 100 times more complicated. It's not easy to handle properly. It actually made this lonely old man pour a lot of effort into the matter of Li Chuan land for nothing. Zhu Minglan could understand. Zhugate is in a period of change. The more seemingly easy things are, the more they will be hindered by the major forces. Pressing the decree for Li Chuan land in the mechanical city would actually be a good thing for Zhu Minglan. At least he can snatch it back with his own skills. The master instructed me to choose the timing to inform you. I was worried that you and the young lady would lose control because of this. That's why I temporarily concealed it, Qin Yang said with her head down, maintaining a respectful posture. The 9-army tomb won't appear so soon. Qin Yang was clear about this, so she first guided Zhu Minglan to deal with Hao Xiaokan before going to the 9-army tomb. However, Qin Yang did not expect that Zhu Minglan had already received this news from Hao Xiaokan. It's okay. Compared to the things we have to deal with right now, the struggle between Jugate and the major forces is 100 times more complicated. It's not easy to handle properly. It actually made this lonely old man pour a lot of effort into the matter of Lichuan land for nothing. Zhu Minglan could understand. Jugate is in a period of change. The more seemingly easy things are, the more they will be hindered by the major forces. Pressing the decree for Lichuan land in the mechanical city would actually be a good thing for Zhu Minglan. At least he can snatch it back with his own skills. The master instructed me to choose the timing to inform you. I was worried that you and the young lady would lose control because of this. That's why I temporarily concealed it, Qin Yang said with her head down, maintaining a respectful posture. The 9-army tomb won't appear so soon. Qin Yang was clear about this, so she first guided Zhu Minglan to deal with Hao Xiaokan before going to the 9-army tomb. However, Qin Yang did not expect that Zhu Minglan had already received this news from Hao Xiaokan. It's okay. Compared to the things we have to deal with right now, the struggle between Jugate and the major forces is 100 times more complicated. It's not easy to handle properly. It actually made this lonely old man pour a lot of effort into the matter of Lichuan land for nothing. Zhu Minglan could understand. Jugate is in a period of change. The more seemingly easy things are, the more they will be hindered by the major forces. Pressing the decree for Lichuan land in the mechanical city would actually be a good thing for Zhu Minglan. At least he can snatch it back with his own skills. The master instructed me to choose the timing to inform you. I was worried that you and the young lady would lose control because of this. That's why I temporarily concealed it, Qin Yang said with her head down, maintaining a respectful posture. The 9-army tomb won't appear so soon. Qin Yang was clear about this, so she first guided Zhu Minglan to deal with Hao Xiaokan before going to the 9-army tomb. However, Qin Yang did not expect that Zhu Minglan had already received this news from Hao Xiaokan. It's okay. Compared to the things we have to deal with right now, the struggle between Jugate and the major forces is 100 times more complicated. It's not easy to handle properly. It actually made this lonely old man pour a lot of effort into the matter of Lichuan land for nothing. Zhu Minglan could understand. Jugate is in a period of change. The more seemingly easy things are, the more they will be hindered by the major forces. Pressing the decree for Lichuan land in the mechanical city would actually be a good thing for Zhu Minglan. At least he can snatch it back with his own skills. The master instructed me to choose the timing to inform you. I was worried that you and the young lady would lose control because of this. That's why I temporarily concealed it, Qin Yang said with her head down, maintaining a respectful posture. The 9-army tomb won't appear so soon. Qin Yang was clear about this, so she first guided Zhu Minglan to deal with Hao Xiaokan before going to the 9-army tomb. However, Qin Yang did not expect that Zhu Minglan had already received this news from Hao Xiaokan. It's okay. Compared to the things we have to deal with right now, the struggle between Jugate and the major forces is 100 times more complicated. It's not easy to handle properly. It actually made this lonely old man pour a lot of effort into the matter of Lichuan land for nothing. Zhu Minglan could understand. Jugate is in a period of change. The more seemingly easy things are, the more they will be hindered by the major forces. Pressing the decree for Lichuan land in the mechanical city would actually be a good thing for Zhu Minglan. At least he can snatch it back with his own skills. The master instructed me to choose the timing to inform you. I was worried that you and the young lady would lose control because of this. That's why I temporarily concealed it. Chapter 155. Provocation with the point of a sword after obtaining some precious treasures. Lighting the signal fire was the most straightforward choice, but also the least wise. This signal fire not only informed the judges of the mechanism city, but also notified everyone within a few kilometers. Not everyone had valuable goods in their hands. There was even a group of people who were not in a rush to search for the treasures scattered in the mechanism city, but instead quietly waited for those who lit the signal fire. Before handing them over to the judges, all items could be seized. This arrangement was also intentional by the imperial capital, turning it into a feast of disciples from various major forces competing in duels, rather than a treasure-hunting game. Fighting, chaos, and contests. Only in this way could it not be a waste of the people of the imperial capital who had rushed early in the morning to occupy the positions on the wall of confusion. As the signal fires billowed, those who gained nothing unconsciously glanced over. Among the chaotic rocks, there was already a group of dragon beasts in confrontation. There were also some divine practitioners standing on the shoulders, backs, and heads of the dragon beasts, looking stern with a strong sense of animosity in their eyes. Yun Zhan is the chief disciple of the Far Mountain Sword Sect, Qin Yan said, looking at a man in blue doused robes with tied hair, a look of surprise on his face. The man in blue with tied hair stood alone in the chaotic rocks, seeming to be the one who lit the signal fire, but he was already surrounded by a group of dragon tamers and divine practitioners. There were probably 5 or 6 dragon tamers and 7 or 8 divine practitioners. There were many dragon beasts, with several of them reaching the master level in strength. Among them, some were already discussing how to divide the treasures in the possession of the man in blue with tied hair, but he showed no intention of fleeing. He stood under the signal fire in the chaotic rocks. Far Mountain Sword Sect. Nam Lingsha observed Yun Zhan and then said, after a while, this person is much stronger than Xiu Bamboo. Young master should be quite familiar with him, Qin Yan said. Ordinary, this person is full of arrogance and boredom. Zhu Minglan pursed his lips. Just as he finished speaking, the man in blue with tied hair, Yun Zhan, made a move. His right hand had been behind his back all along, and when he brought it forward, a brightly shining blue sword suddenly emitted a dazzling halo. The sun shone brightly, and the halo of the sword made it difficult for both the dragon tamers and divine practitioners to open their eyes. It was at this moment that Yun Zhang's figure split into several, appearing as if there were 3 sword-wielding people simultaneously attacking the dragon beasts. His body techniques were very fancy. One could see remnants and sword marks lingering in the air for a short time, but these were events that had happened seconds ago. His real sword had already pierced through the thick armor of the dragon beast. The ones besieging Yun Zhan were clearly a group of sect disciples who knew each other and were banding together. It seemed that upon seeing Yun Zhan alone, they harbored ill intentions. Unfortunately, they seemed to have picked the wrong target for robbery. This Yun Zhan was more than a match for these people, showing a few casual steps in the face of a group of dragon beasts and divine practitioners who had reached master level in strength. His swordplay was exquisite. Even those on the city tower and the wall of confusion seemed to be able to see the glint and shadow of his sword. As the group of sect disciples were hit one after another, the people on the wall of confusion were filled with amazement. Who was this man in blue clothing, who could take on a group on his own? It must be noted that those who had entered the 3rd round were basically the cream of the crop from each power, vastly different from the previous selection rounds. It seems to be the Imperial Guards and the Che clan. They were seen using some special dragon beasts to gather together a long time ago. Someone on the wall of confusion recognized the group of dragon tamers and divine practitioners. The blue-clad swordsman, could it be Yun Zhan from the Far Mountain Sword Sect? It's said that this year, the Far Mountain Sword Sect only has 1 participant in the grand competition, and it's him, Yun Zhan. Isn't Yun Zhan too strong? The Imperial Guards and Che clan members are like children in his presence. Even the fierce-looking dragon beasts seem no different from ordinary farm animals. Where there was a signal fire, it easily drew people's attention. The scene of Yun Zhan single-handedly facing all the disciples of the Imperial Guards and Che clan could only be described as astonishing to many people in the imperial capital, and it made many divine practitioners feel a sense of embarrassment. In the chaotic rocks, Yun Zhan still stood near the signal fire. He raised the casket in his hand, delivering the mining concession he had just obtained to the approaching judge. Around the chaotic rocks, there were fallen dragon beasts, and although the dragon tamers were unharmed, the fear on their faces had already completely extinguished their fighting spirit. A motley crew, Yun Zhan said somewhat disdainfully as he collected the blue sword in his hand. The disciples of the Imperial Guards and the Che clan were red-faced. They could not have imagined that so many people would fail to even leave a superficial wound on him, let alone their dragon beasts, which they had spent a great deal of effort to tame, were extremely clumsy in front of him. Was this the strength of the Far Mountain Sword Sect? How terrifying it was! Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yun Zhan seemed to notice something and took back the casket he had intended to hand over to the judge. The judge looked puzzled. It belonged to the Far Mountain Sword Sect. To him, Yun Zhan, once he handed it over. So why did he take it back now? Do I need to eliminate all threats within 100 meters before this item can be truly mine? Yun Zhan asked the judge. The judge nodded. Oh. Yun Zhan nodded and walked in a direction holding the casket in his hand. On the wall of confusion, people were extremely puzzled, including the senior swordsman from the Far Mountain Sword Sect on the city tower, who furrowed his brows, unsure of what his disciple was doing. Yun Zhang's pace quickened. Though it seemed like he was walking steadily, it was even swifter than some galloping horses. He arrived below the chaotic rocks and walked towards Zhu Minglin, Nan Lingsha, and Qin Yang. Almost at Zhu Minglin's front, Yun Zhang finally raised his head and said to the judge riding a dragon, "Now, within my 100-meter range, there are still threats." The judge's mouth hung open in disbelief, not understanding the thought process of this disciple of the sword sect. On the wall of confusion, the spectacle escalated. This disciple of the Far Mountain Sword Sect was so confident. Only moments ago, he had handed over the mining concession. Wasn't earning tens of thousands a month a good deal? Some cultivators on the wall, as well as those disciples of the Imperial Guards and the Che clan who had not recovered from the shock, were already drooling. "Junior Master, take care." Yun Zhang pointed his sword downwards, then made a perfunctory gesture towards Zhu Minglin, his smile gradually brightening. "I'm fine," Zhu Minglin said. "This mining concession is quite valuable. Junior Master must also want to compete for it, but due to the relationship between the Zhu clan and the Far Mountain Sword Sect, it's not easy to take action. In fact, I would like to give it to you, but I don't know if you're up to it now, Zhu Minglin." After the courtesy, Yun Zhang's eyes were full of provocation. These formalities were just that, but Yun Zhang didn't seem to be there to offer greetings. He still had a sword in his hand, and there was a hint of playfulness and mockery in his eyes. In terms of seniority, Zhu Minglin should outrank Yun Zhang. However, as Zhu Minglin and Yun Zhang were of similar age, there were already too many elders at the Far Mountain Sword Sect who made comparisons between the two. "Are you looking for trouble?" Zhu Minglin asked. "What if I am? Not long ago, I heard people from the Sword Sect say that you had returned to the mountains, acting like a junk dealer, collecting the discarded swords from abandoned sword forest." Yun Zhang continued. "Actually, you're quite respectable when you're not arrogant." Zhu Minglin sighed. "HMPH, I can give you this mining concession, but do you dare to take it?" Yun Zhang said, taking the deed out of the casket. He handed it to Zhu Minglin, seeming to be offering it in friendship, but Yun Zhang did not hand it directly. Instead, he used the sword. The parchment deed, right in front of Zhu Minglin, remained motionless in front of the edge of Yun Zhang's sword. The deed was right in front of Zhu Minglin, but the tip of the sword was also pointed at him. "Yun Zhang, what do you mean by this? If you are too proud to help the young master win, then go your own way. Why point a sword at the young master?" Qin Yang said angrily. "I haven't drawn my sword. If he wants it, he can just reach out his hand. How could I stab the sword tip at someone unarmed?" Yun Zhang smiled, a smile that seemed even more peculiar. Zhu Minglin wouldn't reach out his hand. To be honest, if he weren't worried about prematurely exposing the sword spirit dragon, Zhu Minglin would have already smacked him in the face with a sword, making him understand that his junior master would always be his junior master. In fact, upon seeing Yun Zhang light the signal fire, Zhu Minglin had thought of an interesting way to quickly gather a large amount of treasures. So, he had just planned to leave and implement this method. Little did he know that Yun Zhang had already come up to him. Zhu Minglin didn't particularly like Yun Zhang. It wasn't that there was any irreconcilable hatred between them, but this guy had always wanted to defeat him at least once, probably because he saw himself become a dragon tamer. He had never won against Zhu Minglin in swordsmanship in this lifetime, which must have made him so angry and led to such foolish behavior. But if someone pointed a sword at himself, Zhu Minglin wouldn't endure any longer. Now, everyone in the imperial capital thought that they couldn't pick up a sword. However, the existence of the sword spirit dragon was Zhu Minglin's biggest capital for arrogance now. "It's been many years since I dealt with you, and now you think you're capable, Yun Zhang." Zhu Minglin stretched out his palm. Sword marks spread into his palm a little at a time. Just as Zhu Minglin was about to summon the sword spirit dragon, a worn and jade-like hand pressed on Zhu Minglin's wrist. It was Nan Lingsha. She shook her head at herself. "As a divine practitioner, leave it to me," Nan Lingsha said, pressing back Zhu Minglin's act of calling out the sword. Speaking softly, Zhu Minglin looked at her. Whether it was because she really wanted to challenge the strongest disciple of the Far Mountain Sword Sect, or just didn't want to reveal her strength in front of the 9th military grave, it was unclear. "Okay." Zhu Minglin nodded. "Not long ago, I had just experienced the swordsmanship of your Far Mountain Sword Sect. Nam Lingsha took a few steps forward and then took the deed that was on the back of the sword, saying indifferently, "It seems quite ordinary." End of this chapter. Chapter 156. The Sword Formation Painting. Nothing special. This sentence seemed to hit Yunzana's weak spot instantly. The blue sword in Yunzana's hand trembled slightly. His gaze fell on Nam Lingsha. After sizing her up for a while, he said coldly, "I've heard of you, the painter Nam Lingsha. But do you think that by surpassing Zimiaoju, you can defeat all the disciples of the sword sect? If it were me, dealing with this rabble would only take one move." Nam Lingsha glanced at the Yellow Gate and Cheklan disciples on the messy rock ridge. The Yellow Gate and Cheklan disciples, covered in wounds, were getting up and leaving in embarrassment. When they heard Nam Lingsha's words, they slipped and fell back into the rocks again. Especially the Cheklan disciples, who were also sword practitioners, shed tears uncontrollably. If you want to compete with each other, then compete. Why beat us when we are down? There are so many people watching on the Mirage Wall. Our clans are already losing face. Who needs to use all their strength against someone who is not in the same realm? Yunzana said, in a slightly angry tone. Nam Lingsha stopped talking to Yunzana. Her hair fluttered without wind, and her brush started writing on its own, revealing a black ink dragon coiling around her graceful figure. Seeing that the other party had already taken action, Yunzana no longer hesitated. He flicked his wrist, and the tip of the sword cut through the air, creating a harsh sound. An ori emerged from the sword point, forming a larger sword momentum, trying to knock Nam Lingsha away. However, the ink dragon on Nam Lingsha remained solid as a rock, and the sword aura could not spread into the area but instead splattered onto the trees on either side, shattering them. "Draw the river dragon," Nam Lingsha suddenly murmured. The brush in her hand had unknowingly landed in her palm, and Nam Lingsha began to draw casually. With just a few strokes, a majestic river emerged. The ink waves surged, forming a rolling river within those long lines. Even though the outline was simple, the grandeur of the river was palpable, as if there was a rushing river right in front of them. Inside the river, there were similar swimming dragons, exuding a majestic aura as they traversed the river, amplifying the grandeur of the ink river and causing the surrounding rocks to tremble. Doom! The river cascaded down with a deafening sound. Initially, Yunzana thought the river painted was just an illusion, something that could be broken through with a calm mind. However, much to his surprise, Nam Lingsha's painting skills had reached a lifelike level. What she painted became reality. The river was indeed a river, crashing down with enough force to demolish hills and flatten the land. Yunzana was shocked as he tried to avoid the direct impact of the river using his swift footwork. However, within the river were ink-drawn dragons, their power far exceeding that of the water. The rock ridge crumbled instantly, the river burying it, and terrifying gullies appeared where the dragons passed by. Yunzana reached the peak of the rock ridge, leapt high into the air, pointed his sword downwards, and a sharp light streaked towards the pursuing dragons, precisely beheading them all. As Yunzana, light as a feather, maintained his ethereal posture, slowly descending from the heights, he was taken aback to find that the ground beneath him had transformed into a vast abyss. The abyss was pitch black, its depths impenetrable, and it seemed to be filled with wailing spirits eager to drag him down and devour him. Looking towards Nam Lingsha's direction, Yunzana saw that she had once again painted a picture, a terrifying entrance to the netherworld. Looking up, he realized that he was within the drawn portal, descending into the abyss. Yunzana swung his sword frantically, attempting to shatter the gate. But the gate only rose higher, and he found himself falling deeper into the darkness as if plummeting from the sky. The descent was suffocating, each passing moment making it harder to breathe, his body burdened as if by lead, unable to even wield his sword. The mighty warrior was drenched in sweat, realizing he could not afford to underestimate the painter. With great determination, using his sword as a foothold, Yunzana lunged towards the rising gate. As his sword sped downward, Yunzana sailed through the gate, escaping the eerie depths of the peculiar gate of the netherworld. As the discomfort dissipated, Yunzana subconsciously reached for his other sword, only to find his discarded blue sword beneath his feet, resting in the mud. In reality, there was no gate, no abyss. He had been stationary all along. It was but a nightmare he had witnessed. And Nam Lingsha's creation of the gate had stemmed from a nightmarish imagery. Illusory and real, Yunzana never expected that the second painting was a depiction of the dream. The unease he felt was merely a product of the dreamlike oppression. I've heard of sword flying, but never seen a technique like sword stepping in the mud. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the Mirage Wall. While they couldn't see Nanlingsha's Gate of the Abyss, Yunzana's action seemed peculiar, more akin to a child imitating in a play, almost comical. Among the divine, some possessed exceptional vision, hearing, or spiritual insight. Unfortunately, Yunzana was of the keen-eared type. He heard the ridicule coming from afar, which only added to his embarrassment and frustration. He picked up the blue sword coated in mud and cleaned it in one deft motion, regaining its pristine gleam. Realizing that long-range attacks against the painter were futile due to her continuous illusions, Yunzana decided to close the distance. Racing towards Nanlingsha, his silhouette split into not 3 but 5, each representing a higher level of speed and skill. After all these years, you still fancy fanciness? Zhu Mingling scoffed at Yunzana's swordsmanship. The 5 images launched attacks from various angles, a ruse to make Nanlingsha reveal a flaw in her disarray. Nanlingsha, however, responded crudely by summoning a black and white 8 trigrams formation under her feet. As she raised her brush, the 8 trigrams rose, intercepting Yunzana's onslaught. As the chief disciple of the distant mountain sword sect, Yunzana recognized the 8 trigram stone. It was the stone platform at the front of their mansion. Whether it was the 5 probing and oppressive sword shadows or Yunzana's subsequent true strikes, they were all thwarted by the 8 trigram stone. Yunzana's undeniable strength far surpassed that of Zimiaoju, but his final strike shattered Nanlingsha's 8 trigram stone, compelling her to retreat and maintain a certain distance from him. Your painting skills are nothing special, Yunzana sneered as he forced Nanlingsha to withdraw. Yunzana, oh Yunzana, when will you shed your arrogant and ignorant demeanor, and when will your realm advance another level? If she can paint the distant mountain sword sect's 8 trigram stone, then she can paint our distant mountain sword sect's falling sword array, you fool. Zhu Mingling shook his head in exasperation. Upon hearing these words, Yunzana looked down and found a map drawn under the now shattered stone, depicting one of the distant mountain sword sect's most famous scenes, the falling sword array. Comprising 17 ancient swords, each once wielded by a sect leader, the blades had been turned into falling swords after the disciples' passing, meant to protect the distant mountain sword sect. Nanlingsha had spent time at the distant mountain sword sect, and the scene she lingered on the most was not the 8 trigram stone, but the sword array, ancient and powerful, with the capability of entrapping souls for eternity. She painted it on the ground. The swords radiated an awe-inspiring presence as they emerged from the map. Each sword, akin to an unparalleled warrior, exuded a chilling aura of authority. The first sword, massive in size, flew into the sky and plunged forcefully into the ground, creating ripples as if an immense gravitational pull pressed down on Yunzana's shoulders. With a light drink, Yunzana countered using his sword or his power to resist. Yet, the succeeding swords brought different challenges. The second sword, slender and agile, pierced from the sky nearby, creating a phantom mountain pressing down on Yunzana's back, causing him to bend sharply as if nearly falling prostrate before the earth. The third sword spun rapidly, with jagged edges, creating a localized hurricane that overwhelmed Yunzana, making him feel like he was caught in a tsunami vortex and nearly fainting. The fourth sword materialized, causing Yunzana to collapse to the ground, his knees as though shattered, emitting a bone-chilling crack. Though Yunzana remained staunch and silent, his pale face displayed agony, his unwavering gaze fixed on Nanlingsha. The falling sword array, I can manifest only for swords. But you have lost, Nanlingsha stated, approaching Yunzana. As Yunzana stared at her, he noticed not a single drop of sweat on her flawless cheeks, neck, or smooth skin. End of the chapter. Chapter 157. I want it all. Yunzana gritted his teeth in the face of adversity. It was evident that this sword meteor ray was pushing him to his limits. If he could muster the strength to stand up, Yunzana could still do it. However, upon observing the state of the female painter, Yunzana understood that he had no chance of defeating her. He finally lowered his head, devoid of his previous arrogance. Yunzana is defeated. Isn't he the top disciple of the Yaoshan sword sect, Yaoshan Jianzong? In the center of the illusionary wall, there was an uproar amongst the crowd. People standing far away could not clearly see the silhouette of Nanlingsha. Hence, many were unaware of how Yunzana, such a powerful swordsman, had been defeated. On the city tower, Wufeng from the Yaoshan sword sect stroked his chin, lost in brief contemplation. This time, Only Yun Zhang from the Yaoshan sword sect participated in the grand competition. Now that Yun Zhang had eliminated himself, wouldn't the Yaoshan sword sect suffer a huge loss? Before long, Yun Zhang left the mechanism city. He walked along the walls towards the direction of the city tower. There were many people around. Some were pointing fingers at him, among whom were likely cultivators. However, Yun Zhang's mind was still filled with the scenes of the previous battle. He wanted to know, if he hadn't been careless, what would have been the likelihood of winning. Senior Uncle Wu Feng, the disciple, have brought shame to the Yaoshan sword sect. Upon reaching the city tower and seeing Wu Feng, Yun Zhang expressed his remorse. It's all right, Wu Feng patted Yun Zhang's shoulder and continued. The people in the imperial capital know that Zhu Mingling is the face of our Yaoshan sword sect. Yun Zhang could not help but laugh at himself. Initially, he had only aimed to defeat Zhu Mingling once. Now, his goal had changed to how to defeat the woman beside him. I will reflect in seclusion, Yun Zhang said softly. Reflecting in seclusion alone won't benefit our Yaoshan sword sect. I will have you transport national goods for some small countries, hone your skills, and explore the wider world. Wu Feng suggested. Yes. Yun Zhang replied, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the mechanism city. Inside the mechanism city, Zhu Mingling, Nan Lingsha, and Qin Yan were walking towards a larger stone outcrop. It seemed that they had obtained enough treasures as they lit a signal bamboo tube. The signal was purple, indicating that they possessed treasures of a purple level. The imperial capital hoped that this competition would be more competitive this time. The jade boxes placed at the mechanism city were marked with colors. Each disciple entering the city was given a signal bamboo tube with colors distinguishing them from white to blue, then from blue to purple, and finally purple-red. There were 5 grades designated. The color of the treasures in the jade box had to be informed to the patrolling judges using the corresponding color of the signal bamboo tube. The judges would only take the treasures from the corresponding color-coded jade boxes, not all the treasures. This was to encourage competition among all disciples, especially for valuable items. If one wanted to claim ownership early, they had to light a signal of a deeper color, alerting other disciples in the vicinity that there were high-quality jade boxes available. Purple-red. Yun Zhang was puzzled. Soon after, Zhu Mingling lit the highest grade purple-red signal fire again. Like Yun Zhang, who had just obtained the Mountain Land D, he probably only had a 3rd grade jade box. Therefore, he lit a blue signal fire. Zhu Mingling ignited a 4th grade purple signal first, then a 5th grade purple-red signal fire. How many treasures did this guy have on hand? How did he manage to obtain these top jade boxes in such a short time? The competition had been going on for some time. Thin streaks of smoke appeared in many places of Mechanism City. However, the most eye-catching were the purple and purple-red smoke signals, causing even the civilians and cultivators on the walls to be envious. Many are gathering around the purple and purple-red smoke signals. They all want to seize the jade boxes. Isn't this the first time we've seen the purple-red smoke? I believe many who are confident in their strength will not want to miss this treasure. At that moment, people on various walls and city towers also focused their attention on the purple-red signal smoke. The patrolling judges also noticed the purple-red smoke, and a judge with brown, long hair flew towards it. His arms spread out like a goose, indicating that he was a divine being. This judge had arrived at the large stone outcrop early and, after glancing at the signal smoke, he looked at the person who had lit it. You can now hand over the purple and purple-red jade boxes to me, but you must deal with all threats around you before claiming them, said the brown-haired divine being. Zhu Mingling smiled and addressed the uniquely coiffed judge. I don't have any purple-red jade boxes. If not, why light the signal fire then? The brown-haired judge furrowed his brows. Perhaps someone around them does. Zhu Mingling's smile became even brighter. The judge surveyed the area and noticed 7 to 8 waves of people near the stone outcrop who clearly wanted the purple-red jade box in Zhu Mingling's possession. Soon, the judge understood what the young man was up to, luring people over with the smoke signal. The purple-red smoke was of the highest grade. Those willing to contend were mostly outstanding disciples from various major forces. Since they had been in Mechanism City for a long time, they must have made some gains. Gather them here and catch them all. Zhu Mingling's land deeds did not reach the level of purple-red. Instead of pursuing each one individually or tracking other signals, he decided to light the most noticeable signal fire and DC everyone in the vicinity. Everyone. I, Zhu Mingling, will take all the jade boxes you have on you. Zhu Minglan looked at the greedy disciples, who were about to act, arrogantly shouting. The disciples who had arrived at the large stone outcrop were dumbfounded. They were there to rob. So why were they being robbed instead? Most importantly, they were only 3 individuals. Why should they be robbed? By Ched, Heya, Xingjuo, deal with them. Zhu Minglan's 3 main pets were summoned. The ice chill white dragon roar in the air. A series of ice curtains fell within the air, entrapping the disciples, who were still watching in the large stone outcrop. Additionally, ink walls inexplicably rose, resembling an ancient dragon, enclosing the large stone outcrop. Some disciples who realized they did not possess the purple-red jade boxes and tried to retreat were immediately trapped within the dragon wall. End of this chapter. Chapter 158. Old and cunning Zhu Minglan, in the midst of Dashi Gang, was originally densely covered with trees. As the divine tree Qun Sheng Lan soared into the sky, all the tall trees came to life. The tree demons stood tall, imposing, although they couldn't effectively confront the outstanding disciples and their main-level dragon beasts. They were able to stop everyone in their tracks. Roar! Wearing molten fire heavy armor, Lei Xiangbao Long charged down the hill, pouncing on several divine mortals of the Fshi. Yellow paper, talismanic characters. A messy yellow lightning flashed through the talisman and ignited in midair, summoning a dense thundercloud. These individuals jointly constructed the talisman and simultaneously summoned the thundercloud. One nimble talisman master dodged the charge of Lei Xiangbao Long and affixed a thunder-summoning talisman to its back. Doom! In an instant, the sturdy thunderbolts in the thundercloud struck Lei Xiangbao Long like yellow chains, fiercely lashing out at it, even crushing the rubble into powder. Lei Xiangbao Long was knocked down, enveloped in thick thunderous smoke. The talisman master smirked disdainfully. A first-level dragon dares to flaunt its power in front of our Zong. Paw. Before the words had faded, a sturdy tail swept through the smoke, sending the talisman master flying. In the smoke, Lei Xiangbao Long's robust silhouette emerged. It strode out, chasing after the talisman master who had been flung away, ruthlessly charging towards him. The other 2 talisman masters were astonished and intentionally glanced at the location of the thunder-summoning talisman. The talisman had shattered, yet Lei Xiangbao Long remained unharmed, even emitting ancient patterns from its molten fire-heavy armor. These patterns caused Lei Xiangbao Long's thunder scales to gleam brightly. Unable to catch the nimble talisman master, Lei Xiangbao Long roared again. Thunderous roar. Unlike its previous battle skills, this time Lei Xiangbao Long's roar was accompanied by purple-black lightning cracks, dozens of times more powerful than its previous roar. The nimble talisman master never expected his thunder-summoning talisman not only failed to harm the dragon, but also filled its scales with lightning energy. Finally, the thunderbolt struck him, and even the dust protection talisman couldn't withstand such power. With one talisman master down, Lei Xiangbao Long charged at the other 2 disciples of the Zong. Clad in molten fire-heavy armor, it essentially ignored the talismans of lightning and fire controlled by these talisman masters, relying solely on its powerful dragon body and fierce brute force, overwhelming the 2 talisman masters. The flourishing domain of the divine tree Qun Sheng Long continued to expand. The trees in the Great Stone Ridge, after a thorough cleansing, grew even taller. The strength of the tree spirits also grew robust with this flourishing nourishment, and their numbers continued to increase. Realizing that the domain of the divine tree Qun Sheng Long was the key to restricting them, several dragon herders began to besiege the divine tree Qun Sheng Long. They rode their own dragon beasts and launched a fierce offensive. Among them, a supreme-level illusionary light wolf dragon had even reached the upper-level main level. The divine tree Qun Sheng Long contended with it, but its body continued to accumulate wounds. The illusionary light wolf dragon was extremely ferocious, with a third eye on its forehead that released destructive illusions, making it difficult for the divine tree Qun Sheng Long to resist. Fortunately, Zhu Minglan was not alone in the battle. Qin Yan arrived to assist the besieged divine tree Qun Sheng Long, alleviating the crisis. Qin Yang's cultivation was between the upper main level and the peak main level, ranking high among the disciples of the major forces. A martial arts practitioner, every strike she made left a blue palm print that could repel even lower-level main-level dragons. Nam Lingsha stopped drawing. She needed a break. Being able to draw the bones of dragons and trap these people was already commendable enough. The Ice Chen White Dragon alternated between soaring in the sky and swooping down, skillfully alternating between two abilities and even combining star wine with silver ice to form a more powerful magic. While the Ice Chan White Dragon was only at an upper main level in terms of cultivation, once it showcased the Kang Long mystery technique, its strength became very close to the peak main level. It was the main force in this hunt, making the dragon beasts of the dragon herders appear weak and clumsy before it. Once again, the white dragon soared into the sky, letting out a long cry. Suddenly, a dazzling starlight appeared in the sky, enveloping the White Ice Chan White Dragon, radiant as the moon amidst all the starlight. The slanting falling starlight struck the great stone ridge, riddling it with holes, and the dragon beasts on the ground were scattered everywhere. Faced with the absolute crushing power of the Kang Long mystery technique, the dragon herders could only retreat. But this was no different from soldiers abandoning their armor on the battlefield. After all, summoning power needed time to accumulate. All the dragon herders here were young, with a long way to go to summon 5 or 6 dragon beasts, even 7 or 8. Teak main level strength. Jia Minglan still has an even stronger white dragon. 3 bloodlines. Such dragons are very rare. In terms of cultivation, the Ice Chan White Dragon was indeed not high, but with its 3 bloodlines, 3 talents, expertise in magic, and mystery, its close combat ability was extremely strong, not inferior to the upper main level illusionary light Wolf Dragon on the battlefield. Fast, explosive, with its special ice feather, soft and suave during flexible flight, instantly hardening like silver, and undergroup attacks, with all feathers connected, forming a sacred frost armor. While it was at the upper main level in cultivation, its displayed suppression power was absolutely at the peak main level. These individuals who came to covet the purple-red brocade box, although all had main level strength, mostly below the upper main level, were single-handedly dealt with by the Ice Chan White Dragon, half of their enemies being taken down. This scene was clearly observed by the members of the various powers in the city tower. The elders, authorities, and hall masters all had unpleasant expressions. Why was Jia Minglan of the Jia sect, similar in age to their disciples, exhibiting such cunning and guile? How did they not think of the smoke signal to lure enemies? Much simpler than going one by one to demand the casket. Judging from the resources plundered, Jia Minglan and his team should not have been able to compete with some of the chief disciples of the other major powers. However, after this feat, the Jia sect probably directly surpassed them. End of this chapter. Chapter 159. Miao Mountain Sword Sect. When men grew from the sect of the sword, so young, yet so treacherous. Ni Chong sneered at Zhu Minglan's behavior. The Wufeng laughed and refuted Ni Chong's words, saying, "Perhaps disciples of your purple sect Lin should live in a world of nursery rhymes. This is the combination of strength and wisdom." Yes, how many people have the courage of Zhu Minglan, daring to light the beacon, not caring about the number of opponents, not caring about the strength of the ones who come? How is this treacherous? This is called self-confidence. Zhu Minglan plundered a large group of people, especially those disciples from the Symbol sect, as well as those from a family surnamed Zhang, all of whom had many blue silk boxes in their hands. These silk boxes had not even warmed up in their hands before they were snatched away by Zhu Minglan's team, causing a lot of regret and self-reproach. Why couldn't they just live a peaceful life? Why be so greedy? Zhu Minglan was simply a little demon of the mortal world. After robbing this group of people, he immediately ran to another place in a mechanism city and repeated the same method. The mechanism city was filled with concealment and the terrain was ever-changing, so the disciples inside had no idea that someone was using a purple-red beacon to lure enemies. So when Zhu Minglan lit up the purple-red beacon again, even the brown-haired judge was angry to the point where his beard was standing on end. As for those on the maze walls, they saw Zhu Minglan's cunning actions very clearly. In the tower, many elders and hallmasters of various forces, when they saw their disciples running off innocently, furrowed their brows tightly, unable to relax. It's over, all over. The few silk boxes that they had finally obtained were all blown away by that Zhu family bow. On Beishan Mountain, the smile on Zhu Minglan's face never faded. He had to thank those few villains from the Sin City for making Zhu Minglan realize that being a villain also required a lot of brainpower, and robbery could also become an art. After the third deal, Zhu Minglan had earned plenty, but considering that his dragon pets needed to rest and prepare for the people at the 9 military graves, Zhu Minglan planned to continue looting without interruptions. It had been a long time since he had felt so rich in a single day. In this chaotic and tumultuous world, only having enough gold coins in his pocket could provide a sense of security. It was not known which prominent figure suggested placing the competition in this grand comparison this time. How did he not find the intrigue and struggle with these forces' disciples very interesting before? When he had first descended the mountain, he had already moved out of the disciples category, which had caused the young Zhu Minglan to miss the opportunity to compete with his peers. This time of plundering also made up for many regrets of Zhu Minglan's youth. Even in the imperial city, there were still many innocent disciples, and playing with them made him very happy. Young master, this time we can hand all the silk boxes we've obtained to the judge, Qin Yang said to Zhu Minglan. We should be heading to the 9 military graves soon. Zhu Minglan nodded. With so many silk boxes, there were probably few forces disciples with more resources than themselves. Next was the 9 military graves. Anyone appearing near the 9 military graves was basically the strongest of the major forces, either the chief disciples or the young masters of the sects, different from the people attracted by their beacon. Knowing this, Qin Yan also reminded Zhu Minglan not to use the same methods at the 9 military graves. As time passed, a significant change was taking place in the mechanism city. The varied terrains were gradually disappearing, and the complex mazes had turned into straight paths. Meanwhile, what used to be a small cemetery's mount, the 9 military mountain, was slowly rising, and many tomb hills emerged, forming an immense military tomb mountain that stood in the center of the city. With the scattered silk boxes in the mechanism city already collected, only some silk boxes remained on the 9 military graves, scattered like stones on the ground. Some disciples who had tried to fish in troubled waters had basically been eliminated. Those who were still going to the 9 military graves were the elite of various forces and some grassroots individuals with extraordinary strength. Swish! Standing tall like a crane, the female disciple from the Miao Mountain Sword sect, Wen Mengru, suddenly drew her sword. Her sword was like a sunset ray slanting in from the window, striking one of the top-ranked divine practitioners. He was a cultivator wielding an iron whip, a powerful individual whom many people on the maze walls had witnessed defeat many famous disciples of major forces. However, when this strike came, the iron whip cultivator was powerless. His iron whip fell on the ground, and he spat out blood, sliding back and crashing into one of the giant statues of generals. The general statue wobbled, and the iron whip cultivator trembled violently, his bone joints almost dislocated due to the immense power of the strike. Try as he might, he struggled to stand upright again. Finally, the top-ranked cultivator knelt on the ground, spitting out blood, his pale face in stark contrast. He tried to lift his head, his eyes fixed on the woman from the Miao Mountain Sword sect, his face filled with shock. A swordsman of the noble rank, he strained to utter those words. Not only this cultivator was astonished, but also the elders and hallmasters of various forces on the tower had whitened their eyes, their gaze involuntarily focused on the swordswoman. The woman, wearing a veiled hat, seemed reluctant to reveal her appearance. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the battlefield of the 9 military graves in the mechanism city, indifferent to the surprised eyes of the major forces in the imperial city. A noble-class swordsman, Wen Mengru of the Miao Mountain Sword sect, is truly a world-shocking fairy. Except for Huo Shangjun, there may be no one in the mechanism city who can resist her sword, right? The elder of the Azure Dragon Hall said, in a deep voice. Elder, why did you forget about my big brother? He's also quite strong. Fu Jingwo said, somewhat dissatisfied. Fuzumi might still lag behind a bit. His dragon is only quasi-noble class, and compared to Wen Mengru, he lacks some depth, said the elder of the Azure Dragon Hall. These old forces are all places where monsters are nurtured. They think that if their brother's dragon is promoted to noble class, they can sweep through all the major forces in this competition. Speaking of which, where is brother going? Why haven't we seen him? Fu Jingwo looked around. End of chapter chapter 160. The 9 Soldiers Tomb Mountain Xiaominglan. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain slope, the Mountain Sword sect's female disciple with the exceptional hearing, Wen Mengru, turned around, lifted her gaze to the white-clothed man on the slope, and said to the 2 female swordsmen beside her, "Get rid of these worthless mortals." "Yes, senior sister," the short-haired female disciple responded. "Is that person really Xiaominglan, the young swordsman who once entered our sect?" Another Mountain Sword sect female disciple inquired, in a hushed tone. "It seems to be him. I heard senior sister lost to him back then." The short-haired woman said. It is widely known that there are two major sects in the sword sect, the Far Mountain Sword Sect and the Mid Mountain Sword Sect. Don't misunderstand, miss. After leaving the mountain that year, the young master defeated almost all the geniuses of the major forces. This chief female disciple of the Mid Mountain Sword Sect was also once defeated by the young master, Qin Yan explained hastily. He is the prince of the royal family. Can you handle her? The Mid Mountain Sword Sect is our competitor this time, Xia Minglan asked. Furthermore, Xia Minglan does not remember who this woman is. If Xia Minglan does not die, how can he face his own body that is already incomplete? Forget it. Let's not enter the mountain. Only the most outstanding disciples can enter now. Indeed, with the Chuandadi sitting in tower, even if it is lost, Zitinguan will not go crazy or directly mobilize the army. In appearance, that girl just now has some resemblance to the fierce swordswoman from before. I am now a dragon herder. Xia Minglan showed a somewhat friendly smile. Do you recognize her? Nam Lingsu asked while looking at Wen Nengro's back. Xia Minglan was very clear that the authority deed of the Chuandadi is definitely a purple-red box. As a female disciple of the Mid Mountain Sword Sect, Wen Nengro of course knew about the Far Mountain Sword Sect's existence. She had long wanted to see what skills this sect, which is on par with theirs, but had never crossed paths, possessed. At the high tower in the imperial city, the Jia family's seat, Zhao Yang's eyes widened with excitement. This greatly disappointed Wen Nengro. I probed the uncle emperor, and he tacitly approved my actions, Zhao Yang said. Young prince, is it too obvious to arrange the poisonous crow into this mechanized city? Zhao Fran asked in a low voice. Since Wen Nengro had very keen hearing, she naturally caught the conversation of her two junior sisters, which added a touch of animosity in her heart. But he made all the disciples of the Mid Mountain Sword Sect feel a sense of shame. So when these disciples came to the 9 Soldiers' Tomb Mountain, they had to not only face the challenge from others, but also deal with these powerful mechanized giants. However, since no one had the intention to fight at the moment, there was no need for haste either. These major forces had all sent out some disciples, like the 2 female disciples from the Mid Mountain Sword Sect, stationed at the entrance to the general's giant statue. However, taking these boxes was not an easy task. People often compare the Far Mountain Sword Sect and the Mid Mountain Sword Sect, wondering which sect is the strongest in the sword cultivation world. If Zitinguan mobilizes the Pei Kingdom's Black Armor Army troops, this valiant army will surely fall in its entirety. When Mengro first entered the imperial city, she had already inquired about the Xia family's Xia Minglan. The tombs were immense, with no scattered tombstones around. Only tall and sturdy giant statues of generals and rocks larger than houses. She sheathed her sword, confirmed that Xia Minglan no longer had any sword cultivation skills, and turned to walk towards the 9 Soldiers' Tomb. At that time, Wen Nengro was hailed as the first prodigy of the Mid Mountain Sword Sect, and she was about the same age as the youth from the Far Mountain Sword Sect who had come to provoke them. When he first intruded into the Mid Mountain Sword Sect, all he remembered was a beautiful elder sister who gave him a lesson. That woman's swordsmanship was probably on par with that of Juzuan. Apart from the Poison Crow, our royal family has 2 more experts in the 9 Soldiers' Tomb Mountain, and I have already instructed them. Xia Minglan. With these 2 royal family powerhouses present, Xia Minglan would find it hard to escape. Right? Are you going after him? Nam Lingsu did not answer, but the light shimmering in her beautiful eyes already revealed Xia Minglan's fate. Once this army perishes, it would be difficult for the Xia family's vast properties to hold, and they would inevitably be divided among the major forces. The royal family could even directly subdue the Xia family, making them work entirely for the royal family's grand cause. After a while, the short-haired woman suddenly remembered something and said, "Since he no longer has sword cultivation, why are we afraid of what he might do? He alone defeated all the female disciples of the Mid Mountain Sword Sect." The 9 Soldiers' Tomb Mountain kept ascending, turning the original hills into low terrain. Those who had already entered the mountain were heading towards the highest point, where there was a tomb of a military mountain. Finally, they encountered it. The Poison Crow was a guard by Zhao Yang's side, and everyone knew that. However, when Nengro had already received the news, an angry voice rang out, the person staring at Zh Mingling as if harboring some blood feud. And now he stood lively in front of him, adding further humiliation to him. If the Poison Crow really killed Xia Minglan, Zhao Yanj would certainly be held accountable. Xia Tinguan would not easily let him off, even if he was the prince of the royal family. On the other hand, Zh Minglan seemed like only this kind of divinely powerful figure could truly pique her interest. With limbs cut off, in ordinary circumstances, it might even result in a collective punishment of an entire family. Firstly, Nanling Su asking about this person was not because she had any personal interest in this woman, but clearly because she was intrigued by this extraordinarily powerful individual, especially since the person was a woman. One could say that her trip to the imperial city this time was not just to establish the reputation of the Mid-Mountain Sword Sect, but also to once again experience Xia Minglang's swordsmanship. Xia Minglan walked past the mountain gate, challenging every disciple, from juniors to senior brothers directly to battles, almost fending off attacks only when he reached the threshold of the mountain. It was Wen Mengro's older sister, Wen Langfei, who defeated him. In the end, not that he was weaker than these people, but he feared they might take the boxes and escape, wasting everyone's time. "Where is your sword?" Wen Mengro questioned. And in this mechanized city, there were only a few purple boxes, one of which was currently on top of the tomb of the general's statue. Once he climbed to the peak of this tomb mountain, he could raise his head and see the purple-red box held tightly by the giant statue's hand. Orders had been issued, and no matter what, the poison crow would strike. This Xia Minglan truly looks down on others. It serves him right that he will die. Jia Fren snorted. "You are no longer my opponent." When Mengro spoke up, the battle took place right at the mountain gate. Xia Minglan walked past them without any intention of confronting them, only after which they breathed a sigh of relief. After some inquiries, it was revealed that this person was a junior disciple of the Far Mountain Sword Sect who had come from afar to challenge the Mid-Mountain Sword Sect. Xia Minglan, Nanling Su, and Qin Yang continued forward. Interestingly, the two female disciples recognized Xia Minglan. They gripped their swords as though facing a great enemy. They directly prohibited disciples of the various factions from entering the Nine Soldiers' tomb to prevent them from causing chaos and stealing the purple and purple-red boxes. In the end, Xia Minglan was defeated. Xia Minglan had forfeited his sword cultivation skills and participated in this competition only in the capacity of a dragon herder. This was something Wen Mengro could sense. "Are you talking about Xiao Chun and Zhao, the two brothers? They are both June-level dragon herders, who have entered the Cloud Dragon Kingdom." Jia Qinfuren exclaimed joyfully. It was Zhu Mao of the Purple Sect. He walked down the slope and passed through the crowds of divine beings who had been defeated by the female disciples of the Mid-Mountain Sword Sect. For some reason, Zh Minglan felt that Qin Yang's explanation was superfluous. It seemed as if the major forces had prearranged to form a network at the entrance of the Nine Soldiers' tomb, directly blocking the ordinary disciples from entering. "Now it's not a matter of me not giving up until I die, but Zh Minglan wanting to fight me. Since the emperor uncle is already planning to pressure the Xia family, hoping for an outburst from Xia Tinguan, what else is more effective than Xia Minglan dying? In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures should be used. Should we royal family members fear the Xia family?" Zhao Yan said coldly. On the side, Fzxme rubbed his nose. As the chief disciple of the Azure Dragon Pavilion, he felt insignificant in front of these people. Because once the boxes were moved away from these giant statues of generals, the statues would come alive and relentlessly chase the person carrying the box. It was not just the Mid-Mountain Sword Sect. Sects like the Purple Sect, Martial Sect, P Clan, Zhao Clan, and Ancient Dragon Palace. When Mengro walked down the slope, her eyes conveying a hint of coldness. Besides, on the surrounding giant statues of generals, there were also blue and purple boxes, not hidden deeply, but displayed as if in an exhibition. With the Huang Xiaobang's people around him, except for Zhao Shizi, there was also a taciturn young man dressed in the Imperial Guard's attire who seemed to have been following Zhao Yanch, a strong man. Though when Langfei was no longer a disciple, she was even teaching swordsmanship to disciples. If something happened to him, Xia Tinguan would definitely lose his composure. A swordsman without a sword. At that time, when Mengro was only 16 or 17 years old when she ran into a rampant youth who wanted to intrude into the Mid-Mountain Sword Sect. Based on what Xia Minglan had done, why was he only banished for 3 years? The two female disciples of the Mid-Mountain Sword Sect seemed to want to team up against Fzxme, but he had no intention of engaging in a fight with them. He easily broke free from these two female disciples who started fights on sight, and headed towards the depths of the Nine Soldiers' tomb. Although much later than he had imagined, as long as Xia Minglan did not hide, His assassin would certainly make him disappear from this world. She looked at Xia Minglang and realized he had no sword with him. Xia Minglang's displayed cultivation was not high. He hopes to completely crush the Xia family this time. Actually, I hope Xia Minglang can survive, and then watch his family gradually subjugated to be subordinates of our royal family, letting them taste the humiliation. Zhou Yan said. End of this chapter. Chapter 161. The puppeteer ... Tombstone stood tall, with large stone coffins exposed outside. The wind inexplicably grew stronger, blowing gravel on the 9-army grave mountain into the air. A strong sense of killing intent emanated from the group of people from the Emperor's young master alliance, especially from the young man who looked particularly taciturn. Despite his blank expression, his eyes exuded a terrifying killing intent. In addition, there were several people staring at Zhu Minglan with eyes full of deep-seated enmity. They were brothers dressed in imperial family clothing, Zhao Chen and Zhao Wu. The title deed of the young Dragon Valley is in his hands, and he even killed Hao Xiaokong. Zhao Shi pointed at Zhu Minglan and shouted loudly, "Let me, Su Mao, take care of this tumor for heaven's sake." Su Mao stepped forward. His palm stretched out, and a dazzling purple light shone from the palm seal. A purple fire azure dragon flew out of his spiritual domain, its body extremely long, winding and twisting in the air. The scales burning with purple flames were particularly dazzling, making the azure dragon seem to be roasting everything around it in a fierce blaze. Su Mao, with a touch of arrogance, leapt onto the head of the purple fire azure dragon, standing with arms crossed and high above, overlooking Zhu Minglan on the ground. This purple fire azure dragon of Su Mao's is at least the peak lord level. Zhu Minglan should be summoning the ice-chilling white dragon in order to compete with Su Mao of the purple sect, right? Zhu Minglan has provoked the people of the Emperor's young master alliance. Now all the members of the alliance have gathered together. It seems like there is little chance of success. This feud is finally about to come to an end. Zhu Minglan stood still, with the scorching heat of the purple fire already rushing towards him. The most threatening aspect was the elongated form of the purple fire azure dragon. Its tail swirled, causing rings of purple flames to fall from above towards Zhu Minglan's position. The ice-chilling white dragon flapped its wings, and as its silver frost expanded, it formed a sea of ice flowers around. Just as the purple fire rings reached the ground, the iced flowers danced, lifting up the most beautiful silver snow crystals, resembling dandelions swept up by a strong wind, some floating low, some swirling high, filling the cemetery. The purple fire rings melted in the ice and snow, and the ice-chilling white dragon and Zhu Minglan stood unharmed among the snow and ice flowers. With wings like butterflies gently flapping, more and more ice flowers bloomed in the cemetery. Whenever they were lifted by the ice-chilling white dragon's broad wings, they would float in the air, dancing. As the ice-chilling white dragon flew towards the purple fire azure dragon, it seemed to be embraced by ice and snow spirits, magnificent yet oppressive. Seeing this, Su Mao's face carried a hint of surprise. Was it with this ice-chilling white dragon that he had killed Hao Xiaokong? Hao Xiaokong was not weak. His abyssal purple dragon was also at the lord level. If Zhu Minglan could defeat him in such a short time, it meant he must possess a dragon creature of a higher level. The ice-chilling white dragon. Indeed, it was a powerful and exceptionally talented white dragon, using the silver frost method to overwhelm the burning of the purple fire azure dragon. At this moment, the ice-chilling white dragon was flying amidst thousands of ice frost, launching a magnificent onslaught towards the purple fire azure dragon. The frost flowers were ever-changing, sometimes soft and adhesive with freezing effects, capable of quickly freezing creatures. At other times they became hard and sharp, turning into things more dreadful than weapons, stabbing under the influence of the fierce wind. The purple fire azure dragon and the ice-chilling white dragon fought in the air, finding it hard to gain the upper hand. Faced with the ice-chilling white dragon's various abilities, the purple fire azure dragon could only temporarily defend itself. To burning brilliance, the dazzling frost flowers, the collision of purple and white forces on the 9-army grave mountain, left the onlookers in awe. It must be said that both the purple fire azure dragon and the ice-chilling white dragon were peak dragons in the lord level, much more powerful than the dragons summoned by other dragon herders in the mechanical city. Du Jiu, it's time to take care of Zhu Minglan now, Zhao Shi said fiercely. The taciturn young man walked forward, his steps growing larger and quicker. His feet stepped on the mud, leaving shallow footprints at first, but gradually his steps became heavier, even shattering the stone slabs under his feet. His skin changed, turning into a sturdy copper color. As he ran, he gradually transformed as if made of copper and iron, exuding an extremely terrifying sense of power. "Young master, be careful. He's a puppet, controlled by a puppeteer." Qin Yang saw the situation and hurried forward to deal with it. It was clear that this Duju was not the puppeteer, he was just a puppet being controlled. However, this was a puppet made of fine copper, indistinguishable from a regular person until his true form was revealed. This person was completely made of copper and iron, meticulously constructed, perfect in form, immensely strong, and frighteningly fast. In the tower, Zhao Ying, sitting still in his chair, had a strange smile on his face. His eyes, dark and frightening, were the same as the young man named Duju on the Nine-Army Grave Mountain, even deeper into the abyss, showing a similar pupil mark. Duju, he was Zhao Ying's puppet. Zhao Ying was the puppeteer. Without needing to enter the mechanical city himself, he could still eliminate Zhu Minglan. In order to create a truly perfect puppet, what was needed was, in fact, a living person transformed into a mechanical human, controlled in all actions. Prosthetics? Ridiculous. How could Zhao Ying wear prosthetics? He could use the art of puppets to give the puppet a new life. Duju was Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying held deep hatred towards Zhu Minglan. He would not miss this rare opportunity. "Young master, quickly move back." Qin Yang saw Duju's puppet approaching menacingly and quickly stepped forward to stand in front of Zhu Minglan. She struck a few palms toward Duju's puppet, but the marks landed on the tombstones and stone slabs as the puppet easily dodged her attacks. Duju's puppet came close, smiling grotesquely and cruelly like Zhao Ying, revealing its arms made of copper and iron blades that could easily shatter boulder-sized rocks when swung. It struck Qin Yang, and she was sent flying. In terms of power, this puppet was even more terrifying than the divine practitioners in armor. Even someone like Big Black Tooth in armor might not be able to withstand it. "Zhao Ying, you've hidden pretty deep." Zhu Minglan looked into the puppet's eyes and could tell that it must be the crown prince controlling it from behind. A person whose hands and feet had been cut off was basically a disabled person, but by learning the art of puppetry, he had hidden his true strength, probably waiting for the day he could take revenge. All of Zhao Ying's senses were shared with the mechanical puppet, so he could naturally hear what Zhu Minglan said. His hatred was vividly displayed on this puppet named Duju. The strong desire for vengeance was intense. "I can only truly smile when you're dead. For years, every day, I've been thinking about how to kill you with my own hands." The puppet Duju spoke, his voice rigid, but the intense hatred Zhao Ying harbored towards Zhu Minglan was palpable. "How much time did you spend finding this puppet? It certainly did a lot of things for you, like carrying on your lineage, right?" Zhu Minglan laughed again. This question directly touched on Zhao Ying's sore spot. In the tower, Zhao Ying, with his hands and feet disabled, was almost black with anger, barely holding back from spitting out blood. "So, if you have offspring, should they be counted as yours, Zhao Ying, or as the original puppets?" Zhu Minglan continued. "I'll kill you first," Zhao Ying shouted in the tower, enraged. He was supposed to be the one controlling the puppet's speech, but he was so furious that he didn't care about what others around him thought. Duju's puppet jumped behind Zhu Minglan. His arms had turned into copper and iron blades at some point, and he ruthlessly swung towards Zhu Minglan's head when there was no protection around him. He aimed to split Zhu Minglan in half. Swish! A sword beam shot past and directly chopped off the copper and iron arm of the approaching Duju puppet. The copper and iron blade arm spun in the air, finally piercing into a stone coffin lid, almost slicing it open. As the puppet's attack was thwarted, it instinctively took a few steps back, trying to see who had stopped it from killing Zhu Minglan. However, the puppet saw nothing. Swish! Another whine-like sound passed through the other arm of the Duju puppet. This time, the puppet reacted quickly, immediately using its blade arm to defend itself. Clang! The copper and iron blade arm snapped as a counterattack. The puppet's arm was cut off halfway. Despite the clash of blades, the puppet's transforming arm blade, with Zhao Ying having spent who knew how much silver and gold to collect various materials perfectly suited to the puppet, was not inferior to some high-quality swordsmanship. The continuous strikes finally caught up to the puppet's legs. His legs were completely cast in fine copper, impenetrable by blades and spears, and one kick could easily push away boulders. The attacking sword cut the legs off, as if made of mud. This supposedly unbreakable copper and iron puppet, which not even a dragon beast's fang could dent, was no different from a mud statue. In the tower, seated in his wooden chair, Zhao Ying's face had turned green with anger, his expression becoming ferocious. His hands and feet were cut off again. Although just a distant puppet, it could not feel pain. Yet the humiliation seemed more profound than ever. End of this chapter. Chapter 162. What does it mean to please all? Roll to the bottom. In the blink of an eye, the powerful poisonous pigeon puppet had its limbs cut off. Not to mention the ordinary citizens who missed out on what happened on the illusion wall. Even many experienced seniors on the city tower were puzzled. Beside Zhu Minglan, there is an even stronger dragon, said the voice of Yunzhana calmly. Wu Feng from the Yaoshan sword sect had observed carefully, but due to the distance, he couldn't discern what the beam of light was. However, Zhu Minglan, as a dragon keeper, had shown an unexpected level of power. The nine-armed grave mountain finally stopped rising. The general's tomb mountain stood tall among many hills, much larger than the others. Most experts hesitated to enter due to the giant general statues on the mountain. But at this moment, Zhu Minglan walked towards it. The copper iron puppet writhed on the ground, but Zhu Minglan didn't even spare a glance, as if it was just a pile of scrap metal. Continuing to ascend, the disciples from various factions in the nine-armed grave noticed that a red light was swiftly flying around Zhu Minglan. As the speed of the red light was too fast, they couldn't make out what it was. But it was clear that this red light directly severed the limbs of the copper iron puppet. The strength of the copper iron puppet probably surpassed that of some higher-rank dragon beasts. Yet it was easily cut down. Several senior disciples began reassessing Zhu Minglan's strength. Zhu Minglan had reached the highest point with several giant general statues around him, all holding crimson boxes. Just as everyone thought he would be the first one to take a crimson box, he slowly turned around, standing at the peak as if ensuring all the disciples in the nine-armed grave mountain could see him. Everyone within my line of sight can leave, he said calmly. All the crimson boxes on this nine-armed grave mountain belong to me alone. His words were light, but everyone present was stunned. On the continuous walls of the mechanical city, there were tens of thousands of people, and in the mansions of power and wealth, there were numerous influential figures. Zhu Minglan stood at the highest point, and with the help of spiritual power, his words were heard by everyone on the mountain, and all those participating in the competition could hear them too. In the purple sect forest, Lord Huo Shan had a purple cloud dragon on his left and a golden dome dragon on his right. Not to mention that Lord Huo Shan himself looked bewildered. Even these two dragon lords seemed to understand this man's arrogant words, mouths gaping open for a long time. What's going on? Were these two great dragon lords here invisible? A bald youth from the Hoki martial sect, who had just climbed the mountain, looked up at Zhu Minglan and heard his words. He couldn't help but touch his smooth head, showing a strange expression. When Mengru of the Miao Mountain Sword Sect frowned, her eyes fixed on Zhu Minglan. In her memory, the audacious look of the beau who invaded the Miao Mountain Sword Sect made her want to beat him up dozens of times. Wasn't he supposed to have abandoned his sword cultivation? Why hasn't he changed his ways? Within sight, was she supposed to leave too? Does Zhu Minglan have the ability to ask her to leave as well? Zhu Minglan is quite something. I've heard he is extremely arrogant and disregards others, sneered Zhao Chen from the imperial family. Zhao Wu also chuckled, but his smile carried a hint of disdain towards the clown. They were still thinking about secretly getting rid of Zhu Minglan using some excuse. If they didn't kill him for real, they would at least make him more miserable than Zhao Ying. Otherwise, how could they truly provoke Zhu Qiag, one of the Zhu family? Now, they didn't need to rack their brains anymore. With Zhu Minglan's behavior, the current geniuses of the major factions wouldn't tolerate his arrogance and were bound to take action. Fu Shumai of the Azure Dragon Hall was heading towards the highest point, but at this point, she stopped, unsure whether to continue. Fu Shumai, she was quite familiar with him. At that time, everyone was young and ambitious, and Fu Shumai had suffered defeat in a contest. Like when Mengru, she was one of Zhu Minglan's defeated subordinates. But Zhu Minglan was a dragon keeper now. If he were still practicing sword cultivation, and had said those words, Fu Shumai would have been the first to leave. Moreover, people improve over time. Acknowledging that Zhu Minglan's strength was superior to hers as a former sword cultivator didn't mean that he was the only genius in the world. The strength of others, like Lord Huo Shan of the Purple Sect Forest, the Barefoot Monk of the Hoki Martial Sect, the Royal Brothers, Wen Nengru of the Miao Mountain Sword Sect, Tiu Hanran of the Pu family, Yi Guan from the Divine Academy, and the peerless genius He Chinqian from a minor family. Their strengths may not be inferior to hers. Among them were those who at once dominated the disciples, transcending the category of disciples. Perhaps their cultivation had caught up to Zhu Minglan's former brilliant sword cultivation. At present, these people were all in the Nine-Arm Grave Mountain. In other words, they were all under the observation of Zhu Minglan. Did he intend for all these extraordinary geniuses gather in the imperial city to leave? This wasn't just arrogance, it was simply intolerable. Do you really think that by stepping on an imperial family member, you can rise above all of us? Tu Hanran of the Pu family said disdainfully. Zhu Minglan, I've heard of him a few years ago, but he's just a crowd pleaser. To this day, I still don't understand why anyone in the imperial city would spread his name. A person who can't even maintain his sword cultivation. Lord Huo Shan of the Purple Sect Forest spoke up. I remember when Zhu Minglan challenged the Purple Sect Forest. Unfortunately, I wasn't there at the time. Well, today I can make up for the regret. Lord Huo Shan was the acknowledged genius among the disciples of the major factions. As a dragon keeper, the dazzling dragon lords unified all, indicating his tremendous strength. The two most talked about talents were Zhu Minglan of the Yaoshan Sword Sect and Lord Huo Shan of the Purple Sect Forest. Lord Huo Shan was now truly powerful, and with the dragon lord sweeping through all, he wouldn't show up at such a trivial disciple competition. I recall you challenging the Purple Sect Forest, but at the time, I wasn't in the sect. Good. Today I can make up for the regret. Lord Huo Shan was the first to ascend the highest tomb mountain. He had no fear. Whether Zhu Minglan was just a crowd pleaser or had genuine strength, the leader of the Purple Sect Forest wouldn't say such words in front of so many geniuses gathered in the imperial city. In terms of arrogance, Lord Huo Shan truly found himself lacking. But in terms of strength, he believed there was no one in the mechanical city who could compete with him. Sorry, but I've never seen anyone more deserving of a beating than this guy. Allow me to go first, said Yi Guan of the Divine Academy as he approached the tomb mountain, his face exuding a rebellious spirit. Not just the talented individuals from these factions, even Southern Lin Sha, who was once associated with Zhu Minglan, upon hearing his tone, wanted to come up and test him. Southern Lin Sha looked at Zhu Minglan for a long time, finally coming to a conclusion. He was not well today. No need to argue. Zhu Minglan, dislike wasting time. Let's go together, Zhu Minglan said to Yi Guan and Lord Huo Shan. Then he turned his gaze towards Wu Mengru and said, "And you, I don't even remember your name. Mainly because, besides my wife, I don't like sword-wielding women." When Mengru took a deep breath, her chest heaving dramatically, her lungs nearly exploding, she drew her sword and went up the mountain, determined to leave some splendid sword marks on Zhu Minglan no matter what. Where are the useless from the imperial family? I can see you all. Why haven't you left yet? Zhu Minglan's gaze then turned to the imperial brothers Zhao Chen and Zhao Wu. The imperial assistants Zhao Shi, Zhao Chen, Zhao Wu, and others were dumbfounded. What did Zhu Minglan mean by all this? Were they just a burden to themselves? If they were tired of living, couldn't they just throw themselves into a stone coffin instead of causing chaos among all the high-level experts in the Nine-Arm Grave Mountain? At the city tower, Yun Zhang of the Yaoshan Sword Sect turned to his senior martial brother Wu Feng with a furrowed brow. Wu Feng also frowned. He knew Zhu Minglan quite well. His behavior today was quite in line with his character. But that was when he still practiced sword cultivation. His arrogance wasn't just directed at his peers. Even those with higher seniority had been stepped on by him. For a moment, the elders and sect leaders of the major factions all thought that Zhu Minglan's abandonment of sword cultivation was a lie, and his behavior now was reminiscent of when he invaded the major sects. But everyone had witnessed him summoning dragon beasts, a legitimate spiritual realm, confirming his status as a dragon keeper. So, what exactly was he being arrogant about? Could a person who had been practicing dragon keeping for only a few years really overpower others, like he did in his prime as a sword cultivator? Perhaps he lost his mind after abandoning sword cultivation. Yes, poor child. He used to shine brightly. His dragon-keeping skills were actually quite outstanding. Though why couldn't he be patient for a few more years? Maybe he could have another brilliant moment, instead of behaving so foolishly as he does now. On the peak of the tomb mountain, Zhu Minglan's gaze focused on Lord Huo Shan, Yi Guan, Wen Mengru, and others who had come up. Meanwhile, The black dragon resting in his spiritual domain raised his head. It was only now that the black dragon realized why it had a natural ability to mock. Perhaps something had subtly influenced its dragon nature since signing the covenant. The explosive power this master possessed far surpassed that of the black treasure. I wonder if the sword spirit dragon can withstand it. End of this chapter. Chapter 163. Drinking blood and unsheathing the blade. Zhu Minglan's expression remained calm, with a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth. It seemed like he had never regarded any of the strong individuals in this stronghold as a threat. His gaze was fixed on Huo Shangjun, who had approached him. The two dragons beside Huo Shangjun were indeed eye-catching. Whether it was the purple cloud dragon or the golden dome dragon, both exuded a majestic dragon aura. Tell me, which dragon do you want to be trampled underfoot by, or pressed into the mud? Huo Shangjun asked. The purple cloud dragon emitted a purple light all over its body, exuding a unique aura, especially with its long dragon whiskers adding a touch of celestial charm to the purple cloud dragon. The dragon looked down at Zhu Minglan, gradually bringing its head closer to this diminutive figure, its dragon teeth slowly exposed as the purple light around it expanded, enveloping Zhu Minglan. A faint tremor sounded, and in front of Zhu Minglan, a crimson ancient sword stood, even in a state of stillness, giving off a great sense of threat, especially with the inexplicable trembling, resembling a sacred beast growling. Huo Shangjun gazed at the sword, his face showing a hint of astonishment. It seemed that this was not just an ordinary ancient sword. It seemed more like a living being. The sword spirit emitted increasingly intense tremors, causing the surrounding space to sway along with it. Huo Shangjun's pupils constricted, his face slightly changing, as he shouted to his purple cloud dragon, "Retreat." Immediately following his command, the purple cloud dragon flipped backward, creating some distance between Zhu Minglan and the crimson sword in front of Zhu Minglan. However, at the same time, the sword spirit moved on its own. The tail of the sword swayed. The sword blade suddenly swept across, instantly turning the brightness of the day into darkness with a gleam of crimson cold moonlight. Huo Shangjun could see nothing, only the crimson cold moonlight, an unstoppable assault like the weapon of the Grim Reaper, terrifying to the extreme. Waves of purple waves rippled around the purple cloud dragon. The kind of power like ripples in water was working to counter the incoming sword light. However, the sword light's power did not diminish, compelling Huo Shangjun to retreat, while the nearby golden dome dragon also swam over to support Huo Shangjun and resist the power of the sword light. The purple cloud dragon was swept away, with a large piece of scales broken off the golden dome dragon. Huo Shangjun, though unharmed behind the two dragons, was sweating profusely with shock. After a while, Huo Shangjun finally uttered the words, "Sword Spirit." At this moment, Huo Shangjun finally saw clearly. This was not just a sword. The aura emanating from the figure was extremely similar to that of a dragon. It was a dragon, a rare existence in this world, a dragon born from a sword spirit, transformed into a dragon, and its cultivation was extremely powerful. I don't like to say things twice. Zhu Minglan stared at Huo Shangjun, full of arrogance. The idea of asking me to leave is simply impossible, Huo Shangjun declared. With that, Huo Shangjun leapt onto the back of the golden dome dragon, evidently ready to personally enter the battle. You, Huo Shangjun, can't handle this minor character, but I, Yiguan of the Divine Academy, can handle it with ease. Stand back, came the voice of Yiguan from the Divine Academy, as he approached. He glanced at the sword spirit dragon and sniffed disdainfully. A strong wind surrounded Yiguan, growing more violent as he stepped forward, eventually transforming into a mighty windstorm before reaching Zhu Minglan. The windstorm turned into a giant hat of wind, threatening to shatter even the general statue behind him. Zhu Minglan stood there, showing no intention of evading. The sword spirit dragon drew an arc with its sword, leaving a mark on the ground. Then the sword blade turned, creating a barrier made of sword energy. The surrounding large stones, half-buried stone coffins, and several 4 to 5 meter stone statues could not withstand the destructive force of the windstorm hat, turning into tiny gravel. Yet where Zhu Minglan stood, only his clothes and hair gently swayed, remaining calm and composed. Yiguan was now very close to Zhu Minglan, but the windstorms he summoned could not break through the sword energy barrier, causing him some embarrassment and anger. The crimson sword swiftly flew, and even though the windstorm hat was powerful enough to shatter rocks, it posed no threat to the sword spirit dragon. The dragon spirit sword pierced into the vast windstorm hat, its tip aiming toward Yi Guan. Yi Guan was shocked and quickly gathered all the wine in front of him to block the Sword Spirit Dragon's attack. However, the seemingly ordinary flying strike from the Sword Spirit Dragon could not be shaken. Yi Guan hurriedly controlled the wine to push himself backward. The Sword Spirit Dragon increased its speed, and with a swift strike, Yi Guan dodged and swooped in the wind, but he still couldn't avoid it. His shoulder immediately wounded, blood splashing out. The blood scattered in the air, seemingly called forth by something, turned into tiny droplets and flew towards the sword body of the Sword Spirit Dragon. As the blood stained it, the sword body of the Sword Spirit Dragon became even more crimson, as if it had been roasted by intense fire, the blade starting to turn red and hot. Drinking blood to unsheathe the blade. The Sword Spirit Dragon was particularly sensitive to blood. Its birth was the result of a person swinging a sword 1,000 times in the air, using wind as stones and blood as soul to shape. With every sword swing, its blade became sharper. With every drink of an enemy's blood, its engravings became more dazzling. Before this, some blood had stained the broken scales of the Golden Dome Dragon, but unfortunately, the Sword Spirit Dragon had not tasted it. After injuring the divine Yi Guan, the Sword Spirit Dragon found the Golden Dome Dragon hovering above and began to fly, forming thousands of swirling sword shadows around it, with an imposing momentum heading towards the Golden Dome Dragon. On the back of the Golden Dome Dragon was the defiant Huo Shangjun, who saw the Sword Spirit Dragon charging from above and immediately commanded the Golden Dome Dragon to spit out a golden cascade. The golden waterfall gushed from the Golden Dome Dragon's mouth, like a golden river pouring down, magnificent and filled with a destructive breath. The Sword Spirit Dragon faced the Golden Dragon breath like a mud-wading dragon, directly cleaving through it. The thousands of sword shadows trailing its tail further chopped the dragon breath into numerous segments. What was initially a flowing waterfall like dragon breath turned into scattered pieces. The Sword Spirit Dragon was so powerful that the Golden Dome Dragon had to retreat, but even so, its tail was still wounded by the Sword Spirit Dragon, spilling golden dragon blood. With a little more missing, the Sword Spirit Dragon decided to try the blood of the Purple Cloud Dragon. Zhu Mingling said to the Sword Spirit Dragon, which was hovering in midair with unparalleled arrogance, as the previously driven-off Purple Cloud Dragon flew back. The Sword Spirit Dragon suddenly disappeared in front of Huo Shangjun. Almost like teleportation, the Sword Spirit Dragon appeared beside the Purple Cloud Dragon, striking fiercely with an aura like a rainbow. End of chapter. Chapter 160 for Awakening of the Sword Part 1. Just as the Purple Cloud Dragon had returned to the battlefield, it suddenly faced a powerful attack. In an instant, the force of tens of thousands of jinns fell upon the floating dragon, causing the surrounding space to seem to collapse as well. Doom. The Purple Cloud Dragon fell heavily from several hundred meters high. Its purple scales, as hard as silver, yet they shattered for a moment, and its long dragon bone seemed to have broken in several places. It landed on the spot where a general's stone statue stood. The statue had turned into powder, and the hillside had turned into a terrifying depression. The Purple Cloud Dragon lay within this depression, its body weighing many times more, making it difficult to get up for a long time. Blood seeped from the broken scales on its abdomen, forming droplets of blood that floated towards the high-flying Spirit Dragon. The blade of the Spirit Dragon was now stained crimson with blood, appearing more and more like a fierce battlefield sword, radiating a divine might. The blade began to heat up, as if reborn in battle. The ancient souls engraved within the sword of the Spirit Dragon were also awakening. Bixu Sword Inscription. Zhu Mingling's lips curled up. Perhaps only someone like himself, who had spent 10 years immersed in the abandoned sword forest, would recognize the Bixu Sword. The blood of a hero, stored for 3 years, turned into jade. With this jade, the sword was crafted, and once it entered the battlefield and touched the blood of any enemy it had slain, it would shine with an extra sharpness. Within the body of the Spirit Dragon, there were many such ancient swords, and their souls would only awaken under specific circumstances. The most direct and fiercest among them was the Bixu Sword Inscription. When still, the sword's body was as exquisite as jade. When wielded, the sword seemed to burn, turning blood red and eye-catching. Only a little more. Perhaps the blood of a swordsman is the most miraculous. Zhu Mingling's gaze fell on Wen Mengru of the Miaoshan sword sect. When Mengru held a sword in her hand, her attention focused entirely on the Spirit Dragon. Similarly, she had never seen such a dragon before. What kind of dragon resembled a sword, even more powerful than a real sword. The swordsman Zhu Mingling spoke of was, of course, Wen Mengru, and as the spirit dragon descended from the sky, its crimson blade attacking, Wen Mengru's expression grew serious as she raised her sword to parry. Clang! The seemingly agile spirit dragon's weight was extremely exaggerated. Wen Mengru tried to resist with her own sword strength, only to feel a numbness in her palms and the back of her hands, and her steps became somewhat chaotic. Swift sword technique. Zhu Mingling called out. Having trained with the sword for 10 years, the spirit dragon knew all of Zhu Mingling's sword techniques. Its movements were swift and nimble, combining heavy strikes with rapid attacks. Swordplay filled the air, and Wen Mengru responded with swift strikes as well. What had started as visible clashes of swords soon turned into a blur of sword movements, then into sparks of collision invisible to the naked eye. Clang, clang, clang. The sword strikes rained down, and Wen Mengru kept stepping back, her eyes focused, looking as if she was in a duel with a skilled swordsman. However, with each clash, her grip grew fiery, knowing her thumb and forefinger were splitting open. This spirit dragon wasn't just powerful, its sword speed was increasing. Wen Mengru was reaching her limit, needing to rely on strength to counter some of the relentless attacks, but the spirit dragon's strikes were becoming more frequent and faster. Wen Mengru's hands began to tingle, and her palms started to bleed. Chapter 165. Awakening of the Sword Part 2. Nan Lingsha withdrew her gaze. At this moment, she saw the palm of Zhu Mingling's hand, where there were sword patterns glowing with a brilliant blue light. Taking another look at the sword spirit dragon, it finally drank the last strand of blood, coming from the mouth of Wen Mengru, the swordmaster, as well as the fresh blood that slipped down the sword spirit whenever Zhu Mingling practiced swordsmanship daily. Many times, the man before Nan Lingsha gave her a sense of elegance and amiability, even introverted and casual. But at this moment, Zhu Mingling's eyes seemed to have flames, making it difficult to look directly at him. His aura underwent a tremendous change as the sword pattern spread, exuding a compelling charisma, fierce and rebellious. "Let's see your true face." Nan Lingsha shook her head, indicating that she did not intend to choose another opponent. Since all of these people were targeting Zhu Mingling, then Zhu Mingling should handle it himself. Furthermore, Nan Lingsha also knew that her presence to protect him was somewhat unnecessary. All she had to do was watch. "All right. I thought I would never be able to wield a sword again in my lifetime, but the existence of moi changed everything," Zhu Mingling said to Nan Lingsha, a statement that seemed more like a declaration to himself. Behind the graves on the mountainside, two secretive figures had already arrived. One of them was holding a black sword, surrounded by dark mist, which also enveloped Zhao Wu, creating an eerie shadow around him. He was moving closer to Zhu Mingling, while also keeping an eye on the sword spirit dragon in the air. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was a bit further back, but there was a bone dragon in front of him, exuding extreme energy, adding to the eerie atmosphere in the graveyard. Despite not being massive in size, those on the wall could tell that it was a bone dragon king, another king-level existence. Those who dared to climb up to the highest mountain in the graveyard seemingly possessed king-level strength. The two royal brothers had made up their minds to attack Zhu Mingling, unwilling to waste their energy entangling with the sword spirit dragon. They were very close to Zhu Mingling. Finally, Zhao Wu made the first move. He moved like a night dove, swiftly passing by the general giant statue, with the black sword in his hand unleashing a black wine blade, making his attack even more fierce and strange. At the same time, the sword patterns on Zhu Mingling's palm shone brightly. Knowing there was an intent to kill behind him, Zhu Mingling did not turn around. Instead, he extended his hand and called out, "Sword Spirit Dragon awaken." The sword spirit dragon flew through the air, its sword body blazing hot as if just pulled out of a furnace. It flew towards Zhu Mingling and landed in his hand. Zhu Mingling firmly gripped it, and in an instant, a surge of sword force emanated from him as the sword spirit dragon revolved around him. This force was not a mere aura, but more like a wave of heat released from a furnace, flowing down like a raging flame from the heavens to the earth. Magnificent yet terrifying. The sword fragments twined around Zhu Mingling's arm. The sword patterns on his palm resonated with the textures on the sword hilt, awakening the emerald blood-inscribed pattern sealed inside the sword completely. However, the power was not only erupting from the sword spirit dragon. The sword spirit dragon and Zhu Mingling had become one, and the emerald blood essence seemed to awaken within Zhu Mingling's soul, the ancient sword's power surging through him. "I am the insignificant mayfly. The sword is the great celestial crane," Zhu Mingling murmured softly, directing a magnificent swipe toward the gorgeous figure behind him. His swordsmanship was clean and precise, without any frills. However, the sword style was so familiar to him that it felt as if it was engraved in his soul, such that to others, Zhu Mingling seemed to be holding the sword silently. Yet he had already struck. The sword force unleashed was like the breaking dawn, ominous in the dark night. Zhao Wu, who was attempting to ambush him, faltered before Zhu Mingling's overwhelming might. As the sword swept across him, his movement came to an abrupt halt. He stood still, a red mark appearing on his chest. Suddenly, blood mist sprayed out from the mark, with those around able to hear the ghastly sound of blood spurting out. The black sword fell from Zhao Wu's hand, as he knelt to the ground, head lowered, motionless, but blood continued to gush from his chest, staining the black soil before him. Crack! The trajectory of the general giant statue's swipe was suddenly interrupted. The massive statue, which stood tall in the graveyard, had its lower body and upper body segments sliding apart in discords. Doom! The giant statue collapsed, causing a tremor in the 9 military graves mountain. On the walls, countless people felt a shiver run down their spines simultaneously. As if a sign, the most prominent stone statue atop the general's grave mountain was cleaved off by a single sword. And the person responsible was none other than the fallen genius who challenged all forces, Zhu Mingling. The tomb mountain towered within the 9 military graves, and Zhu Mingling stood at the highest point, as if he had never made a move. Yet, his simple and powerful stroke shook the hundreds of thousands in the capital. A gentle breeze rustled through the tresses. Despite the magnificent momentum, the surrounding air remained calm as before. When Mengru's heart felt unsettled for a long time, she could sense the power of that stroke, which arrived so quickly that even the wind failed to react. Training in swordsmanship began with cultivating sword wind. This meant that the power and speed of the sword strike were so strong, creating a strong gust of sword wind. But Zhu Mingling's stroke not only tore Zhao Wu's chest and severed the general giant statue, but its power was so immense that it could have created a storm because of the sword force. Yet there was no disruption in the air. When Mengru took a deep breath, she slightly tightened her grip on her sword, despite the pain in her wrist, which was nothing to a swordsman. As a swordsman, one not only cultivated skill, but also sword domain. One with profound mastery, even with primary-level cultivation, could contend with a king-level powerhouse. When Mengru had asked her sister why, despite having comparable cultivation, she suffered a dismal defeat, her sister informed her that Zhu Mingling's sword domain was extremely high, and unless her cultivation could mature further and rise, she wouldn't be a match for him. However, at that time, Zhu Mingling was only 17. She didn't understand what sword domain meant back then. Now that she knew, she wanted to know how much of a gap existed between them. When Mengru walked towards the highest point of the graveyard mountain, since Zhu Mingling was wielding his sword once more, she should engage in battle again. Perhaps, as he said, alone, we may not be able to defeat him, but there are some things I won't give up easily. Hao Shangjun said solemnly. Ye Guang from the Divine Academia glanced at the wound on his shoulder. Not deep. Similarly, his gaze focused on Zhu Mingling. In the Divine Academia, no one shone brighter than him, and in the capital, either. He once again ascended the grave mountain. Concurrently, other strong individuals from various factions also made their way up the mountain. Zhu Mingling wanted all of them to leave, showcasing his exceptional strength. The best way to handle the situation being for everyone to join forces and eliminate Zhu Mingling first. With so many powerful forces converging, how could they let Zhu Mingling off the hook? Only by bringing down Zhu Mingling could they slowly divide and conquer. The genius of power was not submissive. Rather, they were unwilling to let Zhu Mingling monopolize everything. In a short time, disciples, seniors, elites, hidden powerhouses, and all others in the 9 military graves mountain surged towards the peak of the tomb mountain. Zhu Mingling's single sword had already made everyone realize that he was the greatest threat. More importantly, he had declared previously that he was the enemy of them all. End of this chapter. Chapter 166. Meteor Swordsmanship. South Ling Sha frowned as she looked at the crowd on the hillside. There were more people in the 9 Army grave mountain than she had imagined, and they clearly wouldn't easily give up any of the treasures in the boxes here. Roar! The dragon group roared, and it was unclear how many dragon tamers were among them. The hillside was now occupied by the huge figures of dragons and ancient dragons. In the sky, numerous azure dragons were circling around. The deafening roars echoed, and the different colors of energy breaths erupted in the grave mountain. Flames, frost, light extinguishing breaths, thunderous roars, and sonic roars. The diverse and destructive breaths wove a terrifying scene above the grave mountain. Facing the dragon beast's breath baptism, Zhu Minglan swung his sword into the air. This time, his sword speed seemed a bit slower, more like trying to outline something with the sword. 8 trigram sword. With Zhu Minglan's final sword strike, a faint blue pattern suddenly appeared where his sword had passed, forming the shape of an 8 trigrams platform. Beside him, South Lingsha looked somewhat surprised at this sword mark. Wasn't this the 8 trigrams platform she had drawn at the sword sect manor in the distant mountains? However, Zhu Minglan used his swordsmanship to draw it out in the air, and the 8 trigrams shield formed by the sword aura was stunning. The 8 trigram sword aura was like a massive mirror barrier, blocking all the breaths and roars under this sword move. The surging elemental energy, martial art vibrations, and arcane magic impacts all mixed together, forming a chaotic power storm about 10 meters in front of Zhu Minglan, unable to harm him behind the 8 trigram sword shield. The golden domed dragon was above the grave mountain, right above Zhu Minglan's head. Its tail hung down and began to stir vigorously. It was using its dragon arcane. Although there was no water here, the golden domed dragon was not stirring real rivers and oceans, but an air jawn and wine sea, representing all in the world. The golden air currents surge, the golden billows sweat. The dragon's arcane surpassed all the dragon breaths, even more powerful than the combined force of the primary level dragons. The heavy stone coffins, giant rocks, and standing statues in the 9 army grave mountain couldn't withstand this surge. Some were shattered directly as they rolled and collided irregularly, unable to bear the pressure. Zhu Minglan was at the center of the golden domed dragon's arcane, his 8 trigrams aura slightly dimmed, being dissolved by this dragon's arcane. However, he seemed to be unconcerned. He glanced at the approaching dragons and crowd, then looked at South Lingsha. The meteor formation is not a formation, but a sword technique, Zhu Minglan said to South Lingsha. Watch closely. This is the first sword. Zhu Minglan naturally knew why South Lingsha could only replicate 4 out of the 5 swords of the meteor formation, not because her level was not high enough, but because she misunderstood the true essence of the meteor formation. South Lingsha's eyes were bright but focused as she gazed at him. The meteor formation was also one of the rare artworks that she mastered with powerful forces, and she had many doubts in her heart. After all, merely displaying the power of the first 4 swords of the meteor formation had already been able to defeat Yun Zhang, the chief disciple of the sword sect manor in the distant mountains. If she could comprehend the true charm and spirit of the meteor formation, this artwork could be taken to even greater heights. The first sword was a giant sword. Although the sword spirit dragon in Zhu Minglan's hand was not a heavy sword, when Zhu Minglan raised it with one hand, South Lingsha saw a huge shadow resembling a mountain peak behind him. The sword shadow was like a peak, exuding a terrifying aura. Zhu Minglan finally dropped the sword, and on the sky, a true peak sword shadow descended like thunder. The mountain peak sword shadow fell straight down and then passed over the golden domed dragon's body, as if the dragon was pinned down by the mountain range, crashing to the ground. The mountain peak sword shadow fell onto the hillside, resembling a monument, carrying a certain suppressing force. The ancient dragons and giant dragons rushing in the hillside seemed to struggle to lift their feet, unable to withstand the sword's pressure, prostrating on the ground. Oppressive feeling struck. The sword shadow mountain peak stood tall, causing numerous dragon tamers on the hillside to fall. Each person, like their dragon beasts, seemed burdened with heavy swords and stones, unable to free themselves from the sword's suppression. This is the second sword. Zhu Minglan spoke again, pointing out the second sword. The slender sword body was like a white spirit snake, rapidly striking down from the highest point of the grave mountain, appearing as a white mamba in South Lingsha's eyes. The mamba twisted its body, sweeping in all directions, agile and full of power. The flying dragons hovering in the air were all struck down by the sword aura mamba. Many dragon tamers on their flying dragons, who had escaped the sword shadow mountain peak suppression that was originally supposed to be on the ground, were caught off guard by Zhu Minglan's swift second strike. The mamba of sword aura was like a divine snake that occupied the vast sky and allowed no dragon beast to hover. The third sword. Zhu Minglan suddenly retracted his sword, causing a tremor in the 9 army grave mountain. South Lingsha noticed that there were countless strands of cha on Zhu Minglan's sword, which seemed to draw all the air around him when he quickly pulled back the sword. Subsequently, a terrifying sword roar emerged from the Grave Mountain, as if a great army was rushing from a distance, resembling a real tsunami. Everyone within it felt dizzy, with their internal organs displaced and in pain. The fourth sword. With a light shout from Zhu Minglan, numerous dreadful cracks appeared on the 9 mountain peaks of the 9 Army Grave Mountain. From the view of the tower walls and city towers, the 9 Army Grave Mountain seemed to have been torn apart, with some places even showing shocking chasms. On the city towers, Yun Zhang, the chief disciple of the Sword Sect Manor in the distant mountains, was utterly stunned. He looked at the 9 Army Grave Mountain torn apart by Zhu Minglan's fourth sword strike, then slowly turned his gaze to the senior uncle, Wu Feng, beside him. No one had told him that the meteor formation was a sword technique. Zhu Minglan's every sword clearly manifested the characteristics of each ancient sword in the meteor formation: giant sword, cloud sword, roaring sword, split sword. The 4 sword silhouettes drawn by South Ling Sha at the beginning clearly deviated, and Zhu Minglan had now truly unleashed the power of the meteor formation. Chapter 167. Rolling away respectfully. Why has no one ever told me? Yun Zhang finally asked this question. Having witnessed Zhu Minglan's swordplay, Yun Zhang realized how immature his own swordsmanship was. Every strike of his sword was filled with grandeur. Every move he made was like tumultuous waves. On the 9 Army Tomb Mountain, with so many disciples and over 100 top-tier dragon beasts, it was astonishing that Zhu Minglan single-handedly held them off. Up to this point, no one else had stood at the same level as Zhu Minglan. As the head of the Yao Mountain Sword Sect, Wu Feng's expression of astonishment was no less than Yun Zhang's. In fact, upon witnessing this scene, all he wanted to do was fly back to the Yao Mountain Sword Sect and wake up the sword ancestor, Old Master, who pretended to be asleep all the time, and loudly ask, "Why has no one ever told me that the swordfall formation is swordsmanship?" Yes, even as the sect head, Wu Feng was unaware of this fact. Only upon seeing Zhu Minglan execute the swordfall swordplay did he feel the same level of shock as Yun Zhang. He executed the 5th and 6th swords. Wu Feng lamented in his heart, unable to pry his gaze away from Zhu Minglan. At this moment, Zhu Minglan unleashed the 5th and 6th swords simultaneously. The twin swords, one of thunder, one of fire. The thunder sword danced like a group of thunderstorms, forcing the 2 dragon lords of the Hao Shangjun to retreat step by step. The fire sword erupted like a volcano, scorching the group of dragon shepherds of the royal young helpers to unbearable levels. With the 7th sword, Zhu Minglan pointed towards Mengru, when Mengru was already very close to him. As the chief disciple of the Miaoshan sword sect and possessing the strength of a lord, her power far exceeded those young heirs below the mountain. She was one of the few who could withstand all 6 of Zhu Minglan's swords. Of course, it wasn't that she fended off Zhu Minglan's attacks, but rather Zhu Minglan was aiming at those who refused to leave the 9 Army Tomb Mountain, nearly 100 people with many more dragon beasts. When Mengru's eyes were sharp as she wielded her sword swiftly and ruthlessly, shattering the lingering Bagwo aura in front of Zhu Minglan and launching a counterattack, Zhu Minglan smoothly followed up with the 7th sword, a terrifying piercing force overflowing from the sword. And the speed of his strike was as swift as lightning. Swish! When Mengru reacted swiftly, identifying the angle of Zhu Minglan's strike, she immediately blocked using the solid back of her sword, perfectly intercepting Zhu Minglan's sword tip. A hint of a smile finally emerged on Mengru's somewhat pale face. She intended to turn this moment when Zhu Minglan's hand was injured by her sword back to her advantage. However, as she was about to dodge Zhu Minglan's strike and make a counter-move with her moonlit slash, she suddenly felt a strange exhaustion washing over her, similar to a dancer fainting in the midst of a graceful performance. Her slashing action halted midway, when Mengru couldn't maintain her balance and ended up kneeling on the ground, her arms feeling too weak to raise. Glancing at her hand, she noticed a hole had appeared on her arm, from which blood was flowing out. At the same time, she noticed another hole on the nearby bafflement wall, causing the thousands of onlookers atop it to panic and scatter. The distance from where she stood to the bafflement wall was equivalent to half a city. When Mengru tightly gripped her sword, refusing to let go, but her arm was losing sensation, and as she lifted her gaze to face Zhu Minglan, her eyes were filled with reluctance and disbelief. Last time they had faced off, Zhu Minglan had defeated her in 3 moves. This time, was it just one sword? Despite their similar cultivation levels, even with Zhu Minglan's complete mastery of the sword Spirit Dragon, he shouldn't have reached the level of a lord, So why was he able to overpower someone at the same level? Is this the realm of the sword? How many realms apart are they really? When Mengru felt a bitter taste, ultimately failing to comprehend this. This was the seventh sword, directed solely at Wen Mengru. However, the hole in her arm made it difficult for her to wield her sword. She realized that she was too close to Zhu Minglin and that maintaining distance would give her a better chance to fight on. Close-quarter swordplay, full power strikes, would determine the outcome. At this moment, Zhu Minglin had executed the seventh sword of the swordfall swordplay, and Nan Lingsha watched intently. Each of his swords was breathtaking, leaving a deep impression on the viewers. I've gotten somewhat rusty. For now, I can only execute 7 swords at most. Zhu Minglin calmly took a deep breath and adjusted his posture slightly. However, on the slope of the tomb mountain, a large group of dragon shepherds and mortals had already fallen. Some lay motionless like the dead in the black soil, but there were no fatal wounds on them. Zhu Minglin's first 6 swords were mainly designed to make them retreat rather than kill. Those who fainted, frothed at the mouth, trembled in fear, or had loose bones. This sweeping action made everyone on the 9-army tomb mountain aware of the vast disparity in strength, causing them to relinquish their desire to compete, despite the temptation of the treasure chest. The bitter feeling of defeat was the most painful. They were all disciples, part of the younger generation. Why was one person able to defeat so many? All were cultivators, but Zhu Minglin seemed like a formidable general on the battlefield, while all the others were mere foot soldiers. This feeling of being confronted with overwhelming odds would linger in their hearts, cruelly tormenting their firm and stubborn hearts of cultivation. I choose to leave. What about you all? Said the small clan disciples who had encountered Zhu Minglin in the Stone City earlier. At that time, they were still fighting over the Rainan City contract against some young disciples of the martial ancestor. Upon seeing the might of the Ice Chan White Dragon, they immediately fled, narrowly escaping a calamity. Venturing into the 9-army tomb mountain this time was merely a stroke of luck for them. Seeing a large group of people rushing towards the tomb mountain, they thought some treasure had appeared, and out of sheer curiosity, they ran up the mountain. With so many people and dragons, they didn't feel any fear. Little did they know what they were about to witness. They left with a hint of regret the last time. This time, they left feeling relieved, and perhaps, because they moved slower and stayed farther away, they were less injured than those further up the hill, feeling a slight sense of relief. However, where Zhu Minglin's gaze could reach, they didn't dare linger even for a moment. Many people were unwilling to accept the outcome, but what could they do about it? This was no longer a battlefield for their insignificant roles. Moreover, the Miaoshan sword sect's chief disciple, Wen Mengru, with the cultivation of a lord, was also defeated. Wasn't she? End of chapter. Chapter 168. To June level siege. Anyone below the June level should not have delusions. Why don't we turn around the outer perimeter? Maybe there are still some overlooked treasure boxes. Brother, are you not leaving? Could it be that you are also a hidden June level powerhouse? My legs are numb. Oh. Could someone kindly help lift me up? I'm pinned under the stone coffin. A weak voice came from the cracked ground. At the magnificent banquet in the city tower, a man in a blue dragon robe with a goatee revealed a hint of gloom on his face, and Jingshan coldly stared at Zhu Minglin, who was shining brightly on the tomb mountain, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes, full of resentment. He originally thought that Zhu Minglin was just a minor character now. It should be enough for Zhao Yinch and the others to take care of him. Zhao Yinch had his own grievances with Zhu Minglin, so there was no need to doubt putting the blame on himself. Who would have known that after Zhu Minglin became a dragon herder, he obtained the rare sword Spirit Dragon? Swordsmen need cultivation. Without cultivation, no matter how profound the swordsmanship or extraordinary the realm, it would be limited to the level of a warrior. However, with the existence of the sword Spirit Dragon, Zhu Minglin had cultivation as a swordsman. Even with a tiny bit of it, with Zhu Minglin's past training and his realm, he could unleash endless power. Moreover, the cultivation of the sword Spirit Dragon was at the June level. This sword Spirit Dragon is rare in the world. Zhu Minglin can be considered lucky for benefiting from misfortune. The Empress smiled. Indeed, dragon herders themselves are weak. Without a dragon, they are indeed far behind compared to divine beings. But it seems this sword Spirit Dragon can merge blood with its owner, making Zhu Minglin, originally a swordsman, even more powerful than some divine beings. A marquis said, "How does Princess see it?" The Empress asked. And Jingshan showed surprise and admiration on the surface, and said, In my opinion, this bonding with the sword spirit is probably not something that can be done at all times. Zhu Minglin should still be a dragon herder. Even in crucial moments, this display of strength and extraordinariness is enough to surpass everything. While they were talking, a hearty laughter emerged from the stairs. This person laughed heartily, with a hint of arrogance, and even some intentional provocation. The one coming with a smile was Zhu Tianwan. Finally, after arranging everything, Zhu Tianwan had time to come here to watch. This glance filled Zhu Tianwan with immense joy. When hundreds of good swords suddenly disappeared from the blade refining hall back then, Zhu Tianwan had always been puzzled, wondering how Zhu Minglin managed to take all those swords and what he did with them. Now, he finally understood. It turned out that Zhu Minglin had such a dragon by his side, and with the existence of this sword spirit dragon, Zhu Minglin, the once unbeatable swordsman, did not completely abandon his sword cultivation due to practicing dragon herding. Even in the near future, Zhu Minglin might surpass the realms that were once untouchable by divine beings. Zhu Tianwan witnessed this exciting scene. It's better to be early than to be lucky. All major forces were hindering the Zhu clan, hoping to use this grand competition to suppress the Zhu clan's expansion beyond the capital. They schemed to integrate the competition into the grand event. Thinking that the Zhu clan had no one. But little did they know that with just Zhu Minglin alone, he outshone the vast majority of forces. All major forces could be said to have lost out greatly. A rebirth from adversity, worthy of being my son, Zhu Tianwan. His brilliance as a divine being was dazzling, and now, switching to become a dragon herder, shining just as brightly. Zhu Tianwan's smile never disappeared from his face. At this moment, many people began to echo his sentiments. Zhu Tianwan specifically glanced at Jingshan. He found that this old cunning fox did not reveal any flaws, and Jingshan, as Prince An, was the emperor's distant relative and had also made contributions to the Jiting dynasty in the past. Zhu Tianwan now clearly knew who his enemy was, although he did not expect it to be someone like Prince An. No wonder the elders of those major forces were so brazen, even deliberately placing the covenant papers of the Lichuan land in the mechanism city. That the Zhu clan was not easy to provoke. The enemy's offensive did not cause any substantial damage, but that was due to Zhu Minglin's strength. They had indeed trampled on the dignity of the Zhu clan. Zhu Tianwan would naturally repay them twofold. Now, there are only disciples with June-level strength left. I wonder if they can defeat Zhu Minglin by teaming up. The Marquis spoke. It's hard to say. After all, Zhu Minglin's swordsmanship is quite close to Zhuan's. The Empress seemed to favor Zhu Minglin more. Pu Hongrong has not made a move yet. His strength is not inferior to Lord Huoshang. Qingqian's strength is also not to be underestimated. This lady, someone I've been wanting to bring into our fold. The Marquis said. Why is Zhao Chen still hesitating? Is he afraid now that he sees his brother, Zhao Wu, starting to panic? On the 9 army to man the Tomb Mountain, there were not many people left who wanted to continue competing. Those who had not reached the strength of the June level naturally withdrew from the battlefield, and no one dared to touch the tempting treasure box, as those generals were known to be aggressive. Zhu Minglin glanced around and saw that there were quite a few people at this peak. This was quite unexpected for him, as he did not expect so many among the disciples of the major forces had reached the June level of strength, not to mention some peerless geniuses who were too proud to engage in such battles in the imperial city. It's quite a headache. I, Pu Hongrong, don't like this kind of battle of outnumbering. But alas, my brother has repeatedly entrusted me to obtain the covenant papers of the Lichuan land. If you let me have that, I can withdraw. Pu Hongrong walked over, smiling. Who is your brother? Zhu Mingling asked. Pusiming, one of the leaders of our Pu clan, the main hallmaster of the Purple Sect, the Order of the Lichuan land. Pu Hongrong said. Since he is the Orderer, why is he so concerned about the Lichuan land? Zhu Mingling asked. I don't know about that, Pu Hongrong said. Actually, I am a reasonable person. Zhu Minglin said to Pu Hongrong, for example, when I'm unsure about something, I am certainly open to discussion. But unfortunately, I am very confident today. So no room for negotiation? Pu Hongrong said. Not only that, you can still leave now, otherwise all those valuable treasure boxes you have collected will be mine. Zhu Minglin smiled brightly. Pu Hongrong's face turned dark. No wonder Yi Guang said he had never seen such a punchable person in his life. This person was indeed incredibly arrogant to an extreme degree. Pu Hongrong, There's no need to talk with him at a time like this. He is simply a conceited jerk. Let's all team up against him. He won't be able to withstand it," said Zhao Chen, a member of the royal family. Next to Zhao Chen, the bone dragon still had not made a move. It seemed he was waiting for the high-level experts of the major forces to gather together. After all, he had witnessed his own brother Zhao Wu being pierced in the chest by a sword. "Did I forget to ask for votes? I'm asking now. Do you have any votes left? How did a month go by already? Buried in writing all day, time sure flies." Till the end of this chapter. Chapter 169. The Master of Talismans, He Qingqian, bestowed a bright blessing as he lowered his sword. His gaze was fixed on Zhao Chen, who also felt the strong enmity from He Qingqian. The sinister bone dragon suddenly roared, causing the tombs and stone coffins on the 9-army tomb mountain to inexplicably tremble. Strange death check could be seen drifting from the cracks in the tombs and the stone coffins towards them. The dense death check made the sinister bone dragon's bones turn frighteningly black, with a pair of eerie green eyes that were piercing. The sinister bone dragon absorbed the death aura of the 9-army tomb mountain, becoming even more powerful. It spread its wings, emitting a putrid aura that wafted towards He Qingqian. The putrid toxicity enveloped him, and He Qingqian tried to disperse it with sword energy. However, this putrid aura was not ordinary miasma. It spread and lingered unaffected. He felt the stinging sensation on his skin, which quickly turned into a burning sensation, as if immersed in a toxic substance that could dissolve skin. He Qingqian leapt to higher ground to escape the persistent putrid poison. In midair, several dragon lords were waiting for him. The purple cloud dragon's tail lashed like a steel whip, swift and vicious. He Qingqian evaded the purple cloud dragon's attacks with agile movements. Both the purple cloud dragon and the golden dome dragon truly lived up to their status as dragon lords, sustaining numerous injuries but still possessing formidable combat strength. He Qingqian dodged their attacks while in midair. Soon, the sinister bone dragon also took flight, exhaling a deadly spirit poison rain towards He Qingqian. He maneuvered to avoid the rain and merged with the sword spirit dragon to become a dazzling dragon of striking power, spanning 1,000 meters in a flash. The sword's path resembled a dragon's, and his speed was akin to lightning as he pierced the sinister bone dragon, shattering its putrid wings in midair. He Qingqian appeared behind the bone dragon, as if teleporting. With a swift move, he executed the moonlight slash. A breathtakingly cold moon appeared on the burning sword. Each strike of the moonlight slash was directed at the bone dragon, forcefully driving it towards the earth, enduring multiple powerful strikes. In a final strike, He Qingqian paused momentarily, unleashing a terrifyingly cold sword energy that not only severed the bone dragon's body but also shaved off the mountaintop. The death chest swirling around the bone dragon dissipated completely as its body shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, the decaying poison gas dispersed. When He Qingqian stood on the flattened mountaintop, a petite woman appeared before him. She smiled at him, and to his surprise, He Qingqian discovered around him thousands of talismans hanging in the air. These talismans did not need to adhere to him, but exerted a heavy force on the surroundings. Knowing he was ensnared in the woman's talisman array, he struggled under the weight of 8,000 caddies. Fushu. He Qingqian furrowed his brow slightly. "Master He Qingqian, please enlighten me," he said as he bowed in respect. Master He Qingqian grabbed a few explosive talismans without hesitation and threw them towards He Qingqian. The seemingly ordinary yellow papers emitted a dazzling light before exploding with the force of sulfur barrels used in mining, overwhelming He Qingqian, who was burdened by the weight of the talismans, making it difficult to unleash his 8-trigram sword energy. Fortunately, he possessed a good treasure, the shadow cloak he obtained from the 4th young master of the Zong Palace. The cloak materialized behind him, transforming his form into a ghostly shadow. The weight of the talismans vanished instantly, allowing He Qingqian to evade the exploding area. "Miss He, do you have the golden helm talisman for my golden dome dragon?" Tuo Shangjun interjected. He Qingqian raised her hand, and a gold talisman flew into the air, landing on the scales of the golden dome dragon. The runes on the talisman gleamed, enhancing the dragon's scales and projecting a subtle golden light, giving the appearance of a true dragon crafted from gold. The empowered dragon swooped down, and its claws sparked with golden lightning as it targeted He Qingqian. He Qingqian faced the majestic golden dome dragon without flinching. He swung his sword skyward, unleashing a majestic sword shed that lunged at the dragon like a primordial beast. The dragon was forced back by the attack, spiraled in midair, and with full force, its tail smashed heavily towards the mountaintop, causing the earth to shatter. The purple cloud dragon roared, casting the mystic cloud art. Vast clouds soared like white mist, menacingly rolling towards Hichinkian, terrifyingly formidable. Hichinkian realized that if he didn't handle these two dragon lords swiftly, it would bring significant trouble. He turned and unleashed a mighty sword roar, causing a colossal clash between his sword Che and the purple cloud dragon's mystic cloud art, shaking the entire 9-army tomb mountain as if it might collapse at any moment. His sword roar prevailed, swirling and pressuring the purple cloud dragon before he flew towards the golden dome dragon, delivering a great mountain-splitting sword strike. The force shattered both the golden armor and the tail of the golden dome dragon. End of this chapter. Chapter 170. The heavenly curtain sword completed this one sword, and Zhu Mingling did not pause for a rest. He directly stepped on the fallen severed tail, leapt up in one go, and instantly arrived in the sky hundreds of meters high, hanging in the air with his sword pointing towards the ground. The sky curtain darkened, and Zhu Mingling suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking up, one could only see the sky curtain inexplicably descending, giving people a suffocating oppressive feeling. Heavenly curtain sword. A high-pitched voice came from the sky, and the dark sky curtain collapsed in an instant. In the Huo Shanjun, Piu Hanrong, Hichinkian, Zhao Chen, Fuzu Mai, Yiguan, and others in the 9-army tomb mountain, expressions of shock and horror appeared. For those on the maze walls and city towers, all they could see was Zhu Mingling falling backward with a sword. Although extremely stunning, they couldn't feel the power of this sword. Only the people in the 9-army tomb mountain were completely under the influence of this heavenly curtain sword. What they saw was the sky curtain crashing down. The surrounding world plunged into darkness, facing destruction and fragmentation. Soon, even those far away felt the destructive power of this sword because all 9 tomb mountain peaks were shattered. The golden domed dragon with the severed tail completely disintegrated, the golden helmet shattered, and the golden scales smashed, falling from the sky, a bloody mess. The purple cloud dragon was not spared either, being hit by the heavenly curtain sword all over. Zhao Chen's sinister bone dragon, originally capable of bone reshaping, had just been cut into several pieces by Zhu Mingling not long ago. However, this did not cause any fatal harm to the bone dragon, as absorbing some death energy would allow its body to reshape. Just as the bone dragon had reshaped its form, the heavenly curtain sword broke its newly pieced together bones, causing the bone dragon to collapse into pieces again. Fushai Hichinkian was full of panic. In her vision, it seemed like the sky had collapsed, surrounded by endless darkness, and the power of destruction was attacking her. She displayed all the talismans she could use, with the golden helmet talisman armor, water shield talisman, and earth roof talisman, 3 layers of talisman protecting her. But each time a talisman disappeared, the fear on her face grew. Yiguan was already injured, but he was unwilling to give up and continued fighting despite the pain on his shoulders. A huge whirlwind shield formed around him, protecting him, but sweat still covered his forehead, indicating the struggle wasn't easy. The 9-army tomb mountain was shattered beyond recognition. At this moment, the disciples who had already escaped from the 9-army tomb mountain realized that Zhu Mingling had already shown restraint. If he had used this heavenly curtain sword earlier, many people might have lost their lives. Looking at the senior experts on the 9-army tomb mountain, it was a tough struggle for them. Zhu Mingling's swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. The power of this sword may reach the level of a middle-ranked heavenly being. On the city tower, Wufeng from the distant mountain sword Sexai, high swordsmanship. Even if one's cultivation level is not in the middle-ranked heavenly being, one can still compete with them. Middle-ranked. Yunzhong River was a bit confused. Although we generally divide each rank into lower, upper, and peak ranks, when it comes to the heavenly beings, it is actually a broader level. So when we reach the level of the heavenly beings, there is a more detailed classification: 5 levels: the pre-level, lower level, middle level, upper level, and peak level. Wufeng explained to Yunzhong River. Yunzhong River's cultivation was only at the peak level, so even though his swordsmanship could barely compete with the pre-level of the heavenly beings, there was still a huge gap compared to a true heavenly being. The sword spirit dragon, in terms of cultivation, should be at the lower level of the heavenly beings. The Zhu Mingling's swordsmanship was so high that he could display power comparable to a middle-ranked heavenly being. This is the heavenly curtain sword. The chief disciples of the major forces on the tomb mountain, as well as talents like Hichinkian, were mostly at the pre-level and lower level of the heavenly beings. They naturally could not withstand Zhu Minglin's heavenly curtain sword. In fact, Zhu Mingling and the sword spirit dragon still need more time to adapt. I remember when Zhu Mingling's cultivation was at the lower level of the heavenly beings, he had fought against those at the upper level of the heavenly beings, although unable to win. Wu Feng continued. Initially, when Zhu Mingling came out, it was Wu Feng who had taken him to the mountain gates of the major forces for a friendly visit, so Wu Feng knew Zhu Mingling's strength quite well. However, Yunzhong River's eyes had dimmed, now realizing the vast difference between himself and Zhu Mingling as they approached the level of the heavenly beings. The main target of the heavenly curtain sword was still Huo Shangjun. Among these few people, Huo Shangjun was indeed the strongest. His golden dome dragon had reached the lower level of the heavenly beings, and while the purple cloud dragon was at the pre-level of the heavenly beings, it was also difficult to deal with. At this moment, the tail of the golden dome dragon had already been severed, and all the scales on its body had shattered. The purple cloud dragon was covered in wounds, making it difficult to perform any dragon art techniques. No matter how much reluctance Huo Shangjun had in his heart, he could only withdraw these two dragons back into his spiritual domain. Even Huo Shangjun from the purple sect has been defeated. Back then, at the ancient bronze battlefield, when I saw Zhu Mingling commanding his black dragon and blue dragon, I thought he was just an ordinary disciple among many. But now he is so dominant. All geniuses have been trampled under his feet. Even if he loses in the end, he should be hailed as the strongest disciple. Lose? Which one of your eyes thinks Zhu Mingling will lose? Look at everyone else. They are all on the verge of collapsing. The Zhu sect is no longer what it used to be. The clan has flourished in recent years, and this master sword talent has risen from the ashes with the dragon herding technique, dominating the rest. So, truly exceptional people, no matter what they cultivate, are beyond our admiration. Huo Shangjun put away the purple cloud dragon and golden dome dragon. He should have been the most dazzling figure today, has now become a green leaf to others. Thank you for showing mercy. Huo Shangjun ultimately chose to give up, suppressing the anger in his heart. Zhu Mingling's sword could actually have cut down a body of the golden dome dragon, not just its tail. Huo Shangjun would be foolish and ridiculous to not see that the other party had shown restraint. He no longer needed to delude himself. If he wasn't a match, he wasn't a match. But I do not recognize your dragon herding technique. You are relying only on this rare sword spirit dragon in the world. Humph, even if you're only relying on this sword spirit dragon, it won't be long before I surpass you, Huo Shangjun said to Zhu Mingling. After saying these words, Huo Shangjun turned to leave the tomb mountain. He had lost, and the treasure chests in the 9 Army tomb mountain no longer belonged to him. Wait! Zhu Mingling called out to him. Huo Shangjun stopped in his tracks, thinking that Zhu Mingling would say some lofty words, but his next sentence made Huo Shangjun's face turn green and purple. You may leave, but the treasure chest you received stays. End of this chapter. Chapter 171. Summoning magic, Huo Shangjun finally reluctantly handed over the jewel box he had obtained to Qin Yang. Qin Yang found that Huo Shangjun had put all his spirit resources together. Opening the jewel box, when he saw the treasures inside, his eyes lit up uncontrollably. Seeing Qin Yang's expression, he knew that Huo Shangjun indeed had quite a few treasures. Seemingly confident in his outstanding strength, he couldn't be bothered to ignite the flames of war, so he decided to hand these things over to the referee in advance. But now, they were all taken down by Zhu Mingling. Zhu Mingling naturally listened to Huo Shangjun's last few words, but he didn't think highly of Huo Shangjun. In fact, the most difficult thing about raising dragons was the issue of spirit resources. After this battle, he obtained a large amount of spirit resources. Forget about Xiaobai still having the ability of reincarnation butterfly transformation. Even without it, he could rely on money to smash all 3 of his dragons to the level of Lord. By that time, he wouldn't need the sword spirit dragon to take action, nor would he need to act himself to easily defeat this group of disciples. He's running out of breath. The monk over there, have you been watching for so long? Do you really want to see this demon take away all our spiritual resources? Jia Chen spoke to a young monk standing on the edge. Since ascending the tomb mountain, this monk had not shown any intention to intervene. He was just quietly observing from the side. Although the heavenly sword had also affected him, it seemed that he was not greatly impacted. As a member of the royal family, Zhao Chen naturally knew that this monk was a powerful figure from the Haoyan martial arts sect, the chief disciple of the four great sects, Yan Hua, with unfathomable strength. If he had joined the siege from the beginning, Zhu Minglan would not have gained the advantage. May I offer advice to this Zhu donor? Yang Hua of the Haoyan martial arts sect said. Haven't you seen what kind of person he is? Just go straight up and fight. What's there to advise? Zhao Chen said somewhat angrily. Yang Hua walked towards Zhu Minglan, who was adjusting his breath, but did not rush to make a move. In fact, Zhao Chen, He Qingqian, Fuzumai, and Yiguan had not fully recovered from the powerful pressure of the heavenly sword, and at the moment, they could only stand in place and try to regulate their breathing. But Pu Hankang, this person was a bit strange. He was a dragon herder, but he had yet to summon his dragon beast. It was unknown what he was waiting for. What? Do I have to lead the charge as a woman? This time, He Qingqian said somewhat sarcastically. I need some more time, Pu Hankang said. Is your dragon still taking a nap? He Qingqian asked. Pu Hankang did not answer, but his gaze was fixed on a place outside the Nine Armies Tomb Mountain, as if waiting for something. At this point, the monk Yan Hua of the Haoyan martial arts sect had already walked toward Zhu Minglan. Zhu Minglan could sense that this monk's cultivation was probably the highest among them, a lower-level lord-class powerhouse. Zhu donor, don't be too absolute in everything. Why not stop here and each take a jewel box? Yang Hua said. Monk, why didn't you come forward to ask me just now? You waited until I had been fighting with others for a long time, then spoke when my breath weakened a bit. I didn't expect a monk to be so cunning, Zhu Minglan said disdainfully. Though when Mengru and Huo Shangjun had both been defeated, they had at least faced him head-on. In contrast, this martial arts sect monk and Pu Hankang had deliberately waited until after Zhu Minglan's strong attacks before confronting him. Should they act responsible? Zhu donor, your strength is commendable, but your character and temper should change. There is always someone stronger. Do you really think you are invincible? The martial arts sect monk Yang Hua said. Monk, don't try to test my strength. Be bolder and come fight me directly. Show the spirit a martial arts sect should have, instead of being a cautious rat, being meaningless. Zhu Minglan smiled. Although Yang Hua remained composed, he felt a sense of resentment as his thoughts were exposed. I just wanted to simplify the situation. If everyone can get the jewel box they want, why fight to the end? But since Zhu donor is so stubborn and aggressive, I have no choice but to take action. Yan Hua continued. He Qingqian snorted coldly. This monk was clearly taking advantage of the situation, trying to appear righteous, but in reality, he was just waiting for strong individuals like when Mengru and Huo Shangjun to soften Zhu Minglan up so he could take action. Despite her disgust, He Qingqian also didn't want Zhu Minglan to monopolize the jewel box. She grabbed a few fire charms again, her eyes fixed on Zhu Minglan, ready to throw them when the opportunity arose. Here it comes. Humph, Zhu Minglan, I want to see how you withstand this. At that moment, Pu Hankang's face lit up with a smile as he watched Zhu Minglan. He Qingqian was a bit puzzled and looked towards the shattered tomb mountain, but saw a dense blackish-green mist quickly drifting towards them. As the mist drew nearer, He Qingqian could finally make out the creatures within. One after another, huge bee demons. There were so many bee demons that when flying in the air, they darkened the sky like a cloud. Before long, the bee demon army arrived at the tomb mountain and the dark eyes of each bee demon were fixed on Zhu Minglan. Zhu Minglan raised his head and looked at the controlled army of bee demons, somewhat surprised. No wonder Pu Hankang had not acted earlier. He had been summoning these wild demons. He seemed to be adept at summoning such creatures. All the bee demons from the bee demon nest near the banyan tree gathered here, swirling around to form a storm entirely made up of bee demons, shrouding the tomb mountain. Perfect, young Master Pu Hankang. Let's attack together and take down Zhu Minglan. Yang Hua of the Haoyan martial arts sect said. The bee demons flapped their wings densely around Zhu Minglan, the noisy sound alone causing splitting headaches, not to mention that each bee demon carried a poisonous stinger. It would be difficult for even a dragon lord to withstand the onslaught of their collective stings. Zhu Minglan swung his sword, sending a surge of sword energy sweeping through the bee demon horde. Hundreds of bee demons fell from the sky, dead. But for the entire bee demon army, these deaths were just a small fraction. Even after successive slashes that killed hundreds or thousands of bee demons, there seemed to be no decrease in the number of entwined bees. Just as Zhu Minglan was about to unleash a more powerful sword technique, The treacherous warrior monk attacked. Yanghua's fists and feet exuded a dense, earthy aura, causing each punch he threw to be as mighty as a raging mountain torrent. End of this chapter. Chapter 172. Is it not good to be alive? That is the heroic spirit of a martial arts master, similar to Jian Chong. It is the awe-inspiring power after transcending the limits of the mortal body. The heroic spirit is vigorous and forceful. Every seemingly ordinary punch or kick carries the momentum of a mountain torrent or avalanche, making Zhu Minglan, who faces it with a sword, feel like he is up against a mighty and terrifying natural disaster rather than a monk. His fists can clash with sharp blades, as hard as iron. His arms can easily deflect sword blades, rendering them dull. When he kicks, it's like a fierce ancient beast charging. Zhu Minglan took a few steps back, not because he was truly afraid of this monk, but on the other side, several dark fire talismans flew towards him. If he didn't dodge, the flames that directly burned the soul would cause immense pain. Azure Dragon Sword. Just as its claw was about to pierce Zhu Minglan's chest, his body suddenly emitted a radiant blaze. These beams of light intertwined to form a fiery armor that protected Zhu Minglan's chest. But, unnoticed by himself, he accidentally summoned an even more dreadful ghost dragon and sought to take his own life. Qichinqian, holding a floating poison, was about to throw it, but her small hand trembled uncontrollably when she saw this scene. Is it not good to be alive? Zhu Minglan said coldly. And Zhu Minglan's sword moved even faster. While the shadows of the previous sword were still lingering in the air, the next few strikes had already been thrust out. Gradually, the remnants of sword shadows around Yan Hua began to multiply, so much so that it seemed as if his golden bell was densely surrounded by black sharp swords from the outside. In the end, Zhu Minglan and the sword shadows merged into a piercing line that swept past Yan Hua, and the remaining shadows behind Zhu Minglan slowly disappeared. Yan Hua stood in a horse stance and pushed his palms outward, and the brown heroic spirit transformed into a massive ancient bell that engulfed the martial monk. The flaming azure dragon turned into waves of scorching flames, igniting a sea of fire, yet the martial monk seemed unafraid of the flames, with no signs of burning on his clothes. The ghost claws were aiming for a fatal blow, controlled by the person manipulating the ghost dragon who sought Zhu Minglan's life. At the same time, his heroic spirit intensified, and the ancient bell surrounding him became even more solid. Zhu Minglan tore down the barrier of wasps. He twirled around in place and fiercely slashed the sword on the ground, igniting a large flame that burned intensively on the blade. Hand over the box, and you can leave, Zhu Minglan said. The fiery azure dragon flew towards the martial monk Yan Hua and collided with him as it was about to vanish. Just as they avoided the dark fire talismans, a large group of wasps aligned themselves into a dark wall and came crashing down. Zhu Minglan sensed a hidden malevolent aura approaching from behind. When he turned around, he saw a ghost dragon that had appeared in front of him, its terrifying claws directly targeting his heart. Zhu Minglan's sword moves were characterized by a fiery azure dragon dancing with his blade, soaring and circling above him. The dragon's massive and elongated body, engulfed in scorching flames, was dazzling. The ghost dragon's attack failed, and it immediately attempted to retreat. But a sense of killing intent had already arisen in Zhu Minglan. He glanced in the direction of the ghost dragon and saw Prince Zhao Chen, shrouded in the same sinister aura, with his malevolent eyes. Poochie poochie poochie. Tilde 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 tilde. This guy, who had pretended to be weak all this time, and only allowed the bone dragon to act, suddenly unleashed his sword. The sword moved so fast that it appeared to the martial monk Yan Hua like there were 7 or 8 swordsmen, attacking him simultaneously. Zhu Minglan showed no mercy towards such a person, even if he was a member of the royal family. Swoosh! I want to see how you break through my heroic spirit golden bell. The martial monk Yan Hua lifted one foot and took a larger step, stomping the ground as if it were sinking. Swoosh! 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 The heroic spirit golden bell shattered directly. It seemed as though hundreds of swords had pierced the body of the martial monk Yan Hua, and then were withdrawn simultaneously. Zhu Minglan accumulated all his strength, elegantly wielding the sword of crimson blood in his hand, creating a long shadow of fiery azure and crimson that soared from his sword. She was just a quasi-noble level talismanist, unable to confront the martial monk Yan Hua head-on, let alone face the terrifying swordsmanship of Zhu Minglan. You monster, I surrender. Qichinqian's face turned pale as she hurriedly put away the poisonous talisman. The powerful martial arts master, Yan Hua, collapsed like a punctured blood bag, falling onto the blood-painted canvas he had splattered himself with. Zhu Mingling had no time to evade, and hastily lifted his sword blade. "Let's see then," Zhu Mingling said. "Monk, you have a long way to go. Instead of playing around with these mind games, focus more on cultivating." Zhu Mingling appeared in front of the martial monk Yan Hua. However, Zhu Mingling stepped toward him with flames beneath his feet, the crimson blood sword still in a scorching state, its pattern imprinting on his skin, giving him the appearance of a fiery golden body. The wasp demon legion twisted into a terrifying and bizarre vortex, swirling with noxious fumes. As Zhu Mingling swept his sword, the fiery azure dragon up in the air was coiling its tail, leaping and biting when Zhu Mingling raised it, and swirling and menacingly attacking when Zhu Mingling turned the sword. "I already signaled the referee with a beacon before coming here. Oh, be careful." Qi Qingqian suddenly spoke, alerting Zhu Mingling. He slowly lifted the sword of crimson blood and pointed the tip towards the vast sky behind him. With a breath, Zhu Mingling briefly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a terrifying light gleamed in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 173. Peak descends with heavenly shadow sword. For some unknown reason, Zhu Mingling was just standing there as Peak descended with the heavenly shadow sword. The atmosphere around him had become unusually heavy. Behind him, a large group of banyan bees hovered, but their flight speeds were slowing down, their wings becoming heavier. Some of the banyan bees even inexplicably fell from the sky. The banyan bees dared not approach Zhu Mingling. His aura was extremely powerful at that moment, instilling fear even in the controlled monsters and demons around. Teak descends. Zhu Mingling uttered these two words. As he swung the sword downwards, his entire body tilted forward. At the moment the sword was swung down, the clouds in the sky behind him flowed straight down, turning into white waterfall clouds that rushed towards the earth in a magnificent manner. The power of this sword was terrifying. It seemed like the scene where one sword could change the weather. High above the sky, a tremendously shocking peak shadow suddenly descended. This peak shadow was like a celestial sword falling from the heavens, capable of engulfing the entire city of Mikano. The sight struck fear into the tens of thousands of people in the imperial capital, as well as the dignitaries on the city towers. Fortunately, the heavenly shadow sword peak did not fall towards anyone in Mikano, but rather towards the 9-army tomb mountain, where Zhao Chen and his ghost dragon were located. Zhao Chen rode on the back of the ghost dragon. Realizing the immense power of this sword, he immediately fled beyond the 9-army tomb mountain, fleeing to other parts of Mikano. However, no matter how fast the ghost dragon's speed was or where he fled to, whenever he lifted his head, he would still see the heavenly shadow sword peak pointing directly at him. The sword was getting closer and closer, and the entire city of Mikano could see this majestic sword shadow. As Zhao Chen glanced back at the sky for the last time, he saw the entire sky being dominated by this sword, feeling helpless like an ant under a falling meteor. A deafening hum resonated through the city of Mikano as the entire city shook. The clouds in the sky poured down even more magnificently, and the sword shadow fell like a mountain peak, causing the earth to ripple and form a kind of annihilation. The mechanical structures of Mikano were completely destroyed, and hills, houses, rivers, forests, and grasslands were all pulled into this vast sword crater. Tens of thousands of people were stunned. All the disciples inside Mikano trembled in fear. Even the elder leaders of the various factions on the city towers felt intense turmoil in their hearts. The power of this sword was something that most of them could never achieve. A disciple of such a young age had turned the power struggle into his old legend. This kind of power was truly terrifying. Zhao Chen and his ghost dragon were unlikely to survive. Many members of the imperial family were on the city towers and witnessed Zhao Chen's death under Zhu Mingling's sword. On the highest floor, Prince An grabbed the armrest of his chair, almost breaking it. Anger was evident on his face, and before others could recover from the shock, he finally stood up and said, "Killing royal family members in front of everyone. Zhu Mingling has truly shown disrespect to the royal family. Such a person cannot stay in the imperial city. Ridiculous. Must my son, the son of the head of the Zhu clan, be arbitrarily killed by Zhao Chen? As long as one has eyes, they can see that Zhao Chen was the one who plotted to kill first." Zhu Tianwan slammed the table and directly argued with Prince An. "Zhu Tianwan, you have always been disrespectful, and even your son acts so arrogantly. I will definitely report this matter to the king. The disrespect of the Zhu clan towards the royal family will eventually lead to their downfall." Princeton retorted angrily. This competition is ruthless, and there are no rules when it comes to using force. Isn't that what someone from your royal family told me in person? It's like setting fire to the state, while forbidding the common people to light a lamp. Zhu Tianwan showed no weakness in his response. How can we tolerate such wanton killing? Princeton stated firmly. If you want to fabricate charges, find a better excuse. A person who engages in ruthless killing. My son had the intention to kill, but how many of the geniuses cultivated by your factions can leave the 9-army tomb mountain alive? Zhu Tianwan said. This was the truth. The Lord of Purple sect Lin Huoshang, the disciple of Miaoshan sword sect Wen Mengru, the student of Divine Academy Yiguan, the mantle holder of Azure Dragon Hall Fu Jingguo, even the false monk of Heohe martial sect. Zhu Minglen had avoided all of their vital points with his sword strikes. The monk only bled excessively, with no broken bones. Zhu Minglen had already shown mercy beyond mercy. Indeed, Zhao Chen intended to kill first, and Zhu Minglen retaliated. The elder of the Azure Dragon Hall spoke up. Zhu Minglen doesn't even know who Zhao Chen is. How would he know that this despicable and treacherous person was a member of your royal family? If someone from our distant mountain sword sect kills in the competition and gets killed in return, our sect wouldn't dare to ask for vengeance. Wu Feng walked over cautiously after hearing the commotion. Prince An, calm down. Zhu Minglen probably truly didn't know Zhao Chen's identity. After all, he had been away from the imperial city for quite some time, and Zhao Chen didn't have any obvious royal attire or signs of royalty. Zhu Minglen acted out of personal grievances, not out of disdain for the royal family. The Empress interjected. Princeton was furious. He knew the Empress was partial towards the Zhu clan. He needed a reason. The original plan was to have Zhao Chen and Zhao Wu kill Zhu Minglen, provoking the Zhu clan's wrath towards the royal family. However, since Zhao Chen had been killed, it could be seen as an offense by Zhu Minglen against the royal family. Princeton seized upon this and could stir up some trouble. Unfortunately, the reason seemed somewhat weak even to the major factions, who thought Princeton was being overdramatic. First, he severed the crown prince's limbs. Now he has murdered royal family members. Zhu Tianwan, if you're unwilling to teach your son how to respect the royal family, someone from the royal family will teach your unruly son a lesson. Princeton stated before leaving. The Empress watched Princeton with a wary eye. She could see that Princeton was trying to use this incident as a pretext for something more significant. Advising him would be pointless, as this was essentially a power struggle between the Zhu clan, the major factions, and the royal family's influential sons. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Whether Zhu Minglen killed a royal family member or one of the Zhu clan's elders was persecuted. Handle this carefully and don't act rashly, the Empress whispered to Zhu Tianwan. Yes, the time has come eventually. Zhu Tianwan nodded. On the shattered 9-army tomb mountain, Zhu Minglen maintained a steady breath. Despite feeling a bit dizzy, he tightly gripped the sword in his hand. The sword spirit dragon told him that it could maintain the awakened sword for a short time. After the engravings faded, he would need to awaken other engravings to grant Zhu Minglen the power of the awakened sword. The battle had ended. Pu Hanyang looked blankly at the spot where the sword had fallen and sank, a hint of bitterness appearing on his face. He dismissed the banyan bees. In such a situation, there was no point in fighting. His magic summoning was not worth mentioning. End of this chapter. Chapter 170 for Rise and Fall. At some point, Pu Hanrong was extremely arrogant, believing that apart from Huo Shangjun, the chief disciple of the Purple Sect Forest, there were few in the imperial capital who could match him. With his royal-level strength, he easily dealt with the disciples of other forces in this grand competition. However, he found himself unworthy in the eyes of others. Consciously submitting the collection of treasures he had gathered, Pu Hanrong chose to withdraw. Before long, there were few people left on the Jujinmu mountain, with only some damaged stone statues remaining. As for the general giant statues that could move on their own, many of their mechanisms had already been destroyed in the astonishing sword strikes by Zhu Minglen. No one dared to compete with Zhu Minglen anymore. All the spiritual resources here belonged solely to Zhu Minglen. Young master, the control caskets of the 4 city-states of the Chen Dadi ancestral dragon city-state are here. Qing Yang found a purple-red casket and said to Zhu Minglen. Zhu Minglen accepted it, glanced at it, and saw black words on white paper that were neatly written, along with the seal of the Jiting dynasty. With this document, the Chen Dadi ancestral dragon city-state would no longer be ownerless. Zhu Minglan breathed a sigh of relief. It was a miraculous escape. Fortunately, there was the spiritual sword dragon. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to stand out in this competition. After letting the spiritual sword dragon return to the spiritual realm, Zhu Minglan handed over this document to Nan Lingsha, saying to her, "The order in the Chen Dadi region will soon be established. The rest depends on Yunzi's grasp of war." Nan Lingsha nodded and replied, "She will not fail." The grand competition and the power struggle finally came to an end. Originally, the chief disciples of various forces were the focus of attention, but in the end, people seemed to only remember Zhu Minglan. The most unforgettable was the peak deep sky shadow sword, giving people a whole new understanding of the Dragon Master. These days, the entire imperial capital was discussing the battle at the Mechanism City, especially Zhu Minglan's arrogance when he drove everyone away and his majestic performance when he fought against the chief disciples of various forces alone. As for Zhu Minglan, he slept for a day or two due to fatigue. As soon as he regained some strength, he immediately asked Nan Lingsha and Qin Yan how much treasure they had gained. In the past, Zhu Minglan considered money as worthless, but that was just because he was young. Now he felt that money was the most charming thing in the world, and he would cherish it. "Young master," after the battle at the Mechanism City ended, a long line formed outside the Zhu family's gate. Many forces wanted to buy the mines, urban charters, spiritual fields, medicine gardens, and so on from us. "You did not see how humble they were," Qin Yan said with a rare smile. "It doesn't make much sense for us to keep them. You can sort and categorize these things. What's not useful to the Zhu family, sell it and exchange it for money," Zhu Minglan said. "Young master, this is a lot of money. What do you need so much money for?" Qin Yan asked in confusion. "The Dragon Master has never thought that there was too much money. Ask my father what good things he wants to take from the Zhu family," Zhu Minglan said. "Young master, the old master has already taken them," Qin Yan said. Zhu Minglan smiled bitterly. Zhu Tianwan was not very polite to him. However, it was agreed to split the loot 50-50. Moreover, after the sword forging hall lost such a large sum, he could compensate for it this time. Although the sword awakening had truly brought Zhu Minglan a feeling of elation like an ascension, it had to be admitted that the backlash was also significant. Zhu Minglan's whole body was sore now, and it took a long time for him to recover. During these days, he had done nothing else and could only do some simple exercises like a newly recovered patient, such as taking a walk, strolling around the streets, or boating. The drop water lake was calm and beautiful, with the most pleasant scenery being the green willows on the lakeside, like graceful ladies combing their hair in front of a water mirror. Zhu Minglan sat alone in a light boat with no one to paddle for him. He had always liked this, lying back in the wooden boat, letting the gentle waves carry him to the center of the water drop lake, gazing at the clear skies or the enchanting night. At this moment, his thoughts would wander aimlessly, without purpose or worries, just passing the time leisurely and enjoying the peace and ease of not being urged to cultivate, feeling serene. The lake was vast, and Zhu Minglan had never come to his senses when the boat touched the shore of the lake before. However, this time his thoughts had wandered too far, perhaps needing to recall too many things, or maybe the waves were too strong, and the boat hit the shore near the bustling city area of the lakeside. Zhu Minglan even heard some boatmen yelling. Zhu Minglan got up, realizing that there were many pleasure boats around, lit with bright lights. Many women in colorful dresses and several elegant young men were planning to take a boat trip to explore the water drop lake. When the boatmen saw Zhu Minglan, they looked puzzled. "This young man, did you come from the Zhu family's inner courtyard lake?" The boatman had sharp eyes and respectfully asked. "Yes, I must have fallen asleep, and the boat drifted here," Zhu Minglan said, somewhat embarrassed. "It's all right, as long as you're not here to take our business, it's fine. You look familiar, sir. The boatman said. At this moment, the eyes of the young men and women fell on Zhu Minglan, and one of them pointed at him, surprised, and exclaimed, "Isn't this Zhu Minglan? Zhu Minglan of the Zhu family. It's a little legend of our imperial capital. Step aside. Let me bask in his aura." Soon, many people gathered on the lakeside, excited and thrilled, like they were watching a water monster in the lake. Zhu Minglan, seeing this, hurriedly left by boat. The situation escalated quickly. It became a little legend of the imperial capital. Indeed, a truly unique person would attract attention wherever they went. be it the imperial capital or the Chen Dadi ancestral dragon city-state. Zhu Minglan returned to the Zhu family's inner courtyard lake by boat. This water drop lake was very vast, with half of it belonging to the Zhu family's inner courtyard lake area. Those sightseeing tourists and merchants were not allowed to cross the boundary. Zhu Minglan had never expected to stay on the boat for so long. For some reason, even though he had returned to the imperial capital, which was his birthplace, Zhu Minglan still couldn't feel a sense of belonging. He still longed for that person in the distant border of the Jiading continent, the one he couldn't forget. Wandering for years, time flew by. In the short year in the Zhu family's inner courtyard lake of the Chen Dadi ancestral dragon city-state, too much had happened. From a vagrant used to insult the unmatched woman in the world to now becoming a little legend in the mouths of the people of the imperial capital, life truly was full of ups and downs. End of this chapter. Chapter 175 Wealth. Qin Yang has already classified some of those brocade boxes, except for some official documents and contracts. There are actually a lot of spiritual treasures. Among them, a very special treasure is a ring. This ring is called the Spirit Covenant Ring. Its effect is very simple and direct. It can actually add a spiritual covenant to the dragon tamer. Zhu Minglan currently has 4 spiritual covenants, and after the spirit dragon joined, all the covenants were filled. He was also worried about opening new covenants, never expecting to find such an excellent ring among the loot he plundered. Zhu Minglan continued to count the spoils, and an old and majestic voice sounded outside the house. Before Zhu Minglan could open the door, a very expensive little brocaded carp swam in through the window. It wagged its tail and shone brightly in the sunlight. No wonder it was chosen as the mascot of the Zhuman family. With its appearance, it was perfect for bringing good luck to people. What's the deal with your sword spirit dragon? Why didn't you tell me about it? Mr. Jinli questioned. I've told you at least 3 times, Zhu Minglan said with a bitter smile. Is that so? You know that I tend to forget things easily. Your sword spirit dragon has awakened. Show me. This kind of dragon species that can bestow formidable power to the dragon tamer is very rare, especially since it perfectly complements the swordsmanship you practiced in the beginning. Mr. Jinli seemed very interested in the sword spirit dragon. Zhu Minglan shook his head and said, to awaken the sword, one of the inscriptions needs to be awakened. Right now, it seems that the Jade Blood inscription is the most direct one. However, in recent days, the Jade Blood inscription has been dim. It may be difficult to awaken it like it did on the 9 Army Tomb Mountain. Did you steal many good swords from the sword forge? Mr. Jinli asked. The sword spirit dragon doesn't eat or drink, it only devours swords. But not all swords. For example, it's not interested in the iron swords sold at the blacksmith shop, Zhu Minglan explained. Oh, I remember now. You told me that the sword spirit dragon comes from the abandoned sword forest, the soul of countless abandoned swords, Mr. Jinli suddenly exclaimed. Zhu Minglan pursed his lips, feeling helpless towards Mr. Jinli's intermittent amnesia. It should be temporarily asleep, like my body. It took a long time to recover its vitality after the awakening last time. The Jade Blood inscription probably also needs this kind of rest, Zhu Minglan speculated. There are still many mysteries surrounding the sword spirit dragon that need to be slowly explored. Zhu Minglan naturally tried. He wanted to see if the sword spirit dragon could awaken at any time. After all, the strength of the sword spirit dragon itself was close to the middle grade lord level, but if he were in control, by activating the sword awakening, he could exert the strength of an upper grade lord. Unfortunately, it didn't work. After using the inscription, it entered a sealed state, similar to those ancient swords that had not yet awakened. It seems to be close to what I guessed. The awakening of the sword spirit dragon's inscriptions is related to specific environments, events, battles. If you want to unlock the seals of other ancient sword spirits, you must trace the origins of those ancient swords. Secondly, once you have the inscriptions, such as the Jade Blood inscription, after using it once, the sword spirit dragon needs to charge it by devouring swords to use the sword awakening again, Mr. Jinli said. Zhu Minglan nodded, which was similar to his thoughts. Currently, there are not many inscriptions truly awakened in the body of the sword spirit dragon, and the Jade Blood inscription is one of them. But every time the sword awakens, it consumes huge energy within the sword spirit dragon's body, and this energy needs to be replenished by devouring swords, similar to those hundreds of good swords found in the sword forge needed to let the Jade Blood inscription shine again. Of course, the sword spirit dragon does not devour just any sword. Even if Zhu Minglin is very wealthy now and purchases a large number of military iron swords, the sword spirit dragon has no appetite. Clearly only those well-crafted swords at a master swordsmith's store in the sword forge for years can satisfy the sword spirit dragon. After all, it is a lower-grade lord dragon. In this way, in the future, he should visit more sword forests, sword mountains, sword sects, and sword schools. Not only is there a high probability of awakening those ancient and extreme inscriptions, but also to recharge the inscriptions he has used, giving himself the power of sword awakening. I heard that you are now very well off, Mr. Jinli said. Yes. Zhu Minglin nodded. That's great. Ice Chen White Dragon cannot be nurtured on a tight budget, so allocate some funds for me, and I will buy some reinforcement items for you, to prepare for Bai Qi's full period breakthrough, Mr. Jinli said. Mr. Jinli, you can go with my dragon feed manager. My main concern is that after you go to the spiritual resources market and walk around, you might forget what you were supposed to buy, Zhu Minglin said. In fact, Zhu Minglin was not really worried about Mr. Jinli forgetting what to buy, but was concerned that after wandering around for a few rounds, it might think it was an ornamental spirit fish and refuse to leave someone else's fish tank. It would be much better to have Fang Nianian accompanying, especially since it was responsible for procurement. Fang Nianian had been in a particularly good mood lately. With the increase in funds, she could greatly improve the rations of all dragon pets, and even provide them with some snacks. For example, for Bai Chet, she would directly buy the finest iceberg snow lotus honey. Iceberg snow lotus was an extremely luxurious item, and its honey was even rarer. And Bai Chet itself was an ice-attributed dragon. This iceberg snow lotus honey could allow it to perform more powerful ice spells. Before it evolves, it's best to raise its cultivation to the peak upper grade lord level, so when it evolves to the full period, its strength will increase significantly, even surpassing the sword spirit dragon's cultivation, but it will cost money, Mr. Jinli said. I've never cared about money. Mr. Jinli, buy whatever you need, as long as it can greatly improve Bai Qi's strength, it's worth spending as much money as needed, Zhu Minglin also said with great confidence. Without any unexpected events, it can reach the middle grade lord level. While the sword spirit dragon is indeed powerful, it's a trump card in your hands. But as a dragon tamer, all your dragons must become powerful so that you can become the undefeated supreme, Mr. Jinli said. Mr. Jinli has always emphasized that Bai Qi's potential was limitless, and when it reaches the limit of the middle grade lord level and enters the next cycle, its next cycle transformation has a high chance of reaching the king level. This was Mr. Jinli's purpose. It had also been mentioned to Zhu Minglin. Bai Qi's next cycle transformation, the height it could reach, also depended on the level that Ice Chen White Dragon could achieve. The stronger the Ice Chen White Dragon, the higher it could leap in the next cycle. Middle grade lord level, Bai Che can be this strong once it reaches the full period. Zhu Minglin exclaimed with some joy. The sword awakening cannot be used constantly. That meant Zhu Minglin currently only had the strength approaching the middle grade lord level with the sword spirit dragon. But if Bai Che reaches its full period, Zhu Minglin would have the strength of a middle grade lord level Ice Chen White Dragon, and also the strength approaching the middle grade lord level with the sword spirit dragon. End of this chapter. Chapter 176. Prince N's ambition. To great dragon princes. Without the sword awakening, still not fearing the vast majority of strong opponents. Why is Zhu Minglin so arrogant in the mechanism city, crazily plundering the spiritual resources used as bait by major forces? You must know that many dragon herders either occupy cities, collect huge taxes, or travel around working hard to mine gold, all aiming to ensure that their dragons do not fall behind at the starting line, right? Those who can afford the best will never settle for anything less, especially on hearing that Xiaobai might break through to the middle rank prince level. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you forget? Zhu Minglin asked Mr. Jinqi. No. I just thought you couldn't afford it at the time, and didn't have the face to ask your father for money, Mr. Jinqi replied. Zhu Minglin's face darkened. Is it true that he looks like a pauper? Dragons must be well fed. Dragons raised in wealth and dragons raised in poverty have different limits. Although Xiaobai does not rely on spiritual resources for strength enhancement, he can still demonstrate incomparable talent and strength. But in the case of already possessing powerful talent, noble bloodline, and outstanding strength, spending lavishly can definitely elevate them to even higher realms. Of course, it's not that Zhu Minglan was unwilling to spend money on Xiaobai in the past. It's just that the spiritual resources that could enhance a dragon of Xiaobai's level start at 100,000 gold. At that time, even dealing with food shortages was a bit difficult, naturally making it impossible to consider strengthening spiritual items. When funds are insufficient, step-by-step climbing up will eventually lead to prosperity. When funds are sufficient, one can take great strides forward. Even if there is some waste of money, it is not considered, all for the sake of acquiring powerful strength sooner. It would be great if these major competitions could be held more frequently. The capital city is ultimately rich. The weather was sunny and the sky was clear, a weather that Zhu Minglan liked, with white clouds billowing in the sky. Zhu Minglan and Zhu Tianwan stood in front of the palace. Behind them was the ancient bronze battlefield. Prince Zhao wants you to attend the court mainly because of your killing of Zhao Chen, but rest assured, father has already handled this matter properly. All you need to do is stand in court, keep quiet, attend, and listen to the dynasty's judgment on you, Zhu Tianwan said. How do they plan to sentence me this time? Zhu Minglan asked. What else can they do? Continue with the exile. As for how many years, it depends on the emperor's mood. Mainly because Princeton is causing obstacles, otherwise there wouldn't even be a judgment, Zhu Tianwan coldly snorted. Princeton is the enemy of our Zhu family, unexpectedly such a high-level figure. Zhu Minglan said, the Supreme Court of the court has 3 kings. They are the supreme rulers of the court. Among them, Princeton and the Emperor share different surnames, but are brothers. This person has always had deep ties with major forces and, like the Emperor, is an important leader for maintaining relations with major forces in the Supreme Court. When our Zhu family was not as prosperous as it is now, Princeton tried several times to incorporate our family into his court and make our Zhu family a vassal of Princeton's court, Zhu Tianwan said. His ambitions are not small, but he underestimated the Zhu family and underestimated father's ambitions. Why would he go to work for others? Zhu Minglan said. When the Zhu family was still one of the 6 great families, it was indeed very difficult. The main reason was that the Zhu family held the most outstanding metallurgical arts in the entire Supreme Court. Whether it be immortal cultivators, dragon herders, or war warriors, all required weapons and armor. By acquiring the Zhu family, it was equivalent to controlling an important vein that ran through the entire Supreme Continent. After all, the court did not control all the kingdoms and forces in the Supreme Continent. They were just big bosses, but they would also experience changes in power and influence over time. The various major clans and factions today had all supported a court in the past. Zhu Minglan remembered that his grandfather had told him that 1,000 years ago on the Supreme Continent, the royal family was surnamed Zhu. Therefore, even the royal family constantly vied for people's hearts, dismantled power, and expanded territory. Likewise, various major forces were doing the same thing. So when Zhu Minglan saw members of the chess sect in the outer courtyard of the Zhu family a few days ago, he was not surprised at all. Small forces were easily swallowed up by major forces if they did not stay quiet. Otherwise, by staying away from the capital and finding a path to rise in other kingdoms, it was no different from being exiled. The resources and opportunities obtained in the capital far outweighing those in remote areas. After you leave the capital, you don't need to worry about the Zhu family. Enjoy your life roaming around, seeing different countries and different scenery. Anyway, you don't like these political strife. Your aunt has always taught you since you were young that cultivation is the king's way. We indeed lack a tough person in our Zhu family, Zhu Tianwan said to Zhu Minglan. Seeing Zhu Minglan's performance that day, Zhu Tianwan was actually happier than anyone else. He never forced Zhu Minglan to inherit the family business or learn metallurgical arts. But Zhu Tianwan hoped that Zhu Minglan would have his own foundation so that when real strength was needed, he wouldn't be left with no recourse. When faced with humiliation, he wouldn't be silent, and when persecuted or harmed, he wouldn't be powerless. Zhu Minglan killed Zhao Chen. Zhu Tianwan never thought there was a problem with this. On the contrary, this was the backbone that the Zhu family should have. Because of the Zhu family's unbending attitude, Princeton kept challenging the family's bottom line, and Zhu Tan's death was just one of their shameless acts. Faced with such things, one could not endure endlessly. It's fortunate that Zhu Minglan has returned. It's fortunate that he has this temperament. It's fortunate that he still possesses the strength to crush others. What is Zhao Chen worth? He doesn't even have the noble status of Zhao Yingnu. Zhu Minglan abolished Zhao Yingnu, and it resulted in exile for a few years. This Zhao Chen is dead. If it weren't for Prince An's stubbornness, Zhu Minglan wouldn't even need to attend today. As the only young master of the Zhu family, what's wrong with killing a royal descendant? Furthermore, he was the one who struck first. If you feel wronged, you can continue to stay in the capital, Zhu Tianwan said, somewhat dissatisfied. Especially with this verdict. Why should there be punishment? Zhu Tianwan was not afraid of Prince An. Father, there's no need for that. I never liked staying in the capital anyway. It's great to wander around, see different countries and landscapes. Zhu Minglan shook his head. All right, try to come back next time, and bring a daughter-in-law with you. Zhu Tianwan nodded, knowing that exile from the capital was not a punishment at all for Zhu Minglan. Approaching the court, Zhu Minglan sat beside Zhu Tianwan. The emperor was not on the throne. A national teacher was discussing state affairs. Matters were to be handled one by one, and Zhu Minglan didn't know how long he would have to wait for his judgment. Zhu Minglan wasn't very interested in other matters, yawning. Suddenly, a national assistant from a small country hurriedly walked into the court. Seeing that the emperor was absent, he was at a loss. He's the national assistant of the kingdom of Rui. There must have been a change in the war in the distant Chuandadi land, Zhu Tianwan said to Zhu Minglan. Zhu Minglan frowned. The army attacking the ancestral dragon city was that of the kingdom of Rui. The controlling authority was already taken, but the ruling authority depended on the outcome of the war. End of this chapter. Chapter 177, Invincible Wife. At this moment, a man wearing a large dragon robe, yawning, walked alone towards the throne. The Prime Minister of the Sharp Kingdom showed joy on his face when he saw the king and hurriedly knelt on the ground. The king raised his hand, signaling the national teacher to stop discussing the matters that didn't interest him. The national teacher collected the papers, sat back in his place, and his gaze fell on the Prime Minister of the Sharp Kingdom. Since the Prime Minister of the Sharp Kingdom had come, and with such an expression, it must mean that there was finally a result in the war in the Lichuan Earth. After all, it was a new territory, which would allow people on the Jiting continent to better understand this world, and naturally, many would be concerned about what was happening there. Tell me, didn't I give you a month's time? The time is almost up, the king asked. Your Majesty, please give the order to summon the ruler of the Lichuan Earth, Li Yunzi, the Prime Minister of the Sharp Kingdom said, with a hint of uncertainty. Oh, the king raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised by the behavior of the Prime Minister of the Sharp Kingdom. The Sharp Kingdom had been trying every means to take over the rule of the Lichuan Earth. Apart from the joint for city-states of the Zulong city-state, all other cities and territories had already become slave cities to the Sharp Kingdom. The most fertile land in the Lichuan Earth seemed to be the Lichuan Plain, and the Zulong city-state was prosperous. There were still a few days left. Why did the Sharp Kingdom suddenly give up? Tell me the truth. Do not hide anything from me, the king said. The face of the Prime Minister of the Sharp Kingdom became even uglier. Have a drink of water and tell me slowly. The king showed a keen interest. Your Majesty, you ordered us to take over the rule of the Lichuan Earth within a month. We, the Sharp Kingdom, did not dare to delay and spent a lot of money recruiting troops and mobilized soldiers from various city-states, intending to break through the Long Gorge and enter the Lichuan Plain. With our forces, we could have easily taken over that land. But Li Yunzi was cunning. She had her soldiers destroy the Long Gorge directly, delaying our advance, and personally led a military guard to invade the Sharp Kingdom and occupy our capital. As he said the last sentence, the Prime Minister of the Sharp Kingdom seemed to be enduring a great indignity. Each word was spoken with difficulty. The leaders of various countries in the audience widened their eyes in shock. The Sharp Kingdom had been occupying. The Sharp Kingdom, as the country closest to the Lichuan Earth on the Jiting continent, and also a vassal state of the imperial court, naturally had the responsibility to take over the rule. The arbitrator had already inspected the Lichuan Earth and made some rough estimates of the forces and military strength there. It should have been an easy task for the Sharp Kingdom to take over the Lichuan Earth. Who could have expected this outcome? Not only had they not taken over the land, but they had lost their own territory. For a moment, it was difficult for everyone to judge whether the rulers of the Sharp Kingdom were incompetent or the rulers of the Lichuan Earth were much stronger than they had imagined. So you have come to seek help from the imperial court? The king smiled in a mysterious manner. Your Majesty, our army, still in the Lichuan Earth. It will take a long time for them to return, so I humbly ask you to issue an amnesty order to prevent the female ruler of the Lichuan earth from slaughtering the people of the Sharp Kingdom. The Prime Minister of the Sharp Kingdom sighed, in resignation. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianwan watched Zhu Minglin. Zhu Minglin also widened his eyes, completely unaware of what was happening. The wife was mighty. They had agreed to hold their ground until they took over the seat of power, and everything would be reconsidered later. How could she have taken over the capital of the Sharp Kingdom? Consequently, it was likely that the imperial court would have to issue an amnesty order, since it would take time to mobilize troops from other territories, and once there was strife in the capital of the Sharp Kingdom, the situation there would be in complete chaos. We, the Hulong sect, can easily take down a small ruler, a sect master spoke up. Sect master, the Lichuan earth is now under the control of the Zhu sect. Do you have a problem with us, the Zhu sect? Shall I send the Yaoshan sword sect to pay a visit to your sect? Zhu Tianwan gave a cold laugh to the sect master of the Hulong sect, who immediately fell silent, though his face looked quite gloomy. Now that the Lichuan earth is no longer ownerless, it is better for the major forces to not interfere in the war, the queen said. National teacher, draft a decree of amnesty, and let the people of the Zhu sect negotiate with the ruler of the Lichuan earth to bring them to the imperial capital and appoint them as the sovereign of Lichuan. The king spoke. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. The people of the Sharp Kingdom thank you for your kindness. The Prime Minister of the Sharp Kingdom thanked. It seems that we have gained another country in the Jiting continent. All national leaders, you will have the chance to meet the ruler of the Lichuan earth when the time comes. The king said, truly a rare new territorial ruler. Taking offense for defense was truly unexpected. The Sharp Kingdom is afraid of becoming a laughingstock in history this time. It's just as well, if the Lichuan earth is in constant turmoil, it may destroy some valuable materials. As everyone discussed, Zhu Tianwan slowly stood up from his seat. Let Zhu Zuan escort the people to the imperial capital. After all, the Lichuan earth is not well known to our Jiting imperial court, and having the Zhu sect people go for amnesty will be much better. The queen said, all right. Oh, I remember now. Prince An complained to me that Zhu Minglin disrespected the royal family again and killed Zhao Chen. Is that true? The king suddenly turned his gaze to Zhu Minglin. Zhu Minglin was a bit embarrassed. Why did he use again? Your Majesty. Zhu Tianwan stood up, about to explain. The king gestured for Zhu Tianwan to sit down and pointed his finger at Zhu Minglin. You explain it yourself. I'll listen. Zhu Minglin got up. The king looked at Zhu Minglin for a moment and then asked, you're the little guy who disabled Zhao Ying's arms and legs. Weren't you banished from the imperial capital by me? Your Majesty. It's been 3 years. Zhu Minglin replied. Oh. When did you return? The king asked. Last month. You've only been back for a month, and you've killed another royal family member. What is it that you, Zhu Minglin, are dissatisfied with in our imperial family? The king said. Perhaps it was because the young master of the Zhao clan still held a grudge against me, so he established some kind of royal youth gang to try to kill me in the grand competition. I had no choice but to fight back, said Zhu Minglin. Your grudge with Zhao Yinj was handled personally by me. I said that if anyone tangled with this matter again, it is about me not pleasing. In the 9-army tomb mountain, all the elders of the major forces are present. You tell me, who had the intent to kill first, Zhao Ying's son Zhao Chen, or Zhu Minglin? The king asked. End of chapter. Chapter 178. The country of clouds. The emperor's training cannot be taken lightly. Moreover, with all eyes on him, Zhao Chen was the first one to make a move as an assassin, and tens of thousands of citizens witnessed it. In this court, even if they had intentions to bring down the Zhumans, they wouldn't dare manipulate obvious matters. The consensus was clear. Indeed, it was Zhao Chen who struck first. If it weren't for the fire melt armor on Zhu Minglin's body, his heart would have been crushed by the ghost dragon. Zhao Yinj, you too, go wake up elsewhere and do not return for 2 years, the emperor spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yinj, no matter how much resentment he held, could only endure and respond humbly. Zhu Minglin, you can leave Zhao Chen alive and come to me to lodge a complaint. This emperor will not spare Zhao Chen either. But since you killed him, it also means disregarding the royal family's descendants. Considering your outstanding performance in this competition, you are allowed to stay in the capital for the New Year celebration. After the festivities, pack up and leave on your own accord, the emperor said. Zhu Minglan, take your punishment. Zhu Minglan bowed in acknowledgement. Hearing the final decision, Prince An's expression was similarly unpleasant. However, he knew the emperor had made his decision and wouldn't change it. In the end, the royal court was simply too useless, failing to provide a better reason. It was all just a show. Zhu Minglan left the palace feeling joyful. Not because the punishment was inconsequential to him, but because the situation in the Chuandadi region had finally been resolved satisfactorily. The authority was in place, governance in order. The city-state of Zulong now belonged to the Ji court, and due to the ennoblement and sealing of the rulers, the wars would cease for a few years. For the land of Chuandadi, peace was the best blessing. The worries that clouded Li Yunzi's brow could finally dissipate. Zhu Minglan felt relieved. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before Li Yunzi came to the capital, finally able to shed all burdens and indulge freely. The news of the Ruiguo occupation quickly spread throughout the capital. The rulers of Chuandadi became a popular topic among the people of the capital. Zhu Minglan stood out for his prowess, fighting alone against many. Li Yunzi, on the battlefield, caught everyone off guard by defeating the Ruiguo forces and transforming a slave state into a recognized nation under the Ji dynasty, a tale that delighted many. Yet, a strange comparison began to emerge in the capital. Zhu Minglan and Li Yunzi were being pitted against each other, as if debating who was more outstanding. Fortunately, communication was slow. If the residents of Zulong City came to the Ji capital, the situation might skew quickly. The subsequent discussions wouldn't focus on who was more remarkable or dazzling this year, but on peculiar matters. Li Yunzi would come to the capital, and Zhu Minglan no longer felt the need to rush back to Zulong. He would wait for the ennoblement to conclude before departing together. Zhu Minglan dedicated his days to training dragons, greatly benefiting from Master Jin Li's guidance. With the growth of Bai Che and Mo Yi, their power would see substantial growth. Primarily, Bai Qi's demands were exceptionally strict. Possessing the bloodline of the Silver Moon Azure Dragon and the abilities of the Starwind Ice Dragon made it challenging to find the necessary spiritual resources. To strengthen Bai Che to the peak, Zhu Minglan often ventured to Shanshan Mountain, challenging the fierce dragon beasts dwelling in the ancient palace, allowing Bai Che to experience battles. Only in the depths of Shanshan Mountain were there ancient dragons strong enough. Zhu Minglan entered and became lost within, spending half a month inside and emerging like a wild man, exiting onto the path leading to the Shanshan Imperial City. Zhu Minglan looked up at the clouds swirling above the capital, the magnificent cloud dragon mountains visible in the distance, with numerous colorful and radiant dragons dancing in the sky. At that moment, Bai Che also gazed upward and called out to the cloud dragon kingdom above the capital. "Do you want to pick an opponent there?" Zhu Minglan asked, looking at the cloud dragon kingdom. The kingdom in the clouds was the true fortune of the dynasty, the foundation of its enduring power. Zhu Minglan indeed held great interest in the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, but as someone who looked down on the royal family, stepping into it seemed impossible, unless he had something extremely valuable in exchange, something the royals coveted, granting him entry to the Cloud Dragon Kingdom. His eyes sparkled. Venturing into the Cloud Dragon Kingdom to absorb its divine energy was more appealing than training in the mountains like a wild man. With a slew of deeds in hand, the prices of the land deeds fluctuating greatly if sold, it was better to exchange them for a chance to enter the Cloud Dragon Kingdom. Without hesitation, Zhu Minglan returned to the Zhuman, tidied himself up, and informed Qin Yang of his intention to exchange land deeds for an opportunity to enter the Cloud Dragon Kingdom. The Cloud Dragon Kingdom was the sacred land of the dynasty, accessible only to those who made significant contributions, even by the royal descendants. The Cloud Dragon Kingdom rarely opened its doors to outsiders, rumored to house numerous treasures beyond the reach of the capital, each requiring personal fate to obtain. Even if not gaining any valuable items, allowing his fur dragons to train within its sacred atmosphere would bring great benefits. Young master, there are indeed some royals interested in acquiring many of our deeds. This seems promising, as obtaining entry to the Cloud Dragon Kingdom must be among their objectives. Some of the royal family members likely have previously trained within the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, and the enhancement would be less significant for them. In such cases, they prefer to exchange the qualification for something more practical. You have never entered the Cloud Dragon Kingdom before, so the benefits will be substantial. Qin Yang nodded, approving of Zhu Minglan's idea. Sacred lands like these must be visited whenever the opportunity arises, even if doing nothing. The unique aura within would greatly aid in cultivation. Of course, a stroke of luck would make it even more perfect. See if we can get a double pass. Miss Lingsha should also be interested in the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Minglin suggested. When seizing the jade boxes from the smoky looters, Nan Lingsha was of great help. While she may not have been interested in material possessions, she was also generous. Besides, she was now a deity in their team. Her strength equated to their own strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 179. The fat water does not flow into other people's fields. Qin Yang was indeed reliable in handling matters. On the third day, Qin Yang informed Zhu Minglin that the situation had been resolved. A member of the royal family, who did not wish to reveal her identity, was willing to exchange the opportunity to practice in the Cloud Dragon Kingdom for some mining and city deeds in Zhu Minglin's hands. It's a female marquis who has appeared with significant financial losses and is currently selling some things to make up for the deficit. We happen to have so many deeds in hand, Qin Yang told Zhu Minglin. Good. Anyways, if we can't find suitable buyers, the losses will be significant if we hold on to them. Zhu Minglin nodded and agreed to this small transaction. Zhu Minglin was familiar with deeds like those of Runyu City. Despite the remote location, there were not many people interested on this side of the capital, and the price was unexpectedly only 70 to 80,000 gold coins. This was much lower than the tens of thousands he had initially anticipated. However, in reality, by carefully finding suitable buyers or even intentionally traveling to that country to see if anyone wanted to become the lord of the city, choosing the right beer, the price could be raised to 200,000 or 300,000 gold coins. The problem was that Zhu Minglin didn't have the time to slowly search or find. The opportunity to enter the Cloud Dragon Kingdom was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and his current level was most suitable for cultivation inside. Zhu Minglin held on to so many deeds because, in the end, it all came down to money, and the money was meant to quickly increase his own strength. The qualification to enter the Cloud Dragon Kingdom was priceless. Who knew how much money and connections he would need to make up for missing the opportunity from this Marquis's lost transaction? And besides, he had been expelled from the capital and might not have another chance for many years. Mr. Jinli prepared many spirit materials that could strengthen Bai Che, mainly focusing on enhancing Bai Qi's frost ability. The strengthening process was not too difficult but certainly costly. Zhu Minglin deliberately waited until little Bai Che absorbed this batch of enhanced spirit items before heading to the Cloud Dragon Kingdom. With the peak master level and the 3 powerful abilities of little Bai Che, they should have a great advantage even when facing creatures of the same level. Of course, to break through to the monarch level required more than just money. Little Bai Che had one more advancement, so preparations needed to be made for this advancement. After the preparations were almost complete, Zhu Minglin officially set off. Entering the palace, someone escorted them to the Cloud Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom was a completely floating special sacred place, where thick clouds could be seen with magical sky vines hanging down and unique trees in the Cloudland. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, there were clouds all around, resembling white mountain ranges, and the clouds underfoot could be stepped on and felt soft like snow, sinking when stepped on. Although the dragons inside will not bear malice towards humans, please do not provoke those esteemed celestial dragons easily, the dragon guard guarding the Cloud Dragon Kingdom said. If anything happens, there will be no one to rescue you inside. In addition, the space inside is much broader than what the naked eye sees, and there are some bizarre mysterious boundaries that our dynasty does not fully comprehend. Do not enter out of curiosity, as it may be difficult to come out alive. The dragon guard warned Zhu Minglin and Nan Lingsha very seriously. They nodded, keeping these words in mind. The dragons inside can be yours if you have the ability. Another dragon guard added. The spirit materials inside can also be yours. Remember to pay attention to the lamp jade hanging around your waist. The lamp jade can provide you with vitality. Inside the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, it will continuously consume a significant amount of your life essence. Once your lamp jade dims, you must immediately come out, otherwise, you may be frozen by the clouds and eventually become part of the cloud snow swirling around in the kingdom, regardless of your cultivation level. Several dragon guards were very educated, making sure to explain everything that needed to be said. After saying these things, they allowed Zhu Minglin and Nan Lingsha to enter. Stepping into the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, the clouds became denser, resembling a vast glacier world. Even though the clouds drifted aimlessly, The mist of these clouds did not seem different from frost. "It's very cold here, difficult for ordinary people to endure," Non Linshaw remarked. "Yes, this coldness consumes our vitality until our bodily organs freeze completely, turning us into a pile of ice cloud dust. It seems that the real key to entering the Cloud Dragon Kingdom isn't just qualification, but the lamp jade that can sustain human vitality," Zhu Minglan said. Even for the royal family, they couldn't explore the Cloud Dragon Kingdom at any time. The lamp jade was limited, making cultivation in the Cloud Dragon Kingdom even more precious. Little Baiche seemed to enjoy this place, with the icy coldness in the clouds enhancing its feathers with spiritual essence. Instead of dozing off on Zhu Minglan's shoulder as usual, it flapped its wings, exploring this extraordinary cloud dragon scenery. Some clouds were walkable, while others were hollow, risking falling into the cloud abyss directly. The Cloud Dragon Kingdom itself was a secret realm, appearing as a colorful cloud mountain floating in the center of the capital, magnificent and grand. However, once inside, it was a different world, as if immersed in a realm composed entirely of ice clouds, sky vines, colored pools, and illusionary mountains. There were rivers inside, formed by a flow of thinner cloud vapor rivers. There were cloud sky abysses, appearing out of thin air, without a known bottom. The towering cloud mountains that were never-ending could be climbed by braving the chilly ice winds, following the heavenly escalations, or looking for other staircase-like illusionary mountains. Everything in the Cloud Dragon Kingdom was fantastical and unexplainable. Common sense. I've heard that the so-called ancient ruins are actually similar to the mysterious realms like the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, areas not bound by natural laws and hence inhabited by divine spirit materials and extraordinary creatures, Zhu Minglan told Non Linshaw. "Are you asking about the ancient ruins of the Zulong city-state?" Non Linshaw inquired. "If the Zulong city-state also possesses a realm similar to the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, it too will thrive enormously," Zhu Minglan stated. "Perhaps the old grandmother knows something about it. We can inquire once we return," Non Linshaw suggested. Zhu Minglan agreed. "Whoever first discovers and enters such special realms and remnants will undoubtedly gain the most significant benefits." How was the dynasty established and standing tall? Was it not by discovering and controlling the Cloud Dragon Kingdom? End of this chapter. Chapter 180. The deceitful beast Little White seemed to have discovered something as it flapped its wings and swiftly flew into a cloud of flowers. The flower clouds, one after another, were as clean and beautiful as dandelions. When the wind blew, the petals would scatter around and slowly fade away in the air before completely dissipating. Nang Linshaw walked leisurely, seeming to enjoy these unique cloud flowers, admiring them with delight. Rarely, she took off her veil, revealing a smile that was seldom seen in the past. Shuman Lang walked ahead, following the trail of Little White. Things that interested Little White were never ordinary. Therefore, Shuman Lang wanted to see what it had discovered. Little White itself was sacred and noble, moving through the cloud vines like a little elf in the Cloud Kingdom. It landed on a cloud tree and skillfully walked on the colorful branches. Some fruits hanging from the branches caught its attention. It extended its chubby paw and plucked one. At that moment, sharp cries resounded from the surrounding cloud and snow bushes, and soon several brightly colored bird spirits with crystal feather coats flew out. They circled around the cloud tree, glaring fiercely at the Ice Chen White Dragon, who was about to steal the fruits, continuously making threatening noises, but not daring to approach it easily. "Leave a few for them," Shuman Lang chuckled. These cloud bush bird spirits were probably only at the sub-rank level. In the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, these bird spirits were quite special. It was considered good to have sub-rank spirits. Some novice dragon tamers might not be able to deal with them. What's wrong with snatching some fruits to eat? There were plenty of fruits on this cloud tree. Little White spread its wings and exerted a bit of its dragon power. The bird spirits immediately sensed the crisis and one of them fled deep into the cloud bushes, disappearing from sight. A few unwilling cries echoed near the bushes. Obviously, the bird spirits didn't understand why a dragon lord-level creature would want to steal the fruits they had been guarding for years. Was its mouth so watery? These cloud tree fruits absorbed the ice aura of the Cloud Dragon Kingdom all year round. They should be better than the 100-year-old ice mountain snow lotus flower honey sold outside. "Let's go deeper to see if there are bigger cloud trees," Shuman Lang said. It was rare for Little White to like something to eat. Furthermore, it was quite nutritious. If Little White could eat these cloud tree spirit fruits regularly, its Ice Chen technique's power would at least double. Dragon fodder was related to dragon skills. For instance, Little White skill, the daytime meteor, consumed stardust fragments, and if the dragon fodder contained spiritual power, that power would also be added to the dragon's skills. Therefore, for the same dragon species, at the same level, and with the same skill, the power displayed would vary depending on the dragon fodder. The strength of a high-end Ice Chen white dragon could reach the peak of the monarch level in maturity. Whether it was monsters, dragons, or other spiritual beings, all followed the laws of the jungle. Spirits obtained through strength were not stolen. Therefore, Xumanlang and Little White had no guilt towards the bird spirits guarding the cloud tree. It was possible these bird spirits had taken over the guarding duties from other creatures. Little White seemed to have smelled a more enticing fragrance and let out an excited cry. Is it up ahead? It seems a bit complicated ahead, Xumanlang said. He used his intuition to sense the surroundings. There were strong biological traces in the nearby cloud bushes, and it seemed like there was more than one. Little White wasn't overly cautious. It flew in first, and Xumanlang had to hurry to catch up. You could get a bit bigger so you could carry me, Xumanlang muttered. As a respected dragon tamer, he shouldn't be walking on foot pitifully. Unfortunately, the sacred green dragon had just taken a greatling pill and was currently digesting it. Not to mention Big Black Tooth. Xumanlang was worried that his size might cause him to fall through the clouds. Many of the cloud layers looked soft like snow, but many were hollow. It was hard for a first-timer to distinguish. Little White's voice echoed ahead. Xumanlang passed through a floating mist screen and found a vast blue sky ahead. The blue sky among the clouds was like a pond in autumn, enchanting. Xumanlang paused, waiting for Nang Lingsha. He thought that she would want to capture this beauty with her brush. However, by the time Nang Lingsha leisurely approached him, she seemed just as mesmerized by the beautiful sky and had no intention of taking out her paintbrush. Swish, swish, suddenly, a fairy-like bunny spirit leapt swiftly in front of Xumanlang and then took a quick flight through the cloud bushes. It agilely ran back to Nang Lingsha and landed gently in her arms. A bunny spirit, and its body appeared amber-shaped, with a faint ethereal light radiating from its fur. Despite this, its aura exuded vitality. With its exquisite and charming long ears, which had been raised backward when it ran, it appeared especially beautiful and cute. Now cuddled in Nang Lingsha's arms, the bunny's ears stretched out smoothly towards the round back of its head. A rabbit. Xumanlang stared at it in surprise. It's a deceitful beast. Nang Lingsha's tone grew heavier, her eyes showing a hint of displeasure towards Xumanlang. It's a deceitful dragon. Not a rabbit dragon, you foolish man. However, the little spirit rabbit spoke human words, its voice clear, tender, resembling that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Xumanlang's mouth hung open wide. This was the first time he had seen a dragon that could speak human words, apart from Mr. Quo. The deceitful beast, I've only heard about it from some elders in the market. It's a mythological creature. When a child keeps lying and deceiving others, they turn into a deceitful beast, a rabbit that only knows how to eat grass, Xumanlang explained. End of the chapter. Chapter 181 Cloud Platform Mother Tree. Almost, it is a dragon transformed from a mischievous beast, also known as a mischievous dragon. However, it doesn't like being called mischievous beast or mischievous dragon by others. You can call it by its name. Little change, Nang Lingsha said. Xiaominglang almost laughed when he heard this. There isn't a rabbit named Change. In Xiaominglang's opinion, Nang Lingsha is more like Change, especially holding an energetic immortal rabbit in her hands, looking stunningly beautiful. What are you laughing at? HMPH, the immortal rabbit dragon pouted its chubby meat paws and waved them in the air a few times. Nothing. Nothing. Thank you for healing my big black tooth. You are amazing, to be able to master the healing art of Zhuan. Not something all imperial dragons possess. Xiaominglang praised. Master, master, he praised me. Should I pretend to be unhappy and show my cold arrogance? The immortal rabbit dragon raised its head and asked. Nang Lingsha glanced at this overly simple-minded little immortal rabbit dragon and remained silent. The immortal rabbit dragon immediately covered its mouth with paws and said, in a muffled girlish voice, I shouldn't speak, not speaking makes me more elegant. Nang Lingsha, Xiaominglang. This was Minglang's first formal encounter with Nang Lingsha's dragon. He never expected Nang Lingsha's immortal rabbit dragon to be so difficult to understand. No wonder after spending so long together, Nang Lingsha hadn't shown it to him. Mischievous beast. At this moment, a slightly old-fashioned voice came from behind Zhao Minglan. Zhao Minglan found it familiar, but couldn't see anyone when he turned around. Nan Lingsha then noticed a golden carp embroidery on Zhao Minglang's back, and the voice seemed to come from this embroidery. The embroidery emitted a dazzling light, quickly transforming into a lifelike golden carp, swaying its tail in front of them. Mr. Golden Carp. Nan Lingsha naturally knew of its existence. Zhao Minglan turned around, surprised to see Mr. Golden Carp magically appearing, his face showing astonishment. How did Mr. Golden Carp sneak in, considering that the dragon guards of the Cloud Dragon Kingdom would never allow talking fish inside? Zhao Minglan dismissed the idea of letting Mr. Golden Carp come along. Little did Zhao Minglan know that Mr. Golden Carp seemed to possess some magical skills, transforming into embroidery on clothes. I didn't expect there to be a mischievous beast in this world, let alone a mischievous beast transformed into a dragon. It actually looks quite cute. Mr. Golden Carp approached the immortal rabbit dragon, staring with big fish eyes. It was sizing up, not really surprised, as it always stared with big fish eyes. A talking fish. Master. This fish can talk. A monster. A monster. Little Change is scared. The immortal rabbit dragon, also a lively one, immediately plunged into Nan Lingsha's arms, almost burying its whole head. I've long wanted to visit the Cloud Dragon Kingdom. I never had the chance before. Such a wonderful place. How could I not come for a visit? Mr. Golden Carp said. Mr. Golden Carp, if you plan to visit next time, please inform me. I'm feeling heavy today on my back. With your guidance, I'm sure we'll have more gains inside the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, Zhao Minglan said with a wry smile. Hey, Zhao Minglan, what kind of feed did the remote mountain sword sect give you? How did they age a 15 or 16-year-old boy like you? Mr. Golden Carp stared at Zhao Minglan with big fish eyes and asked. Before Zhao Minglan could react, Mr. Golden Carp's gaze shifted to the immortal rabbit dragons behind, then exclaimed, Mischievous beast. I didn't expect there to be a mischievous beast in this world, let alone a mischievous beast transformed into a dragon. It actually looks quite cute. The little mischievous beast then raised its head cautiously, carefully observing Mr. Golden Carp. See now, Mr. Golden Carp. The little mischievous beast's voice was indeed sweet, making it sound pleasant. What's senile? Have you heard of the great wisdom of fish? I have great wisdom in my brain, choosing to forget some useless life details. Mr. Golden Carp argued indignantly. Oops, I forgot again. At this moment, the immortal rabbit dragon called out, covering its mouth with paws, not speaking, showing elegance is better, or else people will only find me cute. I don't want to be cute, I want to be aloof. Mr. Golden Carp's eyes widened even more. Such a peculiar bunny. Is its mind not working well? Where am I again? Why am I here? Where do I need to go? Mischievous beast. Mr. Golden Carp stared with fish eyes, looking at the immortal rabbit dragon. I didn't expect there to be a mischievous beast in this world, let alone a mischievous beast transformed into a dragon. It actually looks quite cute. The immortal rabbit dragon in Nan Lingsha's arms suddenly brightened its eyes. It seemed to have learned the secret of Mr. Golden Carp's memory. At that moment, it chose to remain silent. Not saying a word can make it appear cold and noble. Can it talk? I've heard that mischievous beasts can speak. Little mischievous beast. Mr. Golden Carp leaned closer, asking very seriously. No. The immortal rabbit dragon replied. Realizing how foolish it sounded, it patted its chubby cheeks with paws. But then it realized that by staying silent for a while, it could maintain the desired image, its eyes sparkling like gemstones. Okay, you two could play like this all day. Miss Lingsha, let's move forward. Little Bai should have found an even bigger cloud platform tree, but I sense strong creatures, as well. Zhao Minglan quickly intervened to stop the peak showdown between these two energizers. Nan Lingsha also didn't want to hear similar conversations again, and hastened to move forward. Above the azure sky pond was a thick cluster of clouds hanging, and the cloud platform tree discovered by Little Bai hung down from the high clouds above. The pendant cloud platform tree was lush and abundant, with some azure dragons coiling on the branches of the tree. These azure dragons had golden horns, purple scales, and occasionally radiated the brilliance of holy dragons. Immortal mist and cloud surrounded them, referred to as a group of immortal dragons. The dangling cloud platform mother tree was brimming with light, and the fruits hanging on it resembled a longevity peaches from folklore, full of aura and elegance. Such divine fruits were invaluable outside. Unfortunately, the cloud platform mother tree bore plenty of these fruits, dazzling the eyes. Xia Minglan almost wanted to sweep the entire tree clean to potentially become rich again. 3 sacred candle dragons, Non-Lingsha said. At least with noble level power. Xia Minglan nodded. It's a tricky situation. The cloud platform mother tree had clearly become the nesting ground for the family of those 3 sacred candle dragons. It would be detected just by appearing near the high clouds of the azure sky pond, let alone trying to pluck those plump fruits. End of this chapter. Chapter 182. The strength of the male and female holy candle dragons is difficult to judge. It is only known that 2 of them are above the noble level. As for whether they are quasi-noble, lower noble, or middle noble, it is difficult to determine. Even if there are some who possess the ability to perceive the specific cultivation level of the opponents and understand their precise cultivation level, it cannot be confirmed whether they possess some extremely difficult abilities or even some directly fatal means. It is not always the case that high cultivation can definitely overcome lower cultivation. Between all things, there is still harmony and opposition. A person with great martial prowess, if accidentally falls into a mud pit, will also drown in it. One must not act recklessly. The rat spirits and rat demons were extremely cunning, understanding ambushes and using the terrain to defeat the human dragon herders. Not to mention these holy candle dragons who are highly intelligent. When the fruits ripen, they should not leave. Each fruit requires 1 to 2 days of digestion, so they did not swallow all the cloud platform tree fruits in one gulp, but stayed here to slowly nourish themselves. What can be done to lure them away? And it would be best to get those colorful sacred fruits into our hands. Xia Minglan has already started pondering. This thing is of great help to Xiao Baiqi's growth. In the advanced stage, there is a possibility of failure, but with the assistance of these sacred fruits, on one hand, it ensures Xiao Baiqi's successful entry into the advanced stage, and on the other hand, it can stabilize its strength at the middle noble level as soon as possible after evolution. Originally just coming to the Dragon Cloud Kingdom for a stroll, it was unexpected that as soon as they arrived, there were spirit resources suitable for Xiao Baiqi to advance. This way, Xiao Baiqi's entry into the advanced stage has been brought closer. A male and a female, plus a little holy candle dragon. If we can separate the male and female holy candle dragons, we still have hope of getting the fruits. However, with a cloud platform tree full of right spiritual fruits, it is probably impossible to lure them away. Non-Lingsha said, unless there is something attractive enough to draw them away. Xia Minglan said with a smile. Non-Lingsha saw his cunning look and knew that Xia Minglan already had a plan. The clouds were dense, like a thick layer of white snow, covering the cloud platform mother tree. The cloud platform mother tree hung down over the blue sky pool, surrounded by many scattered clouds, like layers of scattered islands, suspended near the cloud platform mother tree. To female holy candle dragon, with scales of purple-red, graceful and slender, and horns as beautiful as coral. The male holy candle dragon had golden horns, a more robust and burly body, resembling a golden python, coiled on the branches of the cloud platform mother tree. Its red pupils were scanning the surroundings attentively. A white and noble ice dragon flew from a nearby illusionary mountain, flying towards the blue sky pool. The male holy candle dragon immediately raised its head, staring at this ice-chan white dragon intently. Soon, the male holy candle dragon discovered that this ice-chan white dragon was not here for the cloud platform mother tree, but landed unsteadily on a cluster of isolated clouds, coughing out several mouthfuls of dragon blood heavily. The dragon blood dyed the white snow raid, a shocking sight. Moreover, the wings of this ice dragon seemed to be broken. The male holy candle dragon watched quietly as this severely injured ice-chan white dragon, during its unsteady flight, accidentally dropped a green dragon gallbladder from its claws. This dragon gallbladder, shining like jade, emitted a unique luster, exuding spiritual energy and forming a gorgeous mist, illuminating the snowy clouds in various colors. The injured ice-chan white dragon hurriedly held the jade-like dragon gallbladder, then looked around frantically. Coiled on the cloud platform mother tree, the male holy candle dragon squinted its eyes. At this moment, on the other side of the blue sky pool, a momentum-filled spirit sword flew towards here. The aura it carried made both the male and female holy candle dragons immediately vigilant. They stared at the spirit sword and sensed the dragon-like aura emanating from it. The sword spirit dragon's tail and body were still stained with blood, as it circled near the blue sky pool, seemingly tracking something. Subsequently, the sword spirit dragon flew towards another direction and soon disappeared in that area, near the blue sky pool. Confirming the departure of the powerful aura of the sword spirit dragon, the male holy candle dragon immediately began to communicate with its wife. Whoa! The male holy candle dragon glanced, tilting its head as if telling its mate that an injured ice-chan white dragon was hiding in the cluster of isolated clouds, and the powerful sword spirit dragon that appeared just now seemed to be chasing after it. Whoa! The female dragon seemed interested, looking in that direction. The green dragon gallbladder. The dragon gallbladder has always been an important organ for dragons, but like reverse scales, it is difficult to preserve unless the dragon willingly does so. So dragon gallbladders are very rare. The female dragon stretched its body, observing the tired and feeble Ice-Chen white dragon in the cloud clusters. At this moment, the Ice-Chen white dragon was licking the bloodstains on its wounds with its tongue and steadily flying, seemingly planning to leave here and hide. The female and male dragons hesitated, but the Ice-Chan white dragon gradually flew away to a distant place. Whoa! Finally, the female dragon could not resist the temptation so close at hand and roared at the male holy candle dragon, indicating it to chase after, while she stayed here on guard. Whoa! The male holy candle dragon immediately perked up, its body unfolding from the branches. Even without wings, it could easily roam in the air. The male holy candle dragon flew towards the cloud clusters. Seeing this, the Ice-Chen white dragon, terrified, flapped its wings erratically, hastily taking off into the air, flying towards the more complex cloud peaks, trying to use the mist to evade the male holy candle dragon's interception. The male holy candle dragon increased its speed. Although it noticed that the Ice-Chan white dragon's speed suddenly accelerated, it didn't think much of it, as most creatures would unleash their potential for survival, and their lives were threatened. It pursued in the air, entering the layers of cloud peaks. It could smell the scent of the Ice-Chan white dragon and knew that the Ice-Chan white dragon was hid inside these layers of clouds. Finding it was only a matter of time. Dragon gallbladder. This sting can enhance cultivation for over 1,000 years. This brings the holy candle dragons closer to the realm of millennia. On the other side, in the blue sky pool, the sword spirit dragon had returned to the vicinity of the cloud platform mother tree. The female holy candle dragon thought it had come for the Ice-Chan white dragon, but found that it came straight for her. The female dragon roared in anger, flying out of the mother tree, and engaged in a battle with the sword spirit dragon in the blue sky pool. At the same time, a stealthy figure approached the cloud platform mother tree. End of this chapter. Chapter 183. Stealing the holy fruit in the cloud dragon realm. Zhu Minglan swiftly climbed down along the trunk of the cloud platform mother tree, which was hanging upside down towards the sky, like an inverted tree. Following the split trunk that divided into 3 branches, Zhu Minglan glanced at the blue sky pool below, where in the distant abyss of the clouds, a magnificent dragon was coiled. The dragon appeared far away, yet its majestic presence could still be felt. It was like an ancient beast dormant in the depths of a ravine, with its silver-blue wings gleaming like celestial clouds. Zhu Minglan was startled by the sight. He couldn't determine the depth of the blue sky pool, but he felt that if he were to accidentally fall from here, he might directly plunge towards the silver-blue dragon of the sky abyss. Just a gaze seemed to fill his whole body with fear, as if a mere breath could sweep him into the unknown. Zhu Minglan took a deep breath and tried not to look at the abyss where the sky dragon resided. Unexpectedly, it was a king-level epic creature. Most life forms in its eyes were no different from insects, and it wouldn't bother about the movements near the cloud platform mother tree. Zhu Minglan grabbed a tree tendril and slid towards the treetop. The cloud platform mother tree fruits varied in age. Greenish fruits mostly grew at lower positions, sharing branches with many other cloud fruits. On the other hand, the ancient sacred fruits were usually surrounded by numerous branches and leaves, absorbing the spiritual energy of the cloud dragon realm over the years. These fruits possessed powerful spiritual essence, emitting a unique radiance almost naturally. Luckily, Zhu Minglan had prepared some decent spiritual items upon entering the cloud dragon realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to divert the attention of that mighty dragon. Draconis orb, originally snatched with smoke signals, inside the purple box contained extraordinary treasures. Zhu Minglan had intended to give it to Zibeiqi for consumption since he would spend a week in the Cloud Dragon realm, and half of that time, Zibeiqi would be in a spiritual digestion blank period. However, the attributes of the Cloud Platform Mother Tree sacred fruits were more suitable than the Draconis Orb. It didn't mean that the value of Draconis Orb was inferior to that of the Cloud Platform Mother Tree sacred fruits. For the Sacred Candle Dragon, which relied on the Cloud Platform Mother Tree sacred fruits for nourishment, 3 Cloud Platform Mother Tree sacred fruits were not as good as 1 Draconis Orb. But for Zibeiqi, the efficacy of Draconis Orb was not as good as the Cloud Platform Mother Tree sacred fruits that perfectly matched its attributes. These 4 on this side are all picked. Let's make a quick exit. Zhu Minglan was quite greedy. While climbing, he casually plucked some ordinary Cloud Platform fruits, filling almost a large basket. He also didn't miss the important sacred fruits. As the main trunk of the Cloud Platform Mother Tree branched into 3, Zhu Minglan decided to collect 2 sets of colorful sacred fruits, totaling 4. It wasn't considered looting. He left 3 for the Sacred Candle Dragon family, primarily due to time constraints, and the last trunk location was very deep, with a chilling high-altitude ice wine, making it extremely difficult to climb over. After collecting the 4 sacred fruits, Zhu Minglan turned and left. Who? At that moment, the previously sleeping little Sacred Candle Dragon suddenly roared, its red eyes fixed on Zhu Minglan, blocking his escape route with hostility. The little Sacred Candle Dragon showed intense animosity, revealing its fangs and claws, ready to tear apart this fruit thief. Zhu Minglan, Qingzhuo, take care of it. Zhu Minglan immediately summoned the Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon and turned to run. Not wanting to be seen by the Sacred Candle Dragon, the agile Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon flew through the branches of the Cloud Platform Mother Tree, its green pupils staring at the little Sacred Candle Dragon. Though called a little Sacred Candle Dragon, it was already its adulthood but hadn't reached the monarch level. Being equally adult sacred dragons, the Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon wasn't afraid of it. The little Sacred Candle Dragon seemed infuriated. Not only did it have a thief in its home, but now Sacred Dragon was challenging it too. It dashed along the huge tree branches, leapt at the tip of a branch, and suddenly, its fangs enlarged as if it could swallow a creature the size of the Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon in one go. The Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon folded its green wings and suddenly descended. Avoiding the pounce of the little Sacred Candle Dragon, the Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon immediately soared up like a green mountain and crashed into the little Sacred Candle Dragon, pushing it away. The green patterns on the Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon's body lit up, and the tendrils of the Cloud Platform Mother Tree, seemingly alive, flew towards the little Sacred Candle Dragon. Being agile, the little Sacred Candle Dragon kept changing directions, darting in the air, racing around the tree trunks, jumping up. The tendrils couldn't catch up, so the Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon had to forego this strategy and switch to close combat. With its tough feathers, green wings, deer dragon horns, and the blood flowing within with the essence of the forest giant dragon, the Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon was ready to engage in close combat with the little Sacred Candle Dragon. In the Cloud Ridge, the Ice Crystal White Dragon managed to escape the attacks of the mighty Sacred Candle Dragon several times, with the help of thick clouds. However, the perceptive Sacred Candle Dragon always managed to find the hiding place of the Ice Crystal White Dragon shortly after disappearing from its sight within the clouds. It was as if it roughly knew the direction of flight of the Ice Crystal White Dragon. It just didn't know exactly which layer of Cloud Ridge to search within, requiring one layer to be searched at a time. Zibeiqi was on high alert, hidden in a mushroom-shaped Cloud Ridge, hearing the sounds of the Sacred Candle Dragon roaming nearby. Who tilde 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 tilde. A strange demonic whine struck the mushroom-shaped Cloud Ridge fiercely, dispersing the cloud concealing its presence. At the same time, from the neighboring floating clouds, a massive head emerged, releasing a dragon's breath towards Zibeiqi. The dragon's breath, like eerie ghostly fire, had a bizarre green color. Zibeiqi reacted swiftly, flapping its wings to fly out, but its feathers picked up a few drops of the Sacred Candle Dragon's ghostly fire. The Ice Crystal White Dragon had an icy frost armor layer that ordinary flames couldn't harm. But this Sacred Candle Dragon's ghostly fire pierced through the white feathered frost armor, burning off a patch of feathers on Zibeiqi's wings. A strange, excruciating pain spread to the Ice Crystal White Dragon. The pain felt like ice daggers and scorching flames, and Zibeichi never expected that a mere touch of the opponent's breath would cause such torment. Had it not dodged just now, it would have been tortured beyond relief by this sacred candle dragon's ghostly fire. Beichi, come here. The voice of Non-Lingsha came from an area filled with dense black clouds. Zibeichi instinctively flew towards the voice, with the powerful sacred candle dragon following suit. Flapping its wings, as Zibeichi passed through the dense black clouds, it saw the silhouette of the dragon, not knowing what kind of dragon it was. End of this chapter. Chapter 184. Flying with the sword. Even flying into the dark clouds, it still appeared hazy. Zibai seemed to have seen the shadow of a dragon, with Non-Lingsha sitting on its back. The dragon's shadow faced the mighty male Saint Candle Dragon, its aura not weaker in the slightest. Before Zibai could clearly see what the dragon's shadow was, Non-Lingsha, riding the mysterious dragon, managed to drive the male Saint Candle Dragon back into the thick clouds. Zibai had originally wanted to take a closer look. However, the residual candle dragon flame on its wings had not been extinguished yet, slowly spreading and consuming it. Ding Chen, the white ice dragon, raised its subwings, stirring countless frosty airs, attempting to extinguish the candle dragon flame. You. Zibai called out in thanks to the fairy rabbit dragon. Why doesn't it understand dragon language? Who? The sword spirit dragon seemed like it had never carried a passenger before. It just flew at its usual speed. You Zibai gestured with its paw and then called out towards the direction where powerful forces were emanating from deep within the dark clouds. The master is handling it, the fairy rabbit dragon said with certainty. Zibai was indeed a dragon baby who loved beauty. After waiting quietly for a moment, Zibai gently flapped its wings, noticing that all its previous scalding wounds had completely healed. Even the melted outer feathers were gradually growing back. Dragon caretaker. Silly person. The fairy rabbit dragon said somewhat indignantly. Why can't you tell even now? The fairy rabbit dragon immediately closed its mouth, then mimicked Zibai's elegant call. The female Saint Candle Dragon was extremely angry, chasing after them. Just as it was about to fly out of the blue sky pool, it saw a group of sparrow dragons circling near the Cloud Terrace mother tree. They were the nearby residents who had heard the commotion and come to watch. Zibai was also puzzled. The frost didn't seem to have any effect. Not long after, the candle dragon flame slowly extinguished, and the sense of pain was completely eliminated. In the next moment, the sword spirit dragon had already returned to Zhu Minglan's side, accompanying him like a divine soar, elegant and graceful. So stubborn. Extinguish, extinguish, extinguish. The fairy rabbit dragon seemed to be chanting a spell, releasing ice dew to counter the candle dragon flame, and the two kept intertwining, colliding, and neutralizing each other. Li Yunzi wielded the sword in a unique way, different from traditional swordsmanship. That's why Li Yunzi could fly with the sword, something Zhu Minglan envied greatly. Zibai's delicate face was filled with confusion. Flying with the sword was an extremely challenging skill. Zibai nodded. Zhu Minglan jumped onto the back of the divine mid-green Saint Dragon, looking back to see a magnificent silver-red light passing through the center of the blue sky pool, splitting the sky realm in two. Zibai called out, indicating that the candle flame was very peculiar and difficult to extinguish. Spread your wings, I'll heal your wounds. A childish voice was heard then. The fine fox dragon was getting closer to Zhu Minglan. In actuality, they still lacked coordination. With the candle flame slowly spreading inch by inch, the pain intensified, especially when the speed was too fast. The wind resistance was as strong as a solid wall. How could a swordsman use their body to withstand such changing wind resistance at high speeds was a difficult task. Zhu Minglan spoke in human language. If it weren't for the painter, Zhu Minglan would have been worried because he wasn't sure of Non-Lingsha's dragon taming abilities. Flying with the sword wasn't supposed to be so unsteady. Slow down. A part of its wing was missing feathers, which would upset it for a long time. My master is amazing. That giant candle dragon is just asking for trouble, the fairy rabbit dragon said. Slow down. The holy female candle dragon had no choice but to fly towards the Cloud Terrace mother tree, fearing that the sparrow dragons would consume all the fruits on it. The two saint dragons battled for a while. Don't move. It won't hurt. The fairy rabbit dragon used magic and blew a soothing ice mist. Zhu Minglan had already fled, still worried that Zibai would have difficulty getting rid of the Saint Candle Dragon, heading over there immediately. Honestly, Zhu Minglin was genuinely surprised when he first saw Li Yunzi flying with the sword. She didn't even carry a sword on her person. How did she manage to fly with the sword so perfectly and carry passengers? End of the chapter. Chapter 185. The Ancestral Dragon Secret. The Sword Spirit Dragon slowed down. The speed slowed down to the point where it was no different from a leaf drifting downstream along a long river. Fortunately, they had already seen the figure of the majestic Candle Dragon. Much to Zhu Minglin's surprise, the majestic Candle Dragon seemed to be injured. Many of its majestic purple scales were shattered, and even its dragon teeth seemed broken, with traces of blood visible in its mouth. The majestic Candle Dragon glanced at Zhu Mingling and the Sword Spirit Dragon. The smaller Candle Dragon was beside it, seemingly having informed the majestic Candle Dragon that the sacred fruit of the Cloud Platform Mother Tree had been stolen by this cunning human. The majestic Candle Dragon locked eyes with Zhu Minglin, but then glanced deeply into the depths of the dark clouds before ultimately choosing to retreat. "I don't understand what you mean," Non Lingsha said. "Dragons also have their own temperaments. So, before the Li River was surrounded by the Sea of Nothingness, which continent did it border with? Was it simply due to the isolation of the land, or its fragmentation and detachment, or the closure of the Sea of Nothingness that caused the slow decline of the Li River region, far less prosperous than the Jiding continent?" Zhu Mingling scratched his head. "Have you ever thought your grandmother had you follow me, actually to protect you?" Zhu Mingling said. "The three sacred Candle Dragons must have known that they were a group. If they guard the Cloud Platform Mother Tree, they can support each other to protect the fruit." "Mr. Jinli, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you," Zhu Mingling said, as Non Lingsha walked ahead, so he slowed down his pace slightly. "Did he offend her?" Non Lingsha glanced at the Chi Dragon's kiss, then at Zhu Mingling. Even the twin flower sisters, letting the younger sister marry him instead of the older one, was a ridiculous thing. Noble, aloof, free-spirited, lively, mighty, fierce, ferocious, eerie. What a countenance! Could she be a descendant of the goddess? The descendants of the original dragon are called ancestral dragons, and ancestral dragons are very difficult to tame, especially authentic ancestral dragons, which most dragon herders can't control, except for the woman known as the goddess. This Chi Dragon's kiss definitely has ancestral dragon bloodline, Mr. Jinli said. "They obviously would not pursue them anymore. It may have been a city more prosperous and flourishing than the Jiding Empire." "The descendant of the original dragon?" Zhu Mingling asked. "My father also mentioned that there are ancient ruins there, and some teachers of major power seem to know about this, so they are eager to seize control of the ancestral dragon city-state," Zhu Mingling said. Zhu Minglin was somewhat surprised, gazing at the hazy dark clouds. "Chi kiss." Mr. Jinli immediately recognized the silver-gray Chi Dragon beside Non Lingsha. "So, the Li River region may be even older than the Jiding continent." Soon after, Non Lingsha emerged from within, accompanied by a Chi Dragon. "Did you get the sacred fruit?" Non Lingsha asked. "She has never shown it before. Is she wary of people from the Jiding continent?" Mr. Jinli said. "Do you know about the story of the goddess?" Zhu Minglin suddenly remembered this and looked at Non Lingsha's silhouette as he asked. During the barbaric period, human tribes were weak and struggled to survive, so they worshipped the original dragon. A woman who worshipped the original dragon was the first to discover that the original dragon's spirit could merge with human souls. It was because of her discovery that various dragon heritages were born one after another, and that woman was also known as the goddess, Mr. Jinli said. "Authentic beast, you have to track down the original dragon Nira. You said you had been to the Li River region before, in that ancestral dragon city-state, where the city walls were transformed from the bones of the original dragon, and thought that the ancestral dragon city was just a name, and did not expect it to contain actual ancestral dragon relics," Mr. Jinli said. "Its cheeks are delicate and resemble a fair lady. Its dragon pupils are long and narrow like fox eyes." Even though it quietly followed Non Lingsha, it gave a sense of beauty and gracefulness, mingled with a bit of allure. "Non Lingsha." Zhu Mingling hurried forward, calling out to her. Zhu Minglin immediately perked up his ears, intent on learning about the origins of this Chi Dragon's kiss. "Of course. For each," Zhu Mingling said with a smile as he began sharing the spoils. Ancestral Dragon City. Non Lingsha refused to comply, but in the end, her grandmother still had her join her dragon herd team, as if unwilling for Non Lingsha to stay in the ancestral dragon city-state. This Chi Dragon was tall and elegant, with no scales on its body, gleaming like jade. The Chi dragon gracefully opened its mouth, chewing slowly and swallowing, not the same species as the fragrant and fierce thunderous storm dragon. He recalled the situation when the Jiting continent fell, how his grandmother of the Li family had been so eager for Nan Lingsha to marry him, but they were separated. The fruit fell into someone else's hands again, and trying to break the net would only result in losing the remaining 3 sacred fruits and the cloud platform mother tree's nesting rights. Chi Kiss is the daughter of the original dragon, the most legitimate bloodline of the Chi dragon. Hence the name Chi Kiss. This girl is extraordinary, Mr. Jinli whispered to Zhu Minglan. If the continents, lands, and wastelands of this world are all subject to fragmentation, floating, and bordering unknown realms during certain periods, the injuries were not severe, just looking very painful, and the majestic candle dragon clearly was unwilling. The Chi dragon had no horns or claws, with a slender and soft tail covered in a delicate silver-gray fur. I only need one, the rest can be snacks for Baikat. Nan Lingsha only took 1 sacred fruit and handed it to the Chi dragon by her side. The male majestic candle dragon is stronger than the female one, Zhu Minglan observed Nan Lingsha, and the Chi dragon beside her. Grandmother instructed me not to lightly summon dragons, Nan Lingsha said. Grandmother couldn't have been unaware of the situation between herself and Li Yunzi. But Zhu Minglan was seeing for the first time a dragon with a captivating temperament. It was more than just a title, so Zhu Minglan's astonishment was evident. Nan Lingsha did not immediately turn around, but stopped in her tracks, her clear and captivating eyes inexplicably tinged with a hint of disapproval, staring at Zhu Minglan. Walking back, the other dragons also approached one after another. You are what they call the ancient relics, because you have the ancestral dragon within you, Zhu Minglan said seriously. Is the Li River region similar to the wild earth, falling from a larger world and drifting like a floating island in the vast universe? This also explains why there are ancient relics in the Li River region. Without having seen other continents, how would you know about the uniqueness of the ancestral dragon? It seems grandmother has not told us many things, Zhu Minglan said, falling into contemplation. Do you think grandmother, like Director Duan, comes from the Jiting continent? Nan Lingsha asked. Not necessarily the Jiting continent, Zhu Minglan said. End of this chapter. Chapter 186. Another illness. Nan Lingsha fell into a brief moment of contemplation. She carefully recalled the words her grandmother had said before she left. Perhaps Zhu Minglan's guess was correct. Her grandmother was worried that the people of the Dragon Continent had discovered the Dragon Ancestor's secret, and she herself was persecuted because of it, which was why she was eager to leave. However, luckily, the Dragon City of Ancestral Dragons is still intact. She can go back and ask her grandmother what exactly happened. Ancestral Dragon. The Dragon Bunny dragon beside Nan Lingsha was still enjoying the beautiful scenery of the Cloud Dragon Kingdom. I'm not familiar with her, Nan Lingsha replied. Why, let Mr. Ko testify. Only the descendants of the Dragon Ancestry can control the dragons of the Dragon Ancestry. Zhu Minglan frowned. She lost her dragon, which means her art of divine and dragon herdsmanship cannot appear at the same time, Zhu Minglan muttered to himself. My God. Although many dragon species continue to merge and evolve into more powerful dragon species over the years, possessing the abilities of azure dragons, ancient dragons, and giant dragons, some ancient dragons and primordial dragons have disappeared from this world due to the choices of nature. Their great power used to rival that of the gods. If they could inherit the legacy or secret techniques of the ancestral dragon, they could greatly increase their strength. The Dragon Bunny dragon just now. What ancestral dragon? Nan Lingsha finally stopped in her tracks and turned around to ask. Zhu Minglan happened to be feeding the dragon, especially the fruit of the Cloud Mother tree, using his own spiritual power to help it digest the previous spiritual items. If we're feeding it the fruit, perhaps Little White could evolve to maturity soon. What kind of world is this? She walked in the white mist, her eyes rippling with contemplation, gradually becoming calm and clear. Wasn't it just here a moment ago? How did it disappear all of a sudden? It could testify to, and walk slowly forward. And the Chi dragon. Didn't she just say that her grandmother warned her not to summon the dragon in front of outsiders? Zhu Minglan slightly opened his mouth, his eyes staring at Nan Lingsha for a long time. Error beast. I didn't expect such a thing in this world. A hint of resentment in his heart. Zhu Minglin also had a rough guess, and after the situation in the dragon city of ancestral dragons was completely resolved, she seemed to have no worries, summoning her dragon in front of him. In the time since she entered the dragon continent, Nan Lingsha would pretend at times, at least making herself believe she had a poor memory. But gradually, she stopped pretending. Can we still communicate properly? A sense of weariness swept over her, as she stepped into layers of flying mist, as if falling into a dream woven of white clouds, sinking deeper and deeper inside. It was clear that her grandmother cared more about Nan Lingsha, otherwise she wouldn't protect Nan Lingsha in this way. Zhu Minglin sighed. The dragons disappeared. Nan Lingsha began to feel a bit bewildered. Miss Lingsha, how did your grandmother pass on the legacy of the dragon ancestry to you? Zhu Minglin continued to ask. She has a dragon. Mr. Ko widened his eyes and asked. Behind him, Zhu Minglin quickened his pace again. Just now, he and Mr. Ko had discussed that regardless of the circumstances, there was a chance they needed to return to the dragon city of ancestral dragons to investigate. If there really are remnants of the ancestral dragon, it is definitely worth searching for. An error beast dragon and a chi-kiss dragon, Zhu Minglin said. The city of ancestral dragons. Zhu Minglin's gaze was profound. What about the matter of the divine princess? Zhu Minglin continued to inquire. Zhu Minglin was somewhat unwilling and pointed to Mr. Ko swimming nearby, saying, Mr. Ko can testify, we were just talking about the ancestral dragon matters. No. Nan Lingsha refused and took out a brush to draw in a condensing clouds. She really is a dragon herder, and her strength is at the lord level. Nan Lingsha glanced at Mr. Ko. Okay, you can wander around yourself. Zhu Minglin almost foamed at the mouth. Mr. Ko today is extremely ill. This chi-kiss dragon has great strength and even managed to injure the male holy candle dragon in such a short time. In that case, the sword master old senior didn't lie to himself. I don't know, Nan Lingsha responded lightly. Faced with Nan Lingsha and Mr. Ko's inquisitive gazes, Zhu Minglin finally couldn't stand being scrutinized like they were examining a patient, hesitated, and forced a smile, saying, It's nothing. I just miss the pleasant life in the dragon city of ancestral dragons, miss the dragon taming academy. Nan Lingsha then continued to move forward, calm and composed, while also appreciating the unique scenery of the Cloud Dragon Kingdom. No, Mr. Ko answered decisively. Soon, the Chi Dragon was inexplicably drawn into its self-opened spiritual realm, leaving Nan Lingsha alone. Despite knowing the existence of the error beast, Zhu Minglin could heal others, but the chi-kiss was absolutely the first time he had seen it. She didn't speak anymore. Do you want to paint? I'll take a break. By the way, my big fan was injured in the fight just now. Can you heal it for me? Zhu Minglin asked Nan Lingsha. Mr. Ko's big fish eyes looked at Zhu Minglin, equally puzzled, and said, What ancestral dragon? He whispered to Mr. Ko beside him. Can a person possess both dragon herding and divine capabilities at the same time? Zhu Minglin stood still, his expression stiff, as if he had stepped into a freezing polar region and instantly froze, feeding on one side, resting on the other, and also admiring Nan Lingsha's focused painting. Could it be? Zhu Minglin felt that instead of figuring out the remnants of the ancestral dragon, it was better to first figure out the woman in front of him. Those clouds, like suspended ice, drawn by Nan Lingsha as if they were a white sand painting, sketched out the beauty of the Cloud Dragon Kingdom with a few light strokes, showing great imagination. However, a vortex of spiritual power suddenly appeared on its body, sucking in the dragon bunny dragon that was lingering reluctantly. And in temperament, the Zhu Minglin's eyes would occasionally glance at Nan Lingsha's figure. Zhu Minglin found a patch of clouds and sat on it. The soft cloud snow was even more comfortable than some benches covered with blankets. Zhu Minglin was puzzled. Where's the rabbit? Where's that rabbit? The artist, focused and elegant, seemed to be only pursuing higher artistic realms and not caring about anything else. To dragon herder, versatile in temperament, it was not surprising that she pretended to be Li Yunzi, creating scandals for herself several times at the Dragon Taming Academy. That's her. End of this chapter. Chapter 187. Oneness and Dual Soul. Suddenly, Zhu Minglin remembered a small detail. Not long ago, when he called her name, she looked very unhappy. Although usually he called her Miss Lingsha, this time he directly addressed her as Miss Nansha. But she clearly did not seem pleased, and did not try to hide it. Nansha, isn't that her name? Zhu Minglin began to ponder. Then what is her name? The artist is Nansha Lingsha. Xinghua is a prophet with no other means of self-defense. Do you think Li Yunzi might be trapped? Nansha said. Did he hit the nail on the head? Its aura spread out, the dragon bloodline exerting a superior kind of pressure on the azure dragons, ancient dragons, and giant dragons with mixed and unknown bloodlines. So when the artist appeared, the Aeron dragon and Chuan were forced back into the spiritual realm. Suddenly, Zhu Minglin remembered a sentence Li Yunzi said to him in Ronu City. The sister saved by young Li Yunzi, then hidden away. She stared at Zhu Minglin, her aura clearly undergoing a change, no longer as calm and amiable as before, as if becoming more vigilant. This is why she gave him a feeling of June rain. Zhu Minglin is a principled man. The opportunity was extremely rare. Entering the Dragon Cloud Kingdom was to seek such celestial eyes, allowing his strength to soar again. Li Xinghua, be cautious about the person you meet on the bridge. So the only explanation for Nansha's body is that she has a dual soul. What are you probing for? Nansha asked. Li Yunzi, Li Xinghua, Nansha Lingsha, Non Yeshuo, the four sisters, are you quadruplets? Zhu Minglin was suddenly reminded of that night, when lying mourned in the shrine. It happened much earlier than expected. You can't just meet and ask her. Do you remember what happened in the dungeon? Why must you clarify Nansha's dual personality issue? Dual soul. Dual soul. What a ruthless woman. So the shepherd dragon master is Li Xinghua. This is our first meeting. By the bridge, you mistakenly thought I was Li Yunzi. But it wasn't accidental because I was noting your appearance, planning for you to die in the dream painting. Nansha said. The Qi Long flew out, its entire body sparkling like jade, elegant and beautiful, among the dragons gathering near the cloud sea spirit eyes, resembling a noble queen. After staying here for a week, his dragon pets all seemed to have absorbed the nourishment of this spiritual realm here. Zhu Minglin took a few steps back, looking at Nansha. Otherwise, how could the artist Nansha have such an expression? The shepherd dragon master is another person. He said he had 2 younger daughters who died in infancy. Miss Xinghua, we should leave. When the holy candle dragon catches up, we might be in trouble. Zhu Minglin walked over, glancing at Nansha's painting on the ice clouds, then calmly said, Miss Lingsha. Zhu Minglin grabbed her wrist. They didn't even know what had happened between them. Different capabilities. The artist is an individual. They lived in the bodies of the 2 sisters in a different way. Sure, otherwise, it would be difficult to focus on cultivation while constantly fighting. Zhu Minglin nodded. The divine art and the dragon-keeping art cannot be possessed at the same time. Zhu Minglin's mouth fell open. This sentence was like a thunderbolt that struck Zhu Minglin's mind, causing all his thoughts to explode in that moment. Indeed, it was an excellent place to cultivate there. Second meeting, in the bamboo forest. Nansha continued. Isn't it a 4-soul twin? Zhu Minglin raised his head and saw a sea of clouds in the distance. The Dragon Cloud Kingdom truly lived up to its name as a sacred place. Let's just pretend what she said earlier didn't happen. If the artist is Nansha, but in the Dragon Cloud Kingdom, there are still many powerful beings who also desire to enter there, absorbing the natural treasures bestowed upon them. If Nansha is a dual soul, then as the twin sisters Li Yunzi, that's not Nansha. Since it's a consolidation, naturally enjoying it alone brings the greatest benefits, but the process of absorption requires full concentration, making it difficult to focus on battle. He felt that the person in front of him was not the same as before. You want to know? I can tell you. Nansha put away her brush. Are you a devil? If what Nansha said is true, the person in the dungeon is another. Nansha reached out her palm, opening the spiritual realm. After consuming the sacred fruit of the cloud platform mother tree, Zhu Minglin even felt that it would advance soon. Reality was right in front of him. The person in the study was another. The dragon shepherd, who fuses soul with the dragon. That's non-Yushu. The one in the dungeon was not Li Yunzi. No. Could it be that just because of Nansha's remarks about Li Yunzi, his resolute heart wavered? He subconsciously believed that Li Yunzi and Nansha were a few years older than them, but even if they were quadruplets, they had their own order, their own sisterhood. The divine being's cultivation stems from tempering the soul. According to Nansha, Li Yunzi's body also contains 2 souls. Zhu Minglin's face gradually filled with surprise. Indeed, it was quite confusing. A dragon with 4 heads. That's why they can't both be proficient at the same time. Zhu Minglin finally shook his head, denying what Nansha said. So you are 4 sisters. Li Yunzi, Li Xinghua, Nansha Lingsha, Nan Yushuo. You are Nansha, and you and Nan Yushuo share a dual soul, Zhu Mingling said. But just as he had just adapted to the idea of the two sisters being twins, the result turned out to be oneness with double souls. Too chaotic. Her sly smile would occasionally flash in his mind. There were moments when Zhu Mingling couldn't help but think that Nansha was possessed by a ghost, with the Law sister's soul entwined with hers. Though Nansha looked exactly like Li Yunzi, he had never crossed any boundaries and had always treated her with respect, maintaining a friendly relationship. Zhu Mingling still felt that something was wrong, but after seeing the two sisters appear at the same time, Zhu Mingling dismissed that thought. Intentionally calling the wrong name made the artist Nansha mistakenly believe that he already knew the secret of their dual soul. Zhu Mingling had initially settled down to absorb this rare celestial aura, but Nansha's laughter distracted him, causing him to become somewhat absent-minded again. A large group of dragon beasts could be seen, coiling near the Cloud Sea Spirit Eye, as if they all wanted to compete for a place to live there, with many of them reaching the Lord level, and being the one to dwell first. Again, it was Nansha's turn to guard for him. It was implied he needed this kind of spirit energy aggregation, cultivation. How could Zhu Mingling not be shaken in his heart? Amnesia. I meant no harm, Zhu Mingling said. This spiritual eye formation was also a unique phenomenon of the Dragon Cloud Kingdom, much like a rainbow after the rain, only forming under certain specific circumstances. And then who woke up? Li Yunzi or Li Xinghua? And who was around him next? Zhu Mingling and Nansha could take turns guarding each other, so they both absorbed all the spiritual energy. Are you thinking that Liang used this point to trap Yunzi in the dungeon? Zhu Mingling said. One head, for souls. This was why both could not be possessed simultaneously. Zhu Mingling had first-hand experience, so he knew that when he opened his soul to the dragon, he effectively severed his divine soul cultivation. The artist's niece and the dragon keeper's niece were fine, because they were clearly innocent and did not involve any deeper issues. The ones who had a relationship with themselves were just other people. The author avoided digging deeper into the complex and ethically challenging question of their relationships, so only when one person harbors two souls in their body. When Liang mourned his wife in the shrine, he did not mourn these two daughters who died prematurely. Could this mean that these two were actually still alive? Zhu Mingling closed his eyes. He was a vivid example. Zhu Mingling was filled with lingering fears. Since both were alive, what was there to be restless about? Even Fang Nianian guessed that Lingsha had two siblings. Isn't it Li Yunzi? In fact, she'd had always been by his side. Different memories. Zhu Mingling looked around. All he saw was mist. The Li Yunzi he interacted with was the same person from start to finish. What do you think? Nansha asked in return. But where is Li Yunzi? Nansha's suggestion was quite good, but his heart was accelerating. She was a legitimate dragon keeper, not a dragon voluntarily following her. Oh, Miss Lingsha, I thought. Zhu Mingling pretended not to know, continuing to show the other side of her having already revealed their secret. She'd be in the Imperial City soon. You can ask her yourself. Nansha said. Impossible. I'll take the first watch. You seem restless. Perfect for adjusting in the Cloud Sea Spirit Eye. Nansha said. Nansha lied that Li Xinghua was a prophet. Both were dual souls. How could he not be perturbed in his heart? Amnesia. I don't mean any harm, Zhu Mingling said. Nansha set out on the Chi Dragon, her sleeves fluttering, the rainbow shining on her graceful figure, ethereal and enchanting, like a fairy descending from the sky on a dragon. If a large group of creatures enters the Cloud Sea Spirit Eye together, the spiritual energy dispersed to each creature would diminish the effect significantly. So many dragons all want to compete for that territory. It won't be easy for us to secure a place there. Zhu Mingling said. Why can't we discuss the issues you have on your body properly? Why involve my wife? Although they have no idea what happened on their bodies, there seems to be a special way of communication between them. And they've now all been incorporated into the spiritual realm. Oh. Nansha. Nansha was clearly underestimating herself. He and Li Yunzi. Zhu Mingling released her hand, saying, how do you know who it is in the dungeon? You clearly don't remember what happened on your own bodies. When they first met, Zhu Mingling thought Li Yunzi had a dual soul, possessing two distinct personalities. Now, he had sparked his wife's issues, pushing things to a deeper level, making it more complicated, forcing him to consider deeper ethical questions. So unless a person harbors two souls in their body, at the time, Li Ying was mourning his wife, but did not mourn these two deceased daughters. Does this mean that they are actually still alive? Zhu Mingling closed his eyes. He was a clear example. Zhu Mingling's heart would naturally be shaken by such a revelation. A large group of dragons coiled near the Cloud Sea Spirit Eye, as if trying to claim a territory there, and many of them had reached Lord-level strength. And that Liunzi is already coming to the Imperial City. How would he face her? Since the artist Nansha didn't know what he and the dragon shepherd talked about, he couldn't possibly admit to probing. How could he not be restless in his heart? Nansha stood on the Chi dragon, her clothes fluttering, the rainbow gleaming on her graceful figure, as beautiful as a painting fairy descending into the mortal world on a dragon. If everyone enters the Cloud Sea Spirit Eye together, with spiritual energy divided among them, the effect would be greatly reduced. So many dragons want to compete for that territory, and for us to claim a place, it won't be easy. Zhu Mingling said, "We can't discuss the issues you have properly. Why involve my wife?" Although they had no idea what happened on their bodies, it seemed like they had a special way of communication, and they've all been drawn into the spiritual realm. Nansha. Oh Nansha. Nansha was clearly underestimating herself. He and Liunzi. Zhu Mingling released her hand, saying, "How do you know who is in the dungeon? You don't remember what happened to each other." When they first met, Zhu Mingling thought that Liunzi had a dual soul, having two distinct personalities. Now he had sparked his wife's issues, pushing things to a deeper level, making it more complicated, forcing him to consider deeper ethical questions. So unless a person harbors two souls in their body, Zhu Mingling closed his eyes and said, "I meant no harm." How could he not be shaken in his heart? Amnesia. "I don't mean any harm," Zhu Mingling said. Zhu Mingling's heart would naturally be shaken by such a revelation. A large group of dragons coiled near the Cloud Sea Spirit Eye, as if trying to claim a territory there, and many of them had reached Lord-level strength. And that Liunzi is already coming to the Imperial City. How would he face her? Since the artist Nansha didn't know what he and the dragon shepherd talked about, he couldn't possibly admit to probing. How could he not be restless in his heart? Nansha stood on the Chi dragon, her clothes fluttering, the rainbow gleaming on her graceful figure, as beautiful as a painting fairy descending into the mortal world on a dragon. If everyone enters the Cloud Sea Spirit Eye together, with spiritual energy divided among them, the effect would be greatly reduced. So many dragons want to compete for that territory, and for us to claim a place, it won't be easy. Zhu Mingling said, "We can't discuss the issues you have properly. Why involve my wife?" Although they had no idea what happened on their bodies, it seemed like they had a special way of communication, and they've all been drawn into the spiritual realm. Nansha. Oh Nansha. Nansha was clearly underestimating herself. He and Liunzi. Zhu Mingling released her hand, saying, "How do you know who is in the dungeon? You don't remember what happened to each other." When they first met, Zhu Mingling thought that Liunzi had a dual soul, having two distinct personalities. Now he had sparked his wife's issues, pushing things to a deeper level, making it more complicated, forcing him to consider deeper ethical questions. So unless a person harbors two souls in their body, Zhu Mingling closed his eyes and said, "I meant no harm." Chapter 188 Gathering Spirit Realm. Gathering Chan Concentrating Mind. Zhu Mingling gradually calmed down, feeling the surging spiritual energy pouring into the sea. The spiritual realm was nothing more than a nourishing world for dragon pets. With his special cultivation, the dragon herder concentrated the spiritual essence of the world to nurture the dragon pets in need of heavenly and earthly spirit. At this moment, the outer world formed a huge vortex of spiritual energy, stirring up the hidden spiritual elements of the Cloud Dragon country. Zhu Mingling's simple goal was to absorb the natural spiritual elements in the Cloud Sea Spirit well into his body, and the dragon pets connected to his soul would naturally receive the baptism of Spirit Sea. "I want them all." Instead of directly approaching himself, the direction was like a vortex, swirling around him first. The powerful gathering of the Cloud Terra Spirit Eye was the same. This resulted in a large number of creatures inhabiting the area around the Cloud Terra Spirit Eye, just every time it opened its eyes. And this Spirit Eye, cultivation for a day, was equivalent to several years. After half a day of focused concentration, Zhu Mingling found that his mental energy was depleting rapidly, starting to feel a bit dizzy, and the spiritual energy in the Cloud Sea was flowing in like a river, but he could only absorb less than a tenth of it. Those powerful creatures were driven out of the Cloud Terra Spirit Eye, And the dragon with the ancestral dragon lineage was even more powerful than Zhu Minglan had imagined. 10,000 years of Holy Spirit. Instead of concentrating his mind and expending a lot of spiritual power to slowly guide the stable spiritual elements bit by bit, Zhu Minglan decided to create a domain with a specific trajectory, allowing the unstable spiritual elements to flow in a certain direction. Now the realm provided by Zhu Minglan accelerated the growth of dragon beasts 20 times. As a result, more and more spiritual elements formed a spiritual storm. Even the eagles, who were skilled at flying, would fly with the wind, using the heat of the earth and the rising air currents to save energy and maintain long periods of aerial flight. In the Cloud Dragon country, there were not only dragons, but also many demons and monsters that had not transformed into dragons, and even some creatures who wanted to cultivate into saints. Gathering Cha. It was also about taking advantage of the situation. Abundant spiritual elements resulted in accelerated cultivation. How was it formed? How could the spiritual energy of the Cloud Dragon country be absorbed into this small vortex? Zhu Minglan wondered if he could also reshape his own spiritual realm, allowing the technique of gathering Cha from the spirit eye to be realized on himself. Otherwise, how could a small cloud gather a cloud sea spirit eye that countless dragon spirits and monsters struggled to win over? Each advancement in realm would bring about a new dragon herding skill. Zhu Minglan rejoiced as he discovered the pattern from the flow of spiritual threads. The birth of the 10,000-year Holy Spirit was it not derived from the spirit spring eyes in the clouds that could speed up cultivation by hundreds or thousands of times. After realizing this point clearly, Zhu Minglan no longer needed to painstakingly guide each and every spiritual element as he did at the beginning. With most of the unstable spiritual elements moving like this, the other unstable spiritual elements would also be drawn into this swirling trajectory. The spiritual realm was a small world. Zhu Minglan meditated quietly, while the surrounding cloud terrace spirit eye resounded with the roars of various powerful beasts and dragon spirits. Several times Zhu Minglan was worried that Non-Yusha would not be able to handle it. Oh, it's Non-Yusha. By starting with the unstable spiritual elements, soon the entire thread-like spiritual source would swirl around him, finally forming a vortex entering his spiritual realm. Demons and spirits, what they needed most was cultivation. A day of practice here was equivalent to several years in a spiritual cave. The power of this sword might be ordinary on its own, but because the airflow drove the sword and the sword speed, the ultimate sword energy formed was greatly enhanced. Zhu Minglan found that there were no threats around him. Guiding the spiritual energy, Zhu Minglan could feel the spiritual energy, like wisps of smoke casually drifting around the spirit well, and his task was to focus on guiding these spiritual threads into his spiritual realm. Zhu Minglan was not only happy because his dragon's cultivation was soaring, but his own herding skills were also improving along with it, feeling as if he had reached a new realm in just half a day. If his spiritual realm could also form such a vortex, wouldn't his dragon pet's cultivation speed increase by tens or even hundreds of times at all times? Zhu Minglan was not short-sighted. He opened his spiritual awareness, and while resting and recovering, he understood the composition of the entire Cloud Sea Spirit Eye. Would it be like giving a fish or teaching how to fish? While Zhu Minglan was pondering what dragon herding skills he would gain, he discovered that his spiritual realm was expanding. It was similar to a bird finding an excellent nest. In the world, there were naturally some unstable spiritual elements that floated aimlessly like dust. Zhu Minglan couldn't help but feel puzzled. The way of absorbing Cha for the Cloud Terrace Spirit Eye is surprisingly similar to how the sword Cha expands. This half-day is equivalent to half a year, and it's still not quite proficient at the start. Zhu Minglan was overjoyed. How many living beings in the world could truly live for 10,000 years? The same applied to spiritual energy. To wield a sword and create a powerful sword energy, one must first use the power of the sword body to drive the surrounding airflow, then follow the flow of the air to wield the sword. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Zhu Minglan had mainly been practicing the important herding skill gathering souls and brewing pearls before, but he didn't know much about raising spirits and nurturing dragons. The storm was powerful enough to move the stable spiritual elements, and with the addition of stable spiritual elements, the domain grew larger and larger, with tens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, even hundreds of miles of spiritual elements converging, eventually forming a spiritual spring eye. People tend to follow the crowd. Zhu Minglan discovered this pattern, greatly saving mental energy and allowing all the spiritual energy to gather in his body. For a while, several dragon babies in his spiritual realm were rejuvenated, gulping down massive amounts of spiritual energy like crops thirsty for rain. Zhu Minglin was now very familiar with the skills of gathering souls and brewing pearls. After finding no major issues, Zhu Minglin could finally relax. It seemed that his cultivation was not enough. Master Jinli previously mentioned that a dragon herder is like a moving spiritual spring, and those who were exceptionally skilled in raising spirits and nurturing dragons, and had innate talent, might not even need to tame dragon beasts, as some dragons would voluntarily join them. Zhu Minglin's spiritual realm had always been somewhat desolate, given his abrupt entry into this path. But at this moment, this small world of the spiritual realm had expanded many times over, and the abundant spiritual energy he absorbed not only did not dissipate, but even generated spiritual elements on its own. End of this chapter. Chapter 189. 9,000 years of demon spirit essence self-generates. This was something even Zhu Minglin himself couldn't have imagined. The spirit essence, within the heavens and earth, is even smaller than dust. Only when a large quantity gathers together will it form what people call spiritual energy. Places abundant in spiritual energy are known as spirit mountain, spirit water, spirit cave, and spirit land, and many prominent sects have their mountain gates built in such areas. Although a dragon herder can accelerate the growth of dragon beasts, the effects produced by different dragon herders in their spiritual domains vary. For example, many of Zhu Minglin's classmates at the Dragon Taming Academy only experienced a 3- to 5-fold increase in their spiritual domains. However, Zhu Minglin soon realized that he seemed to have a relationship with Nanling Shout, who was like a senior sister to him at the 9 Army 2 Mountain. As for the 1,000-year-old Holy Spirit, the ant with a joined soul, Mr. Fish with a 7-step memory, and Little White who was regressing in reincarnation. Then I will guard for you for 2 days, miss. You can rest first, Zhu Minglin said. He summoned the divine wood blue holy dragon and sat on its broad back, surveying the surroundings of the sea of clouds. Whether they were still young dragons or beings not yet transformed into dragons, they would all benefit from the effects of the spiritual domain in the future. The difficulty level was still at a hellish level. If his status as a dragon herder significantly improved, the cultivation levels of the divine wood blue holy dragon and the thunder abyssal dragon would also increase rapidly. Given some time, they might even reach the lord level. However, according to Mr. Jinli, to avoid calling him wrongly, Zhu Minglin directly changed the way he addressed him. Zhu Minglin scratched his head. Was this so embarrassing? Non, let me protect you now, Zhu Minglin said loudly. Would you like me to continue translating the rest of the text? Chapter 190. The magical spirit surrounding the rainbow-scaled sky pites on notice that the Chi dragon was no longer present. They began to stir restlessly, as the threat to them came from the Chi dragon with the blood of the ancestral dragon. They tried to approach, wanting to enter the cloud eye of the spirit sea to see some spiritual energy. The first to fly over was the flame-crowned golden eagle that had been circling for a long time. It had 3 eyes, with the third eye resembling a burning flame, exuding a fierce aura. It's coming. Bite it to death. The immortal rabbit dragon pointed at the flame-crowned golden eagle with a huff. But the immortal rabbit dragon glanced at Zhu Minglin summoning the sword spirit dragon beside him, so he changed his mind and said, "Shave all its feathers off." The sword spirit dragon floated beside Zhu Minglin, its slender and crimson sword body exuding an ancient and chilling atmosphere. It did not fly around casually as usual but was like a true spirit sword, waiting for Zhu Minglin's command. Zhu Minglin focused his attention on the approaching flame-crowned golden eagle, and at that moment, he was connected with the sword spirit dragon in soul. They still had much to coordinate. For example, when the sword spirit dragon was in its autonomous form, it was ultimately a spirit sword condensed from many sword spirits. It was different from the Ice Chen white dragon, the divine wood green sacred dragon, and the thunder ravaging storm dragon. It possessed the ability to fight on its own, but if Zhu Minglin could transform the sword spirit dragon into a flying sword, merging it with his own thoughts, it could greatly enhance their strength. The sword spirit dragon had great potential, but lacked control. Zhu Minglin was now attempting to achieve this oneness of mind. Though he could not wield the sword himself, nor empower himself with formidable skills like the sword awakening, mastering the art of the flying sword, coupled with good control, would make him invincible. Swordsmanship had various schools. The practices Zhu Minglin had been pursuing belonged to the combat swordsmanship, mastering powerful destructive sword techniques, seeking higher sword realms. Combat swordsman practitioners usually wield only one sword and mostly use sword techniques in their attacks, focusing on their own cultivation. On the other hand, the flying sword school was relatively unfamiliar to Zhu Minglan. Flying swordsmanship focused on refining a spiritual sword and usually involved carrying multiple sword devices. Practitioners did not focus on powerful sword techniques and sword skills, but on manipulating sword devices to control and defeat enemies. It seemed Li Yunzi belonged to the latter, controlling flying swords with her mind. However, there were still some puzzling aspects, as her divine power did not purely belong to the flying sword school. When she arrived, he could ask her in detail. Perhaps it might help him in controlling the sword spirit dragon. In the past, Zhu Minglan had been exploring various schools, and gradually he realized that the world was vast, with many places worth learning from. If he continued to immerse himself solely in the combat swordsmanship school with that attitude, it would be challenging to ascend higher. Now was the perfect opportunity to start from scratch, synthesize everything he had learned, and believe that before long, he would stand at a higher state. Oneness of mind is essential. He must concentrate. The sword spirit dragon already had a soul contract with Zhu Minglan, which was far superior to starting from scratch in the flying sword art. Zhu Minglan should avoid head-on with the flame-crowned golden eagle. Seek its weak points. Facing an opponent with similar cultivation level required skill and focus to engage in combat. The flame-crowned golden eagle was a demonic spirit, over 7,000 years old, and it needed to be approached with caution. It was crucial to avoid its third eye. The sword spirit dragon moved swiftly, sending out numerous sword shadows in different directions. At that moment, the flame-crowned golden eagle opened its third eye, releasing a scorching beam of destructive power. The sword spirit dragon quickly created after-images, confusing the flame-crowned golden eagle's vision, avoiding the formidable attack. Zhu Minglan then ordered a long-range probe to test the golden eagle's defenses. The sword spirit dragon unleashed a powerful sword spirit, which grew in size as it approached the flame-crowned golden eagle. The sword spirit dragon eventually struck the golden eagle, resulting in a powerful clash, leaving a visible mark on the dragon's back, while the golden eagle remained unscathed. The golden eagle's resilience was extraordinary, capable of slicing through the sword spirit dragon with its claw. Zhu Minglan then focused the sword spirit dragon's attention on the third eye of the golden eagle. The battle continued, with Zhu Minglan instructing the sword spirit dragon to maintain focus and strike at the enemy's weak points. In the end, the sword spirit dragon unleashed a devastating sword rain technique, overwhelming the golden eagle with countless sword shadows and stripping away its golden feathers. As the golden eagle's feathers were shredded by the onslaught, it appeared vulnerable and weak compared to its previous imposing appearance. The immortal rabbit dragon burst into laughter at the sight of the humbled golden eagle. Zhu Minglan realized the sword spirit dragon's strength was overwhelming, and he decided to await a more formidable opponent before continuing to practice the flying sword techniques. He then observed the surroundings, seeking a suitable opponent for the sword spirit dragon. However, he noticed that by chance, the smaller dragon was in a state of dormancy within the spirit realm. Was it about to evolve? With his newly transformed Source Spring spirit realm, Zhu Minglan hoped to facilitate Baiqi's evolution by introducing significant spiritual energy into its body, potentially advancing its stage of growth. As the dragons progressed through four crucial stages of development, laying a solid foundation early on would enable them to reach higher potential in the future. Suddenly, an urgent voice interrupted their thoughts, signaling the return of the large sky python. Zhu Minglan observed the magnificent rainbow-scaled sky python approaching, its majestic or overpowering most dragon lords. Its long, iridescent body illuminated the cloud sea with dazzling brilliance as it descended towards the spirit eye. The sight of the sky python filled Zhu Minglan with an admiration as it perched on a cloud peak, its head raised haughtily above the land below, casting a disdainful gaze on the surrounding dragons. Zhu Minglan could sense its arrogance and contempt through its snake-like eyes, as if regarding all other creatures, even ferocious dragon beasts, as inferior beings. Chapter 191 By Long, the strongest form little snake skin, who do you look down upon? Mr. Ko seemed to also sense the unreserved contempt from the other side, and couldn't help but show his small fish fins, pointing at the rainbow-scaled sky python as if pointing fingers at a person. Hiss. Tilde 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 tilde. The rainbow-scaled sky python let out a low roar. This low roar, like rolling thunder on the horizon, gave a sense of extreme danger. A snake that has lived for so long, With only a cultivation base of 9,000 years, this fish lord could spit in the pond, and the water snakes in the pond could transform into celestial dragons. You dare to call yourself a sky python? Even the earthworms in dragon dung seem more gifted than you. They've achieved enlightenment earlier than you. Mr. Ko spat out fragrantly, leaving Zhu Manlang speechless on the side. Roar! The rainbow-scaled sky python expanded its neck, like unfurling a large colorful flesh wing, with 9,000-year-old red snake patterns on it, extending from the neck to the python's chin. Obviously provoked, the rainbow-scaled sky python opened its mouth wide, spewing out a large dazzling rainbow light, suddenly stopping its cloud breath. The rainbow-scaled sky python watched as the spirit dragon pierced through, still keeping its mouth wide open. Against the backdrop of the cloud river, the light on its sword shone brightly, making its sword body dark red, like an evil star in broad daylight. Flying out from the spirit realm, the ice moon white dragon's sacred white feathers emitted an icy cloud aura, which was remarkably similar to the ice atmosphere permeating the entire cloud dragon kingdom, carrying a sense of life decay and freezing power. How did your sword end up inside that snake's belly? Immortal rabbit dragon poked its head out cautiously and asked. The rainbow-scaled sky python easily neutralized the powerful sword technique of the spirit dragon. Clearly, this python not only had a deep cultivation base but also possessed terrifying strength. This python's stomach was probably an infinite cavity. The spirit dragon couldn't even touch the stomach wall, so how could it break through with a sword? This was probably thanks to Nanu Zeta for protecting it for a day. In the eyes of the cloud platform spirit, this day of additional training greatly accelerated the advancement of the ice moon white dragon. Zhu Manlang dared not divert his attention. Suddenly bending down, the rainbow-scaled sky python viciously swung its hidden python tail in the clouds above, shattering the sword-hung chains into countless insubstantial air currents that scattered chaotically. The rainbow-scaled sky python did not dodge or evade, but instead, as the huge sword soul shadow struck, it opened its mouth to swallow it, directly ingesting the mountain-like sword shadow into its stomach. Non-lock sword. The rainbow light scattered down, and the vision immediately became colorful and strange, making Zhu Manlang feel extremely uneasy. Zhu Manlang wrinkled his brow and sensed that something was amiss. Whoops! The flame-crowned golden eagle, continuously repelled by the spirit dragon's attacks, dared not approach the cloud platform spirit eye again. The spirit dragon was knocked airborne by the opponent's tail, taking a while to regain its composure. In complete form, it so happened that the 9,000-year-old sky python, this rainbow-scaled sky python, was indeed formidable. The spirit dragon might not come out for a while. At the moment, Zhu Manlang had nothing to resist the power of this 9,000-year-old demon spirit. Zhu Manlang initially thought Little Bai would need to sleep for another half-month, but unexpectedly, the final metamorphosis was completed so quickly. It was strange that the giant sword soul shadow would destroy mountains, yet the rainbow-scaled sky python seemed to swallow it as if it were some mist. Besides its slightly bulging belly, everything seemed normal. The most practiced sword technique by Zhu Manlang was this sword penetrating the sky. Anything blocking their path, whether invisible vines, hard rocks, or enemies behind a fortress, could not escape this sword. Advancing to the next level, this is the Ice Moon White Dragon in its strongest form. The silver energy soared and interweaved with the spirit dragon's rapid movements, forming a giant sword lock array with a total of 9 sword hunt chains, enveloping the rainbow-scaled sky python from above. We may need to seek help from your master. Zhu Manlang smiled bitterly. With a single sword sweep, the spirit dragon created a massive air wave, somewhat alleviating that nauseating dizziness. This is bad. At this moment, a long chant came from the spirit realm, and Zhu Manlang saw that the Ice Moon White Dragon had awakened without his knowledge. Its feathers were as magnificent as holy snow and moon silver, and the noble white dragon spread its wings, followed by layer upon layer of secondary feathers as splendid as the mythical white phoenix. Zhu Manlang said to the spirit dragon. When it fought back, the rainbow-scaled sky python suddenly lowered its head and seemingly, like a dragon drinking the sea, sucked in the rolling cloud sea into its mouth. You tilde 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 tilde. The spirit dragon broke through the cloud rivers, heading straight towards the rainbow-scaled sky python. It's this guy who injured the master's Chuan. At this moment, the immortal rabbit dragon called out and suddenly disappeared into the clouds. The massive sword soul shadow flew out magnificently, fiercely crashing into the exaggerated rainbow-scaled sky python. Only someone who had completed all phases of growth and transformation like the Ice Moon White Dragon had the qualifications to have a showdown with the rainbow-scaled sky python. He did not expect such a big gap between the 7,000-year-old and 9,000-year-old strengths. With a single breath, the clouds that had entered the rainbow-scaled sky python's stomach turned into a white long sky river, pouring towards the spirit dragon. Despite the spirit dragon's continued speed, in its current state of flying sword penetration, it should have pierced through the abdomen already, but the rainbow-scaled sky python's esophagus had no end. The rainbow-scaled sky python suddenly swallowed, directly devouring the piercing spirit dragon. However, the spirit dragon had already flown into the python's throat, and with its penetrating power, it could definitely punch a hole in the python's esophagus. As the spirit dragon flew into its esophagus, it found the rainbow-scaled sky python's throat to be much larger than imagined, feeling like it had flown into a boundless, bottomless abyss of blackness. The river formed by the clouds, with its formidable power, would probably demolish even a mountain range standing here, turning it into a pile of dust. Zhuman Lang conveyed his thoughts once again, and the spirit dragon, gliding through the air, appeared above the giant python, leaving a chain-like energy condensation along the trajectory of its sword thrust. Zhuman Lang realized things were amiss. He needed to join hands with Non-Usada to deal with this python. Sword penetrating the sky. Giant sword emergence. The cloud platform's sacred fruit seemed to confer upon the Ice Moon White Dragon the unique oppressive aura of the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, causing all living beings enveloped in this icy atmosphere to continue to wither. While the spirit dragon fought the rainbow-scaled sky python, a large number of demons and dragon beasts had gathered around them, looking to benefit from the situation. However, with the Ice Moon White Dragon's appearance, the ice-sealed sky and the vast aura of decay swept around, terrifying all the observing demons and dragon beasts into scattering. End of this chapter. Chapter 192. The frosty sky was covered with ice clouds and frost mist in succession. Soon, a thick layer covered the sky above the sea of clouds. The rainbow-scaled sky python seemed to sense the life force and freezing power of this frost. Its body swam upward and formed a snake peak between the vast sky and sea of clouds. Little White leapt up, its pure white figure hovering in the blue sky like a sacred moon. As its wings fluttered, frozen star mountains appeared in the sky, seemingly formed from the cold dust of the distant sky or collapsing mountain ranges in an ice world. These frosty particles flew towards the rainbow-scaled sky python, carrying a mighty destructive power. Despite the vastness of the sky and the high sky, these particles stirred up a tumultuous layer of air, shrouding the sky and sea of clouds in an atmosphere of annihilation. The rainbow-scaled sky python watched as the frosty particles fell from the sky, showing a hint of panic despite maintaining its snake peak form. The snake peak was actually its defensive posture, as it used its colorful scales and tough snake skin to hold together, resembling a fortress. It wants to escape, don't let it, Xia Minglan said. The rainbow-scaled sky python twisted its body, seemingly trying to crush the Ice-Chan White Dragon into pieces with its tail. However, the Ice-Chan White Dragon danced like a white butterfly, effortlessly avoiding the fierce attacks. The frosty particles were not just individual pieces, but the true destructive power of these particles lay in their collective impact in the sky, creating ripples of collapse. Despite maintaining an open posture, the rainbow-scaled sky python froze in place, and the sword spirit dragon trapped in its stomach finally flew out. The frozen breath of the dragon appeared mist-like at first, with a wide range, but upon contact with the air, it immediately turned into icy particles carrying a freezing effect and air-withering properties. The sword spirit dragon quickly flew towards the headless body of the rainbow-scaled sky python. Meanwhile, the Ice-Chan White Dragon remained in place, its bright ice eyes gazing at a magnificent glacier that had appeared in the distance at some point. The body of the rainbow-scaled sky python did not fall again. Although its scales were damaged, it remained fierce and wild. It lunged towards the Ice-Chan White Dragon, which controlled the space, seeming to drag it towards the collapsing area. The rainbow-scaled sky python's body twisted violently, resembling a giant worm in appearance. The rainbow-scaled sky python tried to escape the collapsing ripple created by the impact of the frosty particles. However, cracks appeared in the space where it was located. The frozen head did not remain intact. The head of the rainbow-scaled sky python was rapidly decaying, its scales shrinking and rotting under the frost, its fangs falling off, and even its pupils seemed to be losing vitality rapidly, drifting towards death. As the rainbow scale sky python approached, a layer of sticky ice covered its body, seeping into its flesh, quickly immobilizing its previously rock-hard muscles. This was akin to swimming upstream in a waterfall on an altar. The rainbow scale sky python roared furiously. The rainbow scale sky python suddenly turned its head towards the Ice-Chan white dragon, opening its mouth to release a dazzling rainbow light. Unfortunately, its movements became slower and slower, and the Ice-Chan white dragon, readying itself, released the frosty breath first. The Ice-Chan white dragon was always agile and nimble, despite being much smaller than this massive rainbow scale sky python. Darting between the claws of the snake, its head even descended into the collapsing area, shattering continuously under the formidable power. Sha Minglan was well aware that this 9,000-year-old demon had its own escape methods. Even if it sacrificed its head, it would only lose some cultivation. After hiding for a few more years, it would still be a dominant python. Due to being frozen, the blood of the rainbow scale sky python sprayed out after a while. The frost of the Ice-Chan white dragon not only accelerated the decay of the rainbow scale sky python's life force, but also made its scales brittle and tough, and the sword spirit dragon chopped off its neck. First, the air layer of destruction swept everything away, followed by the collapsing ripple created by the impact of the dust particles, making the entire sky seem to plunge into a dark abyss, with light being swallowed and air currents being sucked away, causing a terrifying collapse. Although not completely frozen, its stiffened body slowed down its flight speed. Trapped in the dark, condensed stomach, when it saw the head of the rainbow scale sky python frozen, it made a magnificent turnaround and swung its sword. A dragon roar with a hint of ancient solemnity echoed, as the Ice-Chan white dragon shrouded itself in a silver glow. Its feathers sparkled like crystal armor, soaring above the collapsing area and looking down at the plummeting rainbow scale sky python. The sword spirit dragon seemed very angry. The frosty particles clashed, causing the destructive air layer to nearly disappear into the sky. And when the rainbow scale sky python realized it couldn't resist this force, it suddenly stretched its body and darted away. As long as the infinite stomach remained, it could devour several of its kind, or swallow a dragon python, and still regrow the head of the python. It was like running on a cracked ice lake. The more forceful the escape attempt, the harder it was for the fragile ice surface to support it. In the end, the cracks widened, spreading across the entire frozen lake, causing it to collapse, shatter, and all beings above to fall into the icy abyss. This 9,000-year-old demon was indeed powerful. It fiercely swung its tail, seemingly flying up against the collapsing ripple's force. Swish! The rainbow scale sky python maintained an open mouth position, but its entire head suddenly turned into ice. The location where the rainbow scale sky python was situated had the largest crack. It tried to evade multiple times, but gradually realized that the blue sky in front had all collapsed, and it couldn't escape either. Despite its body still colliding haphazardly, it managed to push back the Ice-Chan white dragon and the sword spirit dragon. Even without its head, the rainbow scale sky python did not die. The Ice-Chan white dragon could have dodged and watched the rainbow scale sky python fall, but it flew up instead. Feathers of ice dust comparable to countless fibers swirled around as it flew, generating a fierce freezing power in the vicinity. However, the dust particles were infused with a dreadful power of ice freezing, causing the rainbow scale sky python's body to stiffen rapidly. The sword body was enveloped in a mighty air current, massive like a towering giant sword, and chopped down towards the neck of the rainbow scale sky python. A grand glacier stood without warning between the sea of clouds and the sky, completely cutting off the escape path of the rainbow scale sky python. The sturdy and towering glacier made the rainbow scale sky python even more diminutive, as if a small water snake facing a white embankment. End of this chapter. Chapter 193 Sword Spirit Practice. Rainbow scale sky python couldn't break through the glacier of clouds and seas, couldn't climb over it, lost its head. This 9,000-year-old demon spirit fell into a frenzy. The glacier kept growing higher and then suddenly collapsed towards the rainbow scale sky python. A massive ice mountain and rolling avalanche headed towards the ancient demon. The sword spirit dragon, seeing this, struck with the sword as the rainbow scale sky python panicked. The sword gleamed brightly and cut off a bloody mouth on the tail of the rainbow scale sky python. The rainbow scale sky python was still struggling, but with the glacier collapsing in front and the relentless killing intent of the sword spirit dragon from behind, it suddenly shed its rainbow-colored python skin, transforming into a bloody and grotesque blood python, diving under the cloud sea. The ice mountain smashed its injured tail, and with a sudden jerk, it broke off its tail and continued to escape. The sword spirit dragon chased again, only to see the tail still moving and flying out from the ice mountain debris into another direction. Fortunately, it recently had a windfall. That python's skin, colorful as a rainbow, was truly extraordinary. It must have consumed some fruit from the cloud dragon realm, or absorbed some colorful spiritual energy to grow like that. After being satiated, the ice polar white dragon quickly fell asleep with a snore, and Zhu Minglin carried it back to the spiritual realm. Should we start with flying with the sword first? It seems like just now Yuan Zibai scared off all the dragon beasts, so there are no creatures left for us to practice with, Zhu Minglin asked. Just now, the Azure Dragon profound technique it displayed, Frost Dust of the Ice, is even rarer than Star Shard. You must know that in the power comparison, the strongest Lord Hua Shan, the chief disciple of the Purple Sect, his Purple Cloud Dragon and Golden Dome Dragon are just sub-Lord class. The two dragons both have mid-Lord class strength, so even if some sinister and tricky old folks from the royal family or major powers want to cause trouble, they must consider their own abilities. What can replenish such an extravagant consumption of the Azure Dragon's profound technique when celestial bodies shatter? What should one eat? Phew. Why, the reason the sword spirit dragon couldn't harm this guy was because of its rainbow scales, as hard as crystal rocks. Could it be the moonstone? Zhu Minglin took out the cloud platform fruit and fed it to Zibai, the ice polar white dragon with mid-lord class cultivation. The sword spirit dragon swayed its body, as if nodding. It's a shame we can't stay in the cloud dragon realm, otherwise we could have made great progress. Zhu Minglin glanced at the lamp jade around his waist, feeling regretful. Zhu Minglin nodded. The head is severed. The body runs on its own. If one reaches this realm earlier, without awakening the sword, one can still make all the talented disciples of the entire power run far. The sword spirit dragon must stay. The body is blocked, skin sheds and then escapes. In short, the magic resistance is not high. There are many special illusion realms like the cloud dragon realm in the world. Even amidst the vast lands of Chuandadi, there are still remnants of the habitats of ancestral dragons. Visiting these places often will surely yield different rewards. A fully awakened ice polar white dragon is like a celestial dragon in the heavens, not only with immense strength, but also exuding nobility and sacredness with every gesture and movement. At present, it's already quite good. Some people come to the Cloud Dragon realm just to admire the beautiful scenery without gaining anything, Mr. Jinli said. Its flowery clothes are the most valuable. No need to chase after it. The spiritual eye of the Cloud Sea is more important, Mr. Jinli said. It really can directly reach the mid-lord class cultivation. Does it have to eat cloud platform fruits every day? Take the example of the Yaoshen sword sect. In the mid-lord class, they are already figures like elders and hall masters. Once one practices a flying sword technique well, it should also allow the sword spirit dragon to unleash its mid-lord class strength. But Zibai's fully awakened strength displayed surprised Zhu Minglin. Moreover, the cloud platform spiritual eye is still coveted by some dragon beasts, so it's essential to have the sword spirit dragon guarding it. At this level, what does Zibai eat? Even though the tail is gone, and the tail still moves, it seems to have a life of its own. Mr. Jinli didn't deceive himself. Zhu Minglin looked at it, and Zhu Minglin still remembered that when he lost to himself, he still reluctantly said, refusing to admit that he was a dragon herder. Of course, in the entire royal capital, where there is a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger, there are many who are above the mid-lord class strength. Zhu Minglin has already shined brightly in the power comparison, so there is no need to expose himself hastily. Phew! Could this ancient python really have earthworm lineage? Zhu Minglin was amazed to see this scene. It must be said that the survival skill of this 9,000-year-old python is truly extraordinary. Mid-lord class, the sword spirit dragon, a dragon of sharp swords, is not easy to deal with it, but the Azure Dragon's profound technique can frost aura of the ice polar white dragon are what the rainbow scale sky python fears. The sword spirit dragon flew over and hovered next to Zhu Minglin, remaining motionless. From a small icicle satisfied with eating mulberry leaves to an ice polar white dragon that can beat a 9,000-year demon spirit, it doesn't seem to lose its earnest appearance when it comes to eating. But as the saying goes, fights fire with fire. Mwah. Don't use those powerful sword soul techniques. Otherwise, some minor demons and monsters won't be able to withstand it. We're just practicing moves, understand? Zhu Minglin said to the sword spirit dragon. However, it is inherently clingy. After dealing with the rainbow scale spy python, it dissipated the magnificent ice dust around it, transforming into a graceful form like a fairy pet, lying on Zhu Minglin's shoulder, dozing off lazily. Although Zhu Minglin picked a basket of fruits, there is still one cloud platform sacred fruit left. But what about in the future? Zhu Minglin's initial conservative estimate of the ice polar white dragon is almost at the lower class level. Having surpassed her ranks, Zhu Minglin suddenly felt like he had returned to the peak. Moreover, this basket of ripe cloud platform fruits can also be eaten for some time, and the matter of the moonstone needs to be planned carefully. Nourished by spiritual energy in the spiritual realm, it greatly stabilizes the cultivation of the ice polar white dragon. Zhu Minglin continued to practice together. Very gentle, when facing enemies, the sword spirit dragon is always menacing, but beside Zhu Minglin, it is very gentle and obedient. Zibai reached out its claws, holding the fruit and began to nibble on it. From a lazy little cat to a greedy squirrel in one go, when it chewed, its chubby cheeks looked very cute, making people want to pinch them. The sword spirit dragon has a high cultivation level and is ancient, but its mentality is not very mature. In Zhu Minglin's eyes, compared to Bai Cai, Heya, and Qing Zhuo, it is more like a sword spirit baby that needs more nurturing and training. Good. That's it. Slowly, gently take off. Don't use your cultivation. Just stroll as if you were walking. Zhu Minglin said to the sword spirit dragon, gently and patiently, as if teaching a baby how to walk. End of this chapter. Chapter 194. Confining the ruler, the sky was painted in a deep blue color, with clouds resembling snow-covered mountains. Amidst the rolling waves of clouds, a graceful and serene woman dressed in emerald green robes sat peacefully in a cloud well, surrounded by the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, like ethereal elves dancing around her. Above the cloud well, a magnificent cow with luminous cloud-like patterns all over its body maintained a hovering stance, its large fish eyes fixed on a majestic celestial dragon rabbit. The celestial dragon rabbit remained silent, maintaining her noble demeanor in this way. Wait. Let me catch my breath. You go play for a while first. Zhu Lang regretted why he had practiced sword flying. Slow down. As the lamp jade gradually dimmed, Zhu Lang and Nan Lingsha dared not linger in the Dragon Cloud Kingdom. Although the sealing of a sovereign ruler was not a rare occurrence, recently, the lands of sealed sovereign rulers seemed to be limited to the first states neighboring the ancestral dragon city of Lichuan. Dealing with the nearly ruler-level river within the clouds back then was quite easy. Sword flying, besides being cool, was quite pointless. Yunzi was appointed as the national mentor of Lichuan. While everyone on the continent knows the true powerful ruler, Empress Li Yunzi, since she arranged it this way, I shall step up on behalf as Uncle Cheng. Commander Cheng walked over, seeing Nan Lingsha and Zhu Lang with a wry smile. Leaving the palace, Zhu Lang and Nan Lingsha discovered that an enthronement was taking place in the court. Yet the legendary boundless dragon, the symbol of imperial authority, was nowhere to be seen. The spirit sword dragon floated over. Seeing Zhu Lang lying on the clouds face up, it obediently landed beside him, its small tail swaying somewhat shyly. The next day, Su was forcibly recalled to the spirit realm, and Nan Lingsha's cultivation method had evidently undergone some changes. It was clear that on the second day, with the artist's sister-in-law now practicing in the cloud well, being a dragon herder, isn't it delightful to recline on a luxurious couch atop a majestic dragon's back? Stable, comfortable, with wine-blocking feathers, it truly exudes dignity and ease. Chutelda, take it slow. Take it slow. In practicing the flying sword technique, one needs to be familiar with their sword from a young age to achieve unity of man and sword. Even though we have a soul vow, our synchronization isn't enough. With diligent practice, it will improve, Zhu Lang comforted. At this moment, observing the artist Nan Lingsha's training, Zhu Lang became even more certain. Why bother learning sword flying like others? She was not satisfied at all. Among the powerful divine opponents, no one had truly given her a challenging fight. This left Zhuman very surprised. The Cloud Dragon Kingdom was vast, with the highest sky dragon mountains that he had yet to climb. A silver-blue dragon king dwelled beneath the skypool abyss, and on the other side of the Cloud Sea lay the Cloud Frost Forest, unexplored territory. In terms of strength, the artist Nan Lingsha was probably stronger. Zhuman had yet to see Nan Lingsha face a worthy opponent. Every time he awakened his sword, although Nan Lingsha quietly observed by the side, he sensed her eagerness in her eyes that was hard to contain. Commander Cheng served as the sovereign ruler. This way. Not downward. Don't dive, Mo Yi. Calm down. The powerful restriction of the Cloud Dragon Kingdom was such that even a king-tier figure entering it would face the same outcome. Despite having mastered the Ice Cloud life withering technique, Little White couldn't help Zhuman and Nan Lingsha maintain their vitality. Especially after eliminating the hindering forces of the ancestral dragon city-state. At that moment, even if the ancestral palace was not destroyed, they would no longer fear it. This eagerness was not due to admiration for her own majestic presence, but rather a desire to challenge herself. To challenge the Sword Spirit Dragon and Little White as bodyguards would mean taking resources away from Nan Lingsha. Nan Lingsha understood Li Yunzi. Even if the ancestral dragon city-state aimed to establish a new state, she would not become the sovereign ruler. She was more interested in formidable divine opponents. In the awakened sword state, she was essentially a divine swordsman. Without a team, Nan Lingsha would easily take the lead. It seems she is not concerned with Lord Huo Shang, Lady Wen Men, or Monku anymore. Learning was challenging. Based on the timeline, Li Yunzi's arrival in the capital was still a week away. With high cultivation and a high realm, Li Yunzi had not even appeared at the imperial court of the Extreme Court dynasty. The following 2 days were relatively calm, indicating that the Sword Spirit Dragon now ruled over this vast realm. As the court dispersed, another person, Commander Cheng, donned the robe symbolizing the sovereign ruler outside the court. Hair standing tall like nurtured grass, Zhuman landed near the cloud well, appearing as if he had passed through purgatory, looking extremely pale. The flying sword technique was merely showmanship. Where was the dominance of the sword fighting technique? Zhuman felt as though he was close to death. He couldn't figure out the realm of the artist's cultivation. Indeed, Zhuman pretended not to hear, closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, Zhuman had a premonition that if he didn't act decisively, Nan Lingsha might become the one to fear. Zhuman, what did Yanshen's sword sect feed you? And why are you, a teenager of 15 or 16, made to look so aged? Mr. Koi stared with fish eyes. Chitilda the Sword Spirit Dragon seemed to be enjoying herself, crawling under Zhuman and lifting him onto her back. They had agreed on 1 person per 2 days. In the sky, occasional cries could be heard as a youth piloted a fairy sword, lacking the aura of a sword immortal, resembling a novice atop a wild horse, almost falling apart from the jolting ride. What? Is the sealing ceremony already happening? Lichuan Kingdom? In this amount of time, not even a tenth of the Cloud Dragon Kingdom had been explored. The matter of sword flying should probably be dropped. The back of the green dragon Sing tree was simply heavenly. She will not become the sovereign ruler, Nan Lingsha said faintly. After plunging, don't immediately ascend. Who? Is Li Yunzi retreating behind the scenes? Zhuman stood in the court, looking somewhat surprised at a dragon pillar symbolizing the country, newly erected outside the court. It seemed to be newly crafted. Thank goodness. Zhuman did not enjoy his wife worrying about state affairs every day. When Li Yunzi was preparing to establish her own state, the decision was made for Commander Cheng to become the sovereign ruler. Even though Li Yunzi was sealed here in the Extreme Court dynasty, who would eventually become the sovereign ruler of Lichuan Kingdom was still Li Yunzi's call. End of this chapter. Chapter 195. Walking around. In fact, in the vast majority of ruling classes, the monarch and the national teacher have relatively similar statuses, one in front of the stage, the other behind the scenes. In some countries, the influence of the national teacher may even be higher than that of the monarch, like a belief existing in the hearts of every subject, the running monarch, the ironclad national teacher. Li Yunzi is not very interested in power. She is more like a female war god, protecting the Li River. Seeing that it was Commander Cheng who arrived in the end, Zhu Minglan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He thought that once he left the Kingdom of Clouds and Dragons, he would see Li Yunzi after waiting for a week. I was thinking just now, I originally wanted to wait for Yunzi to come to the imperial capital, and then we can return to Lichuan together. There is no need to stay here until the New Year celebration. After resting for a few days, we can return to Lichuan. How about it? Zhu Mingling asked. Good. You don't need to worry about the rest of the matters. I will handle them. After Jiding issued the order to cease war until the New Year celebration, our ancestral Dragon City-State can finally have a peaceful year this year. Commander Cheng said, once you leave the shore, wherever the boat drifts, deliberately steering it towards elsewhere will bring fewer surprises. The inner courtyard lake is very large, and there are many sceneries that Zhu Minglan himself has never seen before. Just like last time, unintentionally drifting into the bustling market. After taking a hot bath, Zhu Minglan felt that his body and nerves were somewhat relieved. But it turns out she is not the one who came here. Still, the mood can always be relaxed. This is her unique way of relaxation. Returning to Zhu's mansion, returning to this small building. It was so quick to reach the shore. Is it an island in the lake or the shore of Willow Lake? Zhu Minglan slowly sat up, looked back, and found that he was still in the vast inner courtyard lake, surrounded by rippling blue waves, gentle and charming. Alas, the dragon herding squad that was just established has been disbanded like this. Now that the ancestral Dragon City-State has stopped the war, it won't be invaded by other extreme court nations until the New Year celebration, and there is still half of autumn and a whole winter to go. Returning to Lichuan, he can ask Li Yunzi whether she is willing to travel around with him, enjoying a perfect two-person world. Or maybe even 3 people, if the prophet Li Xinhua is also counted. Zhu Minglan was also a bit tired. Even with the special life device, like Lamp Jade, in the environment of the Kingdom of Clouds and Dragons, it still makes one out of breath and in need of proper rest for a while. This point was specially emphasized by the guards. The stability of the ancestral Dragon City-State now. Both of you have made great contributions, otherwise, it would have been difficult for us on the battlefield. Commander Cheng said. Uncle Cheng is busy first. Nam Lingsha showed no interest in state affairs or appointments, and she, looking a bit tired, was already planning to go back to rest. Orman City is also very nice, which is a western coastal city at the NIC. The city is actually located in the shallow sea of white color, with numerous colorful coral reefs as the city foundation. These pavilions, towers, and workshops are built in the sea, on these sturdy coral reefs. The entire Man City is also constructed with many of these special coral materials. When the setting sun is on the horizon, it becomes extremely dazzling. I'm not very knowledgeable, it's hard to describe it with poetry, but it's really worth seeing. Zhu Minglan remembered a place that left a deep impression on him, and quickly said, listening to you, it sounds very beautiful. Using some exotic places and countries as persuasion points might actually work. Nam Lingsha said she wants to travel around. Oh. Zhu Mingling scratched his head and then said, after a while, then maybe we should separate for now. Miss Lingsha, wandering alone in the extreme core continent, should be more careful. No, she shook her head. I want to travel around, not return to Lichuan temporarily. Is there something bothering you? Zhu Mingling asked with some confusion. Li Yunzi should have a great interest in exploring this world, as seen from her previous discussions with him about Wutu. She did not speak, just stood there, her beautiful eyes surpassing all the scenery of the inner courtyard lake, just staring at Zhu Minglan like that. Suddenly, the wooden boat lightly touched something, causing the boat to tremble slightly, waking Zhu Minglan from his wandering thoughts. Where is my boat? Zhu Minglan arrived at the inner courtyard lake, only to find that his exclusive small boat was missing. This enchanting beauty suddenly occupied all his thoughts. Li Yunzi has done so much for the people of the ancestral Dragon City-State over the years. Worrying about the survival of the city-state she grew up in for so long, she should relax and go see the wider world. After changing into clean clothes, probably due to the still tense spirit, Zhu Minglan couldn't sleep all of a sudden, so he walked out of the house, intending to lie down in the small boat by the lake. I wonder if my wife would be willing to travel around with me. It would be so great to have her by my side. Transcending into the heavens like immortals. On the small boat, there was a woman with a graceful figure. Her perfect body curve suddenly appeared in his eyes without warning, making him feel dry in the mouth. And when he raised his eyes to gaze at her face, there was even a palpitation of his heart. Zhu Minglan was helpless, so he walked to the side and stole a small boat belonging to a cousin in the tribe whose name he couldn't remember, filled with comfortable sandalwood scent. It was quite nice. Li Yunzi must also have had such thoughts. But what his boat ended up bumping into was not the shore, but another small boat, which looked very familiar at first glance. This is such a good idea. Boating is all about going with the flow. This is embarrassing. Could it be that he didn't tie it up tightly and it was swept away by the waves? Zhu Minglin was a bit absent-minded, and in the end, he could only smile apologetically and bow politely. So it's Miss Linsha, are you also boating? But in your mind, it's still clear, isn't it? Yes, when I was young and aggressive, I traveled to many places, always wanting to prove to the world how unmatched I was. Those things that touched me, that I remembered in my heart, were swept away by me like smoke and clouds. Zhu Minglin sighed lightly. End of this chapter. Chapter 196. Sisters still not getting along fortunately. Now understanding all this will not be too late. Zhu Minglin saw the disappointment in Zhu Zuan's eyes towards himself. After all, she had always hoped that he could become a peerless swordsman, surpassing her, surpassing everyone in the imperial court. Giving up on sword cultivation, Zhu Minglin did feel lost, but he never regretted it, because he knew that even if he truly reached the peerless realm in the future, without anyone by his side to share it with, true regret would be inevitable. Treating Zibai in this manner, treating those who mattered to him in the same way, Zhu Minglin spoke these words to Nan Lingsha, wondering if these words could move Li Yunzi. What she cared about were just a few people around her. Was Li Xinghua's closest sisters with Nan Lingsha to each other? Nan Lingsha said. The woman reading the book saw the two of them coming but only gave a light glance before continuing with her book. If you care, you should speak to him sooner. If you don't care, what harm would it do if you did speak? Nan Lingsha said faintly. Most importantly, Li Yunzi had never told herself from beginning to end that she had made a mistake in recognizing the wrong person. She had just silently accepted it and conversed with herself. She seemed reluctant to speak more to Li Yunzi, even though she had reached her side. I heard some things about you in the capital, Li Yunzi asked. Zhu Minglin was having a small drink in the backyard when Fang Nianian came running over like a thief. The weather was getting cooler. Autumn was approaching. He would be suspicious. Indeed. What was the significance of talking to Li Yunzi about his past at that time? On one hand, he was just a silk-raising man, even though he had some heroism and charisma. It was of no use. Moreover, the mainland was still in turmoil, and people from the Li Riverside would never believe in the claims of the imperial court. Though Fang Nianian didn't hear clearly what they were talking about, the atmosphere between the two was quite awkward, completely unlike that of intimate sisters. Zhu Minglin looked puzzled. He would be cautious. She saw Zhu Minglin and immediately said mysteriously, "Do you know what I just heard?" Li Yunzi and Nan Lingsha. Now that the city was stable and people were returning to tranquility, she should also follow Nan Lingsha to walk her own path. Li Yunzi had also arrived at the capital, and she had already been arranged to live in the inner courtyard of the Zhu mansion. It was not yet time. He knows, Li Yunzi said. Zhu Minglin then told Fang Nianian about the matter of the double souls, asking for her assistance in understanding what was going on. Li Yunzi, I'm helping you because of Xinhua. Who do you think you are to act high and mighty in front of me? I find it annoying, so I told him. If you think something is wrong, what can you do about it? Nothing else. Don't disturb me while I'm reading. Nan Lingsha's gaze turned extremely cold. Was this madam testing him? No, I will consider what you told me in my conversations with Linsha. Li Yunzi smiled and said. But Zhu Minglin was standing still, first looking at Nan Lingsha next to him, then turning his gaze to the real Nan Lingsha under the tree. Even Li Yunzi had not clarified the feelings at this moment. She did not want Xinhua, Lingsha, or Yuansuo, any of her sisters, to influence her judgment. Was she not in a hurry to return to the Li Riverside? Li Yunzi said she wanted to talk to Nan Lingsha. He thought it was an expression of affection between sisters who had not met for some time. However, according to Fang Nianian's description, it seemed that they were at odds. My affairs, I will handle them myself, Li Yunzi said coldly. Nan Lingsha responded indifferently. He couldn't be at ease. In that silkworm room, when Li Yunzi left, Zhu Minglin wanted to say something but hesitated. It should be like this. Zhu Minglin smiled bitterly. Weren't they one physique, to souls? It was no wonder many people from the Li family and the Nan clan were deceived by the false appearance of their discord. Luckily, he didn't exhibit any inappropriate behavior, nor did he say anything abnormal. Otherwise, it would have been disgraceful for himself. Li Yunzi responded. Just now at the lakeside, He had only tried to move Ling Sha and see if this persuasion could also persuade Li Yunzi to accompany him for a walk around, experiencing things differently, as it was necessary to explore different places more. How could they both appear at the same time? This was much more frightening than the swooping and soaring of the spirit dragons. Why didn't anyone inform him? Fang Nianian had already felt this way. Now after hearing Zhu Minglin's explanation, she suddenly realized. Non Lingsha did not put away the book. Ahem. Yunzi, you're here, that's great. Zhu Minglin rejoiced and looked pleased. Finished asking? Non Lingsha inquired. Check whether or not you have crossed the line. It seemed that what he said had, indeed, piqued Li Yunzi's interest greatly. Zhu Minglin also smiled. He protected the entire city. How could there still be a splitting body technique? The two sisters have an extremely non-harmonious relationship. Fang Nianian immediately described the scene she had just seen on the upper floor of the small building to Zhu Minglin. What's happening? What's happening? Just like when Zhu Minglin was in the silkworm room, he wouldn't tell her about his past, because it wasn't the right time, and it was pointless to say it. Which one was the artist little sister? And which one was the dragon herder master? Why? Li Yunzi questioned. Thanks to always being a decent person, even though he had indeed been drawn many times by someone like Non Lingsha's extraordinary beauty, it was purely kept in his mind. Similarly, Li Yunzi did not think it was appropriate to tell Zhu Minglin about Li Xinghua's situation at the moment. Yunzi. Zhu Minglin finally realized something and turned to look at this woman who had been chatting with him on the boat. Zhu Minglin was taken aback. I think it's the eldest lady and Lingsha are in a very disharmonious relationship, but the relationship between Xinghua and Lingsha is deeply affectionate. Fang Nianian earnestly analyzed. That's what I said. At that time, I had already prepared myself to be a salted fish. I felt that telling you about my past was just deceiving myself, Zhu Minglin said. Could it be that Li Yunzi and Non Lingsha were originally at odds? Just thinking that she wouldn't have to see Li Yunzi for a long time made Non Lingsha feel rather pleased. Non Lingsha flipped the pages of the book and paid no further attention to Li Yunzi. They were originally not getting along, but the presence of Xinghua made her certain that when South Lingsha and South Yesha faced life and death choices, they would eventually stand with Li Yunzi. End of this chapter. Chapter 197 Soul Sacrifice. It has only been a year, but it feels like I have experienced a very long time. As autumn arrives with cold rains, Zhu Minglin glanced at the dark and unclear sky. He had planned to go for a walk when the weather cleared up a bit, but the damp and cold rain kept pouring down. Sitting in the lake pavilion, Zhu Minglin poured himself a cup of hot tea. Raindrops turned into threads, falling from the eaves of the pavilion like a misty water curtain, shrouding the scenery of the entire inner courtyard lake in a blurry haze. Even when warmed by the hot tea, it still felt very cold, just like touching the cold rain outside the pavilion. The question he wanted to ask, Li Yunzi already knew. In the rain, Zhu Minglin still held Li Yunzi in his arms, watching her moist cheeks slowly losing their color to the cold rain and autumn winds. Zhu Minglin felt even more pity for her. The dungeon was not actually a real dungeon, but a secret underground chamber Li Yunzi had used to protect Li Xinghua's painting. You use powers you shouldn't have, Mr. Janela spoke up at this moment. Why is your aura so weak? Zhu Minglin looked at her, feeling somewhat surprised. It's okay, I will definitely be able to distinguish, just as I would treat Miss Lingsha and Miss Yusu if it were Xinghua, Zhu Minglin said. Li Yunzi was now honestly telling herself these things, naturally also concerned about her own perspective. Whether it was the silkworm cultivation hut, the journey escorting the ancestral dragon city-state, in Ronu City, in the Li family's villa, it was all Li Yunzi, not someone else. Was it important? Knowing it, what difference would it make? Okay. Li Yunzi nodded. Minglin, are you injured again? Zhu Minglin felt the icy touch of her hands and looked at Li Yunzi, noticing that she was feeling some chills, her lips growing paler. So after the incident with the dungeon, Li Yunzi basically confirmed that someone close to her had framed her. But Li Yunzi wasn't saying anything to him that outsiders shouldn't hear. She was just leaning against him softly, gradually losing her support and slipping downwards. Please. As for the final battle with Rugu, Zhu Minglin had only heard a rough outline about it, but at that time, the Jingting Convent had given Rugu only a month. Quan Ji and High Knights charged into Rugu through another entrance found by Li Yunzi, where the magma veins hadn't cooled off yet. Let's not talk about those things. The past is in the past. I only care about your current thoughts, Zhu Minglan said. How severe are the injuries? In Wutu, Li Yunzi didn't have many trustworthy people, but the duality of souls, it was impossible for Li Yunzi to have occupied this body all along. Li Shenhua had no self-defense capability, so some malicious people took advantage of the situation and deprived Li Yunzi of her ruling authority at that time, trapping her in that secret chamber. Zhu Minglan heard Li Yunzi's words near his ear. I've considered what you said, Li Yunzi said with a faint smile. Yansk, just knowing this is enough, for now and for the future. Zhu Minglan, although also uncomfortable by Non-Lin Shao's words these days, had many doubts arising. It's the price of the soul sacrifice. Non-Yusu stood beside them and finally spoke after a long silence. The Rugu army was gathering in the Chun Valley, with limited troops internally, but there were still some skilled people stationed there. Li Yunzi probably suffered serious injuries in that battle. What's going on? Zhu Minglan looked at the completely fat Li Yunzi in surprise. Are you really descendants of the divine priestesses? Mr. Janla turned his head. Listening to Li Yunzi's recounting of these things, Zhu Minglan's mood became even more complicated. Why didn't you tell me first that you were injured? Li Yunzi nodded. To check Li Yunzi's condition, Zhu Minglan used his spiritual sense and found that Li Yunzi's aura was as weak as a small deer in the forest, with almost no self-defense or offensive capabilities. Let's not talk about this for now, I'll take you back to rest. Zhu Minglan opened the old paper umbrella, shielding Li Yunzi under it. Come. Zhu Minglan was shocked and hurriedly embraced her tightly. Zhu Minglan then realized something was wrong and quickly lifted her up, using the storm spirit feathers to shield her from the drizzling autumn rain. Rushing back to the small courtyard. Soul wound. Still the same person, whether it was Shenhua or Yansk. When he was at the Dragon Training Academy, Zhu Minglan had already noticed this, and now he finally knew the name of the little sister-in-law who didn't shy away from trouble. Did it bother him to have another little sister-in-law? Almost every time Zhu Minglan saw Li Yunzi, she was in this exhausted and haggard state. For example, Lingsha and Yusu had very different personalities. How many people did Li Yunzi really care about in the ancestral Dragon City state? He could count them on one hand, but precisely because of them, she needed to guard that shaky territory in the wind and rain. Yansk, your condition is not right. For someone with a weak constitution, they may not live more than a few years. Zhu Minglan frowned. Who was really in the dungeon? Non-Lingsha and Li Yunzi looked alike from the start, but as long as he understood one fact, this was not Li Yunzi. This was not Li Yunzi, and there wouldn't be any awkward questions in the future. As for the intimacy in the dungeon, let it be a dream. So did she retire as the court master? Can't be healed. Won't have a long life. This matter had always been a secret between the sisters. Even fewer people from the Li and Non families knew about it. Yes, this ability was inherited from our mother, obtained through the soul sacrifice to the divine magic. Non-Yusu didn't want to mention this. After all, their mother left the world through this soul sacrifice. End of this chapter. Chapter 198. The Divine Ancient Lamp. Jade. Zhu Minglan, you don't need to worry too much. There are many strange things in this world. As long as it is not the end of one's true life, in a situation like this, where the life soul is weak, there is actually a way to make up for it, Mr. Jinli said. It requires the Divine Ancient Lamp Jade. Non-Yusuo said. Lamp Jade. Zhu Minglan remembered that this was a special jade used to replenish life vitality. It could be ignited from the inside with high-temperature fire, causing it to emit a bright light that gives people vitality. Due to the special restrictions of the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, the Lamp Jade had become the only ticket to enter it. However, Lamp Jade was extremely rare. The royal family should have it, right? Zhu Minglan asked. Hearing this, Zhu Minglan's eyes lit up. I'm not afraid of running around. I was planning to travel around anyway, so it's good to have a direction instead of wandering aimlessly, Zhu Minglan said. Absolutely certain. That ancient tower, originally because of the shining of that ancient lamp jade, became as divine as the divine tower. I even asked your mother what it was, and she said it was the symbol of their Myoshan sword sect, Master Zhu Qiaguan said. Except for the time when your mother didn't want to see you, it's rare to see you like this. What's wrong? Zhu Qiaguan asked. It is a bit regrettable for such a rare and exceptional woman. The divine ancient lamp jade you mentioned is indeed a symbol of the major forces and countries, but it's not something that can only be brought out in a life or death situation, Zhu Qiaguan said. All right. Take care of her. Zhu Minglin nodded. There weren't many people she cared about, and she was lucky to have a place in her eyes and heart. Does father know about the divine ancient lamp jade? Zhu Minglin said. Lamp jade is used to maintain life vitality, but the divine ancient lamp jade can bestow spiritual life vitality. Thank goodness, it's not an elusive legend. Zhu Minglin briefly described the situation of Li Yunzi's body and Zhuqiang. One hopes for a longer understanding time. Zhu Minglin still remembers the determination in Li Yunzi's eyes, and the great hall of the continent fell. Really? Zhu Minglin exclaimed happily. Just an ordinary silkworm breeder, or perhaps a once brilliant sword master. The divine ancient lamp jade mentioned by Nan Yusuo seemed to be of a higher quality. She didn't know what the great hall of the continent was, nor how powerful the people there were. She even fought alone. Then I won't stay for the new year, Zhu Minglin said. Grandmother told us that once we use the language of soul ignition, we need to find the divine ancient lamp jade to compensate for the passing of the soul, otherwise we won't live past 25. But I've been to many forbidden places before, and have never found the divine ancient lamp jade on the land of Li Chuan, Nan Yusuo said. This kind of thing, unless it's a matter of life and death, it won't be easily handed over to others. Nan Yusuo also didn't expect the divine ancient lamp jade to be on the great hall of the continent, hidden by various ancient forces. Zhu Minglin was sure that the person she interacted with was always Li Yunzi, because she always looked at her in the same way. When she was ordinary and useless, Li Yunzi never blamed herself for that humiliation. And as she slowly entered Li Yunzi's world, she never deliberately distanced or rejected her. Or a dragon herder who tames dragons. The divine ancient lamp jade was the original sacred jade of the ancient dragon sect, wielded by the divine maidens who could control the ancestral dragons. Later, when the dragon sect split, giving rise to the purple sect Lin, Blue Dragon Hall, Ancient Dragon Palace, Divine Academy, and Dragon Taming Academy. The divine ancient lamp jade was divided into several pieces and became the most authoritative symbol of the major forces, while some age-old countries also used the divine ancient lamp jade as a seal representing supreme royal authority. Mr. Jinli continued. But why did she fall? He saw Zhuqiang standing at the door, yet she steadfastly guarded this land, solely because there was someone she cared about in this land. They should. In any case, it's not something that can be bought with money, at least not with a lot of money, but it's also hopeful. Why don't you ask Master Zhu? He should know, Mr. Jinli said. Zhu Minglin was used to Zhuqiang's somewhat startling behavior, looking calmly at him. Arriving at the Lake Book Pavilion, Zhu Minglin felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Of course you can't find it, Mr. Jinli said. Although he had untangled the knots between his brows, although he could finally lay down all his burdens, travel around with himself, to Zhu country, to Mancheng, to the exotic lands. It's okay to have some twists and turns, it's okay to have many changes. Although the immortal rabbit dragon's words were very tactful, Zhu Minglin already knew that Li Yunzi's life was short, whether she was a wanderer. The royal family really doesn't have it. You also know that the existence of the Cloud Dragon Kingdom has made the lamp jade an extremely rare item. If the royal family had the divine ancient lamp jade, they would have used it to obtain resources from the Cloud Dragon Kingdom long ago. Other forces and countries, especially the oldest ones, definitely have it, and if not, they would know the whereabouts of the divine ancient lamp jade. If you can offer something of equivalent value, they would still be willing to exchange. But you might have to travel around because the shrines of those forces are in different places on the Great Hall of the continent, Zhuqiang said. Even the royal family themselves can't meet the demand. Zhu Minglin looked anxiously at Mr. Jinli. Zhu Minglin looked at the beautiful woman lying quietly in bed, full of pity. The treasures of the major forces and the national seal of royal authority can be found in the capital, Zhu Minglin said. That's great. Hoping for more time, as long as they still exist in this world, Zhu Minglin can find them. By the way, your mother must have it. Miaoshan Sword Sect. I remember now, when I married your mother, I was only allowed to enter the Miaoshan Sword Sect once. I saw an ancient tower, which stored a very rare lamp jade. I didn't know what it was before, but now looking back, it seems to be the divine ancient lamp jade. Zhuqiang exclaimed loudly. Fate arranged for them to be together. Although their initial encounter was so unbearable, in the end, heaven gave them a chance for mutual understanding and time. Zhu Qiaguan saw the expression on Zhu Minglan's face and put away his usual nonchalant and carefree demeanor. She could have been like other women, quietly watching the flowers bloom and fall in the courtyard, chatting with other girls about clothes, colors, and fragrances, but she had been exhausting her life and soul in the battlefields. The lamp and the divine ancient lamp jade were similar things. Yes, I will have someone help you inquire more about the divine ancient lamp jade. Don't worry too much. Zhu Qiaguan patted Zhu Minglan's shoulder. Oh right. Suddenly, Zhu Qiaguan shouted as if he remembered something important. Son, you're celebrating a bit early. It wasn't until now. Just as a burst of joy surged, the father and son immediately fell into deep thought at the mention of the system of the Mayashan sword sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 199. How can it be called theft? The mystical mountain sword sect. Even stepping into their ancestral forest is an extremely difficult task. Now they need to take away the ancient lamp jade from that group of unreasonable sword maidens. It's definitely too early to be happy. Ahem. You figure it out yourself. The ancient lamp jade is now more of a symbol among the major powers. If you consider it a treasure, then it's basically priceless. If you don't care much about the ancient legends, then it's not non-negotiable. Just go around, ask around, get to know. In the end, you can still get it. Lord Zhuqia waved his hand as if he couldn't help much. Father, don't you have the ambition to conquer the mystical mountain sword sect? Why don't we discuss it? Zhu Minglan raised his eyebrows. Ahem. Now is not the time. It's not time yet, Lord Zhuqia said. Then I'll go to the mystical mountain sword sect to explore their strength. Zhu Minglan said. Brother Wu said so. Shouldn't I consult with the elders first? When Mengru's eyes lit up, Brother Wu has patiently and generously explained the swordsmanship of the faraway mountain sword sect to us in the past few days. We have greatly benefited from it, and will naturally work hard to convince the elders. When Mengru said, is it still possible to use this pathetic family relationship to salvage this irreparable marriage at this point? Good. Back in the courtyard, Zhu Minglan's mood also relaxed a lot. Zhu Minglan felt a bit embarrassed. Zhu Minglan found the hall master of the faraway mountain sword sect, Wu Feng. Wu Feng is usually stationed in the Imperial City. The faraway mountain sword sect has its own mansion in the Imperial City, located on the Lanlan Mountain of the Water Drop Lake Imperial City. Various types of swords were placed on the wooden table: silver swords, bronze swords, thin swords, heavy swords, long swords, flying swords, short swords. Zhu Minglan sighed, feeling that Lord Zhuqia was setting him up. When it comes to sword fighting sects, our faraway mountain sword sect's excellences. Oh, Zhu Minglan. As Wu Feng said these words, he raised his eyes and happened to see Zhu Minglan walking towards him from the stone steps of the bamboo house. The most outstanding in your sword fighting sect is Zhu Minglan. At this time, the female sword maid of the mystical mountain sword sect was surprised. Beside Wu Feng, the person sitting up straight was Yun Zhang. The guests that Wu Feng was receiving today were 3 female disciples of the mystical mountain sword sect, and when Mengru was among them. Is he here? Shall I bring the young master over? A disciple of the mansion asked. The smile on Zhu Minglan's face gradually disappeared. He walked over, and the 3 sword maidens of the mystical mountain sword sect also saw Zhu Minglan, showing a bit of surprise on their young faces. Zhu Minglan's face revealed a smug smile, especially when Mengru. Her look towards Zhu Minglan was somewhat complicated. It's not a bad idea to visit the mystical mountain sword sect in the name of the faraway mountain sword sect. Otherwise, like last time, forcibly breaking in is a bit risky. Even Yun Zhang couldn't resist the veiled woman by Zhu Minglan's sigh. It's okay, if caught. Just say it was my idea. Let her come to me, or let her ask me to redeem you. This way, I can see your mother, at least see her once, and there's room for things to turn around. Lord Zhuqia said. Thank you for your trouble, senior sisters, Zhu Minglan said. When the disciples of the mansion saw Zhu Minglan coming, they respectfully called him young master. Compared to the faraway mountain sword sect, there wasn't much change in the people here. They were all familiar faces. Zhu Minglan, you've come at the right time. The 3 sisters of the mystical mountain sword sect have been wanting to visit us, but the journey from the faraway mountain sword sect is too far. They are about to leave in a few days, so I brought them to our Lanlan Mountain mansion to see and learn from each other's sword sects. Wu Feng stood up and greeted Zhu Minglan. That's right. Have Wu Feng prepare an invitation for you in the name of the faraway mountain sword sect. Visit them. And maybe when no one is paying attention, take their ancient lamp jade. Lord Juqia suggested to Zhu Minglin. Senior brother Wu Feng, this time I came over with the intention of visiting the mystical mountain sword sect, to learn the flying sword technique there, and unexpectedly the 3 sword sisters of the mystical mountain sword sect are also here. I can also consult you in person with their permission. Zhu Minglin directly stated his purpose. When Mengru reluctantly sparred with Zhu Minglin a few times, that's what I said. Zhu Minglin scratched his head, feeling that things weren't that simple. It's impossible to just barge in again. Just knowing that the mystical mountain sword sect has the ancient lamp jade is enough. At least there's a clear direction now, and there's no need to be at a loss. What's wrong with that? Your mother is one of the executors at the mystical mountain sword sect. If you take her things, can that be considered theft? Juqia said, with mutual respect in mind, when Mengru also hoped to have more communication with the people of the faraway mountain sword sect, especially given her recent defeat by Zhu Minglin. Zhu Minglin left the Zhu family and went straight to the Lanlin mountain mansion. It wasn't too far, and he could arrive in the time it took for an incense stick to burn by riding the divine green dragon. He looked quite resentful, yet had to admit that the other party was much stronger than him. Is Master Wu Feng here? Zhu Minglin asked. Wu Feng was apparently explaining different types of swords, different sword techniques, and different sword sects to the guests. It should bring hope to follow the official procedures. Sure. Wu Feng is waiting for good news. In fact, I also want to visit the mystical mountain sword sect. Miss Wen Mengru, I hope she can help us achieve this. Wu Feng said sincerely, using civilized methods to solve problems as much as possible. If it doesn't work out, then maybe consider Lord Juqian's underground strategy. Passing over the bustling urban area of Water Drop Lake Imperial City. Landing on the tranquil Lanlin Mountain, Zhu Minglin landed in front of the mansion. He was quite familiar with this place, not much different from returning home. At the guest house, Zhu Minglin saw Wu Feng sitting at a long wooden table. Otherwise, why would they come to the Lanlin Mountain Mansion to visit and learn? Brother Zhu is joking. In theory, you are the young master of our mystical mountain sword sect. When Mengru smiled. Of course not. The most outstanding in our sect is Master Zhu Zuan, Wu Feng said. Junior brother is right. Our sect has not been in communication for many years. Other divine mortal powers and dragon-herding powers often hold meetings to learn from each other. I have mentioned this matter to the elders many times. We can't ignore the fusion of swordsmanship just because of the long distance and different systems. Wu Feng nodded. In fact, in recent years, the mystical mountain sword sect has shed many prejudices. Theft. Inappropriate, right? Zhu Minglin said. Fine. Let's make specific plans when we get there. When he forcibly broke into the door of the mystical mountain sword sect before, Zhu Minglin was so arrogant towards the disciples of the sect. Then he was severely educated. End of this chapter. Chapter 200 Observing the Stars. After the 3 young swordswomen left, Yunzhong River's eyes were fixed on Wu Feng for a long time. Finally, Yunzhong River said seriously, Master Uncle, I want to go too. Your cultivation is still shallow. If you go, it will only embarrass our Yaoshan sword sect. Let me go ask Kalai and see if he's willing to go. Wu Feng said, Master Uncle, I must go. If I don't see and learn from other schools, how can I progress? You said that being stuck in your own ways will only make you regress, Yunzhong River said firmly. Then ask your junior martial uncle. Whether this can happen this time depends on the face of the Zhu family. Have you noticed that Zhu Minglin said he wanted to go to Miaoshan sword sect for learning? And when Mengru seemed interested, Wu Feng said, Zhu Minglin, you shouldn't act inappropriately. This is Miss Xinghua, pure and clear. Non-Yu Su specially warned. But we have no clues, so it's difficult to find the entrance to the dragon ancestors' remains. Zhu Minglin said. Her eyes were deep and elusive, beautiful yet giving Zhu Minglin a feeling of being seen through. The night before the journey, Fang Nianian did some major shopping in the imperial capital, and Zhu Minglin and the others bid farewell to the Zhu family, preparing to set off. Outside the courtyard sunshade, 2 exquisitely beautiful women with stunning curves stood there, speaking softly and elegantly, their gentle and melodic voices providing a delightful auditory experience. We will depart tomorrow. Can we leave from the northern gate of the imperial city? Li Xinghua asked. No need to be formal. From now on, we are all family. Just speak your mind. Zhu Minglin smiled, unaffected by Non-Yu Su's deliberate challenge. Soon, Miaoshan sword sect gave a response. Yusha. Don't be rude. Li Xinghua frowned slightly. She won't wake up for now, but don't worry too much. She just needs to rest," the woman said softly. She deliberately looked towards a small building nearby and noticed that there was still a light on inside. "I need to pack my things too. My Ashen Sword sect has many beautiful women and strong experts. As an older fellow nearing 40, I also want to learn from their strong sword techniques," Wu Feng said. The morning light was falling on the window, and a beautiful orchid on the windowsill was slowly blooming, exuding vitality and freshness. Zhu Minglan, seeing Li Yunzi silent, felt puzzled. "Oh, yes." Zhu Minglan didn't know how to respond for a moment, but she was leaving today. If not for knowing that the two women were not the same person, Zhu Minglan would have thought that Li Yunzi had recovered. When Southern Lin Sha mentioned the fortune teller before, Zhu Minglan immediately thought of those old charlatans on the streets. She stayed up late into the night just to save this small orchid. "You would take care of them." "Senior brother, where are you going?" Zhu Minglan asked. As she watched Zhu Minglan, the enchanting eyes of the woman revealed some nervousness and unease. Her eyes seemed able to see through her surface and peer into her inner world, as if she could decipher her thoughts with a single glance. "Yunzi, you're awake," Zhu Minglan exclaimed joyfully. She had been in a daze and slept for almost 2 days. The next morning, she was awakened by the sounds of Fang Nianian and Mr. Jinli's argument in the courtyard. Zhu Minglan subconsciously looked towards the small building, and saw that the window was already open. "Yes, you can." Zhu Minglan nodded. She had not planned to stay in the imperial capital for too long, especially since Li Yunzi's condition was serious. Acquiring the godly ancient jade as soon as possible this morning was crucial to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The woman nodded and gently set the orchid right before slowly lifting her gaze to look at Zhu Minglan. "Everything changes, the sea changes, and the stars also shift with the changes of ancient times," Li Xinghua said. After Zhu Minglan freshened up and got dressed, she walked towards the courtyard. They would return to Zonglin in a few days, and then the people from Yaoshan Sword Sect could travel with them. "From now on, it seems like I'll be the only one awake," the woman murmured softly. It appeared that Yaoshan Sword Sect also had intentions of exchanging and learning from Yaoshan Sword Sect. However, due to Yaoshan Sword Sect's practice of favoring women over men, they would never actively propose such exchanges. Junior Martial Uncle Yunzhong River approached, his previous arrogance replaced with a pitiful tone. The autumn night was chilly, and Zhu Minglan noticed a light on the small building. If they traveled on land, although the speed might be slower, following the routes of various nations and cities, they wouldn't easily get lost. Additionally, on land there were dragon beasts and carriages, making the journey less arduous. Zhu Minglan climbed the steps and saw a woman carefully repotting a withering orchid under the lamplight. Zhu Minglan's small courtyard usually didn't have maidservants. The bonsai and sceneries introduced often withered fairly quickly and were replaced shortly thereafter. Before, Fang Nianian's deduction seemed to be accurate, but as she locked eyes with the woman, Zhu Minglan began to believe in the fortune teller's words. "We'll be leaving the imperial capital tomorrow. I had prepared some dragon carriages for Yunzi," Zhu Minglan said. Li Yunzi never. Li Xinghua had a much better relationship with her sister, their intimacy evident in the way they stood together and conversed. Zhu Minglan walked over, momentarily unable to distinguish between them, so she simply forced a smile and greeted them. "That's good. Miss also seems weak, so it's best to rest early. It's late, so I won't disturb you." Zhu Minglan bid her farewell. She had avoided eye contact earlier, seemingly not wanting to delve into the minds of others. She wasn't sure why, but soon, Zhu Minglan realized something as she gazed at the woman, who seemed timid and anxious. Having been in a semi-conscious state for nearly 2 days, Zhu Minglan was truly worried if she would never wake up again. Seeing her pale face made Zhu Minglan restless each time. This visit, despite following official procedures, went smoother than expected. The country where Yaoshan was located was completely west of the entire Jiaoding continent, opposite to the direction of Li Chuan's region. The journey was indeed very distant. Even with the dragon beasts rushing, it would take almost a month. "Thank you, Junior Martial Uncle. Thank you," Yunzhong River said eagerly. "Are you Miss Xinghua?" Zhu Minglan did not want to believe it, but looking at the woman's demeanor so different from Li Yunzi, she had to ask, "Why the avoidance of eye contact?" The younger sister had always been mischievous like this. "Since you gave me a dragon gallstone, I'll take you with me," Zhu Minglan said, going with the flow. There was no need to fight their way up like last time. Flying directly in the air was not a wise choice due to the cold winds, especially for Li Yunzi's weakened body. Moreover, the rugged terrain, mountain fogs, and low-hanging clouds along the way might lead them astray into misty regions, wasting time and putting them in the wrong direction. Finally, she had finally awakened. Trying to discern which one was Li Myron from their complexion, Zhu Minglin saw that Li Xinghua's soul seemed intact, and her awakening brought a healthier vitality compared to before. Miss Xinghua can Stargazi and search for clues. Zhu Minglin had observed Xinghua's complexion to determine the situation. Zhu Minglin was considering the itinerary for the journey. She straightened her posture a bit, nearly knocking over the orchid, but Zhu Minglin quickly caught the flower pot, preventing the soul from spilling out. Zhu Gongzi, just now I mentioned the dragon ancestors' remains and the presence of the godly ancient jade there. Since you are all dragon herders, there will be many beneficial spiritual wells in the ruins for your cultivation. So if we come across the dragon ancestors' remains on this journey, we might as well take a look. Li Xinghua said gently. Zhu Minglin spent a sleepless night. Listening to Li Xinghua, she realized that Li Xinghua had not only been tending to the orchid last night, but had also frequently appeared by the windowsill, gazing at the stars. Was she stargazing, searching for the ancient divine lamp jade? End of this chapter. Chapter 201 predicted this matter. From the water droplet imperial city gate out of the imperial capital, passing by a clear water hill, following a commercial road heading west. The Miao Mountain Sword Sect only has 5 people in total, a swordswoman wearing a hat, slightly older, with black gauze falling from the edge of the hat, covering her appearance. The other 4 women are dressed similarly, just with different decorations. Although they don't always wear veiled hats like this, they clearly do not like to show their faces in unfamiliar places and in front of unfamiliar people. In the country where the Miao Mountain Sword Sect is located, the appearance of women is considered mysterious and sacred. Zhu Minglin has been there and knows that in the cities and capitals, more than half of the women wear veils, as common as wearing earrings and jewelry, maintaining a mysterious beauty. You arrived just in time. Help me find out where the people from the Miao Mountain Sword Sect and the Yao Mountain Sword Sect left the city. General Hao was full of anger. The markings on this person's clothes belonged to the Zhu family. Zhu Minglin recognized him at a glance and called him over. The trees were lush with a hint of autumn yellow, but moving towards the west, the climate would be more comfortable. After all, the other side of the Miao Mountain women's country is the Rainbow Sea, where daylight seems to last longer. General Hao, why are you here? Are you waiting for a prince? A soldier approached, smiling. Master Zhu, I am the manager of the peripheral shop outside the city. Your uncle asked me to remind you that a royal general named Hao Xingsheng from the Hao family is trying to intercept you. This morning, they stationed people at the western gate, planning to have you apologize at the grave of young Master Hao, said the manager of the swordsmith. However, no one paid much attention to this matter. After entering the city and staying at an inn, Zhu Minglin remembered and inquired with Li Xinghua. Everyone had to rest in a city until dawn before continuing their journey. Hao Yang also took great effort to inquire about Zhu Minglin's whereabouts from some servants serving the Miao Mountain Sword Sect. It was apparent that this scroll was made by Zhu Yushan and by Din. When they heard that Zhu Minglin was going on a long journey, they must have instructed the peripheral sections, halls, and branches of the Zhu family to always be aware of his whereabouts and ensure he would not be harmed in unfamiliar places. Did someone inform them in advance to avoid trouble? Li Xinghua said. She didn't know what would happen, but warned Zhu Minglin that leaving through that city gate would encounter some trouble. As for Zhu Yushan and Bai Din, they were different. Sometimes they seemed like Zhu Minglin's real parents, taking care of him very carefully. Inside the imperial capital, General Hao didn't dare to act. Outside the west gate of the imperial capital, on the broad avenue, caravans, travelers, farmers, soldiers came and went, where a man wearing a Kirin robe stood aggressively on the road leading to the western wildfire. The wildfire was vast. Even after walking for a whole day, the end was still not in sight. If he didn't comply, General Hao was ready to use force, break a few of his bones, and not allow Zhu Minglin to roam freely. We took a longer route from the north gate. Under normal circumstances, we should be able to reach the original border city precisely. There is a long stretch of flight path there where we can hire a dragon herder. Wu Feng spoke up. When Zhu Minglin was feeling perplexed, a man in the attire of a sword casting shop hurriedly walked into the inn, frantically searching for something. This had nothing to do with the grudge between Juyin Pavilion's heir apparent. Yes, the manager bowed and then left the inn. By the way, why did we leave through the north gate? You haven't told us the reason yet. When Mengru asked puzzled. That Jubo killed my nephew. Can I forgive him? General Hao raged. Wasn't it just to wait for Zhu Minglan to leave the imperial capital and take him to the burial site to kowtow in front of young Master Hao's tomb? Both Non Yushuo and Non Linshao had the habit of wearing veils, and combined with the other swordswomen in the group, no one immediately noticed they were the twin flower sisters because their attire and appearance were not like other twin sisters to pursue absolute symmetry and uniformity. All right, you can leave now. Nothing will happen on my end. Zhu Mingling said. Today was the day of young Master Hao's burial. To wait for General Hao to return, the Hao family deliberately kept young Master Hao in the mourning hall for a longer time. Let that boy escape. I saw the swordswomen leave from the northern gate of the imperial city early in the morning, and it has been a while since then. Did General Hao just return from the battlefield? A city guard on patrol asked. But to humiliate Zhu Minglan, have him kowtow 100 times as well. General Hao dared to do such things. Along with Zhu Mingling's team, there were also Wu Feng, the head of the Yao Mountain Sword Sect, senior disciples Yun Zhan, and female swordswoman Xiao Ying, waiting here intentionally to restore the face of the Hao family. Zhu Tianwan is a rough person. Once he leaves the imperial capital, he would almost forget about this son of his and not inquire about him. As a result, it was almost noon, and there was no sign of him. This made General Hao furious. Zhu Minglan looked surprised at the star-painting girl next to him, who was sipping sweet soup. The emperor had already ordered not to investigate Zhao Chen's matter. Xiao Ying was similar in age to Fang Nianian. The two quickly started chatting like two little magpies, adding a bit of liveliness to the journey. All right, I got it. They are heading west. Why did they leave through the north gate? Young master, be very cautious on this journey. General Hao has some ability and power. They will try everything to cause trouble for you once you leave the imperial capital, especially since you and your team are still within the imperial capital's territory. If any emergency arises, you can inform the branches and divisions in the major cities, and we will immediately summon experts to help you, said the manager. Young master, this is the map showing the distribution of the halls, branches, and dockyards of the Zhu family in various major cities, capitals, and fortresses on the extreme core continent. If you need anything, feel free to go there. This manager was also attentive, handing Zhu Minglan a map. But what about young Master Hao? They didn't dare to kill Zhu Minglan. Thank you, but now I am traveling with elders from the Miao Mountain Sword Sect and the Yao Mountain Sword Sect. With them around, I won't encounter any problems. Tell my uncle not to worry about me, Zhu Minglan said. Zhu Minglan truly didn't know the reason behind all this. He simply followed Li Xinghua's arrangements. Under this tree, I'm not sure. General, are you planning to intercept here? After the manager left, Zhu Minglan glanced at the star-painting girl and asked, did you predict this? End of this chapter. Chapter 202. This scene seemed familiar. I only know that there will be trouble, but I don't know the specifics, Li Xinghua said. Zhao Minglan had never expected that there would truly be divine powers of foresight in this world, immediately filling him with curiosity. Can we consider the fortune or misfortune of our journey, such as whether we can obtain the divine ancient lamp jade? Zhao Minglan asked. We can obtain it, but the cost is unknown, Li Xinghua said. How far can you predict things? Some future events will appear in my dreams, like a dream, Li Xinghua said. After all, the two are pure in spirit, but there was still a relationship forming on a physical level. Zhao Minglang's pupils dilated, feeling a surge in his heart. Thank you for your candor, Xinghua girl. Zhao Minglang nodded. Whose future do you want to know? Although this was somewhat abrupt, it wasn't unacceptable. It wasn't until Li Xinghua's cheeks blushed slightly that Zhao Minglang realized he had been somewhat improper. Have you ever thought about why it happens to be you? Li Xinghua counter-questioned. Escorting Li Xinghua back to her room, Zhao Minglan maintained the appropriate etiquette for a younger sister-in-law. Zhao Minglan looked at her, feeling somewhat distracted. I am not a deity, unable to change my own or others' destinies. Some events may be avoided but could potentially lead to even more tragic outcomes. The current result is already the most fortunate for us. Young master, do you want to know about Yunzi's marriage? Ying Cheng is the answer, Li Xinghua said straightforwardly. But things were developing in a different direction. Yes, occasionally I have that kind of illusion, Zhao Minglin nodded. How could one stare at someone like that? The bamboo shadows swayed gently in the wind, the leaves making soft sounds, some untrimmed bamboo branches occasionally tapping against the wooden window. Seeing Zhao Minglin hesitate and appear uneasy, Li Xinghua couldn't help but smile. That night you walked up to the attic, hearing your footsteps, mistaking me for Yunzi. This scene felt familiar in my senses, deducing the subsequent series of events that occurred in my dream would also come true. For example, we went to the West Gate, someone got hurt, bleeding a lot. Unfortunately, these images are incomplete, like fragments of a scroll. Li Xinghua explained to Zhao Minglin methodically. Watching Li Xinghua smile, Zhao Minglin couldn't help but glance a few more times. It turned out that he used to jokingly call Li Yunzi wife. Could it be that even if he had not mistakenly consumed poison porridge, he would still encounter Li Yunzi, most likely witnessing Li Yunzi being overturned and framed? You need to wait for omens or discover omens. Events happening in dreams, some details stayed in my mind. When I wake up, those similar details align with reality. This indicates that the event will gradually unfold. The more omens appear, the quicker it will happen. Li Xinghua patiently replied. Some things were inconvenient for Li Yunzi to tell Zhao Minglin, but Li Xinghua would explain them. Let's go to the dungeon ourselves. Outside the inn, there weren't many pedestrians left. How do you distinguish between dreams and things that will actually happen? Zhao Minglin asked curiously. When we're doing very ordinary things, like water spilling from a cup when drinking, a bird suddenly appearing during a stroll, or when you're speaking with me right now, suddenly, we have a sense of déjà vu, as if we've experienced it before. Li Xinghua explained. What has the lady changed? Zhao Minglin continued questioning. Yunzi doesn't know these things. This conversation is just between Xinghua and the young master. Li Xinghua said sincerely. Before encountering the bandits, he was supposed to deliver a batch of silk to the Valkyrie mansion. Suddenly, Zh Minglin remembered something. Zhao Minglin looked at her. But her words, demeanor, and abilities were different. Zhao Minglin gradually realized that Li Xinghua seemed to be a complete woman in her own right, cohabiting with Li Yunzi in one body. Had Li Xinghua really not changed anything? After Zhao Minglin walked away, Li Xinghua sat back on the edge of the bed, her deep and exquisitely beautiful eyes gazing at the bamboo shadows reflected on the window paper. Unfortunately, this time Li Xinghua did not respond. Can you change fate? Zhao Minglin asked. Yes. Li Xinghua nodded seriously. She spoke gently, like a kind older sister from the neighborhood, being subtle, but not cold, truly embodying the demeanor of a young lady. Zhao Minglin's expression of astonishment was beyond words. In the future, if Li Yunzi really became his wife, then the insult suffered in the dungeon would no longer be a painful memory, but rather a ridiculous encounter. Especially when he clearly knew the person in front of him was Li Yunzi. Of course, this is about myself. No. No. Not about me. It's about Yunzi. Wait. Let me think about it. Okay. I'm actually a bit worried. If the outcome is not what I expect, I better not ask, keeping some mystery and anticipation. Knowing everything would make life very boring, Zhao Minglin joked. The people in the inn had all returned to their rooms. She truly was his wife. Zhao Minglin and Li Xinghua sat quietly in the courtyard, the starry sky enclosed by the roof eaves, reminiscent of a colorful treasure bowl. This scene seemed familiar. End of this chapter. Chapter 203. The thing that keeps me awake at night. The further west they went, the more lush and dense the scenery became. This vast wilderness did not wither with the arrival of autumn. The river of green grass twisted and turned as a group of travelers heading towards Miguel paused, mainly to allow their horses and dragon beasts to drink. They had hired two dragon herders, a couple who often escorted long-distance merchants and travelers. They conducted this business around the imperial capital and neighboring relay stations and cities. Their cultivation was not particularly high, but the dragon beasts they raised were mostly comfortable to ride, strong, and good at migrating. The couple both appeared rather dark-skinned and petite. Besides the summonable dragon beasts, they also had several young spirits accompanying them, like their offspring, always lively and active. She was painting casually, not as focused as usual, probably just practicing. A woman's intuition is always right, Fang Nianian said somewhat proudly. Okay. Nam Lingsha stopped her brush, looking at the river and the clouds without speaking, but her beautiful eyes seemed to say, "Do I know you? What's wrong?" Zhu Minglin walked over, having been watching the two sisters intently. Soon he noticed that the painter, Li Xinghua, seemed a bit different, as if afraid of something. The grass was lush, even the river was almost entirely covered by it. At a glance, it seemed like a vast forest of green grass, with the river quietly passing through. It was clear that the relationship between Li Xinghua and Nan Linsha was more harmonious. Zhu Minglin also sensed something amiss, especially the fearful look in Li Xinghua's eyes, seemingly originating from the end of the wilderness. When they traveled from Lichuan to the imperial capital of Jiaoding, Zhu Minglin chose the route carefully, mostly flying along places with roads to cities. Li Xinghua shook her head, saying, "I can't see clearly, can't predict the danger. It depends on understanding the region. If you are sure there are no powerful creatures occupying the area, you can fly freely. However, during the journey, most areas will be unfamiliar to you, with unknown numbers of demon clans and demon lairs. If you don't have the absolute strength to scare them off or engage in battle with them, it will be much slower than traveling by land," the male dragon herder said. Dressed in vermilion silk clothes, a light purple satin ribbon tied around her slender waist, Nan Linsha let a piece of paper float in front of her and casually started sketching with the ink brush. "Then we have to take a closer look," Nan Linsha said. "Is there not much territory you can fly over?" Fang Nianian asked curiously. "Looks like you guessed right," Zhu Minglin said. "It's nothing," Nan Linsha reassured her softly. "Zhu Minglin, look." At this time, Fang Nianian tugged at Zhu Minglin's sleeve and pointed in Nan Linsha's direction. "A group of iron eagles inhabit this vast grassland. As soon as we ascend, they will gather around us as if they want to invade their territory. But once we pass this area, we can fly a long distance and reach Shanghai City directly," the male dragon herder said. Since they had become dragon herders, and dragons were revered beings among all creatures, why was flying still subjected to such great restrictions? It couldn't be that the mountains and fields were all filled with ancient demons, right? "It's very blurry, I can't see clearly." Zhu Minglin looked over and saw Nan Linsha finish her painting, then walked over to Li Xinghua and began exchanging whispers with her. Although Nan Linsha did not embrace Li Xinghua as intimately as Nan Yushuo did, the atmosphere was noticeably different. Nan Linsha responded and focused on painting. "I'm going to the end of the wilderness to take a look," Nan Linsha said. "I'm Yun's Hana. I had the honor of sparring with the young lady in the City of Mechanisms, and I lost to her," Yun's Hana said. "I'll go take a look." Nan Linsha knew that Li Xinghua often had nightmares, and what was even more terrifying, her nightmares often manifested in reality and even happened around her. Li Xinghua did not immediately respond. She looked towards the end of the wilderness for a while, then lifted her gaze to the darkening sky ahead. But on the paper, the wilderness, green grass, and the glimpses of the clear river were vividly drawn, effortlessly capturing the essence of the scenery. She didn't quite understand what had happened there. "This scene is wonderful, Miss," Yun's Hana said. "Was it what startled you last night?" Nan Linsha asked. "I'll accompany you. Nianian, come talk to your sister, I'll take Linsha around for a walk," Zhu Minglin said. Did Li Xinghua foresee something? Something terrible? At the end of the wilderness, Li Xinghua's face was somewhat pale. At this moment, some cruel scenes flooded her mind, causing tiny beads of sweat to appear on her forehead. "What did you see?" Nan Linsha asked. Fang Nianian nodded in understanding. If in the future they didn't have experienced dragon herders leading the way, problems would eventually arise, so she needed to gain some experience. "Yes," Li Xinghua nodded. "Be careful. That's something we'll encounter later," Li Xinghua said. This scene seemed familiar. Zhu Minglin gave a perfunctory thumbs up. Yun's Hana glanced at her and saw a bamboo tube filled with water placed on a large stone by Nan Linsha's side for diluting the ink. He walked over and filled it with water from the river, then tactfully left. "What's wrong?" Nan Linsha, seeing Li Xinghua lost in thought, asked puzzled. This situation often kept her awake for long periods of time, and if she ignored it, her conscience would torment her. After all, she had no intention of becoming a dragon herder. Yun's Hana looked somewhat embarrassed. "What's wrong?" Zhu Mingling asked puzzled. The sky ahead was darkening. Sister Xinghua is feeding the young spirits, and Linsha showed her the finished painting voluntarily, Fang Nianian said. In recent days, Zhu Mingling had noticed that Li Xinghua's complexion was very poor, as if she hadn't rested well every day. Could it be that she foresaw something that prevented her from sleeping peacefully? End of this chapter. Chapter 200. For Evil Dragon Gate, and Wufeng and the others bid farewell. Zhu Mingling and Non Lingsha headed towards the end of the wilderness. Zhu Mingling still had some doubts in his heart. So he asked Non Lingsha, "She has looked a bit haggard these days. Did she see something bad?" From time to time, some matters, whether related to herself or not, will intrude into her dreams. In her dreams, she would even play the role of one of the unfortunate, experiencing it as if it were her own until she wakes up, Non Lingsha explained. Non Lingsha drew a boat on the river grass and stood on the boat. Zhu Mingling also stepped onto it. The painted boat could speed through the clear river or shuttle on the grassy knolls, with the vast wilderness scenery swiftly falling behind them. "Isn't this very painful?" Zhu Mingling asked in surprise. Gradually, Xinghua seemed to be accustomed to slumber, with Li Yunse controlling most of the time. Even sacrificial animals, most people would cleanly slaughter them, but the people here had undergone layers of fear and pain in their lifetime. Specifically, their eye sockets were directly gouged out, turning into two dreadful holes, because they could see what would happen in the future. Some pains that did not originally belong to them would also be imposed on them, experiencing that torment in dreams as if they were the ones involved. "Miss Lingsha, can you tell me more specifically?" "Actually, seeing Xinghua looking weary and restless these past few days, I am also very worried," Zhu Mingling earnestly asked. Zhu Mingling nodded. "Most of the time, Li Yunse was the one present. Yunse said she wanted me to do something, but didn't have the chance to say it. Could it be that she knows she can't wake up?" Non Lingsha's words reminded Zhu Mingling of Li Yunse's previous remarks. Her situation with Li Xinghua was different from that of her two younger sisters. Something evil is using this mountain as a sacrificial altar. Zhu Mingling felt angry. Yes, it's best to prevent tragic events from happening. She will see things that are mostly horrific, Non Lingsha explained. If it were someone who had been through many battles, they might not even be able to accept such brutal scenes of slaughter, let alone Li Xinghua, a woman who would not even want her orchid to wither. Zhu Mingling also noticed this point, that even without shackles, they still carried the mark of slavery. So Xinghua doesn't wake up often. This time will be the most agonizing for her, Non Lingsha said. "I remember to the west of Liaoyuan, there is a city of slaves where they specifically trade enslaved populations from extinct countries and tribal groups of the wilderness. Perhaps some evil sect transported slaves here, then gouged their eyes and slaughtered them to offer to some evil entity," Zhu Mingling said. "If something that hasn't happened yet can be stopped in time, the torment in her dream will be eliminated. If it really happens, that kind of pain will linger in her heart and dreams like a torturous ghost for a very long time, making it hard to sleep day and night," Non Lingsha explained. At the end of the wilderness was a mountain. It was evident that whether it was Non Lingsha, Non Yeshuo, or Li Yunse, they all were very protective of Li Xinghua. What Xinghua sees should be about to happen, but here has clearly already. Non Lingsha suddenly frowned. Soon, those blood leeches began devouring each other, transforming from pythons into dragon-like creatures, emitting a sinister light and growing stronger. Below the mountain, there was a large pool of thick blood surrounded by a pile of large stones. Based on their interactions before, it seemed that Non Lingsha and Non Yushuo's waking times were similar. Zhu Mingling surveyed the scene. Just the thought of Li Xinghua experiencing the pain as if it were her own in her dream sent shivers down Zhu Mingling's spine. If these creatures turned into dragons, who knows how many lives they would harm, as they thrived on consuming the blood of living beings filled with grievances, pain, and curses. What Non Lingsha meant was that Li Yunse and Li Xinghua's situation here was different. Li Yunse was awake for longer periods, while Li Xinghua was awake for relatively shorter durations. Yes, the people here were all dead. "Is this the price of being a prophet?" Zhu Mingling said. "They all had no eyes. Xinghua suffers from the backlash of prophecy. Most of the time she remains in an unconscious slumber, so she won't see things she shouldn't. This time, Li Yunse's injury might result in Xinghua waking up for the longest period in many years." Non Lingsha expressed some concern, a rare sight of her worrying about someone. In the past, Xinghua would only wake for a few days at most. Initially, they were all small, but after swimming a few rounds in the blood pool, they grew very fat, their bodies gradually becoming as terrifying as water pythons. The hill was covered with green grass and moss. When they were still a long distance away, Zhu Mingling and Non Lingsha caught a whiff of a very strong and heavy scent of blood. Now Zhu Minglin also understood what Li Yunsei wanted to entrust him with. In the past, when Xinghua and Li Yunsei's waking times were equal, with the emergence of prophecy backlash, Xinghua, when awake, was mostly tormented, so she chose to sleep. These blood leeches, turning into dragons. However, Li Yunsei's injury this time increased the time Xinghua was forced to wake up, and the backlash had started to appear, possibly intensifying in the future. In the blood pool, immersed corpses were countless, whether they were mutilated or intact. Their eyes had all been cruelly gouged out, their faces frozen in expressions of fear and pain before death. Just looking at them was chilling. This was the result of the prophecy backlash. Crossing over the mountain, Zhu Minglin and Nan Lingsha were shocked by the sight before them. Nan Lingsha noticed something moving in the blood pool, like a type of water leech, greedily drinking the cursed blood in the pool. Nan Lingsha and Nan Yeshuo seemed to change from time to time. Sometimes it was unclear when they would wake, as if one soul revived while the other slept. Regardless of whatever ceremony or offering was conducted, it seemed the ritual was already completed. In the blood pool, one corpse after another was soaking, all still fresh. Some bodies were exposed on the rocks, some were hanging upside down on the cliffs, and some were like criminals on the rack, nailed to withered tree trunks. Perhaps it was precisely because she had endured this pain not meant for her from a young age. So by dealing with the prophetic events that intrude into Xinghua's dreams, the pain from the backlash will be eliminated. Zhu Mingling asked. They are all slaves. Nan Linsha pointed to a few bodies, whose shackles were not even removed. They were abandoned here in the mountain like a pile of trash. Shh. Suddenly, Zhu Minglin motioned to be silent and pointed at the blood pool. Dragon transformation. Zhu Mingling exclaimed. The longer Xinghua is awake, the more things she will foresee, and similarly, the backlash will increase. She cannot evade it, as she did before, Nan Lingsha said. This was also a way to protect Xinghua. Those who committed such brutal sacrifices probably did not anticipate this place becoming a breeding ground for cursed water leeches turned into dragons. They were constructing an evil dragon gate here. End of this chapter. Chapter 205. The magic sect. Nan Lingsha took out a scroll. She threw the scroll into the air, and as it flipped, Zhu Minglin saw that it depicted a scene of a thunderstorm. The scroll slowly disintegrated, while dark clouds suddenly enveloped the bloody altar on the mountainside. Zhu Minglin had thought it was a cleansing rain that would wash away the sins and chaos here, but the rain from the dark clouds was like nails piercing into the mountains and blood pool. They were raindrops but possessed a strong penetrating ability. The dense rain nails fell, demolishing the mountainside, and nailing down the blood leeches devouring the dragon in the blood pool. The blood leech dragon, with extraordinary strength, had only just transformed into a dragon and already showed the aura of a dragon. In the blood pool, the blood-red leech dragon twisted its ferocious body, madly crashing into the surrounding rocks and evading the rain nails falling from above. Cough. Junior brother, endure a little longer. We will soon arrive at Changhai City. It's mainly because you all have taken too long. Everyone is getting impatient, Wu Feng whispered to Zhu Minglin. Such evil creatures could be eliminated even before they were born, which was the greatest act of kindness. The Sword Sect was one of the four major sects on the Jiping continent, emphasizing walking the right path and doing good deeds. The rain nail baptism, the sacred dragon light, had a strong purify effect on such extreme evil entities, and the blood leech dragon even transformed into numerous smaller blood leeches, all of which were eventually annihilated by the dragon light spit out by the divine green dragon. The blood leech dragon was completely eradicated. The dragon soul of the blood leech dragon was nothing but those tragic souls wandering near the mountains, still emitting a thick death aura, attracting some evil spirits. The Jiping continent was vast, with many places even in a closed state, far beyond the civilization of the Chuandadi, making it easy for the thoughts of strange evil gods to infiltrate the minds of ignorant people and develop into evil cults. The Miao Mountain Sword Sect never tolerated any evil sects like the Eyeless Sect. The Eyeless Sect was one of them. The divine green dragon sparkled with green dragon patterns, and as it opened its mouth, it spewed a green cleansing ray that pierced through all the rocks, causing the cursed blood to boil. Probably due to just transforming into a dragon. Two sword sisters beside him were curious, being even younger. They did not fully understand the madness, so they asked opally. The soul beads Zhu Minglin collected were of very high quality, still containing the spiritual essence from when the dragon was transforming. Such soul beads were perfect for spirit beasts to cross the dragon gate. Putting them away for now, Zhu Minglan breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere was awkward for a while, and Zhu Minglan didn't want to mention the prophecy and explained that they were just accompanying Nan Lingsha for a painting expedition. The Yashan sword sect had been fighting against the City of Sin for years. These blood-leech dragons were even more terrifying than the thousands of years old man-eating demon spirits. They were born in a similar way and depended on the same method to consume food. If a dragon-level creature was crafty enough, nearby towns and villages could face devastating disasters. Not to mention, this blood-leech dragon's cultivation kept increasing, likely turning into a devastating soul harvester. Zhu Minglan instructed the divine green dragon to turn the corpses into nutrients for the earth, nourishing the lush grassland and preventing evil spirits from re-emerging. What was most frightening was that some sects indeed had secret methods that could temporarily make their followers powerful or turn an ordinary person into a dragon herder or a demigod. Leaving the mountainside and rejoining the team, others were already waiting for them, clearly having waited for some time. You have dispersed those accumulating grudges, haven't you? Nan Lingsha said. Why did you leave the group alone? What were you doing? When Mengru asked, somewhat puzzled. Our original itinerary was passing by biking. If you want to understand, we can divert to biking to rest. The Isla sect should have a stronghold there, Wu Feng said. Hehe. Young people always seek excitement. 10 years ago, my husband and I also liked to sneak off to picturesque places to do some crazy things. Sigh. Now, we are just ordinary busy folks, the dragon herder's wife sighed. It seemed that doing good deeds had brought them some rewards. Taking care of these matters, Zhu Minglan felt relieved. I will find the right time to talk to the Sword Sisters of the Miao Mountain Sword Sect. They should also feel obligated to help with such matters, Wu Feng said. Zhu Minglan frowned. Perhaps it is the heavens' compassion for the people, but also too busy to handle everything, so they bestowed the ability on Starry Paint Girl to encounter disasters, right? Zhu Minglan said. The sacred light purification. After pondering for a moment, he continued, there's a demon city that worships the eyeless god. They believe all the cruelty, sins, and impulses in the world originate from the eyes, which deceive and lead people's thoughts astray, gradually dragging them into the abyss of depravity. Of course, that is their official doctrine. In fact, they often forcibly convert people to their sect, cutting off their eyes and making them lose their cognitive abilities, leaving them only able to listen to their sect's voice and becoming slaves of the sect. It should be fine now. It wouldn't be long before the mountainside was covered in lush grass and trees, providing a resting place for the wandering souls. Qing Zhuo, purify it. Zhu Minglan called upon the divine green dragon. Although the dragon herders and demigods initially thrived through the sects, but gradually grew strong, the world was so strange, with countless sects shamelessly amassing wealth and expanding by taking advantage of seemingly miraculous phenomena. Brother Wu Feng, you are knowledgeable and well-traveled. There are some things I would like to ask you. When Nan Lingsha and I wandered off to a distant place, we found an altar on a mountainside. Zhu Minglan said softly. However, the Dragon Balls had too much murderous intent, and their attributes did not quite match his several dragon beasts. Zhu Minglan described the situation there to Wu Feng, who also showed some surprise on his face. Zhu Minglan looked back at Li Xinhua. Her unease seemed far from dissipating. The divine green dragon flew, its green vertical pupils tightly locked onto the direction the blood-leech dragon escaped. The blood-leech dragon was also bizarre, being able to transform into a stream of blood pus and flow into the crevices of the rock. Very well, let's go to biking. When Mengru immediately understood the implications upon hearing this, her face turning red, she spat and quickly rode on the back of the great horned dragon, no longer inquiring. It was likely that dragon herders who bred bone dragons, corpse dragons, and ghost dragons would be willing to pay a high price for them. Zhu Minglan nodded, stretched out his hand, and began gathering soul brew pearls. Note: the biological clock has reversed tilde. The update has turned into midnight tilde. The familiar chaos of update times has returned. After all, the new book has persisted for 3 months. Updates may be delayed, but never absent. You can read them early tomorrow morning, as good as updating at 6 a.m. every day. End of this chapter. Chapter 206 Slave from Sichuan. Steely City. This is a large city built of stone, with walls made of those gray ancient stones from the wilderness. Upon entering the city, one can see a huge market. Instead of selling tools, food, dragon grains, or antiques, they are selling person after person bound in rough shackles. These people are all slaves. The city walls have been trampled, families slaughtered, and even their powerful Ling family has eventually fallen into slavery, being transported to the Jiping continent like livestock. The Zulong city-state has been established, conquered by Li Yunzi single-handedly, and the 4 city-states under her jurisdiction have become the 4 untrodden lands in the Sichuan region. But other city-states, other lands, were not as fortunate. Send them back to the Sichuan region and tell the non-family of the Zulong city-state that these people are now their household slaves. Their leader, Ling Luotian, died tragically. The clan's experts were slaughtered. Even his sisters, who rarely left the house, who knows which plunderers turned them into playthings. Thinking about this, Ling Tu's eyes almost filled with tears again. They are either from defeated countries or from rebel factions. Lady. The term lady seems to be a unique title for Li Yunzi from the Sichuan region, and many outside the Zulong city-state also address her this way. No problem, as long as you pay the shipping costs, everything will be fine. We specialize in this business and will never make mistakes. The private army said, the Sichuan prisoners, brought from afar, are a treasure. Household slaves, clan members, and ladies altogether, for just 100,000 gold. Some were captured from uncivilized tribes. Sighing deeply, Ling Zun knew very well that they were nothing now. Thank you, lady. Thank you, lady princess. In the next life, I will serve you like a cow or horse. Ling Tiu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Inside a large iron cage crouched a group of people in tattered clothing. Because one man was shouting too loudly, the slave owner whipped him harshly, splitting his skin open. The woman had a tan complexion that could not conceal her innate charm, with narrow eyes and a slender chin that exuded a unique allure. They only sought to survive, to give these clan members a way out, rather than becoming slaves without dignity. The Zulong city-state has been established and has become part of the Jiping continent. She is now the sovereign of the Jiping continent. Ling Tiu said. What stunned him was not that Non Yushao bought these people, but that Non Yushao was so generous, not even blinking at 100,000 gold. Zhuman Lang did not see, when she walked over. If Li Yunzi had unified the entire Sichuan region, they wouldn't be in this situation. Turning back to the team, Zhuman Lang said to Li Xinghua, the Ling family of the Lingsha city forced Yunzi to become a concubine at first sight. Let's pretend we didn't see them. As they looked, they saw a group of slaves locked in a cage. He had principles. Compassion belongs to the common people, but enemies are not. Oh, the private army leader had a headache. They had just transported them such a long distance, and now they had to return them. Although transportation was relatively inexpensive, it would take a long time. Both the Li family and the Non family were extremely repulsive to them. What can we do? After all. General Ling Zun intended to say that they were the Ling family of the Lingsha city-state, but looking at the cage and seeing the clan members suffering together like livestock awaiting sale, his words choked up. I'll buy them. At this moment, Non Yushao, wearing a veil, walked over and took out a purple gold bead, handing it to the private army soldier. Suddenly, a young man in the cage whitened his eyes, his pupils gleaming. Interested in buying the people from the Sichuan region, for just 100,000 gold, this whole family will be yours. Noble and influential people all need some classy household slaves, and these people are the Ling family of the Lingshao city-state in the Sichuan region. They are like the kings of the land there. Not only do they have capable young men, but also young ladies who are knowledgeable and refined, all intact, said the private army leader. General, look, isn't that Lady Li Yunzi? Ling Tiu. The young man pointed to a woman sitting on the back of a triangular dragon. Look, this was a woman caught from Fox-Cod Mountain, fierce and so alluring. By her back and you'll have a quick thrill of training her, for just 1,000 gold. Lady Princess, save us. Lingshao City's Ling family was filled with deep remorse after going through this drastic change. Lady Princess, save us. Just like their Lingshao city-state, having paid the deposit, these slave traders were also under the strict supervision of the Jiping dynasty. If they violated the contract, they would face severe punishment. Looking around, the woman's appearance was indeed outstanding, still beautiful and charming amidst the chaotic crowd flow. Zhuman Lang approached, stopping the person wielding the whip, and asked, where were these people brought from? Along the way escorting them here, the Ling family had also heard many rumors. Ask them. Li Xinghua said softly. The Zulong city-state had long been at odds with the Lingshao city-state. General, Let's plead with her. Miss has a sharp eye. All of these are top-notch slaves. Where shall we send them? The private army leader's face was all smiles upon seeing the money. Why did they try to prevent Li Yunzi from establishing a country in the first place? A man dressed in private army attire said loudly, holding a strong leather rope with one end locked around the ear of a woman with long ears. Pay another 10,000 gold. Deliver them where I say, and have the people there report back on any deaths or missing parts. I will wipe out your slave camp. Nan Yusha said bluntly. It's really her. General Ling Zun also widened his eyes. He thought it was a careless family from some city-state, and as the current ruler of the Sichuan region, it would be no problem to rescue compatriots. But since they were arch-rivals, Zhuman Lang didn't want to spend that 100,000 gold. No need for the next life, just let us work like cows or horses for the Zulong city-state in this life, Nan Yusha said coldly. As they walked past, Zhuman Lang suddenly heard someone calling the lady. Upon hearing that it was from the Lingxiao city's Ling family, he lost any interest in buying. There were young men, delicate women, and elderly ladies, their expressions dim, their eyes vacant, as if already lifeless. Ling Tiu, are you out of your mind? Beside him, a general in tattered battle armor said. The general grabbed the iron cage bars and slowly stood up. He held on to the cage tightly, yelling excitedly at a woman on the street. Rather than letting them become slaves for others, it is better to let them serve in the Zulong city-state. On one hand, venting anger, on the other, showing some kindness. After all, they were still people of the Sichuan region. End of this chapter. Chapter 207. If you can't sell it, kill it in Biking. There happened to be a vassal clan. They were a subsidiary force of the Zhu clan, responsible for managing the outer courtyard influences. Seeing that Biking didn't have many good inns, Zhu Minglin arranged for this vassal clan to prepare a courtyard. The whole atmosphere in Biking was very heavy with hostility. In the past, Biking was just a small market. It gradually developed into a large city because it specialized in selling slaves brought from various parts of the extreme core continent. Slaves markets like this could be found every 1 or 2 countries in the extreme core continent. The prices of slaves were not low, and some powerful ones would be bought by large clans to serve as house slaves or opponents. Ling Tu, come over here. I have something to ask you, Zhu Mingling said. What does the master order? Ling Tu hurried over and immediately knelt on the ground. It seemed that the Ling family had been reprimanded by the slave owners in these days, and they had almost forgotten that they were once the young master of the Ling family. Get up and speak properly. Have you seen a group of slaves being dragged out of the city and killed recently? They usually use the cruel punishment of eye gouging, Zhu Mingling said. Ling Tu hesitated for a moment, glanced at Nan Yusha, and only dared to stand up slowly after Nan Yusha nodded. Master, 3 days ago, a group of slaves escaped, heading east. Later, I heard that they were caught and executed on the spot. As for whether their eyes were gouged out, the slave doesn't know. Ling Tu truthfully replied. Whose slaves are they? Zhu Mingling asked. It seems to be from the Volfeng camp, but even if those slaves didn't escape, they faced a dead end, Ling Tu said. Why? Zhu Mingling asked in confusion. Master, go to the rear of the monument to see, Ling Tu whispered. The backlash depicted by Li Crossing had not disappeared. Zhu Minglin naturally needed to follow the trace of the eyeless sect. It now appeared that a group of slaves had escaped, been caught near the mountain, and were directly killed by the people of the eyeless sect as a sacrifice. Ling Tu's statement that these slaves couldn't survive puzzled Zhu Minglin. Although it was already night, Zhu Minglin still left the mansion and headed in the direction Ling Tu mentioned. Nan Yusha, indeed, followed along, asking about the previous situation. Zhu Minglin glanced at his little sister-in-law, unable to help but smile bitterly. They had come to the mountain together, but in the end, he had to explain it to her again before solving the matter. Couldn't it wait until after dealing with this matter to pass it on to someone else? Upon arriving at the rear of the monument, Zhu Minglin found many people guarding it. It was obviously private territory, off-limits to idle people. Zhu Mingling and Nan Yusha had to sneak in. The torches illuminated the area, revealing slave owners who had failed to sell their slaves during the day, bringing a group of seemingly unhealthy slaves inside before leaving themselves. It seems like the slaves that weren't sold during the day, Nan Yusha whispered. Zhu Minglin nodded. He decided to investigate further and see how the unsold slaves from the day were dealt with. However, a strong smell of blood quickly hit him. Almost the instant he climbed over a rocky wall, And Nanyusha, upon leaping over the wall and seeing what was behind it, her face turned pale, aghast, covering her nose and mouth as she nearly vomited. Zhu Minglin, too, was frozen in shock, his face showing horror and fear. Behind the stone wall stood a huge monument, and beneath lay a vast furnace pit the size of a square. Unsold slaves from the day were unceremoniously thrown into the pit. Their shackles remained on, and the pit was filled with thick blood. The slaves had their eyes gouged out before being pushed into the furnace to drown. This furnace pit had stood for who knows how many years. The central stone monument was tainted blood red, creating an eerie sight with the dry blood red rocks surrounding it. The air was almost suffocating with deathly, vengeful, and evil aura, shrouding the city of the monument. Nanyusha dared not open her eyes to look. Zhu Minglin stared at the furnace pit, 10 times larger and more horrific than the mountain altar, feeling as if his soul was about to scatter. Was this the true sight Li Crossing had seen? Was this place really human? The blood quickly filled the pit. Zhu Minglin watched as something moved within the blood-red pool. Some slaves who hadn't drowned immediately attempted to break free, but before they could touch the furnace walls, they were dragged down by something, disappearing beneath the blood with the waves churning. Blood leeches. The blood leeches in the furnace pit were many times larger, stronger, and more vicious than the wild ones on the mountain. They could even directly attack living beings. Zhu Minglin was even more horrified. He had thought blood leeches only appeared incidentally at the altar, taking advantage of the dragon's tragic and eerie transformation. But what Zhu Minglin hadn't anticipated was that someone was breeding these creatures and using the slave pool of this monument city as a nest for these evil dragons. There's a blood leech dragon inside. Zhu Minglin whispered to Nanyusha. I can't take it anymore. Nanyusha, knowing what she might witness, refused to follow, even wanting to faint directly and let Nanyusha take over. Zhu Minglin saw Nanyusha was indeed at the verge of vomiting, and with a group of people in black robes patrolling nearby, he supported Nanyusha, jumping out of the rocky wall. For some reason, the malevolence, bloodiness, and stench were blocked by the rock wall and did not enter the city of the monument. The city appeared as normal as ever, with just a few places showing signs of chaos and bloodstains, but not many people seemed aware of the horrific sight behind the monument. Zhu Minglin returned to the mansion and found the steward of this vassal clan. Master Zhu, please give your orders. We have been instructed by the outer courtyard to follow your arrangements. Shubin, the young head of the vassal family, asked. How are unsold slaves in the slave market in Biking dealt with? Zhu Minglin asked. Did Master see something? Shubin hesitated. You know the rules of the Zhu clan. Master, although our Shou family does business in Biking, we never participated in the slave trade. Shubin was startled and quickly explained. Then answer my question. All along, those slave camps in Biking would kill unsold slaves. To avoid dirtying the city, at night, people in black robes would take away the unwanted slaves from the slave owners and kill them behind the monument. As for how the corpses were handled, we don't know, Shubin said. Why kill them? When Mengru asked in disbelief, Miss, slaves need to eat and drink, they get sick, and need a place to settle. If they can't be sold, they don't want to waste a drop of water or a mouthful of food on these people, not to mention the cost of transportation. It's better to just kill them, Shubin said. Lingtu stood on the side, his face stunned and clueless. Though he ended up as a house slave in the end, house slaves were much luckier than regular slaves. Along the way, Lingtu had seen too many inhumane scenes. In the slave crowd, if someone accidentally injured their leg and couldn't walk, the people from the slave camp would directly chop off their head and casually discard it on the roadside. End of the chapter. Chapter 208 Throwing Stones to Ask for Directions. Is this the fate of slaves? Fang Nianian couldn't help but feel a little fearful. If the Zulong city-state fails to defend its territory, would the people of Fengdi town, including those she knows, also meet the same end? Locked in iron cages, shackled with heavy chains, being bought by unknown buyers. It's a terrifying unknown, not to mention being slaughtered like livestock after being unsold. Although the 4 city-states of the Zulong city-state are at peace, there are other city-states beyond the Chuanda region, and the fate of their people is completely different from the people of Zulong city-state. In the end, strength is crucial. Qin Luan left silently. They are cunning, killing only slaves. This way, we cannot find a legitimate reason to directly eliminate them. Wu Feng said. The master of the forge would not easily resort to violence. It naturally required top experts to guard and observe. Throwing stones to ask for directions is the most effective method. It doesn't require a lot of time to gather evidence, and it also prevents these reputable factions from being labeled as slaughtering a small force at will. This method of handling is indeed better than direct killing, and perhaps it might even help catch a bigger fish. Young master, a woman in black armor hesitated for a moment. The royal family naturally wouldn't allow such a powerful army to exist. So let Prince An, Minister Zhao Yin, and Heoxingxing meet with this eyeless sect and see what unspeakable deeds they are hiding. I haven't seen much of it myself. Zhu Minglan scratched his head. The person has been taken care of, Qin Luan said. The fate of slaves in the Jiding Empire is not protected in the slightest. Yes, I will take care of it. Qin Luan nodded. It has been confirmed that the steward who served several Miaoshan sword sect disciples in the royal family's courtyard, Qin Luan said. Prince An, Minister Zhao Yin, and Ni Chong have gathered a group of dead guards led by Heoxingxing and are constantly tracking your movements. Most likely, they want to capture you to force the Pei Kingdom. The woman in black armor didn't finish the second part of her sentence. Prince An seemed to have learned about this large army in black armor and either wanted to stir up trouble with it or intended to recruit them. Young master, don't worry. Those dead guards will not see the light of the next day, the woman in black armor said. We saw a group of blood leeches devouring each other at the sandy altar site, using the blood and or to transform into a dragon. Zhu Minglan naturally understood what was being said. Qin Luan was very powerful, even earning the admiration of Zhu Zuan, who rarely praised others. And that stone basin has existed for who knows how many years, gathering countless evil auras. The blood dragon born from it is probably already a blood leech evil dragon. Moreover, in the Stone City, everyone involved in this business of unsaleable slaves being killed knows, and it seems that the city's ruler tacitly approves. Qin Luan's words brightened Zhu Minglan's eyes. If Heoxingxing and his dead guards were killed, wouldn't Qin Luan's existence also be exposed? Zhu Minglan wasn't sure how many hidden guards the Zhuman had, but Qin Luan was definitely an important part of the hidden guards because his exposure was discovered by Prince An and Minister Zhao Yin, which was quite unfortunate. How family is truly a scapegoat for others. Those dead guards have no identity, no marks, no clues to trace, and if something goes wrong, it will eventually be borne by Heoxingxing's Hao family, while Prince An, Minister Zhao Yin, and Ni Chong continued to hide in the background. Zhu Minglan sneered. These evil cults must be eliminated, swordswoman by Qinan said. Zhu Minglan also recognizes this person, but is puzzled why she is here, using someone else to do the dirty work. Wu Feng's eyes lit up immediately, patting Zhu Minglan's shoulder with his hand and smiling slyly. In the Pei Kingdom, Zhu Tiangwan controls an elite army powerful enough to crush any force outside of the 4 major sects and 6 major clan gates. Yeah, a direct attack, and the eyeless sect members won't even show up. So, we have protection all along the way. Fang Nianian was quite surprised. Find someone to connect with them and tell them that I will be alone inside the stone wall tomorrow night, Zhu Minglan said. The prophet Li Xingzhen truly foresaw the disaster and evil in the sacrificial altar of slaves within the stone city. A woman walked into the yard, scanning the area, then finally focusing on Zhu Minglan. They were unaware of this situation. Be straightforward, Zhu Minglan said. However, this elite black armor force is scattered across different city-states in the Pei Kingdom. Unless a major incident occurs, the Black Armor Army will never gather together or pose a threat recognized by the royal family. Qin Yang and Qin Luan were both orphans adopted by the Zhuman, and Zhu Tiangwan originally groomed them as to elite bodyguards to protect himself, as he always believed that Zhu Minglan would inherit the family business and become an unparalleled master. The Jiding Empire only recruited the Zulong city-state because it was strong enough. Otherwise, they would let the Rui Kingdom crush them directly. Zhu Minglan explained the situation to the 2 elders of the Miaoshan and Yaoshan sword sects, and the female swordswoman by Qinan, who had been wearing a veil hat, showed some disdain. As everyone discussed how to eliminate this group of evil remnants, a woman clad in tight black armor approached, with long black hair and a perfect figure outlined in armor, giving off a heroic yet enchanting vibe. In other words, even if they slaughter people wantonly and cast them into the furnace, it does not violate the laws of the Jiding Empire. Whatever Heoxingxing can find out, the Miaoshan sword sect, Yaoshan sword sect, and Zhu Minglin's dragon herding team will be waiting behind the wall. We did tell the steward about that day in front of him, disciple Shaolu said. Life and death are determined solely by the slave owners. Once outside the empire, they cease to exist, Zhu Mingling said. Find out who leaked the news of my departure from the city gates in advance, Zhu Mingling asked. Wu Feng liked this move. Fang Nianian and Nanyu Suo also noticed that this woman bore some resemblance in appearance to Qin Yang, just a few years older. Fang Nianian was curious and asked Zhu Mingling, how come I've never seen this big sister before? However, once Zhu Mingling went to the Yaoshen sword sect, the hidden guards who were originally prepared for him had long been withdrawn. After all, he was a powerful divine practitioner and didn't need others' protection. After estimating her cultivation level, Zhu Mingling was unable to gauge it. Whether they can eradicate the eyeless sect is another matter, but that blood leech evil dragon must not remain. When Mengru and her two junior sisters exchanged glances, such an evil dragon, Zhu Mingling, of course, didn't believe that the unsold slaves' lives alone could sustain it. End of this chapter. Chapter 209. The border city of destroying the wilderness. The air here should be clear, mixed with the fragrance of some grass. But biking, there is always a strong smell lingering around. This smell should have been the stench of a slaughterhouse, but they never sell such things here. Those who have the legitimate power to sell slaves in the royal capital are called mercenaries. They are like vultures, always circling near the war, waiting to feast on the profits after the war ends. In the evening, another batch of unsold slaves were sent to the back of the stone wall one after another. Behind a strong earth dragon, there is a long chain. He disguised himself as a slave and boldly mingled in. The blindfolded man in black robes frowned, making his way through the frightened slaves towards the location where Zhu Mingling was held at the back. What a pity! Look at that young man, still so strong and handsome. A soldier pointed at a young man at the end of the line. The young man was none other than Zhu Mingling in disguise. So, I'm the only one who will be executing the eye gouging, said the blindfolded man in black robes coldly. The men in black robes exchanged glances. Can't he just die? Do we have to gouge again? Zhu Mingling couldn't help but ask. The slaves were very numb, already tortured by toxins. Death was indeed a relief for them. Do you know where they came from? Guo Chan, the leader in black robes, asked. Sir, can we assist you? A young man in black robes asked. Having been in this business for years, the slaves standing here were all trembling, many having lost control of their bowels. There are a group of experts surrounding our stone walls, the burly man in black robes said. Soon your suffering will end, the blindfolded man in black robes said. There's no cure for the disease that attracts poisonous insects. Elder, he said. The slaves were already calling each other father and mother. They thought they could just die without further ado. They had no hope left. Little did they know that they had to endure such pain and torment before death. But how could such a disease be allowed to spread within them? Even with such a twisted ritual, it was better to gouge after death than to do it while alive. How could there still be someone who could think so clearly and make such a small suggestion? This thing, although it had a human appearance, was still a blind one, exuding a hint of evil and ferocity. Shut up, said the leader of the black-robed man as he raised a sharp knife towards Zhu Mingling's eyes. Zhu Mingling stood among the group of slaves, watching this psychological pervert. Of course not, dying first and then gouging the eyes. How can one experience the true essence of sightlessness? Without eyes, you can't see fear. Without fear, you have nothing to fear, nothing to worry about, and only then can your heart see the real gods, the blind man said. Seeing a group of men in black robes approaching, unchaining the slaves from the earth dragon and leading them inside, as if they were cattle or sheep. No need. I enjoy doing these things myself. I was a clumsy foot repairman before. I accidentally made a little blood on a nobleman's toe, and then his men gouged out my eyes. At first, I was clumsy at gouging eyes. Those people always screamed in pain. Slowly my skills improved. The eyeballs were on my knife, and the person didn't realize the pain until a few seconds later. The blindfolded man in black robes emitted a laugh resembling a crow's, chattering incessantly. It seems Senior Wu Feng was right. Most likely this was the handiwork of the eyeless sect. It's really bad luck. They're infected with a disease that attracts poisonous insects. Their skin is ulcerated every day. Living is torture. Might as well give them a quick death, said Old T, the slave trader. I know. Zhu Mingling suddenly spoke. With his face smeared black, tattered clothes and messy hair, It was apparent that he had tittied up somewhat and looked like a handsome young man. The soldiers felt a bit sorry. If not for the disease, he should have been bought by some wealthy old lady. Eyeless sect. Zhu Minglan stared at the man for a while. Don't worry, you will also have the honor. The blindfolded man in black robe smiled. The crude rope bindings couldn't restrain Zhu Minglan in any way. It was probably because they usually used slaves to perform these evil offerings that they hadn't been wiped out by the people of the royal capital. The chains passed through a group of slaves with thick ropes bound around their necks. These slaves had very little strength left. Walking was difficult for them, and they were half dragged by the front earth dragon. However, when they were pushed one by one towards the execution platform and saw the hellish scene of the cauldron, all slaves screamed in terror. What? Let me cut this guy's tongue first. No. First gouge his eyes, the blindfolded man in black robe said. They tried to break free from the rope bindings and escape, but were each brought back by the black-robed man. The most terrifying thing was the execution platform covered in thick blood stains, eyes scattered all over the ground. Those eyeballs were tossed around like pebbles. Some black-robed men even stepped on them. Speaking of which, the eye-cutting knife in his hand lit up. He seemed to be targeting the slave who had a too clear mind first. The leader, though wearing a robe-band hat, had his eyes covered with a red cloth. These slaves all seem quite strong. Couldn't they be sold to stone quarries or mines? At least one could fetch 100 gold coins. Why bring them here for processing? A patrolling soldier nearby asked, looking somewhat confused. But logically, he wanted to cut Zhu Minglan's tongue first. Before he died, he was also shaking the morale of his disciples. At this moment, a burly man in black robes ran over in panic, with black robes, blindfolds, but a strange eye pattern drawn on his chin, seeming to be painted with fresh blood. For a long time, this sect has given people the illusion of being desireless and serene, but after growing larger, their true nature gradually emerged. Sir, but you lost your eyes because you weren't skilled, forced to gouge, wasn't volunteering to serve the eyeless god. And all of you, your eyes are still intact. If you're going to perform this sacred ritual, you should start by gouging your own eyes, and we will follow along to serve the eyeless god together. Zhu Minglan continued. Leading them to the stone wall, Zhu Minglan carefully observed. Zhu Minglan easily dodged. The rope bindings on him seemed to fall off with a gentle shake. I am Prince Zhao Ying of the royal family. I have been keeping an eye on you evil cultists for some time, and have sent experts to exterminate the cult, Zhu Minglan declared loudly. End of this chapter. Chapter 210. On the high wall of the eyeless evil dragon Steely, a man in a black robe drew his sword. He pointed his sword at a suspicious figure and shouted, "Protect Lord Zhu." The sword bearer was Wu Feng, dressed in the same black robe, looking like a guard of the Zhu family, using rough swordsmanship against Hao Tongling. Hao Tongling immediately dodged and summoned a stony armored dragon covered in sharp thorns, sneaking behind the dead recruits, saying, "He's inside. Get in and capture him at all costs, even if it means death." Seeing the sword technique used by the sword bearer was from the Yao Mountain Sword Sect, Hao Xingsheng was almost certain. Zhu Minglan must be inside. At the pillar platform, there is a group of black-robed guards protecting him. Who would have thought that where Zhu Minglan was hiding, there was also a monstrous blood-sucking evil dragon, causing casualties to his subordinates. Raising an evil dragon. Your Zhu family is defying the natural order. The leader of the dead recruits roared in anger. However, the wriggling and worm-like bodies of the bloodsuckers eventually tangled together, some completely entwined, some sticking together, and even some swallowing each other, making it impossible to tell if there were many bloodsucking dragons living in one place, or if there was only one bloodsucking evil dragon with multiple bodies. With the dead recruits closing in from all directions, it felt like they were walking into a trap, being constricted and devoured by the bloodsucking evil dragon one by one. Only the dead recruit leaders, with elite-level strength, could evade the attacks of the bloodsucking evil dragon. The eyeless spirit dragon was quite picky, much like how many people dislike eating poultry gouts. The eyeless spirit dragon did not like human eyeballs and would have them removed before feeding. Its worm-like bodies were countless, resembling eerie seaweed in the ocean. The massive pillar's furnace could hardly contain all of them, with the body spilling onto the ground, rapidly spreading to the stellas, almost causing them to crumble. With a command from Hao Xingsheng, numerous figures, light as swallows, flew into the stellas. What were the royal family's guards worth? They kill a group of royal family experts and flee, finding another sinful city to continue feeding the evil dragon. In another 10 years, how many more strong warriors could oppose it? Zhu Mingling had no choice but to summon Big Black Tooth to bite the chain binding all of them and drag them all outside the wall. Blood water surge, bringing up countless skeletons, a truly heart-wrenching sight. As long as the eyeless spirit dragon could continuously devour living beings, it would grow stronger. They were all lads, and Zhu Mingling didn't want them to be implicated. Saving a few was better than nothing. At this moment, even the leader of the dead recruits was shocked. This bloodsucking evil dragon did not seem like Zhu Mingling's dragon beast at all. The bloodsucking evil dragon was more terrifying than imagined. The dead recruit who threw hidden weapons was at least a superior level expert, but like a mosquito in the jungle without any survival instincts, they were killed easily. The bloodsucking evil dragon indeed devoured any living creature that came its way. When Zhu Mingling saw a massive tyrant dragon being entangled and torn apart by the bloodsucking evil dragon, he understood the dreadful strength of the creature. The royal guards rushed from all sides of the Stellus, moving with remarkable lightness, like hunting birds swooping over a fish pond, hurling hidden weapons like venomous bees. He was forced backward bit by bit. One of the bloodsucker's tentacles lifted him, making him surrounded by what seemed like a horde of evil dragons, displaying a sense of supreme majesty. Ultimately, they were just a group of ignorant commoners. How could they compare to these people? The blood water began to spread, rushing towards the surrounding Stellus, revealing more worm-like creatures emerging from the blood water in an uncountable number, resembling a giant nest of worms. The dead recruit's strength was clearly higher than the hodgepodge of these sects. Shortly after, the eyeless cultists were scattered and slaughtered. Whether they were godly beings or dragon summoners, they were no match for the powerful royal guards of the Prince Anne's mansion. In this world, the most abundant resource was living beings. Zhu Mingling did not rush to take action. The prince knew Zhu Mingling's formidable strength and sent higher-level dead recruits to ensure success. "You all, escape first," Zhu Mingling told the poisoned slaves. Not understanding the true power of the eyeless spirit dragon, they came here to their doom. Thus, the prince and Zhao Ying sent out the powerful royal guards of the mansion, including many elite and superior-level experts, to ensure the success of this mission. The eyeless cultists still believed that the dead recruits were on their side and engaged in a frantic battle. Over 100 people had already climbed over the wall to this side and soon saw the terrifying furnace. For these dead recruits committed to their mission, they were uninterested in the sacrificial ritual, only searching for Zhu Mingling's figure. And on the Stellus, there were numerous black-robed figures, all members of the eyeless cult. Of course, these individuals with cultivation levels are worth 100, 1,000. The prince has provided us with so many delicious dragon feeds. Guo Chang, with no eyes, grinned. However, at that moment, the blood water in the furnace boiled, emitting a strong aura of bloodshed. A worm-like creature writhed from the blood-like water, coiling like a snake hen opened its maw, stopping the agile dead recruit and swallowing him whole. One side wore a black robe, and the other wore dark night clothes. The two sides met on the Stellus and immediately engaged in combat. Just let them fight it out first. Kill. Ha ha ha, you mere mortals think you can destroy our eyeless cult. Let us show you the true power of the eyeless dragon god. Guo Chang laughed wildly, consumed by fervor. The eyeless spirit dragon in the Pillar City had feasted on countless living blood. With bodies that wouldn't decay, their accumulation could fill the entire city. Who are the Zhu family? You royal lackeys dare to confront our eternal eyeless cult. Since you're here, all shall be offered to our eyeless spirit dragon as tribute. Guo Chang laughed coldly, thinking they could crusade against the eyeless cult. Heh, this little thing, making a mess of itself like this, trying to escape in the chaos. Don't let any of them live. Kill. The guards around him were as composed as ever. As the sole heir of the Zhu family, how could he not have a group of guards protecting him? The slaves were frightened, completely paralyzed, unable to move. The bloodsucking evil dragon's strength was overwhelming, and the dead recruits suffered heavy losses. Few of the elite dead recruits survived, including the dragons they summoned, all being devoured one after another. Zhu Mingling was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, they had found their way out by throwing stones. Otherwise, they would have recklessly acted. Even with the elders Wu Feng and Bai Qinan present, there would have been casualties. End of this chapter. Chapter 211 Flying Swords. Glowing swords kill him first. Guo Chang of the eyeless sect stood amidst the dancing zombie bodies, pointing at Zhu Mingling. Zhu Mingling saw the claw of the eyeless evil dragon swinging towards him, feeling puzzled. Wasn't this guy blind? How did he accurately locate his position? This eyeless evil dragon shouldn't have eyes, yet it seemed to see him clearly. Zhu Minglan waved his sleeve. A streak of red sword light shot out, emitting a tremor like a dragon and phoenix wailing. Under Zhu Minglan's control, the red sword light slashed at the eyeless evil god's claw, causing those giant worm-like claws to scatter on the bloody ground, then crazily writhe and grew insect-like mouths before lunging at Zhu Minglan again. Fortunately, Zhu Minglan had seen the zombie dragon before and knew that once separated from the main body, it would evolve into a living creature on its own. Guo Chang became even more fierce and crazy, seeming to enjoy the slaughter. He appeared like a greedy blood-sucking leech, never satisfied. Their eyes could see tiny mites, each displaying a black and red color that made their pupils look monstrous and terrifying. The sword light flickered like a flash, instantly disappearing like a lightning bolt, each time cutting through the night sky, entering a momentary silence followed by thicker darkness. The ordinary black-robed followers transformed into these black-blooded monster-like beings, incredibly strong, being able to lift and tear apart dragon beasts. My followers, open your chests and accept the gift of the divine dragon. Guo Chan of the Eyeless sect continued to shout madly. Compared to this evil dragon, the purple demon dragon was like an ant facing a fierce spider in the jungle. Zhu Minglan. Hao Xingcheng's eyes burned with anger like torches. Riding a purple demon dragon, he rode over the blood waves surging from the furnace and dashed towards Zhu Minglan's location. There were many black-robed cultists with less strength than the dead soldiers, many of whom were injured. Upon hearing Guo Chan's words on the zombie dragon, he immediately smiled sinisterly. Originally, he wanted to wait for another month before offering all the living people in the entire monument city as sacrifices to the eyeless evil dragon. Hao Xingchen, frightened while riding on the dragon's back, dared not look down and could only command the purple demon dragon to continue flying upwards. Kill. Zhu Minglan stepped back, his finger moved, summoning the sword spirit dragon to leap back. The sword net remained, while the sword spirit dragon's main body floated in front of Zhu Minglan. Its sword body upright, the mad swirl of the sword sparkled like a divine sword standing by its master's side. Even with eyes closed, it could eliminate all threats around its master. With a swift motion, a snowy white long sword flew from the night, as Bai Qinan swung it downward towards the rushing black-robed monsters. You guys underestimate our eyeless sect. I will first kill your subordinates, then skin you alive. Guo Chang suddenly pointed at Hao Xingcheng, riding the purple demon dragon. Kill. After finishing off the people here, we will have another month of life for all the living people in the entire monument city. At this moment, a tall, slender figure leapt in front of Zhu Minglan. She wore a veil hat, her figure delicate but exuding a majestic aura. As the sword spirit dragon flew back to Zhu Minglan, a chaotic dance in midair, sword-light crisscrossing, weaved a crimson sword net in front of Zhu Minglan, immediately slicing the claws of the zombie dragons into mincemeat. But since they had been noticed, there was no need to wait any longer. Tonight, there would be no survivors in the monument city except for their eyeless sect. This city was a blood reservoir. Zhu Minglan stood on the thick monument wall, with a large group of black-robed monsters charging towards him. In the dark night, people in the city saw an evil dragon rising, and wrapped around it were densely packed claws and feelers, like snakes and dragons, causing screams and cries to echo throughout the city. Bai Qinan looked at the group of corrupted monsters and uttered sparingly, "Flying swords, glowing swords." Senior Bai. Zhu Minglan recognized her. She was the senior from the sword sect on the Miao Mountain. None of you will leave here alive. Guo Chang said fiercely. Leader Hao, you come at the right moment. Cut down this evil being, and you will be heavily rewarded. Zhu Minglan quickly shouted upon seeing this. With a curse-like chant from Guo Chan, hundreds of black blood leeches crawled out of the body of the blood leech evil dragon. These black blood leeches did not attack the living people, but instead crawled onto the bodies of the black-robed cultists of the eyeless sect like parasites. As the evil entities entered their bodies, they became possessed and corrupted. The black blood leeches, starting from their chests, with heads that were originally soft and worm-like, suddenly sharpened, piercing like a spear into the chests of the black-robed cultists. Initially showing fear and horror, the cultists soon became excited, fanatical, and crazed. Blind, but able to smell the scent of living beings like the blood leeches, and hear the sound of blood flowing in the living people's bodies. The black-robed cultists, who had been devastated by the dead soldiers, suddenly became extremely brave. Like raging beasts, They chased after Hao Xingcheng's dead soldiers, unleashing a one-sided massacre. Their bodies crackled, bones bursting. In just a few seconds they transformed from ordinary human forms into black-red-colored demons, with swelling muscles, and even long things squirming inside. Its body was even larger than imagined. The entire furnace was more like an underground cave, filled with the bodies of the evil dragon's leeches. When these leeches simultaneously supported, expanded, and danced together, the eyeless evil dragon appeared more like a towering castle made up of thousands of blood leeches. Standing tall in the monument city, even the monument walls seemed tiny. Yet the giant claws of the eyeless evil dragon had already been raised high and were fiercely striking down. Hao Xingcheng's purple demon dragon narrowly avoided them, but was soon surrounded by dozens of feelers. The purple demon dragon was also a dragon lord, quite burly in size, but the eyeless evil dragon suddenly rose high from the furnace, blood gushing, and hundreds of blood snakes flying in the air emerged, revealing the eyeless evil dragon to be a monstrous being composed of thousands of blood leeches. By absorbing blood and consuming living beings, it continued to transform and grow stronger, finally evolving into a myriad of leeches. Evil dragon. The sword swiftly flashed, each time it gleamed brilliantly, severing the heads of several black-robed monsters, causing them to fall into the black-red pool of blood, several times vividly bright, followed by silence and darkness. The magical beings in front of Zhu Minglin were all beheaded. Even the black blood leeches embedded in their bodies could not escape. End of this chapter. Chapter 212. The son of the sect master of Feijian sect. It turns out that this senior from Miaoshan sword sect is actually a master of Feijian sect. Those weird figures in black robes are exceptionally powerful, easily slaughtering even the carefully trained dead warriors of the Wang family. However, none of them can survive against the swordmanship of Bai Qinan from Miaoshan sword sect, hardly able to put up any resistance. Feijian sword shines. When attacking, it is fierce and ruthless, like lightning in the night sky, full of killing intent. When resting and adjusting its position, it merges with the darkness, concealing the trace of the flying sword itself, as if gathering strength for the next tear in the night sky. Zhu Minlang watched White Qinan's actions very carefully, thinking that with his own sword cultivation, he should be able to emulate her sword style. Xianling Lan, have you learned it? Zhu Minlang asked. When Ling Fei, this woman, Zhu Minlang would never forget. Very few people in Miaoshan sword sect can master both Feijian and swordplay techniques. Swish. Bai Qinan nodded. Senior, the eyeless evil dragon is formidable. Let's join forces to eliminate it and prevent any trouble, Zhu Minlang said. White Qinan of Miaoshan sword sect watched in astonishment. Another sword strike, like a fierce dragon crossing the river. The huge sword energy sent over a dozen dead warriors on the wall flying, crashing into it and spitting blood. The reddish lightning flashed by, cutting off the ferocious claws, turning them into countless blood bags that quickly shriveled up, blood flowing on the ground. Zhu Minlang felt embarrassed. How could he shout so loudly? Bai Qinan almost thought Zhu Minlang was a genius not only in swordplay, but also in Feijian sect. Since leaving the mountain, Zhu Minlang had never been defeated except for a big setback at Miaoshan sword sect, caused by Wen Mengru's sister, Wen Lingfei. Bai Qinan slowly lowered her hand, allowing the hat to cover her face again. Just now, Bai Qinan wielded the sword with her hand, unleashing sword attacks from hundreds of meters away, displaying extraordinary agility with Feijian techniques. Zhu Minlang and Xianling Lan were still in the stage of cultivating rapport, learning and training, side by side. They would eventually become invincible. Indeed, as the sect master's son, Zhu Minlang's sword talent was truly extraordinary, unseen for 1,000 years. Bai Qinan lifted the veil with her hand, glancing at Zhu Minlang. Zhu Minlang scratched his head. Perfect timing. With so many eyeless evil dragon claws and a large group of Zhilong dragon claws swooping in, Xianling Lan submerged into the gradually dim night, until the new batch of claws aimed at Zhu Minlang and sword sister Bai Qinan. The red lightning once again tore through the dark curtain, precisely cutting off those claws. Raising the sword to sweep out, the force was comparable to a huge wave, sending the dead warriors flying back towards the wall. Some could imitate. Those with high potential could learn some essence, while those with lower aptitude could at least create some momentum. Sink, conceal. Zhu Minlang understood instantly, communicating with Xianling Lan's spirit. When she said these words, the snow-white sword suddenly emitted an extremely sharp light, illuminating the surroundings like the midday sun, demonstrating an even higher level of Feijian technique than before. targeting the unrivaled eyeless evil dragon. Seeing the hazy night as a deep pool or tranquil sea, she held back all her sharpness and slowly sank into it. Zhu Lang did not know much about the Feijian sect, so he had to start by imitating all the sword moves and techniques. Jianling Lan wagged its tail, appearing eager to try. It felt like a naturally powerful warrior holding a big sword, blindly striking and recklessly slashing. Although the dead warriors were officially dealt with, there was no connection with the dazzling and swift Feijian techniques. Such evil creatures could not be allowed to escape at any cost. Many years had passed now, and it was unclear at which level of the female monster they were dealing with. Sink and conceal first. At this moment, Sword Sister by Kinan personally demonstrated, joining her two fingers to control the sword with her fingertips and guiding it with her mind, causing the snow-white sword to disappear in the night sky. Zhu Lang had developed his own style. Unsheathed the sword like the thunder in the night, unpredictable, awakening all things. Sword Sister by Kinan spoke again. In the Feijian sect, the most outstanding practitioner we have in our school is Wen Lingfei. When you arrive at Miaoshan Sword Sect, you can seek advice from her. By Kinan said, Sword Shine. Zhu Lang could now see the face of this sword sister, who was younger than he had imagined. Around 30 years old, with snow-white cheeks giving an impression of beauty and elegance. The white brilliance, just a sword light, tore through the night, piercing the evil dragon that had been like a fortress. Dang! With one of the evil dragon's main bodies directly severed, blood sprayed out like rain, fertilizing the ground. Jianling Lan followed Zhu Lang's gestures to unleash a powerful sword strike, tearing apart the thick wall, creating a 100-meter-long crack. Although it directly smashed 3 dead warriors to death, it seemed far from the swift and dazzling Feijian techniques. Feijian, Sword Shine. Daichi. Zhu Lang opened the spirit domain, summoning a mid-level noble-grade ice crystal white dragon. As the ice crystal white dragon appeared, the thick blood was frozen, turning into hard clots. The sacred white dragon hovered over the monument city, confronting the evil Zhilang dragon in the air. End of this chapter. Chapter 213. Stepping on the sword and cutting, the dragon's momentum swept through, like a storm surging in the midst of winter, instantly turning this entire monument city into a frozen field. Even the eyeless evil dragon, with its aura condensed from the bloodthirst of thousands, seemed to cool down slightly, slowly raising its writhing body from the pool of blood. Those bodies, like headless blood-red serpent creatures, danced fiercely, some even climbing along the massive stone monument in the center. The ice crystals on the white ice dragon's body, starting from soft, gradually became solid, blossoming into luxurious ice armor with a unique sheen, covering the white ice dragon's body densely and finely like the most perfect crystal. Even when fully formed, the white ice dragon's size did not increase much, still maintaining its unique agility and elegance. The eyeless evil dragon clearly smelled the powerful mid-level aristocratic aura on the white ice dragon, with all its writhing focusing on the white ice dragon suspended in midair. No one can stop me, Guo Chang suddenly shouted. He ordered the eyeless evil dragon to capture those disciples wearing black robes. Let's end this quickly to avoid harming the residents of the monument city, Zhu Minglan said. Your white dragon, Bai Qinan said in surprise. More and more wine blades attached to the white ice dragon's body. As the white ice dragon swooped down towards the eyeless evil dragon, the overwhelming wine collided with the fortress-like evil dragon, pulling it out of the blood pool. Unlike before, Zhu Minglan would have had a broken leg before the spirit dragon arrived. The surrounding air currents spun into a terrifying vortex, revealing a passage of Che that pierced through the night and the monument city. The blood pool was frozen, where living beings were drained of their lifeblood, far more nutritious than the stagnant water in the pool, which could make the eyeless evil dragon even more powerful in a short time. In the space filled with blood raining down, the white ice dragon suddenly dove, and the previously irregular wine blade suddenly converged orderly towards the white ice dragon, which transformed into a white vortex as it descended. The writhing parts of the eyeless evil dragon were seen growing terrifying claws, regaining their vitality, like wild grass that never dies, growing wildly with just a little bit of moisture. As Zhu Minglan approached Guo Chang, the number of sword shadows under his feet increased. Bai Ched, go for it. Zhu Minglan looked up and shouted. Bai Qi's icy breath became more chilling, and the frost inherited from the Dragon Kingdom covered a large area. However, this time, the spirit dragon landed timely at Zhu Minglan's feet. During the flight, the white ice dragon suddenly flicked its tail, which became as sharp as steel cables, instantly piercing through the fierce claws. Zhu Minglan leapt down from the monument wall. He marched forward with his sword, not fearing the terrifying flesh mountain of the leech dragon. The white ice dragon flew low, maintaining a distance of only a few meters with Zhu Minglan in flight. Suddenly, a sword shadow appeared under his feet, flying in parallel with the spirit dragon, matching its speed and momentum. The disciples had turned into demonic monsters, grotesque and frenzied. They thought they had gained divine power, only to become prey for the eyeless evil dragon. Meanwhile, hundreds of wind blades were cutting through, severing the limbs of riding parts, bodies, claws, and leech bodies, as blood gushed out from the eyeless evil dragon's body, causing it to shrink. The eyeless evil dragon still had dozens of riding parts, similar to the warlord-level leech dragon in the mountain altar, diving into the blood pool to suck the filthy blood water frantically. Suck the blood, Guo Chan told the eyeless evil dragon. Zhu Minglan had summoned this white dragon in the mechanism city. Its strength was not at the mid-level aristocratic level at that time, but in just a short time, the white dragon seemed to have ascended like a step to the middle aristocratic level. Several terrible claws flew towards Zhu Minglan, shattering the monument wall where he had stood. Seeing Zhu Minglan had already flown away, the claws seemed to chase him as if they had eyes. After lurking in the monument city for countless years, feeding on the blood of numerous people, the eyeless evil dragon, despite everything, was only a mid-level aristocrat in terms of cultivation. Cut off its writhing parts. Bai Qinan swiftly employed his decisive sword technique. The white sword flashed, cleanly piercing one of the writhing parts, entwining the black-robed figure, sucking out the black blood leech inside the person's body, causing him to collapse, letting the pus-filled blood flow from his chest wound. Zhu Minglan swayed slightly, but managed to stabilize himself, proving that his training in the Dragon Kingdom had not been in vain. Bai Qinan almost forgot that Zhu Minglan was a dragon shepherd. Control the sword. Freeze this blood. The white ice dragon flapped its wings, its figure dancing like a phoenix butterfly. The fierce claws struck the sky, appearing clumsy in the eyes of the white ice dragon. Doom. Damn it. Guo Chang was drenched in blood. Though protected by the body of the eyeless evil dragon, he was unharmed. Seeing Zhu Minglan suddenly summon such a powerful white dragon, he felt a sense of impending danger. Its dazzling wings covered in crystal-like gens could be seen, and in the night sky, sharp wind blades brushed past chaotically, severing the sturdy claws and causing blood to spurt out. Zhu Minglan could feel the increased rapport between himself and the spirit dragon as he pointed his hand, and the spirit dragon immediately released the power of the heavy sword soul. Dealing with the claws behind them, they were now charging towards the fortress filled with writhing parts and leech bodies. Zhu Minglan's eyes were stern, fixed on Guo Chang, who was protected by countless leech bodies. Sword Spirit Rain. Zhu Minglan quickly instructed by Che as he saw the situation. An anxious heart must not retreat nor fear. If they didn't kill everyone here, the eyeless sect would never escape. Zhu Minglan followed suit, and as he directed the spirit dragon, an invisible spiritual chain seemed to transform from a faint, airy state into a silken state. The power of the heavy sword soul shattered the strongest writhing part straight away. The frost of the ice void had the potent effect of withering vitality. Blood was life to the eyeless evil dragon, but the white ice dragon not only froze the rolling blood pool into blocks of hardened blood but also nullified the life energy contained within, rendering the eyeless evil dragon unable to draw lifeblood. Soon, sword shadows rained down densely, shooting towards Guo Chang, and Zhu Minglan soared through the magnificent sword rain like a soar, immortal. End of this chapter. Chapter 214 of the Servant Sword Sect. The eyeless evil dragon's body wriggled widely, attempting to use the hardest parts of its body to resist the flying swords in the rain. The result was that the eyeless evil dragon was pierced through by the sword rain, with many vital parts of its body directly smashed. Guo Chang, embarrassed and angry, furiously ordered the eyeless evil god to kill Zhu Minglan. Beside Zhu Minglan, the Ice Chen White Dragon was guarding. The Ice Chen White Dragon was extremely agile, even leaping back and forth on the body of the eyeless evil dragon's fortress. Its clumsy claws even entangled themselves, unable to touch the nimble white dragon. Seizing the opportunity, the Ice Chen White Dragon revealed its claws and fiercely tore downwards from the neck of the eyeless evil dragon, ripping it apart into 5 separate slashes that extended dozens of meters, causing the eyeless evil dragon to howl in pain. It had to be admitted that the eyeless evil dragon was an extremely tenacious creature, enduring so many swords and previous attacks from the king's manor deaf servants, only showing slight signs of weakness at this moment. Just relying on Zhu Minglan alone, it was estimated that he would not be able to completely kill the eyeless evil dragon even by daybreak. Servant Sword Sect. The master of the Yao Shan Sword Sect, Wu Fan, immediately recognized the other party's technique, showing a hint of surprise. Even if a few of the key dark blood leech dragons were taken away and carefully nurtured, the eyeless evil dragon could come back to life. The Ice Chen White Dragon's attacks were also extremely deadly to it. As the Ice Chen White Dragon made a sudden assault, engaging in close combat, the flow in blood within the body of the eyeless evil dragon also began to slow down. Guo Chang's head ended up on the wall, his eyes wide with disbelief, even witnessing his own black blood leech dragon greedily not even sparing him before dying. This deaf servant leader, a practitioner of the sword, who had originally been recuperating here, happened to see the culprit who had killed many of his subordinates, so he directly emerged from the shadows and chopped at Guo Chang's head. Coincidentally, this deaf servant leader chopped off the head of the eyeless cult leader Guo Chang, without dirtying his sword. As for this deaf servant leader, his cultivation level seemed high, but not enough to contend with this master of the sword sect. As long as he understood this secret technique, in a decade or two, he could still nurture another eyeless evil dragon like this one. However, the other person did not. Suddenly, the black blood leech dragons that had been following Guo Chang began madly fighting over the flowing blood gushing out, with one even burrowing into Guo Chang's severed neck, intent on entering his body. Guo Chang's head was directly severed by this blow, rolling on the ground like a watermelon. In comparison to other creatures of the same level, the eyeless evil dragon might not possess as frightening attacks or destructive power, but it had a huge advantage: immense life force. Seeing the eyeless evil dragon being dismembered continuously, Guo Chang began to escape in the chaos. Therefore, the true form of the eyeless evil dragon could still withstand formidable opponents for a while. Hehe. You wretched creature. Die. At this moment, the deaf servant leader of the royal manor rushed out from the side. Hundreds of blood leech dragons merged into one, indicating that unless every single one of the blood leech dragons was slashed, crushed, and destroyed, the eyeless evil dragon would not be completely killed, seeming to disdain such sneak attacks. He had been hiding behind this monument wall all along, preventing the eyeless cult members from escaping. Simultaneously, he also dealt with these ignorant royal manor death servants, making sure that none of them, whether death servants or cultists, could leave this place alive today. The sword master deaf servant took a deep breath, lifted his sword, and swiftly chopped down towards the ground, killing all those black blood leech dragons. This person's aura was very concealed, to the extent that even the death servant leader failed to notice his presence. If the latter had aimed a sword strike just now, it would have been extremely difficult to evade it. With blood cascading like a breached dam, the body of the eyeless evil dragon visibly shriveled. It always sought to extract life through living beings to restore its formidable blood-sucking power, but it had been persistently thwarted by Zhu Mingling and by Kenan. If Guo Chang knew that there were still prophetic figures in the world, such as divine beings, even the desiccated corpse that had been consumed by the black blood leech dragon might convulse again. The eyeless evil dragon had been nurtured for many years, and even if it was accidentally discovered by some supposed righteous sects, coming to eradicate it was essentially courting death. Given that the strength of the eyeless evil dragon in the extreme core, Imperial City could easily destroy some factions. However, what troubled Guo Chang the most was how his eyeless evil dragon, which he had hidden so perfectly, had been exposed by these people. While Zhu Minglan was directly confronting the eyeless evil dragon, Bai Qinan had managed to sneak around to the other side, unnoticed. Wu Fan smiled, a hint of mockery in his expression. The eyeless evil dragon had no joints or bones. All its strength and power came from the blood vessels within its body. As a soft-bodied creature, if its blood could not be swiftly transported or circulated, it was no different from a giant dead centipede. He had the eyeless evil dragon release several black blood leech dragons to protect himself, and then disappeared into the monument city. Heh. Skilled swordsmanship. I wonder who you are under the tutelage of. Isn't it good to be a righteous sword master, living freely in the martial world? Why serve as a lackey for certain nobles? At this moment, a voice sounded unexpectedly from the wall. Guo Chang had never expected that another person was hiding here, and more importantly, this person's cultivation was also at the lord level. Seeing this, Guo Chan's expression darkened even further. The sword master was not just seeking justice. As he continuously obliterated the dragon spirits, his sword suddenly became sharpened as if he had transformed the dead souls of those black blood-leech dragons into a strange power and injected it into his sword. "Humph! After I slay you, I will imprison your soul within my sword," declared the servant's sword master. He would never have expected so many experts to suddenly appear from behind this wall. The key did not lie in these blood leeches, but in himself, the evil dragon master. The snow-white flying swords moved without a trace, precisely attacking the main body of the eyeless evil dragon. Even though the eyeless evil dragon was formed by hundreds of intertwining blood-leech dragons, it was impossible not to die, especially under the siege of so many powerful individuals. The leader of the royal manor deaf servants was shocked, looking up and seeing a person holding an ancient sword, staring at him with a cold gaze. "Servant sword sect, you were once considered on par with our Yaoshan sword sect, but it seems that the members of your sect are nothing more than sycophantic lackeys, hence the gradual decline." Wu Feng descended from the city wall. He slowly drew his sword from his bosom and tossed the scabbard into the air. End of this chapter. Chapter 215. The Evil Dragon's Nature. The attendant swordmaster furrowed his brow, unsure of Wu Feng's intention in tossing the scabbard up. Could Wu Feng have hidden intentions with his scabbard? Should he be wary of it? Wu Feng made his move. Being from the sword fighting sect, his body and sword merged as one, focusing on an imposing sword aura, emphasizing the perfect combination of strength and speed, fully displaying the killing intent in this one man. One sword encounter. The sword pierced, but all the attendants saw were countless sword flowers, like black roses blooming, leaving the royal palace's dead bodyguard with no place to hide. At this moment, the scabbard fell. A starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even though the attendant's sword sect has declined, there are still high-ranking and top-ranking experts inside, so one must be careful and vigilant. The blood slowly oozed out, suddenly turned into a spray, watching the royal palace's dead bodyguard die. When Mengru, Non-Yusuo, had already taken their positions between the steely wall and the city streets. After all, fighting with such an evil dragon within the city requires adequate preparation. Zhu Minglan specifically wished for the two women to intercept the evil dragon here. Whether it is that the attendant's sword sect is far inferior to the distant mountain sword sect, or that he simply cannot compare to Wu Feng, in that moment, the attendant swordmaster, who had sought refuge with the royal palace, felt immense shame before dying. Wu Feng's moves were fast and fierce. The eyeless evil dragon can absorb the blood of living beings to restore its own vitality. Even its cut-off claws and tentacles will regenerate in a very short time. Many people within the city have already heard the commotion and witnessed the great battle from afar. A casual sweep of its tentacles caused sturdy buildings to collapse like sand castles built by children. When its claws struck the streets directly collapsed and crumbled. Even more terrifying was the head of the eyeless evil dragon, entirely made up of dozens of blood-sucking dragon heads mixed together, devoid of other features except for a mouth like a giant suction cup. It is now heavily injured, craving live prey, needing fresh blood. Initially mere bystanders, they suddenly noticed a larva dragon resembling a fortress crawling towards them, terrifying them out of their wits. Wu Feng's only respect for this attendant swordmaster from the attendant sword sect, once on par with the distant mountain sword sect, was to leave a full body. There was no pain, just disbelief. It was only the precise calculation of the time for the sword to be unsheathed and sheathed that defeated him during this brief window. Charging towards the evil dragon's head, the evil dragon also harbored extreme hatred towards Zhu Minglan. Seeing him riding a white dragon and casting a net for himself, the dozens of dark blood-sucking dragons suddenly opened up like blood lotus flowers, forming a mouth big enough to swallow an entire city tower. The royal palace's dead bodyguards stared wide-eyed. Zhu Mingling and Baiqinan did not let up their offense against the eyeless evil dragon. The reason the evil dragon is called such is that even if it has formed a spiritual pact, once the dragon tamer sees no more utility in it, they will swallow whole. The forge pool had been completely frozen, a towering icy mountain range within the steely city, isolating the terrifying evil dragon from the city's normal streets. Tough. His skin remained unbroken by a sword strike, not a drop of bloodshed, but the sword master's internal organs were shattered by each strike of the sword. This evil dragon had long harbored desire for the residents of this city, teased multiple times by their immense human scent and lifeblood fragrance. Even without the eyeless sect's plan, it would select the right moment to slaughter the city, soaking the entire steely city in the forge pool's blood. Daiche. It seems that the royal palace has also absorbed many forces, whether the entire attendant sword sect has become a vassal of King An, or just this guy who has sought refuge with the royal palace. Zhu Tiangwan should be warned. Wu Feng sighed softly. The eyeless evil dragon had almost given up defense. With so many claws, tentacles, and trunk parts, sacrificing some did not impact its life significantly. What it needed most now was blood. In the eye of the eyeless evil dragon, Wo Chong was not its master but merely a worshipper surviving in this world. If he died, others would continue to worship it. However, the black sword flowers disappeared at the moment they were released, revealing a long sword that surged forward like a river, far exceeding the swordmaster's expectations. Zhu Minglin shouted, leaping onto the back of the icy white dragon. Blood seeped from his eyes, nose, and mouth as the leader of the royal palace's dead bodyguard stood on the steely wall, gazing at the head of the distant mountain sword sect. Typically, a quick sword lacks power, but each of Wu Feng's strikes was swift and fierce. After all, the royal palace's dead bodyguard was a blade master who trained with 10,000 pounds of force as the core of his practice, and the power unleashed by his dual-wielding blades should surpass that of a one-handed long sword. The evil dragon madly ran against the icy mountain range, attempting to break into the steely city. Most of the residents were ordinary people. Even a few blood-sucking dragons entering houses would lead to a bloody scene. There were no hidden intentions. However, the royal palace's dead bodyguards were no match for the opponents in terms of strength, let alone the number of attacks. Riding the white dragon, Zhu Mingling stared at the head composed of dozens of black blood-sucking dragons, sending the ice-cold white dragon directly toward the terrifying dragon head. But the scabbard simply fell, and Wu Feng casually lifted the sword, seeing the scabbard perfectly fitting the long sword, then returned to his previous position with the sword leaning against his chest and shoulder. The royal palace's dead bodyguard thought he could withstand a few more rounds, only to realize his organs were shattered, and his life was rapidly fading. Evil dragons tend to have a high chance of becoming masters themselves. Don't let it enter the city. Zhu Minglin understood the evil dragon's intention. This attendant swordmaster finally realized he had forgotten about the mysterious scabbard initially warned to be cautious of. This first clash with the royal palace's dead bodyguards resulted in heavy losses. Mustering strength, since avoiding was not an option, he decided to confront with force. Climbing over the icy mountain range, the lower half of the eyeless evil dragon had stiffened, using its tentacles like suction cups to cling to the ground and buildings and forcibly make its way into the city. They had to kill this beast quickly. Once it burrowed into the city, it could continue to slaughter residents to replenish its life, making it harder to kill later. The icy white dragon was covered in numerous holy feathers, swirling like a tornado and cutting towards the open-mouthed evil dragon, severing one of the black blood-sucking dragons. By Chad, agile as a fish in water, escaped through the gap. End of this chapter. Chapter 216, Evil Dragon Ball with a whoosh. An ancient sword, like a red meteor falling from the sky, flew towards the blind knight evil dragon's open mouth, frictionating with the surrounding air to produce scorching black sword flames. As the sword spirit dragon struck the blind knight evil dragon's mouth, the black sword flames grew stronger and more intense. The sweeping sword energy was extremely scorching. At the same time, a snow-white flying sword followed closely behind, without any fancy sword aura, but extremely sharp. The raging black flames burned the blind knight evil dragon wildly. The flames and the meteoric sword penetrated the dragon's throat. The blind knight evil dragon had no idea that Zhu Mingling and the white dragon were just bait. The real killer move was these two flying swords. The sword spirit dragon's majestic aura, as it impacted the enemy, formed increasingly terrifying black flame sword auras, resembling a blazing meteor crashing into a pool of volcanic magma, churning up flames and lava that could burn the sky. Qin Luan would take care of it. As to whether it was alive or dead, it depended on Qin Luan's mood. As a leader among the royal family, engaging in such activities was a failure. In fact, even if it managed to escape, it would be no different from death. The Juge family was not a plaything for the powerful figures in the court. Shubold was always ruthless. Its body began to shrink, blood flowing from the massive wound, spreading on the street. The blind-eyed evil dragon was clearly afraid of flames. Ordinary flames might not reach it, but the sword spirit dragon's ancient rune flame sword contained celestial fire. Its temperature could rival meteoric fire. Seeing the blind knight evil dragon finally reduced to a pile of ashes and bones, Zhu Minglan breathed a long sigh of relief. The Monument City is within the Imperial territory. In order to ensure that this bizarre monster would not have any avatars, Zhu Minglan intentionally let the sword spirit dragon showered with ancient rune flames again fiercely, burning the dragon's limbs into ash to be completely at ease. Monument City had returned to peace. Zhu Minglan and Bai Qinan had lost count of how many swords they had used, how many tentacles, claws, and corpses they had severed. Implementing justice brought abundant rewards. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bad to have Li Yunzi unify the Sharp Kingdom. They obtained a large number of slaves through war, diplomacy, and various invasions, and then sold them to mercenary camps, searching for suitable buyers. It's fine, someone will take care of it. Zhu Minglan didn't seem to mind. The cities within the borders were already so rampant, let alone the remote cities and small countries. No wonder the city of Sin, such a malignant tumor, no matter how many forces tried to eliminate it, could never be completely eradicated. However, even with the existence of the slave system, there should be more reasonable imperial laws for supervision. Zhu Minglan, Wu Feng, and Bai Qinan could not completely eliminate the slave system. The best they could do was to reform the officials in the court properly. This incident is indeed frightening. I have this intention. Slaves should not be slaughtered easily, not only contrary to humanity, but also giving the wicked an opportunity, ultimately harming the citizens of Jiting Continent. Wu Feng nodded. Unfortunately, there have been many forces, many more civilized countries trying to overthrow the slave system, but perhaps there are some legions controlling the slave business within the imperial dynasty, making it difficult for these laws to be passed. My lady is injured and needs rest. Finally, it's dead. Previously, it was only a level soul bead, but now it's a king-level evil dragon ball. When a pure black dragon ball, like a real gem, appeared in the palm of Zhu Minglan, a smile crept up at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, like the blood leech dragon before, its soul bead quality was very high. The snow-white flying sword was unstoppable, slicing all the way from the blind knight evil dragon's mouth to its belly, like a knife used to clean fish in the market, splitting it open and allowing the innards to spill out. Behind the mercenaries were basically some national warlords. This time, the blind knight evil dragon was completely defeated. Its remaining limbs first went into a frenzy, then became limp, and finally slowly lost all signs of life. Walking on the streets of Monument City, Zhu Minglan saw many pillars resembling hitching posts, but instead of horses or dragon beasts, they were tied to slaves transported to this city. They were bound by hands and feet, crouching on the dirty ground. This great battle had awakened them, and they also saw the terrifying evil dragon lurking behind the monument wall. Shubin, the lord of Monument City, is probably involved as well. Go to the outer courtyard of the Zhu family. Tell my uncle Zhu Yushin about this. Investigate the matter of offering slaves to the evil dragon in Monument City. Kill those who deserve it. Exile those who should be exiled. Zhu Minglan instructed Shubin. The black flames rushed into the blind knight evil dragon's belly, sweeping through its body to different parts of the leech dragons. Chief Wu, Bai Qinan called Wu Feng, slowly speaking, let's write a letter describing the situation in this Monument City in detail and submit it to our superiors. Zhu Minglan was very satisfied with this evil dragon ball. It was the highest quality and grade he had obtained since collecting soul beads. It could probably be exchanged for a more prosperous city. Its true value was priceless. Its skull, made up of black blood leech dragons, also completely stiffened from agile to rigid, and then to desiccated. The freezing frost of the ice crystal white dragon began to take effect, draining its final life force. Shubin immediately nodded, saying, the perennial hostility of Monument City indeed needs to be rectified. Especially those mercenary camps that sell slaves, more and more lack principles and increasingly resemble a group of profit-seeking scum. This matter is closely linked with those mercenary camps. Never has there been seen a creature more difficult to kill than this thing, and no one knows the quality of its soul bead. The fortress-like blind knight evil dragon had finally died. It was thought that execution was already a desperate situation, but it turned out to be used to feed such an evil creature, which was worse than death. Walking all the way, those who were like livestock tied to the pillars, lying by the roadside, with numb eyes, Zhu Minglan suddenly felt that the Jiting Continent was still beautiful, far away from the smelly cities. At least the wild earth ruled by Li Yunzi and the Zulong kingdom had never seen such a foul city. Heoxingxing really wants to escape. When Mengru came, man pointed in the direction of the pitch-black area in the city. Zhu Mingling stretched out his pawn and began to collect the soul beads. Many slaves knew that once they were not sold, they would be dragged to the back of the monument wall for execution. Anyone could escape, but Heoxingxing was impossible. The Sharp Kingdom is one of the countries that upholds the slave system. If it weren't for the support of the Jiaoting imperial dynasty, the Sharp Kingdom would have reaped what it sowed. There is one less country in the world that manufactures and traffics slaves. End of this chapter. Chapter 217. Soliciting a son-in-law autumn festival. Zumen and sword sects still hold influence in the Jiaoting dynasty. Early the next day, a military force dispatched from Changhai City arrived and took over Biking, beginning a thorough investigation of the situation in the city. As expected, not only slaves were victimized but also some merchants who had migrated from distant lands suffered. In the Lord's mansion, piles of missing official records were clearly visible, yet the Lord and officials ignored them. No one would believe it if they had no dealings with the nameless sect. For a while, all the mercenary camps in Biking were held by the military for strict scrutiny. If there were slaves of unknown origin or obviously looted civilians among them, the operators of those mercenary camps were executed on the spot without mercy. Fortunately, recently she could be seen smiling more often, indicating that she was gradually emerging from the shadow of the prophecy backlash. Mia country is a large country with no fewer than 100 city-states and several thousand cities. Their vast land, abundant resources, rigorous system, and orderly management made many neighboring countries with male dominance and female subjugation feel inferior. The journey was long, and before they knew it, they had crossed into the western regions of the Jiaoting continent, where the countries had the most unique characteristics. Women were revered over men, including the Maishan sword sect that presided over this country, also known as the Sword Maiden Mountain. Even a male bird accidentally flying into the mountains would be cut down with a sword, let alone a man. Soliciting a son-in-law, Zhu Minglian raised his eyebrows. It was a country that revered women. However, the shattered slave system was not comprehensive. A year later, Biking was still filled with people transported from various parts of the continent, and many countries still engaged in prominent slave trading. 6,000 people were truly insignificant compared to populations of millions or tens of millions of slaves. Fang Nianian's eyes lit up as she gazed at the bustling scene. She loved this kind of scenery the most, far more impressive than the Lantern Festival in the ancestral Dragon City state, especially with the entire city looking so enchanting and beautiful. No wonder the capital, inside and out, was packed with people. Compared to heroes and talents from all over the world, they flocked here just to show off and marry a beauty in Mia country. Wasn't it an arranged marriage? Zhu Minglian asked, puzzled. It's not a festival or a holiday, it's just the annual solicitation of son-in-laws. Men from other countries are eager to participate, making the capital bustling and crowded. When Mengru explained softly, "Junior brother, I heard that Zhu Tianwan got acquainted with Meng sect master in such a way," whispered Wu Feng to Zhu Minglian. Zhu Minglian had visited once before. For example, they were about to reach Mia country. Combining the strength of the group at the level of a monarch or higher, the Mu family couple had many paths to choose from, even flying over some dangerous jungles. As long as the dragon monarch's eye was displayed, those thousand-year-old monsters and demon mobs didn't dare make a move. They didn't dare inquire much. The first country on their route was the Pei Kingdom, which had long opened up its airspace routes. The Mu family couple were very familiar with aerial routes and didn't take long to fly through the Pei Kingdom. Mia country has always been like this. When princesses and county princesses reach the age of marriage, a national solicitation of son-in-laws is held. It usually takes place in the autumn when the maple leaves turn red. Then the dukes and marquises will also follow suit. Gradually, even ordinary women would solicit son-in-laws during this season, leading to the current situation. When Mengru explained, they didn't linger in other cities or states in Mia country and went straight to the capital. Mia country was also known as the Flower Country, and their national teacher was even called the Flower Deity. The most distinctive feature of the capital was the ubiquitous flowers. Everywhere you went, you could smell the fragrance drifting from the windows of beautiful women, sometimes getting lost in it, unable to discern whether it was the fragrance of a beauty or the scent of flowers. With no more nightmares haunting her, the color returned to the prophecy painter Li Xing's face. "Are you celebrating a festival?" Yun Zhang couldn't help but ask. "It's arranged. I think it was your grandfather's decision." And Meng sect master requested Zhu Tiangwan's participation in this solicitation festival to stand out, Wu Feng said. Though a bit rushed, the impression left by this country was profound. "What kind of solicitation method is it?" Yun Zhang also became interested. Meishan sword sect couldn't be entered so casually. Even after informing the elders and sect master in advance, it was still necessary for Bai Qianan, Wen Mengru, and others to return to the gate and report before deliberating. It was only noon, and already over 100 people had been taken out for execution. Besides, there were still conflicts of interest to untangle. "I see," Su Mingliang suddenly understood. Seeing her pale and haggard face and the unresolved troubles between her eyebrows every day made Zhu Mingliang feel particularly distressed. Such scenes were no longer surprising. Though he had visited once, he didn't have a deep understanding of the customs and people here. After Pei Kingdom, they would encounter a more dangerous mountainous jungle where they could follow the national roads or take shortcuts if they knew them, quickly crossing through. Leaving Biking, the group continued their journey. Finally, they reached an area suitable for flying. The Mu family couple informed them that once they took off from here, they would completely leave the imperial capital's jurisdiction and enter the territories of other countries. What made these countries distinctive was not just their exotic atmosphere, but also the formation of their unique ideologies. Zhu Mingliang wasn't in a hurry and decided to rest in Mia country for now. It would take about 4 to 5 days to enter the Meishan sword sect after arriving in Mia country, proving the vastness of the country. The capital was particularly lively these days, resembling a grand festival, with a proliferation of colorful lanterns and baskets of fresh roses everywhere. After witnessing Zhu Mingliang, Bai Qianan, Wu Feng, and the others slay the nameless evil dragon, the Mu family couple admired this group even more, exhibiting respect for the strong in their every word and action. Biking had approximately 6,000 slaves, all of whom were confiscated. While they couldn't shed their slave stigma, at least they wouldn't be slaughtered because they couldn't be sold. Within the imperial dynasty, there were some civil officials with strong governance abilities, ensuring that all 6,000 slaves would find a home. Those involved in this kind of business were inevitably linked to human trafficking and couldn't withstand scrutiny. The image of the women of the daughter country soliciting marriage during the red maple season was truly inspiring. As for why their relationship fell apart later, Zhu Mingliang was unclear. In any case, after they parted ways, Zhu Mingliang also became an orphan. He even felt that Meng sect master, who ignored worldly matters and sought the way of the sword wholeheartedly, had already forgotten his own name. End of this chapter. Chapter 218. The Moon Kui country ladies rested for the night. In the morning, Zhu Mingliang was awakened by a series of calls, as his house was right along the street. Zhu Mingliang pushed open the window and saw that the road was packed with people, mostly women and quite a few men, many of whom seemed to be from other countries just like Zhu Mingliang. Just as Zhu Mingliang was puzzled, on the broad flower-gaunt avenue, a luxurious carriage pulled by 3 majestic golden dragons was slowly approaching. The carriage seemed like a magnificent treasure mountain, adorned with the most extravagant and precious flowers, colorful delicate silk draped over the maplewood base, various gold and silver decorations, pearls, jade, and jewelry hanging from the noble gold branches. Just the sight of these jewels shimmering in the sunlight was mesmerizing, not to mention the graceful and alluring women standing on the carriage. Their fair skin, accentuated by the silver accessories, appear even more radiant, and their figures were just right, not too fat or too thin. Their faces were all beautiful, each one of them stunning in their own way, enhancing the already exquisite atmosphere of the city reminiscent of a kingdom of flowers and moon, made even more enchanting by these captivating women. Zhu Mingliang had a great view from his house, and could enjoy this breathtaking scene almost fully from his window. As the carriage approached, Zhu Mingliang noticed that the elegant women surrounding the carriage were crowding around a masked silver beauty at the highest point of the carriage. Her hair color was quite unique, resembling platinum silk, complemented by the very luxurious and intricately crafted silver headdress, giving her an aura of untouchable elegance and sophistication, untainted by the mundane world. The silver mask covered her forehead and eyes, revealing only her straight nose and sensually delicate lips, leaving the onlookers astonished. That's Princess Luoshui, the Moon Kui Festival Queen this time. The women sitting under her are already outstanding, considered as the most beautiful in any city. But for some reason, I just can't take my eyes off Princess Luoshui. I wish I could take off her silver jade accessories and see her true face." Beneath Zhu Mingling's window, a few gentlemen from foreign lands were elegantly fanning themselves with their fans, exuding a certain charm. They were admiring the beauty, but gradually, their words took on a peculiar tone. "That petite mouth. TSK. If I could play with it at will, I probably wouldn't tire of it for a lifetime. I like her hair. It has a special hue. Just think, waking up and opening your eyes to see such hair like golden silk, with a hint of disarray, combined with such an exquisite and extraordinary face, one doesn't want to leave the bed. You guys are too shallow. I love her high and aloof appearance. For me, the greatest pleasure would be to bow before her, then slowly bow down, not to kiss the back of her hand she extends, but her noble and slender jade foot." Zhu Mingling glanced at the man obsessed with the queen. Despite his noble appearance, there was a hint of unbridled lust about him. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a soft knock on the door. Zhu Mingling walked over, opened the door, and saw a woman with a simple and natural beauty standing gracefully at his door. Her stunning beauty made his heart skip a beat, as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. Yes. Zhu Mingling looked at her, unable to identify her for a moment. Which sister-in-law was she? They did not speak, nor did they show any obvious signs. Hence Zhu Mingling couldn't distinguish among the three of them. The girl with the simple and natural beauty took a glance at the open window, and from there, could see the luxurious princess carriage perfectly. "Sir, I saw the divine ancient lamp jade." The woman spoke softly. She was the prophetess sister-in-law. The only person who would address herself, "Sir," was the star painter girl. Non Yuxiu would call herself by name directly, or occasionally playfully called Zhu Lan. The artist's sister-in-law rarely called herself out. She just spoke directly. "Is it there?" Zhu Mingling turned his head and looked at the princess's carriage. The extremely extravagant carriage was slowly proceeding through the crowd, with the entire country flocking around her, truly making her the center of attention. Luoshui princess's carriage was adorned with numerous rare gemstones, like delicate flowers, showcasing them to everyone. "Yes," Li Xinghua nodded. "Come in and tell me." Zhu Mingling invited Li Xinghua in and gently closed the door. At the window, Li Xinghua's unique deep gaze was fixed on the approaching princess's carriage, so focused that she accidentally brushed off some dried flower branches on the window side. These branches fell to the street, some landing on the heads of those peculiar gentlemen from earlier. The man obsessed with the queen was somewhat annoyed. He threw the dried flowers aside, turned around, and was about to scold. But when he saw the woman with stunning natural beauty calmly standing at the window, he was completely stunned. After a while, he tugged at the sleeves of his two companions. His two companions were a bit impatient. After all, Princess Luoshui was about to pass by them. Unable to resist the man's determination, the two turned to look at the low building window behind them, and soon they were also staring blankly. The carriage passed by their street, and they even forgot to turn around, simply gazing at the woman with focused and alluring beauty at the window. Without the carriage, without the gold and silver, without the women surrounding her, not even a sophisticated makeup, yet her unparalleled beauty. At the window, Zhu Mingling glared fiercely at these lustful men with predatory gazes. The men felt embarrassed and promptly showed courteous gestures of apology towards Zhu Mingling, even though they were deeply troubled and pained inside. Why would such a peerless beauty be in a man's room? Shouldn't she be pure and untainted, sublime and unworldly? She's not on those golden branches. Star painter girl continued to search, thinking the divine ancient lamp jade would be present on that treasure-like carriage, but she didn't find it. Finally, Li Xinghua's gaze landed on the face of the Miao princess, focusing on the silver jade mask she was wearing. On her cheek, the divine ancient lamp jade. The silver jade mask she wore was indeed the divine ancient lamp jade. Li Xinghua showed some surprise on her face. End of this chapter. Chapter 219. Silver jade adornment. She is wearing a silver jade adornment made of divine ancient lamp jade. Li Xinghua pointed to the princess slowly passing in front of them. Zhu Mingling's gaze also fell on the princess's cheeks at this moment. The princess, without shifting her eyes, simply sat there as the carriage slowly turned. The height of the throne she was on happened to be level with Zhu Mingling and Li Xinghua on the second floor of the inn. Princess Luoshui's gaze casually swept past them, but it lingered on the small table decorated with dried flowers. At first, Zhu Minglan thought that Princess Luoshui was admiring his outstanding and handsome appearance, but he quickly realized she was actually looking at Li Xinghua. Li Xinghua did not avoid her gaze and met Princess Luoshui's stare. "What are we betting on?" Nan Yushuo asked without any patience. At this moment, a young lady, presumably a niece of one of them, descended from upstairs with a lazy and graceful demeanor, swaying lightly and elegantly. "I'm betting with Zhu Minglan," Fang Nianian whispered somewhat timidly. "This is high-quality gold bead, and I want to play too." Nan Yushuo immediately gave Zhu Minglan a meaningful look, looking enchanting. "Do beauties really feel sympathy for each other?" "Money." Fang Nianian reached out her hand, smiling like a sly merchant. "All right, one high-quality gold bead." Zhu Minglan nodded. Zhu Minglan felt embarrassed. Little did he know that this brat not only won his money, but also sold him out. Zhu Minglan felt something was not right and could only ask Li Xinghua next to him. Can they choose the time they wake up? How do they wash their faces? Zhu Minglan asked. When washing their faces, of course, they will take it off, but the faces of princesses and county princesses are sacred. They won't let strangers, especially strange men, see them. Many nobles of Mia country also have such rules. Some fathers may not even see their daughter's complete appearance after they turn 18, said the Evening Breeze junior sister. There are two types of noble women in Mia country. One type only marries one husband. They are usually more virtuous and content, and their adornments represent both their mentality and their pure body. The other type marries many husbands, even keeping male pets in their own courtyards. These women usually do not wear veils and adornments. Common women don't pay much attention to this. They wear adornments if they like, just like gold and silver jewelry. It's just an accessory, said the Evening Breeze junior sister. In Mia country, the former looks down on the latter, thinking they are frivolous and easy to seduce, which could harm the country, cultivation, and society. No, Li Xinghua said. In fact, the Evening Breeze junior sister had some words left unsaid. Nan Yushuo looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. Just as they were discussing, the junior sister of the Mia Mountain Sword Sector arrived. Seeing the three of them sitting there, she greeted them with a smile. Zhu Minglan understood and deliberately coughed to call the junior sister of the Evening Breeze. Zhu Minglan just wanted that adornment. Sitting in the hall, similar to a small garden, Zhu Minglan and Li Xinghua sat facing each other, while Fang Nianian was calculating the things she wanted to buy on the side. One looked down upon the other, finding them fake, hypocritical, and morally corrupt. What's the point of having money? It won't even satisfy a big appetite. Just when Zhu Minglan thought he would have to endure the wrath of the young lady, Nan Yushuo angrily took out a brilliant golden bead and said. Zhu Minglan was speechless. Mourning, the young lady's face, originally bright, quickly turned dark. The journey is boring. So. Zhu Minglan couldn't explain neither and could only look with a somewhat pleading expression at the Evening Breeze junior sister. The Evening Breeze junior sister seemed reluctant to help Zhu Minglan save face. Zhu Minglan felt helpless. Why did he have to make trouble for himself for no reason? Evening Breeze junior sister, I saw your Mia country's Princess Luoshui just now. She seems to be the leading lady of this year's autumn festival of flowers blooming and autumn harvest. I want to ask you, does this princess always wear this adornment? Her adornment seems very special. It covers her eyes with a silver jade embellishment, Zhu Minglan said. Nan Yushuo seemed to have the same idea as Zhu Minglan. The carriage slowly drove away, from a side profile view to only her back view. Princess Luoshui appeared like the brightest pearl, gliding along the busy streets of the country. Li Xinghua took a sip of clear water and patiently waited for them to finish their play before telling Nan Yushuo about the divine ancient land jade that appeared on the princess. So let's bet on 7 days later. From the morning of the 7th day of betting, if it's me, you give me a high-quality gold bead, and if it's you, I'll give you a gold bead. Settlement on that day. Nan Yushuo said. Nan Lingsha would never greet anyone. Let's bet. Let's bet on which lady it is today, Fang Nianian said before grabbing the money and running away, shouting loudly while running, I'm going to replenish the necessities. Yes. Only those who have taken a husband can personally remove the adornment of princesses and county princesses during the flower candle night, the Evening Breeze junior sister said. Nan Lingsha was unquestionably affirmative. Is Princess Luoshui from the former category? Zhu Minglan suddenly had a headache. Yes, that adornment symbolizes identity and belief. Only her husband can remove it. nodded the Evening Breeze junior sister. End of this chapter. Chapter 220. Dragon Maiden Palace. Sister Wanfeng, here's the thing. We hope that young Master Zhu will fall in love at first sight with Princess Luoshui. Since Princess Luoshui is seeking a husband, he naturally is eager to try his luck and become the son-in-law of Miao country. He feels hesitant to ask you directly, so when speaking on his behalf, what should he do if he wants to compete for the position of son-in-law? Non Yushu asked with a smile. Sister Wanfeng looked surprised as she glanced at Non Yushu and Lixing Huo, then turned her gaze back to Zhu Minglan, puzzled. Hasn't young Master Zhu already got to stunning wives? Men are like this. They get bored easily. In order to prevent him from getting bored of us, we have to endlessly comply with his ambitions, right, sister? Non Yushu said. Lixing Hua remained silent, but in Wanfeng's eyes, it was an acknowledgement. When Wanfeng looked at Zhu Minglan again, her eyes seemed to be saying two words loud and clear. Scum man. Young Master Zhu, while many noble men in the capital have 3 or 4 wives, it's different in Miao country. Even a peasant woman wouldn't accept her husband having a second wife, let alone a princess, Wanfeng firmly stated. Right? I should make a move. Strength still needs to be improved. He couldn't directly tell Wanfeng that they planned to kidnap a princess. Yes. Let's first check out the Miao Mountain Sword Sect, then make other plans. It would be ideal if we could obtain the 2 pieces of divine ancient lamp jade. Zhu Minglan nodded. I think Zhu Lang can compete for the position of son-in-law. What a beautiful princess, Non Yushu smiled. My disciple, Yun Hongao, has been single all along, naive and clueless in matters of love. If he can win a woman's heart purely based on his cultivation and strength, he would be willing. Wu Feng quickly sold Yun's Hana beside him. 2 or 3 pieces of broken divine ancient lamp jade are not enough. Zhu Minglan wants to be with Li Yunzi forever and hopes they can grow old together. I'll pretend to apply first, find out how many guards Princess Luoshui has, then we can come up with a perfect plan to kidnap her after getting the divine ancient lamp jade and escape immediately, Zhu Minglan said. Lixing Hua shook her head. She couldn't see everything. It's best to get some advice from Mr. Jinli. As Mr. Jinli has broad knowledge, he might have a better plan. I know, I'm older. Zhu Minglan interrupted Mr. Jinli's words. Mr. Jinli seemed to have forgotten what divine ancient lamp jade was and kept asking Zhu Minglan about dragon-related matters. Whether it's kidnapping a princess or making Zhu Minglan the princess's husband, it's not a good idea. It's highly difficult and can be set aside for now. Zhu Minglan also understood that Non Yushu was just using rhetoric. The waiter beside them thought he had served the wrong dish, bringing a live fish instead, intending to replace it. After watching for a while, he left with a strange look on his face. Miao country, we're in the capital, Zhu Minglan said. After all, many prophetic visions are like entering a dream. Has Miao Mountain been visited? I remember there's a sword tomb in Miao Mountain. A visit there should greatly help with the swordling dragons, Mr. Jinli said. Why compete for the position of son-in-law? It's a pity if the Divine Wood Green Saint Dragon wasn't injured. We could quickly reshape a Dragon Lord and ensure that the Divine Wood Green Saint Dragon's cultivation and strength won't be inferior to Bai Chen and moi. Mr. Jinli sighed. The way they saw Zhu Minglan had entirely changed, and the fact that he's a complete scoundrel will soon spread among the female swordswomen. Upon hearing that it was the swordsman of Yashen Sword Sect, the people from Dragon Maiden Palace quickly came out to welcome them. A beautiful woman in the Dragon Maiden Palace dressed in the unique blue water robe of the palace, which accentuated her alluring figure perfectly. I know. We have found the divine ancient lamp jade. It's on the cheek of the country's princess, Non Yushu said. Zhu Minglan, a shining and glittering Jinli suddenly floated out and swam dazedly towards Zhu Minglan. Ahem. It's not as exaggerated as she said. I'm just curious. Zhu Minglan hastily explained. First, upgrade Dehaya to Dragon Lord level, Zhu Minglan said. Soon, Sister Wanfeng left. Yes. Beiqi's dragon armor, you can start forging it. This will greatly enhance its strength, Mr. Jinli said. Am I picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelon? Zhu Minglan raised his eyebrows. The Dragon Maiden Palace's Dragon Fosters call themselves Dragon Maidens. Unlike the swordsmen of Miao Mountain, they are not repulsed by men, although most of the Dragon Fosters in the palace are women. Zhu Minglan, Li Yunzi probably wouldn't mind you taking concubines. If you can conquer the princess of Miao country and make her your concubine, it's a win-win for you. Non Yushu continued to incite. We'll go in a few days, we have to wait for Bai Qian's response first, Zhu Mingling explained. Let's not rush, doesn't the Miao Mountain Sword Sect still have a piece of divine ancient land jade? Lixinghua said. Can sister predict the future? Nan Yushu asked. Nianian has already gone to investigate the spiritual resources market in advance. The resources here should be cheaper. Are there no other options? This may cause significant unrest. Kidnapping a princess. I'm very loyal, Zhu Mingling said calmly. The more divine ancient lamp jade, the better, as it can prolong Li Yunzi's life. Dragon Maiden Palace is located in the capital of Miao country, and Zhu Mingling is interested in paying a visit. So, he specifically called Wufeng and Yunshana from the Yaoshan Sword Sect, planning to go to the Dragon Maiden Palace under the name of Yaoshan Sword Sect. We are also looking for suitors at the Dragon Maiden Palace. Do the three of you have any interest? Our method for seeking suitors at the Dragon Maiden Palace is simple. We require strength. The beautiful Dragon Maiden smiled charmingly, not hiding her mature charm. Where are we? Mr. Jinli swam back and forth in front of the table. Miao country has a Dragon Maiden Palace, one of the 7 palaces of the Azure Dragon. The spiritual resources of the Azure Dragon should be relatively abundant, but it's hard to say for the ancient dragons. You can go see if they had any good Azure Dragon scales to use for crafting the dragon armor for Bai Che, Mr. Jinli said. After all, if they continue to engage in dangerous activities, like kidnapping princesses and intruding into the Miao Mountain Sword Sect, having a few dragon lords at their side would make them more confident. Seeking a suitor is simple. Those with esteemed status from various countries can go to the palace, express their intentions. Young Master Zhu is the only son of the Zhu family and the only son of our Meng sect master. His status is distinguished. The princess will naturally take a few more glances, but in the eyes of the Miao country princess, status isn't the most important. Talent is, Sister Wanfeng said. Isn't it too risky? Lixinghua said worriedly. We can spar, but let's not talk about marrying, Yunshana said arrogantly. It's too early to say, the Dragon Maiden said. End of the chapter. Chapter 221. The arrogant Prince Liang did not go to a place without a ceiling. Inside the vast hall, several brightly red maple trees stood tall, adding a touch of brightness to the overall green-gray Dragon Lady Temple. Of course, no matter how vibrant these indoor maple trees were, they couldn't compare to the grace and elegance of the female dragon trainers sitting upright in the hall. They were dressed in bright colors, even though it was a slightly chilly season, only draped in soft silks that covered their fair and smooth shoulders. Zhu Mingling glanced over and felt instantly uplifted. Beautiful things always have this effect. They can make you forget about your troubles. Yanjana squinted his eyes a bit but pretended to appear knowledgeable. Just a little over 20 dragon ladies sitting in a row at the distant mountain sword sect. He hasn't seen much of that, mainly because the sect disciples' attire was too plain. If someone didn't know any better, they might mistake them for ascetic monks. However, when he asked that question, even those dragon ladies sitting in proper posture and order burst into laughter, sounding like a chorus of singing birds. However, Zhu Mingling felt a bit puzzled. Sister Luo, which country's young princes are these? The dragon lady who had caught Yanzhang's eye, with her pure appearance, asked. Beautiful woman Luo Miao laughed and shook her head, saying, Master Yun probably spent too long in male-dominated places. I might offend by saying this, but to us sisters, every man who comes to our nation is a showcase item, displaying not just his appearance but also his talent. Then our sisters will consider whether to make an offer. If Master Yun wins them over, it's not you choosing them, it's them choosing you. They are all outstanding female disciples who will be married from our Dragon Maiden Temple this year. In the waiting hall nearby, there are several princes and princesses from other countries in line, while other heroes are outside the hall. Not less than 1,000. Seeing that you are distinguished guests who have come from afar, we will allow you to be arranged behind the princes. The beautiful dragon lady Luo Miao said. Tower practitioner. W. Feng immediately noticed the guard's cultivation level. The image imprinted on Zhu Mingling's palm rippled like a lake, and a door to the spiritual domain slowly opened. How could they just break my legs while I'm standing perfectly fine here? When he saw someone so arrogant and conceited, Zhu Mingling most enjoyed dealing with them. In his days as a sword practitioner, he would just grab his sword without asking for reasons and attack. But now that he's past that impulsive age, he figured he should first understand the situation before feeding them to the dragon. Song Mai Mei. These three are distinguished guests. They are W. Feng, the Hall Master of the distant mountain sword sect, the chief disciple Yan Zhona, and this special young man is the only son of the 6 major clans in the imperial city, from the Jia family. Sisters, don't miss this opportunity, Luo Maya said with a cheerful smile, not shying away from the topic of competing for a husband. Young Prince Jia, how about spending a few nights with the sisters? You are much more charming than my family's dull husband. A seductive dragon lady without a veil, her dress covering only some key areas, said. Unfortunately, he was already married. That choice of words did sting a bit. Xia Minglan widened his eyes. Too bad my black jewel doesn't eat people, or else with so many daredevils in the world, we could save a lot of dragon feet. Xia Minglan extended his palm. After listening to the other party's reasons, Xia Minglan was a bit troubled for a moment. Prince Lian's eyes were fine, a face that women like. That's a compliment he's hearing for the first time, but he found it quite useful. Rows of dark blue dragons with sharp predatory teeth, covered in black-purple thick scales, suddenly roar as the violent Seabingebo dragon lunged towards the prince's guard. This status was no less than those so-called princes and young lords, and compared to nations, as members of the Azure Dragon Temple, they naturally leaned more towards power. What are you doing? Such arrogance, Yan Zhona coldly snorted, and he's pretty used to being strict. The blue-clad prince's guard strode forward with a fierce air. He was extremely robust, resembling a giant ape wearing human clothes, with large hands and feet that could easily grab and twist weaker individuals into pretzels. All 3 legs broken? At this point, the blue-clad prince's guard inquired. The young dragon lady's eyes lit up upon hearing that it was the distant mountain sword sect and the Jia family. Master W, are you married? I have a cousin who grew up with me. He stole a beautiful maid from me, was captured by me, and we drowned together in the well. But every time I see that face, I still feel angry. You and him both have faces that attract women, which makes me uncomfortable, Prince Lian arrogantly declared. Yan Zhona seemed to have taken a liking to one of them, who was wearing a light red soft silk half-sleeved garment, with a pure face but lively eyes like a clear lake. Da Haya had grown even more imposing. With a claw stepping forward, the entire grand hall shook. Upon hearing the inquiry, W. Feng blushed instantly. Did I speak aloud? Turns out even a man in his 30s is quite popular here. Since you're the chief disciple, your strength must be strong. How about showing some sword techniques to the sisters later? A dragon lady with a decorative flower on her head suggested. Where did this bumpkin come from? Kick him out directly. At this moment, a young man dressed in luxurious attire walked in, accompanied by a group of blue brocade guards. It was indeed a good place. Summoning the dragon general to show off, Junju beat his dragon to death first. The Prince Lian sneered, showing no respect. Yunwo, when strictly speaking, was indeed a backward country. It wasn't particularly prosperous, and its reputation abroad was not significant. Without the distant mountain sword sect's support, this country would basically be deserted. If I win, can I choose any of those women? Yan Zhona asked. Prince Lian swaggered over and pointed at Xia Minglan, saying, break this guy's legs and throw him out. I don't see a problem with his eyes. May I ask why? Xia Minglan inquired. Nonsense. A rural country. The roar, accompanied by saliva flying everywhere, was like a sudden tidal wave crashing against the shore, battering the muscular force cultivator. Just then, Lo Maya was about to introduce again. The prince impatiently waved his hand, saying, Sister Luo, you have your rules, and I have mine. I have never competed with others in my life. Those who provoke me basically end up being instant fed to the dogs by my people. Kicking them out is already showing mercy. Dealing with you bunch of trash is a walk in the park. Xia Minglan said. The guard called Junju suddenly dashed forward, astonishingly using both hands to face off the Seabingebo dragon's fangs. End of this chapter. Chapter 222. Throwing the prince out per. This person, Conwu Li, can actually block the violent bite of the Lei Kang violent dragon with his hands, firmly holding the jaws of the Kang Long, preventing it from biting down. The guard Zhongju's body sank, pushing heavily to push Lei Kang violent dragon back. Lei Kang violent dragon, with such a large body, swayed and almost fell to the ground. It straightened its body, charged forward again, but the powerhouse somehow used a shoulder bump and then grabbed the scales of the Lei Kang Violent Dragon with both hands, lifting up the huge beast. The Lei Kang Violent Dragon was thrown out. Da Hai angrily got up, ready to charge again. Zhu Gongzi, do you have time to discuss dragon raising with sis late at night? The provocative woman taunted Zhu Minglan just now. The dragon herder asked for a change of dragon to continue the battle. Zhang Bao's strength was good, but unfortunately still not a match for Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon. Unable to hold on for long, Zhang Bao was tied up like a zonzi and thrown out of the hall. Prince Leon didn't care about the rules of the duel, as long as he took care of the opponent, and having more people on his side was an advantage of being a prince. Prince Leon's men were all defeated, but the powerhouse seemed to be well prepared, once again resolving the attack of the Lei Kang Violent Dragon, then knocking it down. Zhang Bao's strength was clearly much stronger than Zhang Ju, reaching the level of opera-level master. Since Prince Leon has 3 more powerful followers, why didn't he bring the Dragon Maiden's palace? Could it be that Prince Leon is eyeing Princess Luo Shui's residence? The elegant woman Luo Mia asked with a laugh. The iron-spiked turtle dragon was not afraid of the vines or roots, and the Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon in such a spacious hall found it difficult to exert its driving force. This prince obviously isn't a dragon herder or a divine being. After his men were done in, he had no resistance power. Seeing this arrogant prince in such a ridiculous state, the dragon maidens sitting on the side covered their mouths and laughed. The dragon maidens who had shown interest in the prince before now rolled their eyes. Zhu Gongzi, I choose you. Sisters, just wait and see for other men in waiting, said the innocent-looking dragon maiden standing up, pointing at Zhu Minglan. Why Zhu Minglan? Damn, I didn't bring Zhang San, Zhang Ao, and Zhang Yi today. Otherwise, how can you 2 wimps compare with me? Prince Leon said, his face red with anger. Yun Zhang was almost speechless, looking at Zhu Minglan with disbelief. His arm, when slammed into the ground, could form a large pit. Despite the hall itself being a battlefield for dragons, seeing the tiles shattered piece by piece, the elegant woman Luo Mia felt a bit heartbroken. Da Haiya, throw this prince out of the hall. Far away. I don't like his haughty attitude, Zhu Minglan said. Zhu Minglan didn't need to be polite with this Prince Leon. In fact, with the molten armor, Da Haiya could dominate even in battles of the upper ranks, and most upper-level dragon beasts couldn't break through the molten armor made by Zhu Tianwan. Unlike some divine beings who would lose their strength when encountering their nemesis, he just summoned 2 dragons. The dragon maidens sitting in a row were all enchanted. Zhang Liu, come at me, Prince Leon said angrily. Zhang Wu, Zhang Si, don't just stand there. I have no patience for you 2. Prince Leon said to his last 2 guards. Zhu Minglan summoned the Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon. Besides his distinguished status, he was useless. Let go of me. If you dare touch me, I'll have my 200,000 iron-armored army trample your 9 clans, not even sparing your ancestors' tombs. Prince Leon was raised up like a little chicken, flailing his legs and arms randomly. This powerhouse obviously excelled at leveraging force, and he probably often fought fierce ancient dragons, knowing some of their weaknesses. As Zhu Minglan watched, eating cut-up fruit on the side, and giving a few pointers, the Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon battled the old turtle dragon for a long time. The driving method of the Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon couldn't deal with the old turtle dragon, and the old turtle dragon couldn't harm the Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon. The purpose of the matchmaker was to see various experts compete. As female dragon herders of the Dragon Hall, they naturally like dragons and enjoyed seeing various abilities of dragons. They couldn't just let Zhu Minglan perform alone. After all, he had to win the affection of that innocent dragon maiden. Seeing this, Zhu Minglan promptly pulled Da Haiya back into his spiritual domain. Zhu Minglan was indeed good at taming dragons. Every day there were these weak princes jumping out, letting his 2 dragons sharpen their claws, which was quite satisfying. With such a weak prince, even the joy of being together felt bland. Seeing this, Yun Zhang also stood up, intercepting Zhang Wu and Zhang Si. He was also a powerhouse, but not skilled in wrestling. Instead, he had quite remarkable arm strength. The dragon, covered in thick iron armor with spikes, like a highly aggressive ancient turtle dragon, became burdensome against this wrestling powerhouse. Each time slammed to the ground, it would injure itself. Faced with the thriving domain of the Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon, the seemingly skilled and adept dragon brawler powerhouse was suppressed firmly. The Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon didn't even need to act on its own. With the driving force of all things, it drew some natural power from the indoor maple trees in the grand hall. John Che was a dragon herder. He summoned his dragon beast. Zhu Minglan resummoned the Lei Kang violent dragon who wore the molten armor. The molten armor now displayed absolute defense. When colliding with such an ancient turtle shell dragon, the molten armor had no damage. Instead, the elderly turtle dragon gradually couldn't hold up. Da Haya grinned like an evil dragon, lifting the prince as if he were a toe. What a sight! It seems Prince Leon is going to have a hard time today, Luo Mia said, encountering a counterweight opponent. So what? Prince Leon didn't conceal his thoughts at all. Besides, Zhu Minglan was purely taming dragons, and he still had two sovereign-level dragons that he had no intention of summoning. John Ba, you're up. Prince Leon ordered, another guard behind him. The prince was displeased at being subdued and said coldly, John Chet, you're up. However, a dragon herder had her own advantages, and her men weren't good fighters. In no time, the powerhouse was beaten so badly, like a wounded wild dog, staying far away. These two dragons weren't even as strong as Yun Zhan. Could it be their appearance? End of this chapter. Chapter 223 Buying Men in Public. On one side, Wu Feng gently patted Yun Zhang's shoulder and whispered, perhaps, as Prince Leon said, he has a face that women like. Outside the hall, Prince Leon was thrown far away, a mortal body crashing onto the hard ground, with several teeth broken and a mouth full of blood. Prince Leon cried in pain as the guards with bruised faces rushed to help, but Prince Leon kicked them away one by one, cursed loudly, all useless, all useless. Keeping you is worse than keeping a few dogs. Prince Leon would definitely not give up easily, but he was not foolish and knew that returning now would only lead to more beatings, so he left with resentment. There were over 1,000 people waiting to enter the hall, all there to court the dragon maiden. Yet seeing Prince Leon being thrown out in such a state, with blood all over his face, they all turned pale. Who was this audacious to even dare to assault Prince Leon? This is literally buying men in public, right? Yun Zhang couldn't help but comment. Exactly. What form does your selection of sons-in-law take? Why are there so many people at the entrance? When we arrived, we saw similar scenes at many prestigious mansions, although not as crowded as your Dragon Maiden Hall, but indeed quite a gathering. Wu Feng asked the beautiful woman Luo Maya curiously. Right? Master Zhu will definitely visit several princess mansions, and eventually, he will have to step into the princess's mansion. Every man is like this. Even if the hope is slim, they still want to give it a try, the pure dragon maiden said. You don't have to worry too much. Even if you are not here to court a wife, you can still visit some good families. Our Mia country's women also appreciate good men. Some wealthy families will even spend a fortune just to buy a talented poet to compose for them. Our Mia country women are very graceful and never force men to do things they don't want to, Luo Maya said. This made Zhu Minglan a bit embarrassed. Now he understood more clearly the system of female superiority and male inferiority in the Mia country. Someone as talented and handsome as Master Zhu must be liked by many noble young ladies. In the end, you may have to fight against those wealthy sisters, the sexy dragon maiden said. It's not necessarily money. If you can produce valuable treasures, that works too, Luo Maya said. The pure dragon maiden seemed a bit unhappy and pointed at the sexy dragon maiden, saying, Sister, find someone else. Does that apply to princesses and duchesses as well? Zhu Mingling asked. Sister Flower, why are you in such a hurry? Maybe there are other princesses and young ladies interested in him. After all, we dragon maidens need to fend off external enemies first, the sexy dragon maiden said. In the past few days, many talents and heroes visited the mansions looking for potential suitors, but none received a final response. Yes, you can blend in. It's simply selecting talents and beauties. If some princesses or nobles' daughters fancy you, it's a great honor, Zhu Mingling said. If you are an outstanding man, you will appear more frequently on the Maple Leaves Plaza last month, which we call an excellent son-in-law. By the 7th date, we will bid for sons-in-law, and the highest bidder wins, Luo Maya said. Not only because the pure dragon maiden chose Zhu Minglan, but also because half of the 20-some pure and beautiful dragon maidens were also interested in Zhu Minglan. Or from the beginning, these female dragon tamers regarded themselves as workers for Zhu Minglan. Zhu Minglan smiled, then didn't explain further. For the palace, Wu Feng was still puzzled. No wonder Master Zhu, compared to ordinary young men, is a bit fiercer. But that's what I like. The sexy dragon maiden stuck out her tongue, licked her plump lips, and glanced with a seductive look. Men had no choice but to wait quietly for the noble women here to bid. Originally, there were thousands of patient waiters, but soon only 100 or so were left, nervously hoping to marry these dragon maidens. Ladies, I'm here just to visit the famous dragon maiden hall and see if there are suitable dragon scales. Without the intention of becoming a son-in-law, Zhu Minglan gave a courteous bow to the dragon maidens, saying confidently, "Do you guys really not know about this? Aren't you here as suitors?" The lovely flower dragon maiden asked in surprise. "We are here to exchange sword techniques with the sword sect of Miao Mountain and coincidentally stumbled upon your courtship festival," Wu Feng said. "Even the excuses are the same." Zhu Minglan couldn't help but shake his head. Maidens write their chosen men's names on maple leaves, submit them to the palace, and the palace conducts a so-called auction for prospective sons-in-law. Ultimately, men follow the highest bidder, depending on which lady bids more. Even if a man has his eyes on a lady, if she refuses to bid, he must serve under another wealthy lady. It's quite lamentable, yet thinking deeper, it's quite thrilling. End of this chapter. Chapter 224. In the Dragon Maiden's palace, there were indeed many high-quality azure dragon scales. Xia Mingling entered their collection attic and exchanged some of the soul pearls and dragon orbs he had for some. However, the azure dragon scales were just basic materials. They still needed supple dragon feathers, resilient dragon silk, and some mysterious patterned skins that could enhance esoteric arts. Walking in the collection attic, Xia Minglan suddenly saw a magnificent tail, unfurled on the wall like a peacock's display. Initially, Xia Minglan thought it was a beautiful dragon standing against the wall, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the tails gently swaying like reeds were actually woven dragon feathers. "What is this?" Xia Minglan pointed at the feathers and asked. The blueprint had been drawn for Xia Minglan by Nan Lingxiao a while ago. Soon, all the feathers drooped and turned into long strands of fluff, like neatly combed hair of a woman, soft, noble, and beautiful. Feathers were, of course, the core materials for making dragon armor for Bai Chen. The feathers were very similar to the ice silk of the Ice Chen white dragon, perhaps even more magical. Xia Minglan felt somewhat incredulous. Accompanying Xia Minglan here was the alluring Diang Ninjiji, who smiled faintly and said, "Zhigonzo has a keen eye. These are treasures of our Dragon Maiden's palace. Please take a closer look." It could be said that with these feathers, a dragon's attributes could be transformed at will. Originally, these feathers could not only change their resilience at will but also change in color, transforming into flames, lightning, scorching light, ice traces. Just by blowing on them, the feathers would change. "Goddess, how do you think about this?" Xia Minglan asked. "Holy fruit, such rich spiritual energy," Diang Nin said, taking it and examining it carefully. Xia Minglan had also bought other materials for forging armor from various markets in the country, but now only the dragon silk and ice patterned skin were left. It depended on whether the dragon grain steward Fan Nian had any harvest there. Xia Minglan had not reached that level yet. He needed to memorize everything and couldn't afford any mistakes, as there was only one set of materials, strengthening from rigidity to flexibility. Speaking these words, Diang Ninjiji approached. Her full and enticing lips pursed slightly as she gently blew a fragrant breath towards the peacock-shaped feathers. The exhaled breath carried a hint of warmth, and the feathers gradually softened, transforming into something like soft coral tendrils. Before working on a big item, it was advisable to make smaller items with lower failure rates first. Once the smaller items filled the failures, then one could immediately start working on the large item to reduce failure rates. The so-called ceremony of using materials was actually an occult practice. Xia Minglan furrowed his eyebrows, tapping his cheek with a finger. "Or should we just start forging directly?" he suggested. Nan Lingxiao was very interested in drawing dragons, especially creatures like the Ice Chen white dragon, which combined beauty and strength. Armor forging was not a lengthy procedure in itself. The challenging part was mastering the hand techniques. If all the materials were collected, precise armor patterns were drawn, and then work began immediately, it would only take 1 or 2 days. "It depends on what you can bring out." Diang Ninjiji gave Xia Minglan a suggestive flirtatious look. "For rituals, I've heard the elderly in my clan say that when making big items, it's best to offer some other materials first." Xia Minglan pretended not to see, taking out the remaining cloud platform's sacred fruit. Bai Che had already eaten 2, and the extra one was of no use. Eating it was no different from other ordinary fruits from the tree. It would be better to exchange it for the special 1,000-year feathers. Xia Minglan could draw too, but his skills were far inferior to Non-Lingxia's precision. Of course, successfully crafting the dragon armor could elevate Bai Qi's strength by a level, which was crucial for Xia Minglang's plans. The ability to visualize every detail on the blueprint was essential before commencing the work. A powerful blacksmith like Xia Menye could even recall it without needing the blueprint, producing perfect armor that fitted a dragon's size. The materials required this time were quite expensive, causing some anxiety for Xia Minglan, as any mistake could lead to significant losses. If the dragon armor could be successfully made, Bai Qi's strength will increase by a level, allowing him to face higher-ranked dragon lords without having to flee. However, the Azure Dragon Palace wasn't skilled at obtaining materials. They were often damaged when taken from the holy spirits, leading to only the feathers with flexible properties being saved now. With the 1,000-year feathers in hand, Zh Minglan felt delighted. All he needed was to find the ice pattern skin to begin forging the superior dragon armor. Bai Che stood on Xia Minglang's shoulder, and his whole small head almost touched the large blueprint, acting like a military counselor assisting Xia Minglan. This is the 1,000-year feathers, rare feathers from the transformative spirit of a rare creature. Unfortunately, the transformative effect couldn't be preserved fully when taken down, or else the value would be even higher, explained Diang Nin Gg. Back in the garden-like inn, Xia Minglan began pondering over the blueprint. The Cloud Platform's sacred fruit was a unique spiritual asset for the Cloud Dragon Kingdom and was naturally rare for the Azure Dragon Palace. Diang Nin seemed to have a say in the Dragon Maiden's palace and agreed to the exchange this time. The transformation of the Ice Chen White Dragon's feathers had some variability, as the soft feathers would freeze into a thick layer of ice due to the spreading cold, which aligned with the flexible and changeable feathers before. Bai Chen nodded, thinking everything was fine. The most crucial part was that the dragon armor had to be suitable for the Ice Chen White Dragon's powerful attacks, both from a distance and in close combat. To heavy armor would be unsuitable, while to soft armor wouldn't provide adequate protection. Can I buy this? Xia Minglan naturally liked the feather material, even if it was quite different from the original effect of the 1,000-year feathers. During his time in Zhang's mansion, Xia Minglan had not been lazy. Whenever he had time, he would go to the armory to practice the art of armor crafting. After all, no matter how proficient a blacksmith was, there were always chances of failure, and if that happened, part of the materials would be damaged. Bai Che shook his head, not interested in playing around with fancy things. It believed in Xia Minglan. End of chapter. Chapter 225. Who cultivates the armor in front of you? Fang Nianian's sincere return brought the dragon silk and ice pattern leather needed by Zhu Minglan. With such a capable assistant, Zhu Minglan wanted to give her a raise. Although dragon silk and ice pattern leather are not extremely rare items, to buy ones that meet Zhu Minglan's current casting needs, it takes a lot of time searching in the marketplace. A slightly time-saving way is to directly buy them, which often costs several times the original price. To find them in such a short time is not easy. With all the materials ready and the blueprints memorized by heart, the only thing left is to start the work. The requirements for the forge and anvil for this armor are not very high, so Zhu Minglan can just casually find a foundry. As soon as he decided, Zhu Minglan looked around for Jinli Master. Taking a moment to contemplate, Zhu Minglan appeared as if he had just taken a bath, with a complexion made vibrant by the hot steamy water, exuding a charming allure like a seductive beauty. This reminded Zhu Minglan of that dim place and rosy cheeks, as if a dream approaching. You should be able to succeed in the coldest moment of the autumn night, said Lixinghua. According to the prophecy of the fortune teller's younger sister, forging should be done during the coldest part of the night in autumn. The engraved fragments come from the Millennium Feathers. Jinli Master is a mascot for the Zhu family. When the senior elders want to make a godly armor, they mostly invite it over. Why does fate torture itself like this? Let's save the engraving process for tomorrow, and I'm not sure if we can complete it smoothly, Zhu Minglan muttered to himself, while the little ice dragon Chen Cheng, who was lying next to the furnace, had already started to doze off but persisted with half-open eyes to accompany Zhu Minglan in his work. Thank you for your assistance, you've been a great help, Zhu Minglan exclaimed joyfully. Crafting at the Zhu family has never been about threading or weaving with a needle, but when spiritual energy flows evenly to each feather, these feathers dance around Zhu Minglan as if imbued with life, then slowly land on the ice pattern leather. Perfect. The most difficult step has been completed. Success or failure, we will see tomorrow. In fact, to create a masterpiece, you need to prepare a dozen or more sets of materials. Dragon silk is also manipulated by spiritual energy. These sylphs seem like a group of fish constantly leaping out of the river, swiftly combining all the millennium feathers and ice pattern leather together. Even the most outstanding casters find it challenging to control all attributes and effects of the entire armor. Caster can only guide in one direction, which is perhaps why Zhu Mingling is so fond of Jinli. This pain is no less than lying with a beautiful woman, but there is always an unbreakable barrier between them. Zhu Mingling took a deep breath, once again using his spiritual awareness to capture the engraved fragments lingering in the air. The millennium feathers are the most crucial part of the divine armor, capable of changing shape at will, replacing attributes. When extracting the engraved fragments, Zhu Mingling felt the presence of lightning, scorching light, flames, and frost around him. At this moment, Zhu Mingling suddenly thought of someone. The door opened gently, a fragrant scent wafted in. Zhu Mingling gazed intently, only to see the fortune teller's younger sister with wet, snow-white skin still glistening with water droplets, trickling down her delicate neck to her soft collarbone. If not in one try a dozen or more times, and eventually a masterpiece will come out. Young master, I'm sorry, but I'm not Yunzi. Lixing, who has seemed to perceive Zhu Mingling's expression, showing a hint of affection while trying to deceive herself. This night's progress indeed went smoothly. Zhu Mingling used the ice pattern leather to completely shape the contours of the white dragon's body, seamlessly stitching several materials together. Young master, Lixing Hua looked at him, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Tomorrow we can complete the final integration. Wings, feathers, claws, body, tail, 5 parts should all have additional effects, ready to be unveiled tomorrow." As Zhu Mingling proceeded with this step, he realized how crucial the fortune teller's younger sister's reminder was. The autumn chill naturally made the millennium feathers take on an icy state, accentuating the frost attribute, and Zhu Mingling guided them to brand onto the entire dragon armor, making the process easier. Zhu Mingling found it quite difficult. Could the kitchen staff have taken it away? Without the engravings, this armor can only withstand attacks from main-tier creatures at most, a flawed product of expensive materials, but for the ice dragon, this would be a letdown. It should be me apologizing, Zhu Mingling responded awkwardly, turning his cheek to the side, avoiding eye contact. Standing next to the blue fire, Zhu Mingling infused his spiritual energy into each millennium feather. Though Zhu Mingling was a young man who valued logic and physical laws, doubting mystical teachings, he thought it would better to have Jinli nearby given the expensive materials. The engravings are the sole core of this dragon armor, determining the additional effects and the success of this white feather armor. Only after it comes out of the furnace will the effects of the 5 parts be known. There was no flame by the furnace, only an extremely cold blue fire. Even folding it twice was not enough. Folding it 4 times was beyond him, not like those old monks with unwavering minds. I must have lost my mind. Why did I believe in such nonsense? It would have sufficed to just ask Star Painting Girl to give me a prediction. Why? Zhu Mingling slapped his own head, quickened his steps up the stairs. I would like Star Painting Girl to help me calculate, because I plan to forge a very expensive dragon armor, and due to my lack of proficiency in crafting, the failure rate is high. Zhu Mingling coughed to cover his distraction. Good reminder. Zhu Mingling turned and left, and when he had walked a bit away, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's really difficult. For the other 3, Zhu Mingling didn't need them. What he needed to draw out were the frost engravings, a highly challenging step that would be hard to accomplish with his current power without being in the spiritual domain. The next day, again during the coldest moment of the autumn night, Zhu Mingling began to infuse the engravings. After searching around, he didn't see Jinli Master. This crafting task, to put it simply, could be called tailoring. They are essentially the same person. His materials actually carried some ice attributes, meaning that even the subtle temperature differences around would affect the casting of the armor. Knocking on the door, Zhu Mingling politely greeted. Only after it is fired, we will see if the engravings have been imprinted. This is too difficult. If it fails this time, it can be considered just practice. A good caster is as valuable as a mountain tossed into the furnace. End of this chapter. Chapter 226, Wiping Out the Shame. On the 3rd night, Zhu Minglin finally invited Mr. Ko. Mr. Ko had no interest in metallurgy. It calmly swam around, muttering about how to maximize the potential of the Black Fang Tyrannosaurus. Since Zhu Minglin's spiritual domain had been reshaped, the one benefiting the most from being able to produce spiritual energy was the Great Black Tooth. The sacred dragon of the Godwood Green, due to its residual dragon nature, could no longer advance to completion and could only rely on postnatal efforts to bring about change. Both the Sword Spirit Dragon and the Ice Crystal White Dragon were of the noble rank, and even with a growth rate of 100 times, their progress was slow. After all, their cultivation was close to that of the thousands-year-old sacred spirits. A month of nurturing was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation, but compared to the cultivation of thousands of years, it was still insignificant. However, the Great Black Tooth was different. It lacked age. This 1 month of nurturing equated to 10 years of growth, and as a mere dragon general, its progress in cultivation was remarkable, on the verge of breaking through to the Lord rank. Since having money, Zhu Minglin had never been stingy towards the Great Black Tooth. To meat it was the best of thousand-year-old demon beast meat, and the spiritual resources used for strengthening were never lacking. Once digested, they were immediately replenished. Mr. Ko had already noticed this and was already planning the next evolution for the thundering Black Fang Tyrannosaurus. "Mr. Ko, I'm about to start the furnace," Zhu Minglin said. "Just go ahead and start it. Do I have to entertain you with some fish leaping over the sea and flowers blooming across the shore moves?" Mr. Ko replied impatiently. It was a dignified Ko, not a tool for humans to seek good luck. Zhu Minglin was no exception, always using it as a lucky charm. When the furnace was opened, Zhu Minglin took out the completed Feiyu dragon armor. Strangely, according to those strange books, when a treasure was completed, it would emit an unbearable brilliance, shimmering like colorful auspicious clouds. Why didn't this dragon armor look as dazzling? Did he fail to infuse the engravings correctly, rendering the armor less valuable? Zhu Minglin felt a pang of regret. Holding the seemingly plain dragon armor in his hands, he let the eagerly sparkling ice crystal white dragon try it on. Only by trying it on would they know its true value. Dragon armor was connected to the soul, not just something put on like armor for soldiers or war beasts. After confirming, Zhu Minglin had the ice crystal white dragon transform into its battle form and summon the Feiyu dragon armor. As the ice crystal white dragon spread its feathers and dragon wings, its noble and elegant fur floated gently. As the ice crystal white dragon lifted its head, a brilliant holy light appeared, blinding Zhu Minglin almost unable to open his eyes. Then, an incredibly dazzling radiance, one after another, a series of feathers emerged from the holy light, as pure as snow silver, as perfect as crystal, decorating the ice crystal white dragon's layers of wing feathers, enhancing its majestic and noble figure, exuding an aura of ice dominion. Zhu Minglin slowly widened his eyes and opened his mouth in amazement. The blinding light, the exquisite holy aura, it meant that the engravings were successful, and at least one of the 5 parts wings, feathers, claws, tail, or body had additional effects. Mr. Koate, who had been muttering all along, was also captivated by the Feiyu dragon armor, his eyes reflecting its splendor like pearls. A miniature sacred grade. Could it be that this fish lore has exceptional luck? Why can a mediocre metallurgist forge a miniature sacred grade? Mr. Ko looked at Zhu Minglin and then at the genuinely stunning sacred armor dragon armor on the ice crystal white dragon. Perhaps it's just innate talent. Zhu Minglin savored the finished product with satisfaction. Dismissing the mystical superstitions, he considered himself a once-in-a-millennium genius, capable of mastering swordsmanship, dragon herding, and metallurgy effortlessly. Master Zhu, outside the forge, Evening Breeze's clear voice rang out. "What is it, Evening Breeze? Why are you here so late?" Zhu Minglin opened the heavy door, puzzled. "The 3 heads of the Zonglin have agreed. Tomorrow you all can enter the Meishan sword sect. They told me that you've been absorbed in metallurgy these days and feared it would delay your ascent to the mountain, so they came here to inform you," Evening Breeze explained. "I see. Thank you, Evening Breeze," Zhu Minglin replied. "Master Zhu, don't linger here for too long. It's best to rest well. After all, our Meishan sword sect is very hostile towards men. Once you go up the mountain, you'll face many challenges from the swordsmen, especially since you're from the distant mountain sword sect," Evening Breeze kindly reminded. With that, Evening Breeze left, her curiosity about what Zhu Minglin was forging overshadowed by her respect for his space. Zhu Minglin closed the heavy door, smiling as he admired the regal aura of the ice crystal white dragon, the master of glaciers. Perfect! Tomorrow I can finally wipe out the shame, Zhu Mingling exclaimed. Lady Lingfei. In his youth, weaker in cultivation, he suffered defeat and humiliation, even being beaten with a sword on his entire body. Now, he was no longer the young swordsman he had once been. You, the ice crystal white dragon chirped. You haven't forgotten that arrogant and overbearing woman, have you? Zhu Mingling asked the ice crystal white dragon. The ice crystal white dragon nodded vigorously. Knowing that confronting Lady Lingfei would be difficult if she remained at the middle noble rank, Zhu Mingling believed that with this sacred dragon armor, the ice crystal white dragon would be able to challenge a higher noble rank. Lady Lingfei did have the potential to reach the level of Zhu Zuan in the future, but it would take her several years of cultivation. At present, she couldn't possibly possess the unstoppable strength of Zhu Zuan, the king class, who was undefeated among those below king class level. Of course, Zhu Mingling knew that this time, entering the Meishan sword sect was not about avenging the past hatred. The main goal was the ancient Lamp Yu. The Meishan sword sect was located on Mighten Mountain to the west of the country. Below the mountain was a town closely connected to the capital, serene with its blue tiles and surrounded by green waters. Some women adorned with veils could be seen, dressed in colorful garments, reflecting various ethnic styles, like blooming mountain flowers, each radiant and charming in its own way. Crossing through this town, one could see the gate of the Meishan sword sect, equally grand and majestic like an ancient manor with its long, towering blue stone stairs leading to different peaks. The towering sword pavilions, halls, and palaces, constructed of tall green, red, and purple wood, were faintly visible through the distant leaves. Senior uncle, isn't our estate a bit rustic? A female swordsman named Xiaoying whispered. Mighten is wealthy, known to all. Don't worry about these details. Swordsmanship is high, and that is what's worth looking forward to, Wu Feng said with a solemn expression. End of this chapter. Chapter 227. Who is the best? Guided by Wen Mengru, Wen Feng, by Kenan, and a few swordswomen, the group began to climb the mountain. The last time they came was at night, and Zhu Mingling did not see the situation of the Miao Mountain sword sect. It was only when they boldly started climbing that they discovered that each wide and long step of the stairs was actually engraved with a painting. In the paintings, a simplified woman, wearing a veil on her head, holding a sword in her hand, with flying swords swirling around her. Each step depicted different sword techniques, clearly showcasing some swordsmanship and sword styles of the Miao Mountain sword sect. Wu Feng, Yun Zhan, Xiaoying, and a sword disciple named Haoai who hurriedly arrived early in the morning today. They were climbing while observing these simplified sword drawings. Soon, the path to the mountain began to diverge, and the derivations of those stairwell sword manuals actually branched out into different paths. Walking along the way, it seemed as if someone was demonstrating various sword techniques in front of them. The few members of the Yaoshan sword sect were fascinated. They even had some disagreements on the path of the climb. Yun Zhan wanted to climb up following the water-flowing sword stairs, while Xiaoying was already somewhat obsessed with the thunderstorm sword, and she insisted on taking the path even if she had to go alone. Everyone, each mountain path can eventually lead to the Miao Mountain Sword Pavilion, but some mountain steps may contain confusing techniques, which may trap newcomers to the Miao Mountain Sword sect. Bai Qinan spoke up. Is this where the challenge begins? Zhu Mingling chuckled. Young Master Zhu can also follow us up the mountain if these sword manuals are of no help to you. Bai Qinan said. Wu Feng, Xiaoying, Yun Zhan, and Haoai, the first swordsman from the Yaoshan sword sect, showed great interest. The sword manuals engraved on the steps to the mountain were the simplest methods of the sword Dao. Just a glance could help novices improve, and even those with advanced sword skills could gain new insights. The Miao Mountain sword sect rarely had visitors, so it seemed that these sword manuals were presented on the path to the mountain like this, but not many people could observe them. The Miao Mountain sword sect indeed has profound heritage. Turning the climbing path into a path of the sword Dao, it must have been the lifelong effort of numerous predecessors. Since it is a kind of test, I am willing to try. Wu Feng spoke. If that's the case, we'll wait for you at the sword pavilion. There may be some nobles from the Miao kingdom coming later, who also want to witness the swordsmanship of the Yaoshan sword sect. Bai Qinan said. After that, Bai Qinan, Wen Mengru, Wen Feng, and others in charge of guiding the way went towards the high mountains. Their steps were light and brisk, as if they had already firmly memorized their sword movements while looking at the enchanting sword manuals on the steps. The path of these sword manuals could immerse even those who were not sword practitioners. As an artist, Nan Lingsha seemed to have noticed some strange things within them. The sword diagram contains confusing methods. Nan Lingsha reminded Zhu Minglan, if one does not comprehend the sword intent within, it is possible to wander in these mountain paths endlessly, right? Zhu Minglan said, yes. It tests a person's insight. Like an exquisite riddle, it gives you some hints, and then you have to derive the answers. Even those who do not practice swordsmanship can understand, but comprehending the sword realm within is quite difficult. Even a senior swordsman who is immersed in these sword manuals for 10 years may fall into confusion, or even worse, be led astray. Nan Lingsha explained. Her calm eyes shimmered with ripples, showing great interest in these sword manuals. Reportedly, if I close my eyes and continue walking upwards, Zhu Minglan said, naturally, you can climb the mountain. But as that swordswoman said, can you resist the hidden temptations within? If you can unravel them, it will enhance the realm of any mortal. Nan Lingsha said. Normally reserved with a few words, Nan Lingsha rarely spoke so much. To be honest, Nan Lingsha, although there aren't many things I excel at, my insight is definitely top-notch. These broken sword manual charts won't stump me. Zhu Minglan showed a confident smile. Nan Lingsha looked at Zhu Minglan, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny, and perhaps more of disbelief towards Zhu Minglan's boasting. Don't believe me? Zhu Minglan raised an eyebrow. You're no match for me. Nan Lingsha said. Then let's compare. Who will climb first? Zhu Minglan said with a challenging tone. The painter's little sister was actually extremely proud in her heart. Ever since stepping into the Jiaoding continent, she didn't really regard a few mortals too highly. A person's insight had nothing to do with their realm or strength, but rather how they could break through when facing a realm dilemma, how they could transcend it. I'll wait for you at the sword pavilion. Nan Lingsha dropped these words and chose a winding path, observing the sword manuals while walking towards the high point of the Miao Mountain sword sect. Ha, did you really think it was guaranteed for you to win? Zhu Minglan also chose a path up the mountain. The sword manuals seemed simple, just some very common moves: thrust, stab, chop, sweep, slash, parry. But when you connected the drawings on each step and executed them completely, their power was extraordinary. Zhu Minglan had been training in swordsmanship since he was young. These basic moves were ingrained in his memory at a glance. It was just various different extensions of sword techniques, nothing special. Following the path, Zhu Minglan noticed that there was no one behind or in front of him. Ahead was a quiet and long staircase. Behind was a slightly dangerous path. Just as Nan Lingsha had said before, these sword manual charts were filled with a kind of bewildering spell. Staring at them would make one lose oneself in them, with everything around seeming to completely disappear, leaving only a woman in sword manuals dancing in front of oneself. Every change in sword technique seemed to open up a new path. With each step, deep contemplation was required because it determined whether one would be trapped on this mountain path. Zhu Minglan walked, silently marveling at the fact that people like him with a certain sword realm would be locked on this mountain path. It seemed that there was indeed a mystery here that he had never comprehended. It's quite interesting. If the sword realm can be enhanced by this, it should be helpful. Zhu Minglan gradually immersed himself in these sword manuals. The awakened sword could unleash great power, depending on how much power the sword spirit dragon pattern awakens and one's own sword realm. Walking, thinking, Zhu Minglan steps, and from slow to fast, as if he had grasped the key to these sword manuals, and everything fell into place. Gradually, Zhu Minglan's fast steps turned into a jog. Not long after, the jog turned into a sprint. Finally, Zhu Minglan began to sprint on the mountain path. End of this chapter. Chapter 228. The path to the Sword Mausoleum Mountain is complex. Although by Kinan mention and that these mountain paths ultimately lead to the Sword Pavilion of Miaoshan, in reality, they wind and twist with many branches, and one has no idea where they will ultimately lead. This pathway, the Heavenly Mark Sword Manual, should be the way to the pavilion. But what about this one next to it? Is it meant to mislead others, or does it hold another secret? Zhu Minglan stood at a fork in a mountain road. Walking towards the secluded path, he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Turning around and following the slightly strange path, the spiritual dragons in the area soon emitted a tremor as if in response to some calling. The spiritual dragon had a reaction. Could it be the location of some ancient sword hidden in the mountains? Zhu Minglin quickened his pace, but suddenly the row in front of him split into 9, with each path exactly the same except for the sword manual patterns on the steps. Zhu Minglin had to find the correct derivation from the basic sword forms on the previous steps. Spirit Dragon, demonstrate each one for me to see. Zhu Minglin summoned the spiritual dragon. The spiritual dragon danced in midair following the sword forms on the 9 paths. Zhu Minglin watched attentively, but soon fell into contemplation. All 9 derivations of the sword forms seemed correct. Although it was a flying sword style he wasn't familiar with, the power they generated, the effects, and the scenarios they were used in all made sense. How should he choose? Previously, he could use process of elimination, but now all 9 paths seem to be correct answers. Since they are all correct, I'll just choose one at random. A person with lower sword cultivation might hesitate on these 9 paths, insisting on finding the one correct sword form derivation. But in Zhu Minglin's eyes, all 9 sword forms seemed correct and complete in their own right, so there was no need to waste time on the decision. Zhu Minglin stepped forward steadily, unaffected by the changing sword forms on the steps. As he walked, Zhu Minglin had the spiritual dragon imitate the sword forms, and he saw the spiritual dragon leaving sword marks along the long path, resembling fireflies dancing in a forest. Despite not having cultivation, Zhu Minglin could mimic the sword techniques. He walked while the spiritual dragon followed the sword forms, and the den sword lit up the forest, leaving a lasting imprint on the leaves. Finally, after viewing the complete sword forms, Zhu Minglin realized he was in the midst of a sword mausoleum. The desolate grass, undulating hills, one after another stone mound with not tombstones, but corroded swords standing on them. This is the sword mausoleum of Myashan. Zhu Minglin felt overjoyed. Bleak and ancient, the sword mausoleum exuded a desolate aura. However, as Zhu Minglin walked into the mausoleum, he felt a fierce and chilling atmosphere as the ancient swords on the mound seemed to come to life, exuding deep enmity towards any intruders. Hum, hum. The mausoleum suddenly let out a series of mournful cries as the swords inserted in the mound seemed to come alive, breaking free from their sturdy tombs. The rows of mausoleums seemed never-ending, and the suppressed ancient swords within were countless. At this moment, their hostility grew deeper and thicker. The rolling aura seemed like it could tear Zhu Minglin, the intruder, into pieces. What is happening here? Could there be a sword spirit here too? Zhu Minglin looked in astonishment at the mausoleum and the cold, beast-like ancient swords on them. The spiritual dragon was now crimson all over, basking in the strong sunlight, casting shadows on the ground that overlapped repeatedly, as if all the sword souls within the spiritual dragon's body were emerging. Even if the seas dry up and the mountains crumble, there will still be no victor. Zhu Minglin murmured to himself. From the spiritual dragon's emotions, Zhu Minglin could feel the resentment and unyielding will of the broken ancient swords. This reminded Zhu Minglin of what Zhu Tianwan had once told him. Each inscription had a story behind it, depicting either a master's legendary feats, or a fierce battle it witnessed, or how it witnessed the rise and fall of a sect. Their souls would only awaken under specific circumstances. In the inconclusive battle between the remote mountain sword sect and the Myashan sword sect, due to the fall and old age of the swordsmen, the conflict had ceased. However, these ancient swords never forgot. The spiritual dragon is the abandoned sword forest of the remote mountain sword sect. Originally, the 2 locations were too far apart, half a continent away, for there to be any commotion again. Mr. Jin Li's voice sounded old and melancholic from behind Zhu Minglin. Zhu Minglin looked around at the gloomy sword mausoleum, realizing it was a cemetery of sorts. Perhaps unwilling to be forgotten, or perhaps always wanting to determine a victor, Zhu Minglin seemed to hear the continuous wails of the ancient swords on the mausoleum. A huge cloud slowly obscured the intense sunlight, causing the sword mausoleum mountain to darken and an eerie mist to envelop everything in Zhu Minglin's sight. Whether real or imagined, Zhu Minglin saw the elongated steps behind him with the sword form sketches of the women leaping out. Each step had a mysterious female figure, each drawing out one of the decrepit ancient swords from the mausoleum, surrounding Zhu Minglin and the spiritual dragon. Zhu Minglin was shocked. In all his travels, he had never seen something like this before. "Don't panic, it's just a scene similar to a ghost city," Mr. Jinli said. Zhu Minglan's face turned even paler. It was a haunted place. The shadowy figures could be seen as elusive ghostly spirits, but those swords were undeniably real. End of this chapter. Chapter 229. Fire Mark and Qiu are fortunate. These Jianying and the ancient swords in the sword mound were not aimed at themselves. On the body of the sword spirit dragon, hundreds of soul shadows have appeared, each soul shadow representing an ancient sword with a long history. Just saw those Jianying holding the ancient swords in the sword mound and the soul shadows on the body of the sword spirit dragon fighting together. Under the eerie mist, Zhu Minglan felt as if he had accidentally entered into a 1,000-year-old battlefield. With the sound of blades clashing incessantly, Zhu Minglan noticed that whether it was the Jianying ancient sword or the soul shadow ancient sword, they seemed to want to merge into their respective sword techniques, as if there were powerful swordsmen manipulating them with their thoughts. Such a scene was truly rare. Zhu Minglan stood amidst the crossing of swords, his gaze scanning over the different ancient swords. Previously, he was looking at the diagrams on the steps, but now he could see those Jianying, as if the deceased ancient people were coming back to life in front of him, personally demonstrating for themselves. Even many lost sword techniques also appear in this so-called sword ghost battlefield. As Zhu Minglan watched in fascination, some of the dormant inscriptions on the sword spirit dragon were glowing, making some changes to the sword spirit dragon's sword body. The sword patterns on the surface became clearer, as if flowing with a trace of fiery liquid that would immediately ignite upon contact with the air. Fire Mark sword? Zhu Minglan saw a kind of ethereal fire gradually igniting on the body of the sword spirit dragon, his eyes lighting up. A new ancient sword had awakened within the body of the sword spirit dragon, which meant that Zhu Minglan would once again obtain the power of the sword awakening. Those ancient swords, some broken, some worn out, some rusty as if they had not been sharpened, but each collision and clash seemed to be forging, polishing, firing them in a furnace to withstand the scorching heat and remove all impurities, becoming extremely refined. And the fire mark inscription kept awakening in such intense clashes, eventually turning the entire sword body of the sword spirit dragon crimson, as if it had just been taken out of a furnace. The ghostly fire patterns on the sword body resembling a millennium-old evil spirit, making the sword spirit dragon look even more sinister and mysterious. The flames were sometimes dazzling red, wild and violent, as if just one drop of red fire liquid touching the ground could turn the surrounding mountains and forests to ashes. The flames would then gradually subside and transform into a kind of ethereal demon fire, burning in the depths of the underworld, a fire of ultimate darkness and evil. However, compared to the red fire, this ethereal fire was even more unstable, always briefly appearing before being immediately replaced by the surging and unrestrained red flames. It's another type of inscription, like the Yellow Spring Sword. Zhu Minglan looked at the changing flames of the sword spirit dragon, a look of delight appearing on his face. The Azure Blood Sword, Fire Mark Sword, Yellow Spring Sword. These swords were all familiar abandoned swords to Zhu Minglan. They had their own names, but they had long been worn out. When practicing in the sword abandonment forest, Zhu Minglan had a very deep impression of them. Of course, at that time, they were basically no different from useless swords. The Azure Blood Sword had not drunk blood. Its sword body was crimson, capable of cutting iron like mud, sharp edge, and prominent. The Fire Mark Sword did not have this wild and restless fire flickering, like a vibrant sun, capable of scorching the entire land. Similarly, the Yellow Spring Sword did not have this ethereal fire attachment. The sword body was shrouded in shadows, filled with a mysterious aura, as if immersed in the Nihil's flames under the yellow springs. Zhu Minglan was overjoyed to awaken two ancient sword spirits, getting to inscriptions. He had not expected to gain such a great harvest by accidentally entering the Miao Mountain Sword Mount. I wonder if there are any other ancient swords waking up. Shall we take another look? Zhu Minglan no longer felt the previous panic. These famous ancient swords fought each other without harming even a single blade of grass, and Zhu Minglan was fully immersed in it, learning flying sword techniques on one hand, and trying to break through the sword realm that he had never reached in the past. Of course, if he could awaken one or two more inscriptions, he would hit the jackpot. The Suri Sword Pavilion Miao Mountain Sword Sect had a sect master, 3 elders, 5 hall masters, and a group of female disciples wearing veils, quietly waiting in front of the sword pavilion platform on the mountain slope. Several gorgeously dressed female marquises, female county princesses, and female city lords, adorned with treasures and jewelry, sat under a white parasol tent, drinking fine wine and eating fruits, while awaiting those who would ascend the Miao Mountain. At this moment, a member of the Yaoshan sword sect who had just arrived last night, Hao Yi, walked up. He glanced at the formation set up by the Miao Mountain sword sect and a faint smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that both the Miao Mountain sword sect and the noble figures of the Miao Mountain country attached great importance to this sword art exchange. After looking around, it seemed like no one had arrived earlier than him at this sword pavilion. Hao Yi of the Yaoshan sword sect, clad wanderer swordmaster. Hao Yi had somewhat casual and unruly long hair, like wild grass, probably because his appearance was indeed handsome, giving off a somewhat rebellious vibe. "Please have a seat." Bai Qinan pointed to a delicate cushion under the white canopy. "Am I the first one to ascend the mountain? I wonder if my ascent time was faster than others who have visited the Miao Mountain sword sect before." Hao Yi asked. "There aren't many visitors to our Miao Mountain sword sect, and I don't remember the past ones, but this lady was a bit faster than you." When Mengru said, Hao Yi turned his head and saw a woman wearing a light blue veil. Just now he thought she was also a swordswoman. After scrutinizing carefully, how do you realize that she was the woman who had ascended the mountain with them? Hao Yi felt a bit troubled. He had thought that the only one who could be faster than him was that eccentric Zhu Minglan. "I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I am Hao Yi, the Cloud Wanderer swordmaster of the Miao Mountain sword sect." Hao Yi cupped his fist and introduced himself. "Hua Shai. Non Lingsha." Non Lingsha responded lightly. Hao Yi had arrived in the capital last night and ascended the mountain early the next day. He hadn't had a chance to get to know this group of people, mainly because of this sword art exchange. Their Yaoshan sword sect needed to uphold their reputation. Although Yun Zhan was the chief disciple, this generation was indeed one of the worst trained by Wu Feng. Hao Yi was almost like a last-minute substitute. After a short rest, on the way up the mountain, Wu Feng's figure gradually appeared. With a smile on his face, it seemed like he had made some gains in this sword pinyon mountain. Seeing that Hao Yi had already arrived, Wu Feng was not surprised. After all, Hao Yi was the most outstanding disciple of the Yaoshan sword sect in a century, second only to Zhu Minglan, though he had long surpassed the level of a disciple and traveled around. But Non Lingsha had arrived, which was unexpected to Wu Feng. She was not a swordswoman, so how could she understand these sword techniques more profoundly? End of this chapter. Chapter 230. Stubborn. This is the Hall Master of Yaoshan sword sect, Wu Feng. Bai Qinan immediately introduced. The head of the sect, wearing a black veil hat, nodded but did not speak. She didn't even respond to the bowing, leaving Wu Feng feeling a bit embarrassed. She hadn't expected the head of Yaoshan sword sect to be so aloof, or perhaps she, as a mere hall master, wasn't worth her attention. As Wu Feng walked away, she noticed that the other hall masters, all female swordswomen, were staring at her intently. Wu Feng, being over 30, didn't have the self-confidence to believe they were interested in her. Most likely, they wanted to challenge her, as swordplay enthusiasts always welcome a chance to spar. Zhu Minglan, however, headed straight for the elegant white canopy and sat next to Non Lingsha, helping himself to some grapes without acknowledging himself as a guest. Yun Zhan, looking confused, was then placed next to Wu Feng, sitting on a mat haphazardly. It was scorching hot, even in autumn, and the sun's rays were uncomfortable. "Here is Yaoshan sword sect, where you cannot act recklessly as a lowly man." Someone began to speak, but was interrupted by Yun Zhan questioning if Zhu Minglan had gotten lost. "He may have trouble reading the sword scriptures without his sword cultivation, so let's wait a bit longer," Wu Feng said calmly. Yun Zhan was silent, visibly unhappy. Despite the heat, his hands and feet remained cold, making him shiver. Needing to have control over him, one would have to defeat him first. "This is my junior martial brother Zhu Minglan, not a disciple," Wu Feng calmly clarified. Bai Qinan made a simple introduction, and the other hall masters and elders showed some courtesy and escorted Xiaoying to the noble white canopy, where Non Lingsha was seated, attended by Yaoshan sword sect's female disciples. "Please, have a seat," a female swordswoman, wrapped from head to toe, led Zhu Minglan to a simple mat under the sun. Non Lingsha was comfortably seated under the white canopy, served with exotic fruits and wine by another disciple. After waiting for half an hour, Zhu Minglan reluctantly sat on the mat, the sun's rays piercing into his eyes uncomfortably. Those from Yaoshan sword sect remained silent, seemingly disdainful of interactions with Yaoshan sword sect members. Even a cup of water wasn't offered. Concerned that the Shinto lamp jade, might be stolen by someone vulnerable like a prophetess, Wu Feng signaled Xiao Ying to comply with the local customs. After all, taboos were strictly observed here. But Chu Minglin boldly stated, "You set the rules. It's up to me whether to follow them or not." After a while, the female disciple Xiao Ying finally ascended the mountain. The disciplinary swordswoman asked Wu Feng, "Are there no rules at your sect, with your disciples being so unruly and unregulated? Our rule is men are not allowed under the canopy, nor can they sit on chairs." The sternly wrapped swordswoman interjected, "There is nothing worth exchanging with your outdated, boring, and ineffective sword techniques. You batch of secluded swordswomen think highly of yourselves because you rarely venture out, arrogant and ignorant." Chu Minglin rebuked. Wu Feng, watching the exchange, sighed and gestured for Xiao Ying to adapt to the situation, as they were in someone else's territory. Meanwhile, Chu Minglin continued to challenge traditions, causing discomfort among the Miaoshan sword sect members. As the tension escalated, the disciplinary sect master approached, intending to assert authority. Chu Minglin's audacity was one of the most significant they had witnessed in years. Miaoshan sword sect. The chapter concluded with the reminder that men can be assertive and brash when allowed to be. Chapter 231. A mediocre female swordsman. Who was the first one? Chu Minglin curiously asked. Many years ago, there was a young swordsman who trespassed into our mountain gate. He was able to leave unscathed only because he is the son of our master man. But you may not be so lucky, the head of the discipline hall said. After saying this, Bai Qinan whispered to the head of the discipline hall, "Lin, that person who trespassed the mountain last time was him." This Master Lin Min was in a daze for a moment. The same person. No wonder the arrogance and tone are so familiar. Chu Minglin. Isn't he the son of Master Mang? It really seems like him. I heard that he also trespassed into our Zonglin many years ago, defeated all our disciples single-handedly. If it weren't for Lady Wenling's intervention, we would have lost face. For a while, several female swordsmen and the heads of the halls quietly discussed. The rich princesses, female marquises, and female city lords sitting among them immediately perked up to listen. Meng Binki, Master Man, the rulers of Mia country all knew this top figure of Mia mountain sword sect, but most people did not know that she had a son. The head of the Black Veil sect was obviously not Meng Binki. Meng Binki had been cultivating in the waterfall house for many years, focusing on few things. What kind of person Master Meng was, all the people of Mia mountain sword sect knew it. No one would really treat Chu Minglin as the young master of this Mia mountain sword sect. The same lesson applies. Since you say he is your junior brother, he is of the same generation as you and me, then I will teach you a lesson in the swordsmanship of the Yao mountain sword sect. By the way, I will also teach you the rules of the Mia mountain sword sect. It won't be overstepping boundaries, right? Lin's Jing Discipline Hall said. Esteemed lady, let me, Chu Minglin, teach you the rules of this world. The weak are low, the strong are respected. Chu Minglin finished eating grapes, slowly stood up, as if ready for the challenge. The weak are low, the strong are respected. Goat, goat, goat. Lin Minjiangu seems to be angry. Those female princesses, female marquises, and female city lords who came to listen were all bright-eyed. They thought it would be a very boring meeting, but unexpectedly, they were already on edge right from the start. It's no wonder they are the foremost of the giant core continent sword sacks. They should confront each other in this way. I don't know why, but the fruits taste even better now. Lin Minjiangu walked towards the wide mountain terrace, not even taking off her veil. Chu Minglin naturally would not back down. Is he really going to crouch under the sun like those three useless men? Wu Feng, Hao Yi, and Yun's Hana. Not crouching under the sun is not so embarrassing, but deliberately treating others differently makes Chu Minglin very uncomfortable. It's meaningless to blindly follow the people of the mid-mountain sword sect. Any problems can be solved with swords. Please instruct me. Lin Minjiangu held the sword, coldly said. No problem. It will indeed benefit you to compete with someone as excellent in swordsmanship as me, Chu Minglin said. Lin Minjiangu was so angry that the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Giving you the courtesy of the Yao mountain sword sect, this kid even dares to dig at his face. Without further ado, Lin Minjiangu, as the head of the discipline hall, was responsible for educating and punishing disciples who violated the rules. She was known for being strict and fierce. The little swordswoman, who was scolded by Chu Minglin before, was already gloating. Lin Min Jiangu should be from the Duojian sect. The aura on her body was like the wine that never stopped at the strait. Even though she hadn't drawn her sword yet, it was already rushing towards Zhu Minglin, icy and violent. "Look at my sword." Lin Min, the head of the discipline hall, stepped steadily and made her sword move very clearly. But as the sword came attacking, the howling wind also came along, causing the surrounding stone carvings, pavilions, and trees to sway violently, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Sword roar. Zhu Minglin stood far away, not needing to move even half a step. The sword spirit dragon broke through the air, its sword body crimson. As it danced, it brought the airflow around the entire sword pavilion into waves, turning these air currents into a surging and tumultuous sword jet tsunami in the end. One was a canyon wine. The other was a tsunami, with a huge difference in power. Zhu Minglin was not interested in playing the fancy tricks with Lin Min Jiangu. He chose to fight fire with fire. The wave surge, and Zhu Minglin's sign was directly turned into a counter-swallowing momentum, completely engulfing the sword chair raised by Lin Min Jiangu, forcing her to retreat. "Outside of Mia country, many excellent men like me are quite graceful. In consideration of your status as a mediocre female swordsman, I will give in to you. If your sword can make me move half a step, I will consider it a win for you." Zhu Minglin smiled. This was not just directed at Lin Min Jiangu, but also at the entire Mia Mountain Sword sect. "You have to be arrogant. How can you call it avenging past humiliation if you are not arrogant? A mediocre female swordsman." This statement seemed to hit a nerve with Lin Min Jiangu. She steadied her posture and pointed the sword at Zhu Minglin. Suddenly, Lin Min Jiangu made her move. The sword in her hand was like a white sail, breaking through Zhu Minglin's sword roar, and the white sail sword transformed into a sharp slash, aiming at Zhu Minglin. Could Zhu Minglin dodge this sword? He's just a braggart who talks big. Zhu Minglin showed no intention of moving his feet. He even kept babbling at this moment. "The simple sword techniques on the stairs. I learned a few moves on the way up the mountain path. Although it is a sword technique exchange between the Yao Mountain Sword Sect and the Mia Mountain Sword Sect, I don't think you have the qualifications to make me use the Yao Mountain Sword technique." As he spoke, the sword spirit dragon had already blocked the sail-like sword and used the strength of the sword's body to push Lin Min from the discipline hall back a few steps. Sword glitter. Zhu Minglin stood there. His mind and the sword spirit dragon merged into one, using his finger as leverage, displaying the flying sword glitter he had learned in the Steely City. The sunlight was intense. The crimson body of the sword spirit dragon was very conspicuous, but as Zhu Minglin concentrated, the sword spirit dragon disappeared under the scorching sun, leaving no trace, completely vanished. Glitter. Zhu Minglin called out loudly and pointed his finger towards Jiangu Lin Min, with a momentum as if a sword deity had descended on earth. Lin Min Jiangu felt something was wrong and quickly changed positions left and right. She couldn't see Zhu Minglin's flying sword. In such a bright sun, not even a shadow could be seen, truly making Lin Min feel a bit uneasy. Those swordswomen of the Mia Mountain Sword Sect, and all the noble women from the capital of Mia country, were all secretly amazed. Why didn't any of them see Zhu Minglin's flying sword? Flying sword glitter was indeed the first diving and then quickly attacking like lightning, but even in the dark, there should have been some traces of the sword. It was impossible to disappear directly in the air, especially under the blazing sun. There should always be a shadow. Could it be that Zhu Minglin had reached the realm of hidden sword? End of the chapter. Chapter 232. Strength rules all. Lin Master. He wasn't displaying the flying sword shimmer technique. He just recalled his sword spirit dragon back into the spirit realm. At this moment, Bai Qinan couldn't tolerate it anymore and reminded Lin Min, the stern master of the discipline law hall, who was still dodging in the void. Lin Min finally stopped and carefully scanned the surroundings with her eyes. There were no flying swords at all, and there was no hidden technique being used. She had been tricked. Ha ha ha, Junior Shijuju is really cunning. When he shouted so loudly just now, I really thought there would be a majestic sword technique. Junior Shimei Xiaoying kept laughing. Wu Feng shook his head, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Yun's Hona and Haoi widened their eyes, surprised at how playful Zhu was being. Darn it! Sword sister Lin Min's cold sweat dripped down just now. The most terrifying thing about the flying sword shimmer was not the flash of the sword itself, but the fact that the flying sword could attack from any direction and angle, often breaking through the opponent's vital points with a single strike. Lin Min was frightened by the opponent's invisible and unpredictable swordplay, combined with Zhu Mingling's loud shout of shimmer, even though there was nothing there. It was surrealistic. Zhu Mingling, a sword cultivator turned dragon tamer. Lin Min Master. He controls a rare dragon spirit sword, the dragon transformed by his spirit, in perfect harmony with his thoughts, allowing him to perform most of the flying sword techniques. This assumes a high level of swordsmanship. When Mengru felt that she should remind them, so she added, "When Shimei is right. Just now, it was just a joke with Master Lin. This time, I will unleash the true Myoshan flying sword art. Master Lin, be on guard." Zhu Mingling laughed, opening his palm. A barely noticeable spatial rift appeared in the spirit realm, and the sword spirit dragon slowly flew out of it, appearing by Zhu Mingling's side. Zhu Mingling didn't wield a sword because he didn't have the cultivation of a sword practitioner at the moment, so gripping a sword was meaningless. But in the flying sword school, one cultivated the flying sword itself, practicing the art of sword manipulation. What flying sword could be more perfect than a sword spirit dragon? Some side paths and the Myoshan sword sect's flying sword techniques are profound. You, a newcomer to the mountain, dare think you can grasp the essence of our sect's swordsmanship? It's laughable. Lin Min, the master of the discipline law hall, darkened her face. She was angry and embarrassed. With elders, the sect leader, and several county princesses of Mia country watching, she was being toyed with by Zhu Mingling. So, Master Lin, pay attention and observe carefully to see if my amber fire sword is authentic. Zhu Mingling slowly raised his hand in a sword finger gesture. There seemed to be an invisible thread connecting to the hovering sword spirit dragon. Without gripping the sword moved on its own. The sword spirit dragon soared into the sky, and as Zhu Mingling pointed downwards, the sword tip ignited like fire, shining brightly in the sunlight. The sword tipped, dense like fireflies in the evening woods, quiet and beautiful. The sky above the sword pavilion at this moment presented the same scene, not fireflies gathering in the woods, but the sword tip of the sword spirit dragon, rubbing against the air, creating sparks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The firefly sword technique. The concentrated sword flames didn't cover a wide range like a sudden rainstorm. Instead, they gathered together as if guided by an invisible force, forming a river of fireflies. Composed of sword shadows, sword flames, and sword aura, it madly cleansed the area where sword sister Lin Min was located. Lin Min was shocked. The disciples, masters, and elders of the Myoshan sword sect all showed expressions of astonishment, some even involuntarily taking off their veils, thinking they might be affecting their vision. It was the Firefly flying sword, and it was a highly advanced level of Firefly River. Lin Min defended herself with all her might, retreating step by step. The Firefly flying sword was like an endless river, endlessly washing over her, making her arms go numb and her steps chaotic. Wu Shishu, his sword spirit dragon seems to have gotten stronger. Wu Feng was amazed. Back in the mechanism city, Zhu Mingling's sword spirit dragon had shown absolute dominance, but that was obviously when combined with Zhu Mingling's own sword cultivation. Now, the cultivation of the sword spirit dragon was different. Even without sword awakening, it was still powerful. Did Zhu Mingling make some great gains during the mountain climbing process? The Firefly River, with its grand momentum, was directed towards Lin Min, the sword sister, but Zhu Mingling remained standing in place without moving a step. Yet his control of the flying sword had forced the sword sister of the discipline law hall to retreat in defeat, sweating profusely. Just as Wu Fan had speculated, the sword spirit dragon's cultivation had indeed skyrocketed. This was because the sword spirit dragon had devoured all the ancient swords in the Myoshan sword tomb. After consuming them, the sword spirit dragon's cultivation reached near sovereign level. Combined with the flying sword technique Zhu Mingling had comprehended from those sword manuals, he would dare to fight against a sovereign level strong man. Just like the martial realm, there was also a sword realm in the flying sword school. The cultivation of the sword spirit dragon itself, combined with Zhu Mingling's comprehension of the sword realm, overlapped and ascended. As Zhu Mingling had said, he didn't need to move a step. And the most humiliating thing for Lin Min was that Zhu Mingling was using their Myoshan sword sect's flying sword technique, the Firefly sword. Uncle Bai, did you teach him the Firefly sword? When Mengru asked Bai Qinan quietly. Bai Qinan shook his head. During their time in biking, Bai Qinan had witnessed Zhu Mingling's perceptiveness. Although he probably knew that Zhu Mingling could learn many sword techniques from the sword manual stairs, it was still incredible that he could comprehend the highly difficult Firefly sword skill to this level in such a short time. Could one become so strong just by reading sword manuals? Some sword techniques, no matter how high one's comprehension, still required guidance and demonstrations from experts. For Zhu Minglan to learn the Firefly Sword was not surprising to Bai Qinan, but to actually display the Firefly River Sword was somewhat unbelievable. Even some of the masters here didn't grasp the higher mysteries of the Firefly Sword. SSH. Zhu Minglan this time truly displayed the flying sword shimmer technique. The sword disappeared into the clear sky, then suddenly appeared behind Lin Min. Like a lightning strike, it cut through the quiet mountain woods, the sword aura shimmering so brightly that it made people dare not blink. First the Firefly River, then the lightning-like sword shimmer. These two flying sword techniques originated from the Miaoshan sword sect. Lin Min's hood was sliced by the sword shimmer, splitting into two pieces and falling slowly to the ground. Though she was not injured physically, her forehead and cheeks were covered in sweat, and her eyes were filled with shock and pain. She was defeated. It wasn't just a simple failure, but the fact that the opponent hadn't moved a step and was employing their sex swordsmanship was an extreme humiliation. Can I sit where I want now? Zhu Minglan smiled and walked towards the comfortable canopy. Strength rules all. At this moment, those aloof and proud female disciples of the Miaoshan sword sect no longer dared to criticize Zhu Minglan. End of this chapter. Chapter 233. After the Black Veil sect master sat down, the female county princesses, female marquises, and female city lords at this moment had bright eyes, as if they had seen an extraordinary treasure. They stared at Zhu Minglan one after another, and discussions started, making Zhu Minglan feel inadvertently that they wanted to capture him. Fortunately, Nan Lingsha was there to protect him. The female dignitaries also realized that the first woman to ascend the mountain was not simple. A powerful man is the best foe for a woman's status, even if she does nothing and has no gold or silver jewelry on her. Shall we begin the sword exchange now? Wu Feng said at this time. Business matters still needed to be addressed. Although Wu Feng, Hao Ai, and Yun's Hong'a were still squatting on the cushions, the practice of Yushin Jianzan was to sit in this posture normally. They couldn't be bothered to care, especially since Zhu Minglan had already helped them release some pent-up anger. Of course, can Master Wu Feng demonstrate your faction swordplay for us next? The Black Cloak sect master spoke up. She didn't care at all about the failure of Lin Min from the discipline hall. It was as if she already knew that Lin Min was no match for Zhu Minglan. Wait a minute. Zhu Minglan suddenly interjected. Zhu Gongzi, don't be too presumptuous. After all, Lin Min's strength is not the best in our Miao Mountain Jianzan. An elder said, what about Wen Lingfei? I didn't come this time to challenge your unknown nobodies here. Zhu Minglan said. Lin Min from the discipline hall, who hadn't recovered her breath, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. To kill and to deceive the heart. Arrogance. The elder was about to speak, but the black-veiled sect master raised her hand. The black-veiled sect master slowly lifted the veil in front of her, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Her eyes exuded a bit of confidence, a bit of playfulness, and a bit of arrogance. Zhu Minglan opened his mouth wide. It was her. How did she become the sect master? When Lingfei is already the sect master of the Miao Mountain Jianzong,